Some announcers in the game weren't happy with that. They don't think freaking is a good adjective to use.
Jimmy freaking Butler!
I'll explain off air because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but I saw something as I say, oh, baby, good morning on a Thursday. Beautiful day in the Bay. Man, it was so beautiful driving into the city today.
Wasn't it?
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome. Hopefully, everybody is good, getting off their graveyard shift. Hopefully, you had a good shift overnight. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to... Who do we want to shout out? All the tweeters who are keeping everything entertained. Good morning to everybody on YouTube, the Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to all the roasters there waking up with us every single morning as we get through the dog days of radio. We'll continue to recap off what Joe Lacob had to say the other day with Bob Myers. I think there's a little more there. Also, Monty Williams signs a 6-year, $78.5 million deal with the Detroit Pistons. Could be worth up to $100 million. What does that mean for Steve Kerr, who has 1 year left on his deal? What does Joe Lacob do about that? That's another domino. You got the Giants losing to the Pirates, losing 2-3. Alex Wood looked awful yesterday. Just awful. Giants give up 9 runs.
Not even backing up the right bases?
Nah, he was bad.
I mean, for a veteran?
They need a pitcher. They need a pitcher.
I am 100% with you on that. And I don't know, and I just real quickly, I don't know if Harrison's the answer because he's like barely getting like through 4 innings.
Yeah.
And you really want to like stretch him out as a I think he could be an arm that can contribute, but to be a reliable starter in the middle of the rotation feels a bit premature to me.
No, it does feel premature.
I think they need a veteran.
They need a vet. They need a guy who can eat up some innings there. And, you know, the veterans, or I guess this pitching staff was touted as being deep coming into the season. It's been anything but. It's been anything but. So the Giants are struggling. They lose a series. They got the Orioles this weekend. They have a day off. We got the NBA Finals today.
I'm super excited for this.
I am pumped up for this, too. You know, it's just the one tweet I had to see.
What's that?
Yesterday, Chris Palmer tweeting about the Nuggets possibly winning the weakest championship in NBA history. And it's just kind of comical.
Well, I was going to go in a completely different direction because I brought this up with Spadoni, and I'd love your opinions on it. As a sports fan, I look at both teams, and I find them to be very captivating in terms of how they were assembled. Let's start with the Denver Nuggets. This feels like the template for most, like, pick NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, hockey, homegrown talent, some in the first round, some late finds like Jokic that you've nurtured yourself. You stayed the course. You had some heartbreaks. You had some injuries. You didn't break it up. You stayed with the head coach. You added and tinkered and brought in some good, valuable free agents on good deals, KCP and Brown and guys like that. You traded for Gordon, and, like, you just stayed the course. And, boom, here you are. Like, this is what you root for as a sports fan.
It's like the Warriors 2014-15. This is how the Warriors... I know they added Kevin Durant. They got rid of Mark Jackson. You signed Steve Kerr. But for the most part, your nucleus was drafted.
Yep.
Homegrown talent. And you were able to nurture them. Hell, Looney's a homegrown talent. He's got 3 championships. So I think the Denver Nuggets, Jokic is a 2-time MVP who is a second-round pick.
Could this ring...
second-round pick.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
It's what LeBron and AD... Like,
But doesn't this ring put him in, and I'm not saying he's above them, but puts him in that Olajuwon, David Robinson conversation.
It does.
I'm not saying he's above them. I'm just saying,
it does.
When you win 2 MVPs, and then at this age, you win a championship.
Honestly, I believe it puts him above David Robinson. A championship.
David
Robinson won his ring at the tail end of his career when he was basically off his prime. That team was led by Tim Duncan. He wasn't the lead dog.
I'm with you.
Jokic can win this championship. And with his age and the position that Denver's in, they could go on a fascinating run here. Then you got the Miami Heat, who develop. They make shrewd moves. They bring in Jimmy Butler. By the way, Philadelphia letting Jimmy Butler go and pick a Ben Simmons over him, basically, and Tobias Harris looks bad. Miami's a fascinating case, and they're not your normal playing team.
No.
They're not your normal number 8 seed. And by the way, if they are an 8 seed and people are, hopping onto that, saying, the Denver Nuggets are playing the playing team. They just beat Milwaukee in 5. And you could say Milwaukee didn't have Giannis for most of the series. That's fair. The Heat had to adjust without Tyler Hero, who was lighting up the Bucks in Game 1. And then you beat the Celtics in 7 games after blowing a 3-0 lead. That's pretty impressive.
And they had 2 guys that were in the doghouse with the fans and the organization, and Duncan Robinson and Kyle Lowry, and they're contributing in the playoffs.
Right.
I mean, these are 2 guys, you talk to the fan base was calling them cowards because they wouldn't either suit up because they're out of shape or they wouldn't shoot.
Yep. No, man, great question. Comcast Business Text Line, does this put Jokic above Charles Barkley In many eyes, it does. Wow. Now, Barkley's a great
and
player.
Barkley's
He's a top 20. Yeah, it's tough. But Jokic is entering that territory.
He is.
He's having an all-time playoff run. All-time. He carved up Anthony Davis and the Lakers. Carved AD up to the point where AD's like, yeah, I can't guard him one-on-one. Let me sag off, put Rui Hachimura on him.
Not to be disparaging to Dwight Howard in any way, but I look at Dwight Howard's game. It was so physical, right? It was all like physical. Not that he didn't have skill, but it felt more, if we were tilting the scales, like in terms of skill, savant style to physical, he was more in the physical angle. Jokic, although he can play physical, is just a savant.
He's everything.
I mean, his hands, his passing, his IQ, his ability to obviously just see the floor open up, his ability to hit shots, his touch, like everything about him, man. I love watching Jokic play.
If he wants to play physical, he'll go down low and bang with you. If he wants to go finesse and go shoot the mid-range, he'll do that. He'll hoist up a 3 or 2.
Facilitate.
His IQ, demanding double teams. His IQ, and he demands the ball in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
And he's touching it every single possession. And he's daring you to stop him. He's a problem. Jamal Murray coming back from an ACL. I saw him tear his ACL. That was one of the few games we covered that year at Chase Center. Mike Malone kept his guys in the game for whatever reason, trying to chase a win. Kept calling timeouts, and he tears his ACL. We're like, wow. Jamal Murray's gone just like that.
After such an incredible bubble run.
And he comes back and he looks like Jamal Murray from
the
bubble.
looks incredible.
He looks incredible.
Michael
right
Porter
now.
Jr., I watched Michael Porter Jr. throw up shots before games last year in the playoffs. He had the back injury, and I'm like, I don't know about him, man. I'm not really sure. And he's come around. Aaron Gordon, a lot of questions on is it going to fit? Can he adjust to being the defensive guy? He's done all those things.
And the fact that you got the coaching matchup with Mike Malone and Eric Spoelstra. Eric Spoelstra, longtime Miami Heat coach, one of the best in the business, if not the best, adjusting to his personnel. Not just running one style, adjusting to the team and the personnel that he has. And Mike Malone, who got jettisoned from Sacramento for all the wrong reasons, an assistant with the Golden State Warriors. He was an assistant with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Mike Malone has done a phenomenal job. To give Denver credit for sticking with Mike Malone as the head coach. Mike Malone, I like him, man. He calls it like it is. He calls teams out. Hey, the fact that he said, we go up 1-0, and all everybody wants to talk about how the Lakers are in a good spot because Rui Hachimura guarded Nikola Jokic for 6 possessions. We'll see how that works out. Mike Malone does not hold back anything, and I like him, man. So good for him. I think it's going to be a fun finals.
Did you hear the Dan Patrick sound that Joe Spinoni was playing earlier this morning?
No, I did not.
Joe, do you have that sound available? I'd love to pull it up. It's basically insinuating that the Michael Malone in particular and some of their other players have felt like they haven't been getting the respect. And I'm like... And he's like mad. Listen to Dan Patrick explain it, and I couldn't disagree more.
If you want to talk about lack of respect, it would be the Miami Heat. It felt like every game they were 8-point underdogs against the Boston Celtics, and they'll be big underdogs here against the Denver Nuggets. They don't care. I haven't heard the "oh, woe is me" Miami Heat. Eric Spoelstra, Jimmy Butler. Like Jimmy Butler said, hey, what's the motivation? Well, we can and we will win this series. That was it. There's nothing else that's been headline worthy here. But they don't come out and do a pity party. Oh, woe is me. You don't take us serious. Whatever it might be. And Denver should adopt the same thing.
I guess. But Denver's been disrespected. Everybody picked them against them. The Phoenix Suns. I picked the Suns in 6. And they tore apart Kevin Durant. They had Kevin Durant and Devin Booker down 30 at the half in Game 6.
Maybe the worst game I've ever seen Kevin Durant play.
But Denver had a lot to do with that.
No doubt.
Defending, being physical, carving them up offensively. They did what they had to do to get to the Western Conference Finals.
Jamal Murray was unstoppable in that Game 6.
Well, Denver's also never been here before. That's part of it. Like, they don't they don't know how to act. Like, they need to act like it. Well, the Heat as an organization have been there and done that multiple times in this century. The Nuggets, it's their first time. And you know what? This is a young, exciting team. Good for Michael Malone believing in his guys when no one else will.
And how many of us thought, oh, boy, if the Warriors and the Lakers drop to the 8th spot, they feel really good against the Denver Nuggets.
Everyone said.
Everybody said that.
I
know I did. I didn't think Denver was making it to this point. And you look at the way they play, oh my gosh, it's up-tempo. If they need to slow it down, they'll slow it down. They really just execute offensively very well. And defensively, they do enough. And how about showing some love to Aaron Gordon? How about showing love to
really
San
rooting
Jose's
for him.
own?
Is he going to guard Jimmy Butler?
Oh, yeah. He talked about it all
so?
day at the presser. He goes,
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a crack.
Yeah.
He's physical. We already know about his athleticism.
Absolutely.
I mean, we covered him at Archbishop Mitty. Saw him play in the pro-am against grown-ass men, banging down in the paint. It's been fascinating to watch his career grow. And you know what? He's all the way bought into his role.
Yeah.
Then they get Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Everybody just kind of gives up
I
on
like
him.
KCP.
He's really good.
I like KCP.
He's really good. And then you got Bruce Brown kind of coming out of nowhere playing really well. And he told Denver, look, if you're interested in me, I don't want to be a small big. Basically, that's what GP2 is, right? It's like, I don't want to be that. I want to be a guard. Mike Malone and Denver Nuggets say empower him to be a guard. And look at how many times he's come up clutch in his playoff run.
Don't you think chemistry matters when I look at the two teams that are sitting here at the end?
Yep.
I think we spend so much time talking about talent. The more and more I think about it, like I feel like the NBA, at least the way the game is being played right now, chemistry, fit, those things almost override. Yes, you got to have talent. No one's denying that. That's a baseline. It's a prerequisite. Yep. But the thing that you can't quantify is talent. Does it fit together? Talent, do they get along? Do they want to play on both ends of the floor together with each other? Will they accept their roles? And I look at both of these organizations, and I feel like they're models for chemistry and fit.
Yep, no doubt. And see, here's 5-1-0. And this is what's disappointing about some NBA writers. In the NFL, they don't do this. They don't put water on their league, or they don't dilute their league and their competition by saying, you know what, this is the weakest Super Bowl ever. Oh my God, this is the weakest competition ever. You see NFL writers empower their sport. They prop up their sport all the time. NBA writers, like a guy like Chris Palmer, is just talking, like just disrespecting Jokic. Like NBA writers who cover this league on a daily basis. That's the problem with the ratings. That's the problem with the marketing. We talk about it with baseball all the time. Empower your players. Prop up your sport. Talk about your sport. You got a lot of fascinating, great players in this league.
Yes.
In the NBA. I really enjoyed this playoff run. And the Denver Nuggets have been a great, great story. Grinding, losing to the Blazers in the second round. Grinding in the bubble, losing to the Western Conference Finals to the LA Lakers. Last year, having some setbacks and still playing hard just to get to the playoffs. And then tinkering their roster, retooling them around Nikola Jokic, winning his MVPs. I mean, this is something we need to embrace as NBA writers. I'm a little disappointed with the media. Not all media, but just certain media who's online trying to get clicks. Just poo-pooing all over the Nuggets run.
So what? We're now grading the road to championships.
It's unbelievable.
Well, like I look at like the Philadelphia Eagles last year. They beat the New York Giants, who were whatever, right? To get to the Super Bowl. And they beat the Niners, and they didn't have their starting quarterback. But did it matter?
Nope.
No, because they were a dominant team all regular season.
Denver was
I look
too,
at the
right?
Nuggets very similarly. Now, the Kansas City Chiefs went through a gauntlet, right?
Right.
Steelers, whatever. Bills and Bengals. Everybody agrees, wow, that's a gauntlet. The championship's still the same. Whether they face the Jaguars, whether they face the Steelers, it does not matter. And I don't look at Philadelphia any other way.
No.
They lost by, a touchdown or whatever, a couple of points.
Field goal.
Yeah, field goal. There you go. In the Super Bowl, irrelevant. They were a dominant team all regular season.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I think the body of work overrides whatever their path was to the championship.
Now, here it is. They are a good team, but completely untested. So a lot of people pick the LA Lakers to get past the Denver Nuggets. LeBron James was having an all-time series. Anthony Davis was coming off the best series of his career against the Golden State Warriors. They looked deep. They looked scary. They had the best half-court defense in the NBA since they made that blockbuster move for D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt. And the Denver Nuggets completely took them apart. So how can you say they're untested? They went through the team that a lot of people thought was going to the NBA Finals. So I'm going to give the Nuggets their flowers, man. I'm really jacked up for these NBA Finals.
And Bonte, I just think they're a kind of team, like, again, whether it's baseball, basketball, hockey, football, they're a team that, as a fan, I look at the way that they've built what they've built, and that's the model. That's what I'm looking for. Homegrown talent found in a variety of ways. You stuck with the coach through thick and thin. You came out on the other side. You added to things. You made a bold trade to go get Aaron Gordon, which some people didn't think was going to work, right? Guys accepted their roles. You had some setbacks with injuries. Those guys came back. Like, they could have punted in a variety of ways, and they held firm. They had their two-time MVP, and obviously he was getting getting criticized, not to the degree of some of the other guys, but I don't know, man. I look at them. To me, they're the template that I like.
Well, Chris Palmer also had to tweet this. Joker is the only two-time MVP in 76 years to never win a ring, never win Finals MVP, never win the All-Star MVP, to never beat at least 2 higher seeds in the playoffs. Streets are watching. And I'm like, what is he talking about?
Since when did we start, I like All-Star MVPs. I guess it's something at the end of your career, but why does that matter?
That doesn't matter.
Okay,
doesn't matter.
The Finals MVP thing, I get it. We did it with Michael Jordan and all that. If I were to tell you in 1981, do you know who the Finals MVP was?
Nah, it was Larry Bird. No, it wasn't Larry Bird. Was it Larry Bird? I think it was Larry Bird.
I mean, but
yeah, who cares? Andre Iguodala won the MVP in the finals, and it was like, oh, wait, he slowed down LeBron James. LeBron still averaged 33, 15 of 8.
But was that part of, I don't remember Finals MVP being a Magic and Bird conversation.
It became a thing on Twitter over the last
After Jordan.
10 years. Or to dilute Steph Curry. It'd be like, Steph Curry doesn't have Finals MVP. He's never been
How many does Kobe have? I don't even know.
He's got 2.
He's got 2? Yep. Of his 5 rings?
Yep.
So are we taking away 3?
Nope.
Come on.
By the way,
why do we do this?
By the way, Tom Brady, I'm looking at TeamZ.com right now. Tom Brady could own the Raiders and play for the team with the league vote, the NFL says.
Spadoni, my conspiracy theory. You got to play the Unsolved Mysteries soundtrack.
Play the X-Files one, yeah.
Agent Moeller?
Scully and Mulder? Oh, classic.
Well, that's X-Files.
X-Files.
Oh, I know. That's the one I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Unsolved Mysteries. But you know what? Do you think he's coming back? Jimmy G injury opens the door for him to come back on. Well, who was he talking about in the barbershop? There it is. Who was he talking about?
I don't know.
Derek Carr or Jimmy?
I heard it was Derek Carr that he was getting into about that, but I'm not sure if that's
It's either Derek Carr, Trubisky, or Jimmy. It's one of those 3 because the Bears were good at the time.
Trubisky.
I mean, when he got the ownership stake with the Raiders, it opened the door for all the conversations. So the conspiracy theory, I don't even know if it was a conspiracy theory. It was just like, oh, it's out there now. It's a possibility because it is Tom Brady. It's a possibility. And now with the Jimmy Garoppolo news, now it's pretty interesting because Don Yee represents both Tom Brady and Jimmy Garoppolo. So it's the best of both worlds for him. My client's either going to play. One of my clients is going to play for the Raiders.
They're voiding the Jimmy G contract, and as they're voiding it, Don Yee's got another one scripted, ready to go.
Man.
It's not happening. Let's just, come on. Jimmy's going to start week 1. This is all just, Jimmy's starting week 1.
Start week 1. It's 2 through 17 we got to worry about.
Bay Area. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. Oh, we got Niners OTAs, and we've got some things to talk about.
What was that?
Niners OTAs. We got quarterback talk.
Oh,
quarterback talk here on the Morning Roast. We'll do all that plus a recap of what Steve Kerr had to say and what does Monty Williams' deal mean for Steve Kerr. We got a lot going on the Morning Roast here on a Thursday.
The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Only God knows, Shanny. Only God knows what happened yesterday at practice with him and Dwayne Allen, who apparently works with the NFL league office, and he was standing too close to the field, and Shanahan didn't like it. They got into a shouting match, apparently. John Lynch had to go console Dwayne Allen. I guess they made up afterwards, but Shanahan in rare form said, "Get off my field." Should have went down to OTAs yesterday, man.
Have you ever thrown anyone off your field or been thrown off of someone else's field, like in that fashion?
I have not.
I've had to do that to a couple of kids every now and then, you know.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
It is. And I also had it happen to me by an umpire or two in my day.
Boy.
It's an embarrassing thing to have happen on both ends.
No doubt. By the way, 510. Barry Bonds documentary, HBO. That looks phenomenal.
No,
phenomenal.
In the articles I read, I didn't see if Barry is going to be actually
I don't know.
Involved. Because I know it's
know.
the Last Dance guy, right?
He did bring up the fact earlier this year that there will be a documentary on him.
I mean, I'm all
So there's
in.
a Last Dance guy. There's some 30 for 30 producers. You got the Andre Ward documentary coming out this week. Tomorrow, Andre Ward's on Showtime. You got Allen Iverson's, but you got a lot going on now.
The one thing I would say about these sports docs, 30 for 30 set the bar very, very high, and obviously The Last Dance, I think most people would say it's the best of the docs.
It's still good,
right? You know, it's amazing. There's a fine line though, because I watched the Nolan Ryan one, and I wanted more.
I still haven't watched that.
It's so good. The Nolan Chasing Ryan, I think is what it's called.
I will get there.
It's like an hour and 20, and it's like, God, this could have been 3 hours or whatever, or broken into multiple parts. I would have enjoyed it. The Redeem Team, not long enough for me.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I really wanted to know, like, the Redeem Team was a fun time.
Right.
It was the first time I ever got to root for Kobe, you know, and I don't know.
That was a fun team.
It was a great doc. I wish it was longer. And then I look at the other one, which was the Indiana Pacers one produced by Jermaine O'Neal.
I felt like they skipped a lot.
Right?
They kind of rushed through it. They rushed through it.
To me, can we get 3 episode minimum?
Right. Yeah, no.
I want to really peel the onion properly on Barry Bonds.
Also the producer for the O.J. Simpson 30 for 30,
Good call.
which is one of the best 30 for 30s.
How did we forget about that? No, I think that, honestly,
was just
if you're asking
phenomenal.
me, I think the O.J. doc is better than the Last Dance.
I
Although
could see
it's
that.
different, because it's not
different.
sports. It's kind of everything.
It was fascinating to see how O.J. Simpson grew up. And how he evolved as a person.
100%.
It was wild. It was wild. Also, the Escobars, the 2 Escobars were really good as well. Pablo Escobar and the soccer player got killed. All right, OTA's going on a lot. Lots going on here. John Lynch had a long cut about Brock Purdy, but basically Brock Purdy, I'll read it because it's 1:23 long, so I don't want to bore everybody. But on SiriusXM radio, SiriusXM NFL radio, John Lynch said that he's just had one throwing session so far in terms of Brock Purdy, but we're incredibly encouraged by that. Brock's a worker. If you give him a task, he's going to do everything in his power. As for best case scenario, we're just going to take it as it comes. The hope is he's ready for training camp. The hope is he's ready for the regular season. Now, I get it. He's quote unquote QB1. But if he's not ready, because I get it. You want home field advantage. You don't want to throw away games. I get all that. Trust me, I want home field advantage. It sucks going on the road for the NFC title game. The margins are so slim. You go to Philadelphia, get your clocks clean. You go to SoFi Stadium, you lose that in the fourth quarter. I would like a home game for the NFC Championship game if you make it that far. But if Brock can't go, are we really ready to ride for Sam Darnold? And I had a tweet yesterday because there's been a lot of talk about Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy. Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold. And I'm just thinking to myself, are we just forgetting about Trey? Or we're just going to throw away Trey and just say he's not good based off of 4 games. And I heard people citing numbers from last season. Oh, he was 15 to 31. Do you really want me to go down the Jimmy Garoppolo rabbit hole and look at his openers in the NFL in week 1s?
I can remember.
Because I could do that.
I remember against Minnesota, it was pretty ugly.
How many interceptions did he throw that
2018,
game?
was it 2?
No. He was 15 to 33. For 261 yards, 1 touchdown, and 3 interceptions.
3. Okay, I didn't. And the 1 touchdown was an amazing catch by Dante.
And it was an amazing
highlight
throw.
of Dante Pettis'
It was an amazing throw. Back foot, back of the end zone.
Yeah. And then, the next week, let me just, off the top of my head, against Tampa Bay, he struggled for most
that was the next year.
That's what I said.
Oh, yeah, next year. I
So I'm
thought you
saying
said the next week.
you're talking about openers.
Yeah,
The next
openers.
year was against
Next
Tampa
year,
Bay.
yep.
He had the Richie James touchdown pass, but I believe Winston threw two interceptions.
2 pick sixes. Jimmy Garoppolo threw a pick six.
I forgot Jimmy threw a pick six.
He threw 166 yards that day and got yelled at by Kyle Shanahan. It wasn't pretty.
Week 1. Then
Week
the following year, they lose the home opener at home
To
with
Arizona.
no fans to the Arizona Cardinals, where Kyler Murray marches down the field and we can't get a stop. And Jimmy was not good. I believe that's the game he threw Kittle high and
Yeah.
almost had his hip ripped off.
No, Kittle damn near had his leg torn off by Buda Baker on a tight end screen.
Oh, that's right. It was a tight end
It was a tight end screen. It was 19 and 33.
From like
So-
12 yards away, he threw it 50 feet in the air.
Right. So we want to be hypercritical of Trey Lance and what happened in Chicago. I was in Chicago.
Well, in 2021, real quick, 2021, the Niners went to Detroit.
He lit him up.
They had a big lead and then
Right.
he came back. But yeah, you're right. He
He
did
threw
let
for
him up.
314 in that game.
So he had one really good opener.
Right. One really good opener. Trey Lance.
And then we know the opener against Denver. For him, the opener, the
Yeah,
Denver game.
It was not good.
Granted, it was his first action in a long time. But yes,
But
we're
it
being
was
accurate. If we're going to be accurate.
However, he came into the Seattle game and all the reports were, man, the Niners look like the Niners. This was 49er football.
Jimmy.
And, oh, my God, Jimmy Garoppolo turned around the offense. Blah, 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 blah. Then he looked bad in Denver and he threw the pick 8 where he had to pick 8. You know what I'm saying?
Pick 8.
So Trey Lance in Chicago goes.
I can't shake the pick 8.
That was one of the worst plays we've ever seen in 49er quarterback history. Straight up. Trey Lance goes 13 to 28 in Chicago for 164. And it wasn't good. The fourth quarter was awful. Now we know the playing conditions. Does Trey Lance get the benefit of the doubt for that? But I sent out a tweet yesterday.
Okay.
And I said, I'm still riding with this guy. I still believe that Trey Lance has prospects. And the reason why.
In this tweet, before you go, you said, I'm still riding with this guy.
And it was a picture of Trey Lance on the football field.
And it did in your tweet it have anything to do with any other quarterback?
No, not at all. I
So
just
what
said
were you
I'm still.
inferring?
So what I'm inferring, because I'm going to get there, and I was going to
Apologies.
get there. What I was inferring was I've still got hope that Trey Lance could be a good player in this system.
I think it's
I
a
don't
fair
think Trey
point of
Lance
view.
off of 4 games we're going to base because all the Donald rhetoric. We've had 5 years of tape on Sam Darnold. And I've seen comparisons like, Andrew Wiggins was a reclamation project with the Golden State Warriors. But Andrew Wiggins was good in Minnesota.
Well, he had much
He
better
showed
moments.
a lot of flashes
Yeah.
in Minnesota.
Yeah.
The knock on Andrew Wiggins was, well, does he really care about basketball?
Yeah.
Is he just going through the motions? Talent wasn't a problem. Playing isolation basketball wasn't a problem. Andrew Wiggins averaged over 20-plus points a game in his career for a season. He's done that. Been there, done that. And he was always lauded as a very good defender. Sam Darnold, what has he shown you in his 5 years of pro football that makes you think that, boy, if Shanahan could just get his hands on him, he's going to be really, really good? Sam Darnold, we're propping him up.
I think.
We've had 5 years of tape.
Well, the way I would view this is, and there's two thoughts, right? There's one thought of, well, he's that top 5 pick where you're going back X amount of years,
Right.
and it's like, all right, yes, he is, but you didn't select him in the top 5,
Right?
Your team, you acquired him for basically league minimum. There's obviously the element of he hasn't been around good coaching. I acknowledge that. He's had some weapons, but not
Right.
the amount of weapons that he's going to have here. And so I can understand wanting to, let's see if we could turn this around.
Right.
But to me, like, that feels pretty far-fetched. And maybe I end up, eating my words. At least Trey Lance, the argument, because Trey similarly hasn't had a lot of good tape out there. I'd say significantly less body of work. But the difference is also you're the one that invested in him.
Right.
And people could say, well, you found Purdy, move off that guy. Well, people want to prove their decisions correct.
Right.
In whatever walk of life. So I think you do owe it to yourself
Yep.
and to everybody else on some level, not all the way, and not at the expense of your own team, to just see where it goes.
So I got some sound from yesterday's afternoon show. Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Oh, we got breaking news, Spinotti? Oh, I saw his.
Well, the breaking news is that Jimmy Garoppolo actually starts if he plays with the Raiders
Oh, wow.
against Denver this year.
Wow, that's pretty funny. That is pretty. In Denver?
Yes.
Oh, my
At least
God.
gets that snow game out of the way. No snow this year. That's good.
Gosh. Bad weather games
I
for the
didn't even
Raiders?
think of Jimmy in Kansas City,
Oh, my gosh.
where he can barely grip the ball, and it's the middle of like November or December.
Josh Jacobs season. He's not even going to be on the team. Who knows? He's holding out.
For a Chicago guy, my favorite is when Cowherd will always go, Jimmy outplayed Aaron Rodgers in the NFC playoffs. And I'm like, no, he didn't.
Well, I want to get to that coming up. Brought
No,
to
he
you by.
didn't.
I want to get to that.
Scored an offensive touchdown in that game.
I want to get to that sponsored by Freebot Bake, full service baking, no compromises, because I got a soundbite to play, and I want to react to that because I think people, when you talk about putting words in people's mouths, I think you're putting words in people's tweets.
What do you mean?
Oh, I'll explain on the other side.
Now I'm curious.
Stay tuned.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made...
him on Instagram saying that, or actually not saying anything. He was actually in Turks and Caicos having a good time. Gary Payton II. What up, Glove? Young Glove? Father was in the Bay Area, inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last week. So
where's Turks and Caicos? What'd you say?
Turks and Caicos is in the Atlantic Ocean, just off the coast. I want to say off the coast of South Carolina, North Carolina, a little out there, kind of by the Bermuda Triangle, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours away from there.
Yeah, I'm good off the Bermuda Triangle.
I heard it's pretty cool.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I heard I met two people from the Bermuda Triangle, believe it or not, in Lake Como, Italy last year. We had a cooking class in Lake Como. We did a pasta class, went to this lady's house in Italy, learned how to make pasta, roll the dough, and all that stuff. And the two people that joined us were from the Bermuda Triangle. And I was like, how is it living out there? They said, it's kind of tough. One part is good, one part is hood. And the way they get their food and everything like that, and you know, it was wild to hear from. I've never met anybody from Bermuda.
It's in the Caribbean,
Triangle.
yeah. So it's south of Miami. It's near Cuba. It's a little island over there, yeah.
No, Turks and Caicos?
Yep.
Is it that far down south? I thought it was in the Atlantic.
Yep. Down in the Caribbean.
I didn't know. That's why I was
Turks
asking.
and Caicos looks good, man.
Interesting.
White sand,
Also,
nice water.
My boy Della's trying to call me out right now, and I'm going to be honest here, straight up. I like fun games. And when we go up to the cabin, we play a lot of games. My wife invested in a lot of like board games and fun games for people to play. And I'm telling you right now, music quiz with couples, and you break them up, guys versus girls, or, split up the teams or whatever. And I'm telling you this right now, your family will be fighting over this game.
Well, what is he coming down
Well, he
your
just
road
thinks
for?
that I don't play the games and we don't do family games. And I'm like, dude, because he listens to the read every single time. And I'm like, I'm telling you right now, we play. And my wife is so competitive. She thinks I'm cheating at every single turn and blah, 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 blah. I'm telling you right now, I kick her butt every single time, no matter what the games are. And we play the music quiz. And it got me, actually, because of music quiz, I put in a 1960s playlist on an Apple. I came flying up to baseball practice, just bumping the Temptations. I mean, you want to talk about lacing these kids up with some good music. God, the 60s had great music.
No, it did have great music. Tell us, listen to the commercials, man. What a diehard. Commercials come on. I flip. Thank you, Delacella. We appreciate that.
No, don't say that.
We appreciate that. Listen
But
to
when that soda
commercials.
weight loss commercial comes on, man, I'm locked in.
Yeah, I am locked in on that. I am locked in on Insperity. And I'm locked in on the California Academy of Science because you got
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaur exhibit coming up, and it opened May 26th.
Benny's excited.
I'm actually going to the Academy of Sciences today with my brother and the boys.
There you go.
So
It's
I'm
a lot
pretty
of fun.
excited.
It is the dinosaur exhibit.
Yeah.
The Sauropus.
Nice.
Sauropus Summer. That's what it is.
Right. Well, I'm
a dinosaur.
familiar with the Sauropus. I know
Yeah, it's a
that
dinosaur.
Prehistoric Planet 2 just came out on Apple Plus. I'm gonna have to watch that. I'm a big dinosaur guy.
Yeah, no, I'm huge on that. So, Delacella, shout out to Delacella. Shout out to everybody out there on YouTube.
Shout out to both Delacellos.
Shout out. Well, I only know one.
Yeah. That Joe, he goes way back. He actually used to work at the other station, his brother.
Did he really?
Yeah, he was behind the scenes.
Wow. Danker said he played ball with Della since 4th grade. He's competitive.
Oh.
He gets after it. My uncle traveled through the Bermuda Triangle. I'm telling you, man, it was weird. I was like, wait a minute. There's actually people who live on the Bermuda Triangle. Like, growing up, I always thought it was a myth.
Me too.
I kind of want to visit. I heard it's not a bad place. They're big into yachting on that island, if I'm not mistaken.
Are they big into the 4th hour of the show? Because I consider that the Bermuda Triangle of this station.
They may be.
It's where good
They may
content
be.
goes to vanish.
Well, no, you got to stay locked in, baby. You got to stay locked in. I thought we had a good 4th hour yesterday. I think we did. I don't remember. So this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. So we're talking about quarterbacks and why I said I ride for Trey, because everybody's down on the guy. Selling his jerseys 50% off. Everybody's saying that he's a bust after just 4 games. The guy threw 31 passes last year in less than 5 quarters of football. Now, let's be real. Against Seattle, they went right down the field. They kicked a field goal. They were going right down the field again right before he got hurt. It could have been up 10-0, scoring on the first 2 possessions there. You look at the Texans game, which you need it because that was a playoff game, whether you like it or not. And the pressure of coming in and replacing Jimmy Garoppolo, knowing that, boy, if we lose, 1, the fan base is going to say I'm not ready. Well, they're saying that already anyway. But 2, we lose, We don't have a chance to go to the playoffs for the second time in 5 seasons. That's back in 2022. Well, what does Trey Lance do? Or excuse me, 2021. What does Trey Lance do? He helps the Niners score on 5 of their last 7 possessions of that football game to get to L.A. to have a chance to get to the playoffs. But we just dismissed that. And we look at the monsoon game in which he started off great, right? Throwing the pass to Ayuk, Debo fumbles, he gets sacked on the next possession. Yeah, I get it. He missed Tyler Kroft, but I always wondered, what if that was George Kittle running under that pass? What if it was? They lose, whatever. Trey Lance, he struggled. But let's not act like we didn't see Jimmy Garoppolo struggle in season openers. But this caught my eye, or it caught my ears. Driving to go pick up baby Ches. I walked the lake yesterday with my guy front office. What up, Igor? Walked the lake yesterday. Nice little walk, chatted. It's my buddy from 9th grade. And I happened to turn on the radio when I got in the car, and I heard this from Mark Willard. And it sounded like he had so much disgust in his voice. Just listen to this clip.
Okay.
If Bonte were in here, I guess I'd ask this. Like, beyond what do you mean? Like, I'm still riding with this guy? Like, if your reason for wanting to start Trey Lance is something football related, I'd love to hear it. I guess that would be my question. What's the football related reason? I don't want to hear about draft. I don't want to hear about expectation. I don't want to hear about money. I don't want to hear about height. I don't want to hear about speed, politics, draft capital. None of that. What's your football reason?
So the way he said, Mark Willard, what do you mean you ride with Trey? What do you mean? It was like my father or something scolded me. What are you doing riding with Trey Lance? Are you sick? What is your problem? Well, I'm riding with Trey because I still think there's something there, number one. In terms of football relation on why I believe Trey can be a good quarterback, because he does have all the attributes to be a good quarterback in a quarterback user system, which I want to see him used as. Now, did I say he was going to start week 1? Absolutely not. If Brock Purdy's healthy, I get he's going to be the starter. But I still have hope, and I still have trepidation that Brock Purdy's even going to be ready for week 1 or week 2 or week 3. We shall see. But in terms of Sam Darnold, like we're already elevating Sam Darnold above Trey Lance, like we don't have all the data on him. I'd rather wait and see on him and say, Trey, here's another shot. And I get it. It's not a charity. You got to go win football games. He's got to go out there and take the spot. He's got to go out there and earn it. And he's got the new motion and all that stuff. He's got weapons. He's get to play with Christian McCaffrey. We just forget. We forget as a fan base and as a media group here in the Bay Area. How many games did he play with George Kittle in his career in those 4 games?
I don't think any of them.
1 time.
Oh, okay.
He played with George Kittle 1 time.
Okay.
Against the Houston Texans in a game that they won going away. Didn't play with George Kittle against Arizona when they lost by a touchdown in his first ever start.
Okay.
When he ran the ball 16 times, right? Didn't play with George Kittle out in Chicago. Debo Samuel's out of shape.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm riding with Trey Lance because I still believe there's something there while everybody's kicking him down and just elevating Sam Darnold. I'm saying, you know what? I'm going to ride with Trey. I think Trey's better than him, and he's got better prospects. And on the football field, I've seen more from – you can make the argument that you've seen more from Trey Lance in 4 games than you've seen from Sam Darnold in 5 years. I can make that argument.
Okay. I would just say, what are the football reasons? Well, the football reasons are very simple to me. Like, why would keep? It's not even ride with whatever.
Right.
Just, I want a team that's deep. Number one, because this position under my tenure, if I'm Shanahan, is been spotty in terms of the health. I've had a tough time. Either the guys are injury prone or they're randomly getting injured, and we're stuck at the end of the year with a guy with bandages all over him or a 4/5 stringer, right? So that's why I would keep a guy number 1. So I live by the Bill Walsh theory, and I always will go by the Bill Walsh theory. I'd have as many quarterbacks on the roster at all times because you never know. Heck, people forget. When the Chiefs went on to win a game a couple years ago, Chad Henne had to come in and finish the game because Mahomes got knocked out. I think history's forgotten that, but remember Chad Henne, and I don't even think that highly of Chad Henne. So you got to have some depth at some level, right? I also go by this one. Why are we ready to throw someone away who's under team control? I know he makes a little more this year than you would like.
$10 million.
Yeah, believe me, I get it. And I'm not saying I would even exercise his fifth-year option after this year. Like, let's see what happens. This whole pay everyone. No. Let's see what happens. I want to read you a guy who I believe, and again, times are different. He went to one of the worst teams, but he had a lot of playing time before that in the USFL. I want to go to Steve Young, one of my favorite players of all time. Okay? He started his career 3-16.
Yep.
He started his career with 11 touchdowns, 21 interceptions, and 1 million fumbles.
With the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He was a 52% completion percentage guy. Okay? Now, I know it's the 80s. It's one of the worst teams ever in Tampa Bay, but the point still remains. And he had a long way to go in terms of his development. He really only had like a year and a half as a starter at BYU because there were some great guys in front of him. He was a guy who went from running back to quarterback. It took a while. But I look at someone like him and I go, Steve Young, those are the kind of guys that when you have the kind of skill sets, I'm not saying you'll become him, but you got to be patient.
Yep.
And even if you have to develop him on the practice squad as time goes on, what's the hurt?
Right.
How does it hold your team back?
No doubt.
You're already locked in paying him this year because of the dead money.
Right.
How does it help you for this year to move off that guy?
No.
Now, I still have Brock. He could be my number one. Let's see where the health goes. I still have Sam Darnold. Let's see if they can build him up into something.
But
why are we in a rush to bury someone?
But I'm trying to find in my tweet where I said Trey Lance is going to start over Brock Purdy and he should start over Brock Purdy. I never said that. I said I'm right with Trey Lance strictly due to everybody kicking him down, saying that, oh, he's a bust, he's not good. We've seen enough already from him. We've already made the determination that he can't play NFL quarterback.
Did we do the same thing about Jimmy Ward?
No. Oh, yeah, we did.
How about Eric Armstead?
We did that a lot.
So two guys on this team, and Jimmy's moved on, who, I don't really know what position they play. I don't know. I don't know if they can stay healthy. I don't know. Like, they don't have that dog in them. They look like busts. And I was wrong on both of those players.
And they stuck it out.
Can we be a little more patient before we throw guys away?
But it feels like we're selective in our patience. How patient were we with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Oh,
we're forced to be patient with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't think people realize how ugly it looked in those couple games.
The first three games, the Detroit game, he got bailed out by the pick six. It was a terrible defensive holding call.
Chiefs game?
He was off. They were down 35-7.
Patrick Mahomes on that field that day, because that was the year he had the MVP. That was just like second
start or third start.
Yeah, he looked like I was watching God versus.
Dude,
I don't even
know.
know.
And they were roasting Richard Sherman in that game at Arrowhead Stadium. We watched that game right here, 10 in the morning. It was awful. Jimmy Garoppolo looked awful in 4 of his 5 openers for the 40. Threw 3 picks against the Minnesota Vikings. Got yelled at by Shanahan against Tampa Bay. My boy Jason from TNT was at the game saying, yo, Jimmy stinks. Get this guy out of the game. I'm ready to see Mullins. I'm like, whoa, calm down here. Let's not go to Nick Mullins. But Jimmy got better. We stayed patient with Jimmy Garoppolo. Shanahan did, and they rode it out to the Super Bowl in which they lost. Because Shanahan didn't have patience with his play calling. We'll argue about
back
that.
To your tweet.
But back to the tweet. Trey Lance. 4 games. And we know how the Chicago game looked. Context matters. What did everybody say? Boy, it was impossible to throw the football once you got behind in the fourth quarter. I was there. You watched it on television. You couldn't even see the yard markers.
But when you say, like your tweet says riding with him, so I'm left to interpret. So let me ask you this. When you say riding with him, does that mean to you, the way you put it out there, he's my number one guy? Or is it, I'm just not ready to move off him?
That's exactly what it meant.
Okay.
Because I understand Brock Purdy's the guy.
But that's reasonable.
That's reasonable, right?
To say that I'm not. Keep going.
I don't believe Brock Purdy's going to be ready by week 1. I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, that's a whole separate conversation.
That's an entirely separate conversation. We'll talk to David Lombardi today at 8:30 about that. Because there's a lot of talk about him dinking and dunking, which I don't want to get into. But
here's what I don't understand. Like, and I would say this to Mark, too, because he's so quick to write off the young players. And I would just ask him, like, bro, we're the same fan base that made 7,000 excuses for Alex Smith?
Right.
We're the same fan base that makes excuse after excuse for Jimmy Garoppolo, who's constantly injured?
But listen to the way he said, Bonte's riding with Trey. Just listen to this.
If Bonte were in here, I guess I'd ask this. Like, beyond what do you mean, like, I'm still riding with this guy? Like, if your reason for wanting to start Trey Lance is something football related, I'd love to hear it.
So the way he said, right, like he was like disgusted. Now, first of all, I'm glad I could provide some content to the afternoon
No,
show.
this is fun banter.
Yeah, no, it's good banter.
I think
It's good
everything's all in
banter.
fun.
No doubt.
Everybody loves each
No-
other.
no
No,
doubt.
this isn't some
Well,
beef or anything.
I wouldn't say everybody loves each other, but it's not a beef.
I love
It's not
you
a
and I
beef.
love him.
It's not a beef. But context matters. So I was listening to them. They were like, he was 15-31 last year. Well, he was 2-3 in the Seattle game. Got the Niners in the red zone twice. And in Chicago, we know what the conditions, and it got ugly in the fourth quarter. Ugly. We were all at that. Hell, he was at that football game. He was at that game when the Niners were up 10-0. When we pointed back to that game and we talked about it that week, what were we discussing? Dre Greenlaw lost control. Who blew the coverage? Was it who blew the coverage there on Dante Pettis? Was it
Gibson?
Was it Tashawn Gibson?
I might have known it was Hufanga.
Was it
who came
Hufanga?
flying up? I think it was Hufanga. Who
He
had
blew the
actually a good game.
coverage. Justin Fields, one of the few throws he made in that game, hits St. Brown in the back of the end zone, busted coverage. Not stopping the run there late in the fourth quarter. We came out of that game saying the defense let the Niners down. By the way, Deebo Samuel fumbling on the first drive when you're rolling there to go up 7-0, completely flips that football game. Now we just don't have enough. We don't have enough evidence to say that Trey Lance is a bust. And that's why I see too much. And Sam Darnold, you want to talk about patience? Sam Darnold's been in this league for 5 years. We've had 5 years of data. Now, does Sam Darnold get an excuse? Hold on.
Yes, he does.
Sam Darnold gets an excuse that he doesn't have a lot of weapons around him.
Yes.
Why doesn't Trey Lance get the excuse that George Kittle hasn't played in 3 to 4 games he started?
Because people would say that they have better weapons outside of, George Kittle around those guys, and we can argue till we're blue in the face on that. Like, Darnold did have McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And didn't do anything with him, right? So, I don't know. Like, I hear everything you're saying, and I think I see both sides of the equation, but I guess when you're asking, like, what does the guy do on a football field, from what you've seen thus far, and I know there's been some spotty, whether it's decision-making, accuracy, like we can pick apart a lot of guys' game. What does he do well on the football field right now?
Trey Lance?
Yeah.
Trey Lance. I think can be a bit more accurate. He needs to improve his accuracy, but I think his arm making all the throws on the football field. Do we ever dismiss him making any throw on the football field?
No, he's hit some layered throws.
Layer throws.
Yeah, I think
Layer
the
throws in the pocket.
the shorter stuff is where I think people are, and I've noticed, and again, it's practices, but I've noticed that he's taken a little off, and he's still got decent velocity, but he's taken a little off, and Ayuk referenced it's a much more catchable ball this year.
Exactly.
And I think that matters, because the one area that you have to be accurate in this system is on the Dinkin and Duncan.
No doubt.
I think that's an area that he really needs to grow.
I think another aspect of his game that I'm really impressed with was he's not afraid to sit in the pocket. He's not quick to jolt out of the pocket. He'll step up in the pocket and still make a throw.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people had this notion that he was a runner coming out. Oh, man, this guy's going to run like Lamar Jackson. Well, we noticed early on, this guy likes to stay in the pocket and sling it.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And he can sling it with the best of them. So I do think he needs to work on the Deacon and Duncan. But hitting throws in the pocket, the throw to Juwan Jennings down the left sideline over the top, I think he throws it over the top very, very well. Hitting drag routes, crossing routes. I think he does that very well, hitting receivers in his stride.
What we don't know is he getting the plays right in the huddle, which is something a lot of young quarterbacks try. I don't know. I don't know.
I've never heard anything
No,
that he
I haven't
wasn't.
either. I'm just saying. Like, these are things that we don't know. What's his demeanor like on a good play, on a bad play? What is his leadership inside that huddle? Do his guys respect him and his work ethic? Again, we don't know any of those things. But I'm not questioning them. But I'm saying I see people question those things, and I kind of find it unfair.
But why are we?
Who, me?
I guess my issue as a fan base and as media, 4 games. Is 4 games enough to make a determination on somebody?
Well, here's what I would say to you. I've got way more evidence that Javon Kinlaw isn't that great.
Right.
As opposed to Trey Lance.
We just haven't
And
seen
I don't
it
see
yet.
any narrative around Javon Kinlaw as aggressive, because it's a D tackle versus a quarterback, as aggressive as that. Solomon Thomas, we were much more graceful with in terms of discussing his play. Solomon Thomas, he's not very good. I mean, he's just love the guy. Everybody likes the guy. He's just not very good. I mean, he's just not, Bonte.
So I would love to see this.
And the Solomon Thomas thing, real quick on that,
Yeah.
they've had to overpay at every turn to overcompensate for the miss of Solomon Thomas from the get-go.
No doubt.
They thought he was a DN, but really he was a D tackle. So they've thrown money at D4, which they did prior, but threw money at what's his face, Javon Kinlaw in terms of draft capital. They've now paid for Hargraves. Like, they've thrown a lot at that position to overcompensate for the two misses in Solomon Thomas and in Javon Kinlaw, which I don't think a lot of people want to discuss because it's not as sexy as a quarterback.
No doubt. Next Gen Stats had a tweet yesterday. Niners were able to transition from Jimmy G to Brock Purdy in part because the offense creates easy throwing windows. No quarterback had a higher expected completion percentage than Jimmy Garoppolo, 69%, or Brock Purdy, 69% in the regular season, minimum of 150 pass attempts. And we're talking about easy throws, and I don't think there's a such thing as an easy throw in the NFL. It's hard throwing with all that speed, all these guys coming at you. You got to make plays.
Every throw's hard.
You got to make plays. My whole thing is 4 games is enough to determine whether or not Trey Lance is a bust. 4 games? 4 games. When we saw, we just throw away, we throw away the Houston game. It's nothing. A playoff game, got to have it. Did Trey Lance not make major league throws in that football game? Not getting through the pick, trying to force it into George Kittle, and he missed deep ball wide open. But we haven't seen enough of Trey to say, hey, this guy's a bust. And I think the Niners owe it to him. Speaking of which, Ryan Leaf said this.
I want to get into that.
Ryan Leaf said this on Willard and Dibs the other day about what the Niners need to do to see from Trey Lance.
You kind of stumbled into Joe Montana with Brock Purdy, then that's the decision you make. If that's the case, I would have assumed that they would have traded Trey Lance this offseason. They would have done something. Maybe because of the injury to Brock Purdy, they wanted to cover their bases. I just thought that simply because of everything that they invested, the draft capital, all of it, what Kyle Shanahan said last year going into the season with Trey Lance and how he was going to fit in this offense, that if all things being equal, you have to find that out. I mean, you have to. Now, could it be at a deficit to the team? I don't think so. I think the team can overcome all that, and ultimately you'll figure out who your starting quarterback is. But I do. I think that Trey Lance has to be the answer going into this season, and you better get your answer. And if you don't, then I don't know what this has all been about.
So, Brock Purdy, 8 games, he looked really, really good. But is he the guy? Are we bought in that he's the guy for this team coming off an elbow injury?
Based off that who was that was
Ryan Leaf. That's Ryan Leaf. Who knows a thing or two about NFL football and didn't have a great career, to say the least.
Well, I mean, he's got perspective. But I would say that you were talking about owing, and they owe it to themselves to try to win a Super Bowl. So that's what they owe. They owe it to themselves.
I don't think I said anything about owing Trey Lance.
No. But I'm saying, he was talking about, you got to see, well, what's all this for? All this is to win a Super Bowl. That's what everything is. And so you play the best man and the guys who think that they can help you win a Super Bowl, whether that be Brock Purdy, whether he can get healthy and do that. And I have questions on that, which we can knock around, whether that's Sam Darnold, whether that's Trey Lance. That is going to be the number one thing for Shanahan, because where they're at in their life cycle, to me, this feels like their last great chance to win a Super Bowl based on ages and contracts and things that are coming down the pipeline. And if Brock Purdy is what everyone wants him to be and could be and should be, you're going to have to pay him at some point.
No doubt.
And that's going to affect the rest of the roster.
I'll say this right now. Does Brock Purdy give the Niners a better chance to win the Super Bowl than Trey Lance? Right now, he does. Brock Purdy gives the Niners a better chance to win the Super Bowl. But miss me with the Sam Darnold stuff. And that's where my riding with Trey really came from.
Gotcha.
It's too much Sam Darnold rhetoric.
Gotcha.
Way too much on Sam Darnold. We just forgot how bad he was so far in his NFL career. And Matt Burrows came on last week and said he was indecisive in 7-on-7. Sam Darnold, we're really going that route? All right, we're going to break here, and we're going to continue to talk about 49er quarterbacks. David Lombardi, 8:30. Dalton Johnson, 9:20, to talk about some Golden State Warriors basketball and what's next for them. Monty Williams, of course, signed a 6-year, $78.5 million deal yesterday with the Detroit Pistons. What does that mean for Steve Kerr? We'll get into that a little bit later, but right now we're rolling on Trey. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Valley Transportation Authority. If you're looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth, you can earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting. Apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA Bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA Bus to 333-161 to apply.
Why do we knock on doors like this?
Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free in the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts, all available. Completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. And you can follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Don't forget about YouTube. Catch us out there. Shout out to YouTube right now. Comcast Business Text Line. And, of course, Twitch. David Lombardi, 8:30. Of course, from The Athletic, covers the 49ers. We'll get the vibe of OTAs, who looks good, who doesn't. We'll get in the quarterback talk with him. Dalton Johnson, 9:20, to talk about the Golden State Warriors here on the Morning Roast. I want to play this, Shasky, before we get into the segment. Ryan Leaf the other day with Willard the Dibs on if Lance fails, who does that fall on?
If ownership and John Lynch decide to move off that spot this year, people are going to look at Trey Lance and use the word bust. Look at John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and go, you guys didn't do your job. You guys didn't do your job and scout him right. If it doesn't work out, and if Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and ownership have to get rid of him after 4 starts, they're the ones that are going to have to wear that. That's who should be wearing the ownership of John Lynch is a bust GM. Kyle Shanahan is a bust head coach. They could not figure this out. They did all of those things. And so maybe I'm just too close to it because of that ownership of mine. But I do think that has to play into this, and he shouldn't have to take the brunt of it because he never got a chance to do it.
What do you think about that?
I just think we throw the bust word around way too, I struggle with that one. Like the bust word, right? To me, a bust is somebody who, literally cannot play in the NFL, can't function at all, and by year 3 or whatever is out of the league.
Right.
Right? I don't know, man. Is Sam Darnold the bust?
Hasn't played well.
I don't even think he's a bust. I just think he's not very good.
Yeah, he hasn't played well.
A bust to me means you also proactively tried to sabotage yourself. Meaning not only did you see the way I view, and maybe I view it differently. Not only did you miss on the physical evaluation of can you play the game, you also missed on the emotional or the mental part of it as well. Right? So Aldon Smith, say what you want. Physically he could play. Look, bro, for fair or not, you failed him on the infrastructure, and you failed scouting the dude. You missed on that. And you can say whatever you want.
But I wouldn't call him a bust because in 4 or 5
years, he was unbelievable.
He's done more than a lot of players we've seen. He did a lot more to Solomon Thomas. Solomon Thomas is a bust, and they were both top 10 picks.
He also self-sabotaged his own career. But he's an extreme case because of how great he was.
Right. His problems, though, weren't on the field. He produced on the field.
But part of drafting a guy is making sure he can get on the field.
But performance-based.
No, that I agree with.
He was a baller.
That I agree with.
Performance-based, Solomon Thomas was not. Reuben Foster was not.
Well, Reuben Foster's a great example of another one. Failed the physical. The Niners approved him. They drafted him. Yep. Had unbelievable character issues that people were saying were red flags. They whiffed on that. So not only did they miss on the physical evaluation, right? And he was okay. I don't even know. I thought he was going to be better in the NFL.
Right.
Maybe I missed too. But they also missed on the person evaluation.
Right. They missed on that. I don't think the person, Trey Lance, is a bust.
No, that's where I'm going.
Kid. He seems like a great kid. But when we want to talk about bust, I look at Blaine Gabbert still holding the clipboard in the league. To me, he's a bust. He's picked in the top 5. Top 5. Over Cam. People were saying, oh, man, he's going to be better than Cam Newton. Blah, 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 blah. It's all good.
And he was another guy. He wasn't even good at Missouri.
He wasn't. But yet he still gets a hold of clipboard.
But because it was Division I, everybody elevated. It's dude, Missouri was garbage.
Well, he's a good locker room guy, so he could stick on the football team. Really? That's what we're doing now? We're giving Quiet Boys a shot? But Ryan Leaf says something at the beginning. Yeah, I thought you were going to go with this one.
Well, no, and Johnny Manziel from 408. That's a bust.
No doubt that's
right?
a bust.
He can't play at the big league level, and he can't get along with anyone.
But I was going to go with this
What's
clip.
that?
He started at the beginning saying, why is it an indictment on Trey if it doesn't work out? Why aren't we looking at Shanahan and Lynch?
It's on everyone.
Because Shanahan and Lynch drafted him. They traded draft capital. And I don't care who they wanted. You can make the argument that they really wanted Matt Jones, but you took Trey Lance.
Well, that's on them.
And if we're keeping it a buck, the jury's out on Brock Purdy. Here's where I'm going with this. What quarterback has gotten better under Kyle Shanahan? Did Jimmy Garoppolo get better or worse under Kyle Shanahan? Did Nick Mullins get worse?
You could probably make an argument he was playing his best football this last year. Even then, it wasn't spectacular. But he also had the best roster around him at any point in his sin. But like he gets credit for that. So I could make an argument this actual year where Jimmy barely worked with Kyle in the offseason.
Exactly.
And barely practiced with him leading up to it. Might have been their best work.
Right. But for the most part, he did not get better under Kyle Shanahan.
Look,
correct?
No doubt.
Nick Mullins, did he get better under Kyle Shanahan?
I mean, he had moments, but no.
Did C.J. Beathard get better under Kyle Shanahan?
No.
So
Who's still in the league?
We'll find out if Brock Purdy gets better under Kyle Shanahan. But what Ryan Leaf said at the beginning of that clip, this is also on Lynch and Shanahan if it doesn't work out. You drafted him knowing he was a project. You failed him. You brought in Brian Griese, a different type of quarterback than Trey Lance that we all thought he was. You brought in Brian Griese. You got rid of Rich Scangarello, who wouldn't even work out with him and ripped him on the way out. That's an indictment on this team,
who also is
on this organization.
Rick Scangarello, by the way, is also getting destroyed by actual NFL and college evaluators for how he handled the quarterback at Kentucky. They said it was one of the worst offenses they've ever seen in their life.
Oh, they said Will Levis got worse.
Yes.
He's the reason why Will Levis dropped in the draft, which is unbelievable. But Trey Lance, if he doesn't work out with the 49ers, they have to overcome this. This is a big swing and a miss if it doesn't work out. It would behoove the Niners to have Trey Lance work out. It would. Wouldn't you wanted to after giving up all that draft capital to Miami? Well, this is something that could set you back because, again, we don't know about Brock Purdy's elbow moving forward.
Agreed. But there's two paths this can go for them to be successful. And I'm talking about for them to evade criticism. The first path, Brock Purdy does, or Sam Darnold becomes that guy, they win a Super Bowl. You do that, you spray the deodorant all over whatever the funk is of missing on Trey Lance, and it's meaningless. No one will think twice about it. No one will think twice about it. Heck, to this day, there are Giants fans who are like, oh, Zito contract was worth it. And talking about just 2010, forget 2012. 2010, oh, it was worth it. They won it all. It's like, Zito was horrific. He was a net negative, and anchored you down and had a chance to win and clinch the playoffs on that Saturday before the final game of the year. But no, it was garbage. That was a terrible signing, okay? But there are people that'll say, it didn't matter. They still won the championship. So that's the one side. The other side is Trey does blossom and develop into the guy that they want him to. It feels like anything in the middle, they're going to get crushed. And I kind of see it. Here's the thing, too, like, I actually... Again, even if they swing and miss on Trey Lance, this is my particular opinion. People can be angry. Mac Jones ain't it either. To me, at least at that spot, trading what you traded to go up to 3. Mac Jones ain't it either.
You don't move up for Mac Jones.
And you know what? Like, honestly, I don't even think it's the most egregious mistake because at least you swung big on a quarterback at the most important position. To me, you know what the most egregious mistake you've made is? Doubling down on a defensive tackle who's a 2-down lineman with a bum knee. That's a bad pick. That's bad value. You want to talk about bad value?
No.
Taking when you rotate defensive linemen like I'm chewing gum, and you take a guy who failed the physical, has the bum knee, and he's only a 2-down lineman.
That's
at 13?
That's a bad pick.
That, to me, is the more egregious pick than swinging big on a quarterback and missing.
But it's also...
To me.
Well, to you... I don't agree with that, but I think it's an egregious pick in terms of Javon Kinlaw because you traded DeForest Buckner to just draft another D tackle.
You know what? That's the other part that I forgot.
You didn't want to pay a guy who was already established.
Yes.
I'd rather pay an established guy in DeForest Buckner and keep him, who's a great locker room guy. You want to talk about off and on the field? We always talk about how do you represent the franchise off the field? Well, Buckner represented the franchise very well off the field, so you don't re-sign him. Instead, you're saying, you know what? Year left on the deal. I'm going to just trade you now because we're far apart on the money. I ride it out with DeForest Buckner. That, to me, compounded the mistake of doubling down. Because then, all of a sudden, the Niners, what they did, not even thinking about it. You take Javon Kinlaw and you give him number 99, and all of a sudden, like, the fan base loves DeForest Buckner. So already Javon Kinlaw's fighting an uphill battle. Already. He comes into the organization, damn, I'm wearing number 99. I'm replacing a captain on his football team, the Len Eschmont Award winner. And I got to live up to what Buckner did over the last 5 years. Oh, boy. I'm done.
Well,
and now look at Kinlaw. He's an afterthought.
Well, and let's play it forward just a little. 3 years ago, you took Kinlaw, you traded away DeForest Buckner, and you know what you just spent this offseason? 3 years and $39 million to replace
Javon Hargrave,
DeForest Buckner, right? So it's not just the move; it's the combination of moves that you do around that, right? Like that's the way I view it. Part of what makes Fred Warner so amazing is the backstory of. Well, you spent a ton on Quan Alexander because you missed on Malcolm Smith and you paid him a ton of money and you missed on Reuben Foster. But no one remembers that. You know why? Because you hit a grand slam with Fred Warner. Yep. So you either have to hit a grand slam with Brock Purdy, which
for 8 games last year, for 8 games you stumbled into Brock Purdy.
Like you have.
And the Niners get credit. The guy was the last pick of the draft. So every team passed up on Brock Purdy at least 7 times.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
The Niners included.
And the Niners included.
6.
And they got him, and they were ready to risk him just becoming a free agent.
Well, can I also bring this aspect up? Like, as we're just talking about misses and everything, Mike McGlinchey stunk. All these people carrying water for the last 4 years on Mike McGlinchey. You took him 10th overall with other needs and other players on the board and moved off of Trent Brown, which I know Trent Brown's not the greatest vehicle of this. Belichick made it work with Trent Brown. Now it was only a year or whatever. I think, did the Raiders pay him big money?
Yeah, they would pay him. But Trent Brown won a Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying. Trent Brown was really good. You moved off of a solid player that you didn't want to give a 5th-year option to. You took Mike McGlinchey when Derwin James was on the board, and Mike McGlinchey was and he was hurt.
Yep.
So, like, Trey Lance being good, bad, bust, this, that, the other, it's not the only position where they've had to double and triple down because they've missed.
No doubt. But now they've overcome a lot of these mistakes, right? At some point, it catches up to you.
Yes.
At some point, it's going to catch up. And you said this in the last segment, and I kind of believe this as well.
What's that?
This feels like the last ride with this current core.
Absolutely.
I don't know if Debo's going to be back 2 years from now. I don't know if Ayuk's going to be here. Are they going to pay Brendan Ayuk? George Kittle, they just took 2 tight ends in the NFL draft.
What about Trent Williams? Is he going to retire?
Could be his last year. So with this core group, all these misses at some point catch up to you. And if Trey Lance doesn't work out, I do believe that could catch up to you. Now, it's a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy.
Yes.
Because then all of a sudden you got to pivot and pay him. Is he going to be healthy for the duration of his career? He's got a small frame. Defense is starting to catch up to him at some point. Now, we'll talk to David Lombardi about it. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are very high on Brock Purdy. He's the quarterback one for now.
And rightfully so.
He's the quarterback one for now.
Yeah, he is.
But if he's not QB1 week 1, what about Trey? What about Trey? Are we ready to give the keys to Sam Darnold after 5 year data of him seeing ghost?
You know what I would love to do?
What's that?
Is actually have a legitimate quarterback controversy where 2 guys are playing well. I know a lot of people don't, and they think that that's unnecessary and whatever. Like, don't you want the Niners to be in a position of power and having multiple quarterbacks who people can make an argument for back and forth? Like, would I rather have one superstar in Patrick Mahomes? Of course. But they don't have that right now. Now, maybe Brock's that dude. Who knows? Maybe it's Sam Darnold. Maybe it's Trey Lance. Let's let it play out. But have a position of strength when it's been such a position of strength.
Is this a position of strength with how? Think about this. A lot of people believe Trey Lance is bust, and it sounds like Mark Willard doesn't believe in Trey Lance at all. With the way he kind of looked at my tweet and kind of scoffed at it, and I love Mark Willard. But if Trey Lance is not any good, and Sam Darnold is who he is from the last 5 seasons coming out of USC, is quarterback a position of strength? You're going to have 3 quarterbacks with names. Like Trey Lance has a name now because he was a top 5 pick. Sam Darnold has a name because he was a top 5 pick. Brock Purdy was really good over the last 8 games last season and helping the Niners when they get to the NFC Championship game. But is quarterback a position of strength right now for the Niners?
Well, I think
there's a lot of unknowns at the position.
Like you talk, like my cousin's an Eagle fan, and he's like, "We'll see on Brock Purdy." Which I think is a fair point of view, right? Which is a fair point of view. You talk to, Rams fans, because I was talking to some of these Rams fans recently at one of these baseball tournaments, and they're like, we'll see. He had a nice run. Baker Mayfield had a nice run. We'll see. Kyler Murray had a nice run, and they have better pedigree than him, and we will see. So, I don't know. I think it was a great 8-game run. The tape is the tape. But we've seen guys have great moments or fall back down to earth. We've seen guys have good seasons, bad seasons. Yep. I mean, just this last year, after multiple MVPs, I saw Aaron Rodgers look very mortal.
Terrible.
Very mortal.
And you know what? He had weapons.
I mean, Tom Brady in the last year in New England looked very mortal.
Looked bad.
And then he goes to Tampa Bay and looked completely different. And those are the all-time legends.
Right.
Those are the all-time legends.
I'm sorry, 510. Positivity. I'm positive in Trey Lance, which is why I tweeted out I'm still riding with this guy. Because I have the mindset that it could still work out with him. I'm not as positive with Sam Darnold. I'm sorry. The film don't lie. Now let's see how he looks. A lot of people may say he looks better at OTAs. I don't really care about OTAs. I care about what happens in training camp.
Can we talk about practices?
It's shorts and jerseys.
Well, no, even if it's 11 on 11.
Shorts and jerseys.
I kind of want to have this conversation.
Spring football practice, trust me, man. You may be able to gain some momentum for yourself going into training camp, but until the pads come on, we don't really know.
Well, let's have a legitimate conversation about just practice in general in the NFL. As a fan, before I joined the media, I would listen to the radio, Bonte, and I would hear people come on and explain what's happening at practice. And I remember me, reading at the time, it was the Chronicle, and was it Kevin Lynch? Was it the Chronicle guy? Kevin Lynch, and it would be like, Alex Smith was 9 of 12 for a touchdown and an interception in, red zone opportunities or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God. And then it would be like, Tim Rattay was 15 of 21, and I would be like hanging on every single thing, right? And now that I've been to a bunch of these practices multiple years in a row, not that I'm an expert, I'm not pretending to be some expert, but now I have a lot more context and I understand things from a different perspective. Let's start here. Guys are coming on and off the field, whether it's 11 on 11s, whether it's drills, and things are happening so fast. There's like 6 or 7, if it's drills, 6 or 7 drills happening all at one time. So a handful of people might have one angle watching one drill, while another handful of people are in another corner watching another drill. Then they come together, and let's say they're doing 7 on 7s, or they're doing 11 on 11s. The media gets sometimes bunched up in one area, and because of the way that they protect practice, and I don't think you have a great angle 9 times out of 10. That's just me being honest. Like, the angles are tough. And so what I'm saying is that as he's writing, they're doing the best they can. I'm defending the beat writers here. Guys are coming in and out of these drills. They can't even take time to log it down because it's all happening in 15 seconds. And you see this pass, and you don't even get an opportunity to see, hey, did that guy step in front of it? Can I see the replay on that? Was he pressured? Did the guy run the right route? Did the coach tell him to even throw it to that guy? Are they trying to work on pushing it downfield? Are they working on checking it down? There's so many things happening so fast to live and die on every pass and what the stats are. It's a fool's errand. And I'm learning the hard way as I'm learning more about the industry, that when you go to practice, there's stuff you can learn, but there's also a lot that's really hard to digest.
Well, number one, you don't know what they're working on in the huddle. That's number one. You're not in the huddle. Media members aren't in the huddle. Fans aren't in the huddle. So you don't know what plays or who's the primary, who's the secondary read. You have no idea. You have no idea where the play is supposed to go. You could assume where the play is supposed to go, which is why I don't do the all-22 anymore, because you don't know what the primary receiver is doing. You don't know who the primary is. You can guess on that, whatnot, but you do not know. Now, I would say from my experience, because when you cover high school sports, and I covered high school sports for a few years, when you cover football, I have my legal pad, right?
Yeah.
And it's all about positioning.
Yes,
it's all about positioning.
Sam and I talked about this last year.
When you position yourself, what I do at practice, and I've been doing this for years, and I do it at games, I personally get behind the offense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting behind the offense, behind the quarterback. Now, you can see who's in and out, and you know who the first stringers are. So if you know who the first stringers are, you have a good idea of who's in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the receivers. Okay, number 17's in for 11, or number 17's in for Debo, number 19. Okay, that's easy to jot down. It's easy for me personally to memorize. So for number one, it's all about positioning. Now, in terms of drills, you have to pick a drill. You can't watch all the drills at one time.
That is so no, you're so right there. And what happens is the media goes to the blocking sled. I don't blame anyone for doing
No, you may have an assignment. The sports editor may say, from Bay Area News Group, hey, Cam Edmond, I want you to watch the DBs.
Yes.
So he's locked in on the DBs.
Exactly.
One day he may say, okay, I'm going to look at the offensive lineman. One day you're going to look at the defensive lineman. But about team drills for me personally, due to positioning, is easier to follow.
Yes.
It's easier to follow and jot down.
It's one rep at a time, usually one or two guys, maybe 3 guys.
You huddle
totally
up,
agree.
You huddle up, you get your notes down, and you got to Be a professional at that. Now, what you can't be doing on the sideline is gossiping and looking at other things or talking to fans. You got to be locked the hell in. And so I learned that at a high school level where fans, oh, man, I'd be locked in. So that's all that is. And no, I'm not hella salty that Trey's not the starter. Listen, Draymond Green has his name on YouTube. Draymond Green.
Wait.
Personally?
Draymond Green.
Yeah, just be Draymond Green. I don't get it.
Okay.
Weird username. Anyway, I don't care who starts for the 49ers. I want a Super Bowl.
Well, you walked into Philadelphia with Brock as a starter, ear-to-ear grin, ready to go at it and go to the Super Bowl. I don't think people understand that.
I flew down to Dallas to watch Jimmy Garoppolo almost throw up all over himself and scare the living daylights out of every Niner fan in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, at one point you were his biggest supporter.
At one point I was his biggest cheerleader, no doubt. I just won a Super Bowl, though.
That's all you
I don't care. If Sam Darnold became the guy who helped the Niners win a Super Bowl, I'm all for it.
If Josh Johnson won that game, Bonte would have had a 17 Josh Johnson jersey the very next week.
I don't know about that. I think you're pushing it too far. But all I'm saying is, why is the narrative and the goalpost changing for Trey Lance when we don't use the same data or the same criteria for Jimmy Garoppolo or Sam Darnold? Why is it moving for
Because he has much higher expectations. In the same way, Jimmy, when he signed the big contract, the expectations flipped completely for him because of draft status and the capital they used to get him and all of the hype and everything around him. Fair or not, the expectations are through the roof. And I think that it's going to be very difficult for him to ever exceed those expectations.
But Jimmy Garoppolo, you hear this about 2021. How did he lose his job? He took the Niners to the NFC Championship game against the LA Rams. Now, again, Trey Lance helped you win the Texan game just to have a shot at going to the playoffs. Jimmy Garoppolo at one point was down 17-0, and he gets credit for helping the Niners rally in that football game against LA and winning in overtime.
He was awesome in the second half, but he threw one of the worst red zone picks I've ever seen in my life, and Jalen Ramsey almost picked him off a second time.
Yeah, and should have picked him off a second time.
I mean, I love how we just forget seminal moments in games where Jalen Ramsey's literally like, he's throwing it at me, and he's like shaking his head. Jalen Ramsey was so sick.
Kyle Shanahan was scared to throw the football in the fourth quarter of that Dallas game. He was scared to empower a veteran quarterback in that Dallas game.
I told you.
In the fourth quarter.
That was when I saw Michelle's Uncle Danny, and he hates when I call him Uncle Danny, throw a hat in disgust like it was the 1940s. He goes, no, Jimmy, rips his hat off and fires it at my television. I didn't even know that was an expression of anger.
I looked up at the roof, and I said, God, please help me. I said, please just give me a
They
dub
should have
anyway.
won that game going away.
They should have won the game 38-17.
And we got one of the great all-time Dak slide moments ever.
So Jimmy Garoppolo does not play well in that fourth quarter. Shanahan is nervous as heck to throw the football with him. Now, contrast that to Brock Purdy last year in the playoff game.
Well, and then the Green Bay game,
against
too.
the Dallas game. And hold on, I get to the Green Bay game. But Brock Purdy, contrasted to Brock Purdy last year in the playoffs against the Dallas Cowboys in the final two possessions, or heck, on that final possession, he dialed up 2 pass plays for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
He would not do that with Jimmy Garoppolo at all.
No.
At all. Heck, in the Green Bay game, he ran the ball on 3rd and 7 with Deebo Samuel. In the Dallas game on 3rd and 13, he ran the ball with Deebo Samuel. Now, you can say his arm was hurt, whatever. You get on the football field.
No, I'm talking about Deebo's arm was gashed.
Oh, he was done.
Yeah, remember he had the big
he
gash.
had the gash in the Dallas game.
No, I know, but in the Green Bay game, his arm was like, literally the tape was falling off.
But that was Dallas game, too.
Yes, but I'm saying as he's coming off the field after he got that first down, literally blood is dripping all over and the white tape is ripped off. And God, what a game. That Green Bay game might be one of the greatest all-time games. They didn't even score an offensive touchdown, Bonte.
So that's why I don't want to hear it that Jimmy Garoppolo led them to an NFC Championship game.
The team won.
The team won. You scored no touchdowns, okay? You wouldn't even allow him. He threw one of the worst picks before halftime in that game. You're going down, and he throws a pick, trying to make something happen as a veteran quarterback that rookies make. So let's stop moving the goalposts when it comes to Trey Lance. We haven't seen enough from him yet. We don't know if he's good, bad, but I'm going to ride with him. He's a 49er, and I'm just not ready to just dismiss him and say he's a number 3 quarterback behind Sam Darnold after we have 5 years of tape on who Sam Darnold is.
Well, and after we had 8 years of yo-yoing Alex Smith. After we had how many years of watching Steve Young and Joe Montana go back and forth there, 87 and 88. Like, I'm not saying that either of these guys is Joe Montana or Steve Young. We're talking about the all-time greats. But I'm saying, like, we're patient in other positions. We're patient with other types of quarterbacks and everything. Let's let this thing play itself out.
We're not patient with this guy. Let's go to Danker in the city. Danker, what's happening?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I mean, are we really going to take the bust narrative from one of the biggest busts in NFL history? Like, people got to really look at things in reality. Like, let's look at things correctly. Trey had a beat-up running back core. The line was dysfunctional. I mean, he had Kittle for one game. He's playing underwater. And then Brock, even Jimmy, played better with CMC. Brock gets a CMC. The line's gelled. Like, and I really like Brock, too. I hope he plays great also. But Trey's deep ball, the one ball where Trey didn't even see Debo, but he saw the safeties out of position. He just let it loose, and Debo scored. Lance did that. And Lance is very smart. He's got a very high football IQ. And my bigger thing is, when it comes to like the bust narrative, we traded 3 essentially top second-round draft picks. We're going to the NFC Championship every year. It's kind of a joke the way they look at this team and don't realize we're just way ahead of schedule. And what does always come down to with Trey? Well, we just don't know because he hasn't played enough. Well, why didn't he play enough? Because we were in an uber-conservative offense, and he got hurt because our running back core was injured. And then we have potentially this year's NFL MVP in McCaffrey, and people think there's not going to be an effect from that. You just have to go back to Mike Shanahan in the Super Bowl where Terrell Davis was blind from a migraine, and he told him, just go out there because we need you because the offense works with you in there. It's the same thing, gentlemen. People got to understand, in the Shanahan offense, it starts with the run game, and it opens up everything else. It's a quarterback-friendly system, and when you have a playmaker like Lance on the play action, defenses will get just ran ragged.
No, that's a good call, Danker. See, Christian McCaffrey did flip everything, which is why running backs do matter. You need weapons out there. You want to flip fifth-round picks, and Elijah Mitchell's nice. He can't stay healthy. He hasn't stayed healthy. Ty Davis-Price, we have no idea about. Christian McCaffrey's a home run hitter. And when you brought that home run hitter in, all you got to do is go back and look at the Rams game. There's a play where Christian McCaffrey goes out to the flat. The linebacker, I think it wasn't Malcolm Smith. What was his name in L.A.? I forget his name. Last year, number 53. Sprints out to the flat to go guard Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle walks down the scene wide open. Wide open. And it was the Christian McCaffrey effect. The Christian McCaffrey effect unlocks this offense. So, yeah, to Daker's point, having a running back like that does help this offense, and it does carry it open things up.
Playmakers matter.
Which is why this next-gen stat is very fascinating to me. Average completion probability. Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy had a 69% completion probability because of all the easy throwing windows. Wide open. Now, there's probably 2 in the football.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of throws in there where it's like, oh, boy, that goal is wide open. But I don't want to take away from Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was really good.
And I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but it feels like we're like taking away from the ability of like actually hitting an open receiver because there is an art to that. I want to get back to the Brock thing because I do find it fascinating. I really like Brock. I think he was a stud. Like, there's no other way around it. A stud. Remember what the narrative was around Mac Jones about 3/4 of the way through his rookie year? Bill Simmons, who is like Mr. Die-Hard Boston, was like, I'm getting Tom Brady vibes from Mac Jones.
After 8 games. 9 games.
10
games.
So his rookie year, 10-7, and it finished not so great. 10-7. This is Mac Jones. 68% completion percentage, 22 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Really good. Really, really, really good. They go to the playoffs, and he's a big part of that. They got destroyed in that playoff game. He rolls it back the next year. Now, we can have an argument about Bill picking certain people to be his coordinators.
Joe Judge and Matt Patricia was his coordinators on offense, and I knew he was doing from the start.
Agreed.
He was doing. Now he has Bill O'Brien back, right?
Yes.
As the OC?
Yes.
I think Mac Jones can bounce back. I actually think Mac Jones could be good.
Okay.
I think he could be good.
Look at his sophomore slump. No. I'm willing to hold out that same reservation, but Bonte, we kind of crowned Mac a little early, and it started to turn as the league got more evidence on him and the final couple of weeks, and maybe he hit a rookie wall. Look, I don't think their weapons are good. I don't think the coaching is good.
I think that's what it is.
But let's be honest here. Bailey Zappi looked very comparable to him last year. Bailey Zappi's a nobody. Last year, Mac Jones, 6-8. Yep. That's his win-loss record. 14 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and a boatload of fumbles. Percentage down, yardage down, yards per attempt down.
And they had the Zappi kid, Bailey Zappi play, and he got yanked for him for a couple weeks.
Exactly.
So, you know, I think Mac Jones.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is that it's not about 8 games, everyone. We love what we saw from Brock. The great quarterbacks, Josh Allen, do it again. Joe Burrow, do it again. Right. Patrick Mahomes does it every single year. That's what separates our optimism from being an established stud. And I think that if Brock wants to be one of those dudes, he's got to put together a nice 15, 16-game season whenever he can come back, 13 games or whatever it is, and then let's see what happens after this year.
So I want to reemphasize what I've been saying all along the offseason. Number one, I don't care who plays quarterback. I just want a Super Bowl. This is the year I just want a Super Bowl. I want to see this core get a ring. All right, so that's number one. I don't give a damn who plays quarterback. It could be Sam Darnold. And if he helps the Niners win the Super Bowl, then so be it. We're going to Market Street. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to be celebrating something we haven't celebrated since 1994. So that's that. My pushback is we've seen a lot of Darnold. We haven't seen enough of Trey Lance. Who the hell to say? Who's to say that Sam Darnold's light years better than Trey Lance? I'd rather deal with the bumps and bruises of a Trey Lance and see what is in that than seeing what's in Sam Darnold. I already know what Darnold's about. He fumbles the ball in the pocket, bad decision-making, can become inaccurate.
Yeah.
Now, he does have a nice arm, and he can make plays. But I've seen the bad in Sam Darnold for a very long time.
What do you think? We're speculating. This is all reckless speculation. We're guessing. We're just talking. Two guys talking football. What do you think Shanahan thinks right now of Trey Lance? He's improved his mechanics.
I don't know.
You know, maybe he didn't think highly of him last year. I don't know. I'm literally guessing.
I have no idea. I'm not in Shanahan's mind.
You don't have any?
I don't know. How would I know? I don't know what's in Shanahan's mind.
Well, over the course of when it comes to him and his evaluations, doesn't it feel like he falls in love and then quickly gets frustrated?
I thought he hated Jimmy Garoppolo, yet he kept bringing him back.
Nick Mullins, I thought he fell in love with, and then he quickly was furious with him.
I don't know. C.J. Beathard, he quit on him quick. He was a third-round pick in his first ever draft that Shanahan orchestrated. I don't know.
Do you think by the middle of last year, when Jimmy was playing well, he fell back in love with Jimmy?
There was some pushback there.
I
think there was a disconnect. Jimmy was talking like, hey, man, I get the freestyle and I don't have to run the system. And Shanahan was like, oh, screw you, buddy.
That's true.
I think Shanahan was frustrated with Jimmy always putting himself in harm's way. But I don't know how Shanahan feels about Trey Lance. I really don't. I don't even want to assume it. I don't want to speculate it. I don't want to start a nasty rumor.
No. But here's what I would say is I get a little worried. I get a little worried that right now he's all in on Brock. And I'm very interested to see if he does love Brock that much, what's his relationship moving forward going to be like? Because my one area of frustration with Shanahan and Garoppolo, and it goes both ways. Both guys frustrated each other.
Yeah.
But I don't think Shanahan was that delicate with a guy that's supposed to be your franchise quarterback.
Yeah,
and his relationship with Jimmy, I just don't think he did him. Whether Jimmy read defenses right or not, there's a way to deal with someone who's your main dude, and I didn't think that he did the best in terms of relationship building, and I'd like to see him improve on that.
So 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Fellas, Lance, it's Wiseman vibes. We don't know what we have because we have not seen enough yet. That could be very, very true there. And also agree with 707. Matt Patricia, Joe Judge, call a plays. I want to see how Mac Jones looks this year. I knew he was doing from the start last year when you hired those guys to call plays. Let's go to Brendan real quick in Newark. Yeah. Brendan, what's happening?
What's up, guys? So I don't think that Shanahan dislikes Trey Lance. I think he sees him as a quality option at quarterback if he can stay healthy. And Sam Darnold was brought in not to be the franchise quarterback. Darnold is there to back up Brock, to back up Trey. I would say that Trey is cemented as number 2 because right now Shanahan likes what he sees in Brock Purdy.
Agreed.
He's got the decision-making. He can take the hits. The Eagles' injury is the fluke injury that no one expects and no one sees coming. But when I see Brock play, I see him push the ball down the field. I see him extend plays with his feet when he needs to, but not take the unnecessary hit.
He's very decisive.
Is one of Shanahan's things with Trey Lance. And even with Garoppolo, when Garoppolo hurt his knee staying in bounds when he very easily could have run out, 2 years ago, Brock isn't going to take those hits. And those late-round quarterbacks that go on to do great things, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, I'm not saying Brock is either one of those people, but you get success one of two ways. You find that diamond in the rough at 1, 2, or 3 that becomes your franchise quarterback, or you find the guy that no one was super high on that actually had all the skills the entire time, just didn't get the sample size in college to be the highlight reel guy when the draft.
Look, I'm gonna cut you off here because I think quarterbacks come in all shapes and sizes for the most part, and I think they come in all different rounds. There is no two ways of finding them. I could find Drew Brees in the second round and Russell Wilson in the third round and Tom Brady in the 6th or 7th round or Brock Purdy final pick. I could find Joe Burrow number 1 overall. They come from everywhere. They come from big schools. They come from small schools. They come, right-handed, left-handed. Like there is no template. That's why everyone keeps missing.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's got to be the right system, the right coach, the right personnel around you. You need everything to be perfect.
The right
you.
guy,
You gotta come into
the right
perfect
demeanor.
storm. Offensive line. That matters.
Weapons.
Offensive line matters. 925. Shanahan makes okay. Quarterbacks look good. He can hide their weaknesses with a strong run game. Systems can make a quarterback a la Draymond and Wiggins. I'll ask this question then. 888-957-9570 because we got some links down on Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy started to throw again. What's Brock Purdy's weaknesses? You had to pick a weakness of Brock Purdy.
I've got a very specific one, and I think you could find ways to mitigate it, but I'm interested to see how defenses adjust to it.
What's his weakness, Brock Purdy? If we're talking about Trey Lance's weaknesses, what's Brock Purdy's weakness? Hell, what's Sam Darnold's weakness? All that's coming up on the Morning Roast, but first let's get to the injury report.
Oh, hey there.
All right, quickly, Michael Conforto has a left heel injury. He was limping around in the clubhouse before the Giants' 9-4 loss to the Pirates yesterday as they lost 2-3 to Pittsburgh, and manager Gabe Kapler admitted that the injury was causing Conforto more problems than it was the previous night. He did undergo an MRI on the heel before yesterday's game, and a decision on whether or not he'll go on the IL will most likely be made once those results are available. The Giants do have an off day today before they play the Orioles for 3 over the weekend. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Help you get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Freeball Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. More for phone calls, 888-957-9570. What are the weaknesses of Brock Purdy? What are the weaknesses? And are the 49ers doing him a disservice by possibly rushing him back to action? We'll talk about that before David Lombardi at 8:30 here on The Roast. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, a fun Thursday. Feels like a Wednesday, but I forgot we had Monday off. But nevertheless, a great day in the Bay Area. Looks beautiful out there. Hopefully everybody's driving safe, getting off their graveyard shift. If you're getting ready for work or you're at work, what is happening? Be safe in traffic. Good morning to everybody out there. Students, everybody finishing up their finals. I know a lot of baseball leagues are ending now. Leagues ending. Shout out to Huddy, who had a great year. Matt Nahigan's son, our program director.
Did they lose last night?
They lost last night, unfortunately. But Huddy had a great year dealing. The guy has stuff, natural stuff as a pitcher. So I'm excited to see where he goes.
I invited him
game.
out to our practices. I'm hoping that he can come show up. I think it would be good for everybody. It'd be fun.
Yeah, it would be
Get
fun.
a little taste of the Marin County in San Francisco.
No doubt about that. So good morning to everybody out there. Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, 831 Comcast Business Text Line. Also, football talk. Can't believe how much I miss you guys talking football. Listen, we miss talking football. We're starting to fade away from the Warriors now. We'll be back on the Warriors. We'll talk a lot of Warriors in the 9 o'clock hour because there are some thoughts. Listening back to the Bob Myers and Joe Lacob conversation. Joe Lacob, man, we didn't get into that as much as I thought we would yesterday. There's a lot of interesting things that he said yesterday or 2 days ago at that presser with Bob Myers. How do they replace him? And how does the Monty Williams contract affect Steve Kerr? That's huge. Monty Williams signed with the Detroit Pistons, 6 years, $78.5 million. Steve Kerr has one more year left on this deal. Now, if money was an issue, and Bob Myers said money wasn't an issue, but obviously the initial offers weren't enough for Bob Myers, I think there was an issue with money at some point. At the end of the day, I don't think money was an end-all be-all. I think Bob Myers did want to step away, but I think initially money was an issue. If I'm reading between the lines, what is Steve Kerr going to demand? What is his agent thinking? $15 million a year, and would Joe Lacob want to pay that? Would fans be happy? What does a Steve Kerr contract extension look like? And we'll play some sound from him a few weeks ago with Mark Willard and company, Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, of course, about him wanting to coach for a long time. So we'll do that in 9 o'clock hour. Dalton Johnson, 9:20, to get his perspective on the Bob Myers / Joe Lacob press conference the other day where Bob Myers stepped down. But we're talking some football here because David Lombardi will join us at 8:30. And I just want to know, what weaknesses does Brock Purdy have? Like, are we sold that he's the guy? We could talk about Trey Lance and riding with Trey Lance, and I can't put Sam Darnold above Trey Lance. Like, that would be a worst-case scenario for the 49ers. And if everybody's saying that, hey, just trade Trey Lance, then what the hell are you going to get for him? If Trey Lance can't beat out Sam Darnold, what type of compensation do you think you're going to get for Trey Lance?
How many trades we always say this every year. We do this with Jimmy Garoppolo. If someone gets hurt in training camp, how many actual training camp trades are there?
I don't think there's a lot. I think guys just get cut.
That's what I totally agree with you. Like, to me, that's such a media-based narrative.
Yeah,
you just trade that guy.
Right.
You trade that guy.
I don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't either. Like we're just praying for injuries, and then teams get super desperate. Like, even then, like, they don't want to get rid of valuable draft capital down the line. Like, if your quarterback does go down, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say, hypothetically, you're the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
You giving up a first-round pick or a second-round pick for quarterback X, who's the second or third stringer on another team? No. You're not. You're just not. So I find that to be funny. I find that to be a laughable concept. What are the Brock Purdy?
Well, let me read a couple from the text line. Let's get them
because
involved
I got specific ones, and it's going to sound like I'm super nerdy, and I don't mean to be.
All right, so 925 Comcast Business text line. Brock Purdy makes too many prayer throws. Like in the Bucs game, they resulted in touchdowns, but also could result in underthrown picks. Prayer throws. Now, we always highlight the interceptions or the mistakes of Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. We've both been guilty of that. Brock Purdy got away with an interception in that Tampa Bay game on a very questionable call that could have flipped that football game. Reverse the call. Niners go down to score. I believe they go up 21-0 at the time. Could be wrong. Could have been 28-0. He got away with it. He got away with some throws in the Dallas Cowboys game over the middle of the field.
So you're kind of going to my number one. I think the number one right now for me in terms of number one thing is I thought as the final 3 games approached the season, I noticed him being a little predictable and not noticing, and Jimmy did the same thing in the 2019 playoffs as we got toward the end of the year. Defenses were a little more sophisticated, a little more disciplined, and he didn't see that underneath linebacker sitting in zone coverage waiting on the slant. where they like to really attack the field.
Seattle dropped the pick.
Dallas Cowboys, multiple.
Right in the middle of the field, right in that area of the field you're talking about.
Right.
They got away with a couple things.
And to me,
hell, they got away with something in Thursday Night Football against Seattle where Quandre Diggs dropped an interception. Could have flipped that game with the Seahawks down 7-3.
When you're very predictable, whether it's the eyes locking in or you keep throwing to the same targets on the field, teams start to adjust to that. And I thought that as the book went out more on Jimmy Garoppolo, it became very evident that he was going to attack certain spots on the field. And if you were just in that area every once in a while, ball was going to be coming right towards you as a linebacker waiting on it.
Yep.
Now, I think he can clean that up. We're acting like Joe Montana didn't throw picks. Of course he did. Joe Montana actually had 3 turnovers in the NFC Championship game of the catch, right? No one remembers that. Joe Montana threw one right into a Bengals defender in the second quarter of the famous comeback, with 2-minute drive game.
Super Bowl 23.
The guy
he did
just
that in third quarter. Third quarter he did that.
Excuse me.
Third quarter, yep.
Yep, just dropped it in the end zone, but he didn't catch it. So, his interceptionless Super Bowl record stands. The other area, and I don't know how important this is because I don't know how often you need to attack this in a Shanahan offense. Same thing as Jimmy, attacking beyond the numbers, down the field, 10 to 25 yards. The deep outs, the flags, some of those types of throws. You saw a little bit of it.
So he threw a dime to McCaffrey in that Tampa Bay game.
Absolutely.
Down that sideline.
Absolutely. But I don't know how often you can go to that well. Now, I don't even know how much Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are throwing that pass. But to me, though, like in terms of like strengths and weaknesses, I don't think it's a strength.
No.
But that might be one of his weaknesses. And then the last one, and this is kind of more nuanced, when he's rolling out and he senses pressure, he got real predictable in the Dallas game, and the spin out left, rolling to his left, I worry that he thinks he's a little more athletic than he is, and I worry that he's going to get chased down, and they're going to send some blitzes on that left side, and he's going to run into some predictably. I'd like to see some adjustment from him on that. I mean, these are tiny, tiny little minor things that I believe he can work out. I mean, I feel like a hater even bringing these up.
No, it's just assessing the situation. 925, loving the football talk as far, and it's just, of course, this is a Comcast Business X line. As far as the quarterback situation, I feel a whole lot better about Brock if he had a full training camp as a number 1 quarterback.
Agreed.
That is something that's interesting.
A full offseason.
Full offseason, because think about Jimmy Garoppolo not having a training camp and how long it took him to get up to speed. When you don't have these training camps and you're hurt, you're in that other lineup, that messes up the rhythm. George Kittle didn't partake in training camp. That's up the rhythm of the team the first few weeks of the season with Trey Lance. That was just last year. Deebo Samuel a couple years ago. Foot injury, not partaking in practice. He's out of shape. He gets hurt that year. He needs a camp. I would like to see him in a camp against the number 1 defense to get up to speed, Brock Purdy. But I also don't want to see him rushed. And if Trey Lance is the guy that you thought he was at number 3, you can't get past a couple teams in September. You can't get past the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, the funniest
you can't get past the Rams or the New York Giants with Trey Lance in the first month of the season. Is he that bad?
Well, no, my favorite is like, you can't get off to a bad start. Yet they did twice, and still went to the NFC Championship game. And people say, Joe, but they were on the road.
Yep.
All right. Getting the number 1 seed in the modern NFL, really difficult.
Very difficult.
Like right now, even if Brock was healthy in QB1, to get the number 1 seed, we would all agree, a lot has to go right.
Well, 1, you have to win your division. That starts first.
Yes.
2, you have to go at least 3-1 against the AFC North. That's Cincinnati, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland. I think that division is going to be stacked and tough this year. Really, Deshaun Watson, I think he's going to remind people of how good of a quarterback he is. I'm not going to talk about the person of Deshaun Watson because, we know things happen with him. But as a quarterback, I expect him to be a lot better this year with the Cleveland Browns. That's number 2. And then Philadelphia is on the schedule. Dallas is on the schedule. Some tough teams, some big boy teams. Philadelphia is the odds-on favorite to get home field advantage in the NFC. But we keep talking about their defense, the 49ers, that is. Their great defense, their great running game, and it travels. They can win road playoff games. I prefer to have an NFC Championship game at Levi Stadium because we've seen what's happened the last 2 years. But they can win road playoff games. It is possible.
I agree with that. Can we also agree, if you're going to get the number 1 seed in the NFL, you're going to have to win at minimum of 13 games?
Yeah.
13-4 feels like if we're just now things can happen and it can be a 12-5 and you win some tiebreakers. Minimum 13 games. Bonte, they won 13 games in 2022, which was last year, and they rattled off 10 or 11 to end the year, I believe, and they did it in 2011. Those are the only times since Joe Montana and Steve Young that they've done it. They've done it twice.
Right.
So to say that, you got to win every single game at the beginning of the year, and to win 13 or 14 games is just really difficult. A 12-5 season, given the 17-game schedule, even if Brock was playing week 1, that'd be a great year.
Yep.
That'd be a great year. So everybody losing their minds about week 1 and week 2, and I'm guilty of this every single year. We lose our minds, and I do it at every single turn because every game means everything. But dude, they've been 3-5, I believe, in 2021.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm tired of seeing that.
They were 1-3 last year.
I don't think you can fall behind the 8 ball with this team. And you look at the schedule.
But to say that they're going to go undefeated at the first month of the season isn't. That's
but
not.
All I'm saying is you can't go 3-1. You can't go 4-1 this year. When you look at the Niners schedule,
you say if let's say Brock misses a couple games.
Say if Trey Lance starts,
okay, or Darnold,
I guess you got.
I'm just throwing it out there.
First 4 games at Pittsburgh, against the Rams in L.A., which will be a 49er home game. Thursday Night Football against the New York Giants, and then Week 4 at Arizona.
You should be a minimum
at 2-2. Home against Arizona.
I would say a minimum of 2-2.
Arizona's in a complete rebuild.
I know, but let's say minimum of 2-2. Home opener for Pittsburgh is going to be a tough game, just because they're Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And we still don't know about Kenny Pickett. I like Najee. That
defense is tough.
Yeah, T.J. Watt.
But the Rams, Giants, and Cardinals.
The Rams are also. It's McVay. He's going to be fired up. They got a lot to prove.
The Niners own the Rams.
I know, but it's early in the season.
But the Niners own the Rams.
I agree.
Road game is going to be a home game for the Niners.
I'm just saying, Bonte, minimum 2-2.
Minimum.
That's what they have to. That's
and you
the
know
mindset.
What? If they're 2-2 at minimum, they're fine. But that's a disappointment in the first quarter of the season.
You're demanding 4-0?
They will be favored in every single game.
Probably.
Oh, they will be favored in every single game.
Do they have the better quarterback? Brock, Trey or Darnold versus Stafford?
Yeah, they don't have the best, but
how about Daniel Jones?
The Rams, I don't even know about Daniel Jones.
I don't either.
I don't even know. I don't know how good he
is. He actually really. I came around on Daniel Jones last year.
I don't know how good he is.
Not that he's something special, but I think you can win games with him.
The Giants will be tough, though. They will be tough.
That'd
be a tough opener. Darren Waller now's there. Saquon Barkley. We'll see if he signs and comes into training camp. That defense, Kayvon Thibodeau, played very, very well. I like Kayvon Thibodeau. I like that defense. Who's the young man in the middle? Was it Dexter Lawrence at D tackle?
Dexter Lawrence. He's a monster, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a monster. So you can't get at least 2 wins if it's Trey or Darnold.
Well, that's what I'm saying. 2-2.
I want to get greedy with 3-1.
B. That's bar. That's the bar for me. 2-2. Anything above that, great. Anything below that, not good enough.
Well, here's a great question too. Get the hate of Darnold and Brock out of here. I don't hate Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy won me over. Brock Purdy played. He won me over so much. I thought the Niners were going to Philadelphia and winning the AFC Championship game. I truly believe Brock Purdy was going to go in there and become the first rookie to win an NFC Championship game and go in there and lead the Niners to the Super Bowl. I felt that in my heart flying into Philadelphia. I thought they were going to win the football game because I felt confident in Brock Purdy. So I don't hate Brock Purdy.
Here's another one, and this is interesting from the 415. Didn't teams have tape on Jalen Hurts and he had a breakout sophomore year? I think everybody on the team included, everybody would say he took a quantum leap forward as a passer from Alabama to Oklahoma to the Eagles, and then from his time within, we all saw him. What was it, week 3?
Right. Yeah,
Niners, week 3 the year before. And by the very next year, completely different player.
Different.
Now, he had an entire offseason.
Yeah, it was week two that year.
Week 2, sorry.
Week 2.
He had an entire offseason. They added A.J. Brown, which clearly helps.
Devontae Smith got better?
Absolutely. But Jalen, as a passer, took quantum leaps forward. And that's this. Look, when you have a full offseason and you can throw and you can train, I think that's where I'm a little sad for Brock. It's like, damn, I really wanted him to have this offseason to take another quantum leap forward.
Yep, to get stronger and all that stuff and work out with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo
part
Samuel.
of why Trey Lance didn't take a leap forward, you could say maybe he's just not good enough, but I think part of it is the injuries.
Here's
affecting the throwing and things like that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Here's an 80-second cut on John Lynch about Brock Purdy hitting his markers. We'll talk to David Lombardi in 12 minutes from The Athletic. Does a great job covering the 49ers. He's been at OTAs. He'll break down Brock Purdy. He'll break down what he's seen in camp, in practice so far with Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. Here's what John Lynch had to say on Sirius XM NFL radio about Brock Purdy.
He's hitting all the markers. It's a little difficult in that this doesn't happen to NFL players as much as it does in baseball, which his surgeon is a surgeon who primarily it's why he's so experienced in Major League Baseball. And I think Brock was smart, and we kind of facilitated that he met with a bunch of different surgeons. Dr. Meister, the Texas Rangers doctor, is the one that he chose because of his vast experience and expertise with this injury. But, there's certain markers that you hit. He was 12 weeks out, and that meant it was time to throw. He did so and responded really well. He's just had one session thus far, but, we're incredibly encouraged by that. And Brock's a worker. If you give him a task, he's gonna do everything in his power. So these are just timelines, and timelines are just that. They're guidelines, but, when I say tracking well, it's just he's hitting all his markers, and it doesn't surprise us because he's putting in the work. And as for best case scenario, we're just going to kind of take it as it comes. But I mean, the hope is he's ready for training camp. The hope is he's ready for the regular season. But what I can tell you is, I mentioned Trey, I mentioned Sam. We feel good about that position holistically. So we're not going to do anything to put, Brock not in a situation where he's not fully healed.
So that's John Lynch on Brock Purdy. And with all that said, it does sound like Brock's going to be a QB1. I think he earned that. He's had more tape than Trey Lance. I'll give Brock Purdy that. He should be the starter if healthy. But I got two questions here.
Okay.
I guess
Give me
one
the first
is,
one.
I guess one is, what if Trey or Darnold gets off to a very hot start?
Great.
I mean, what do you do?
What do you mean? Like, what do you do? We'll cross that bridge when we need to.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's just the way I would be taking it. That's the way I would be taking it.
That's fair.
Like, what does it look like?
That's fair.
Right? Because I think it's one thing to say, like, hot start. It's like, okay, well, what does that look like?
Hot start, 10 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions, guys averaging 260 yards a game passing. Offense is moving. It's humming.
Are they throwing early in the game?
Yeah.
Are they throwing late and they're already up big?
Right.
Like, so there's context to everything.
So
what does it look
two,
like? That's the thing with Brock. It's like, and this is what a judge said, I know pornography when I see it. That's the definition of it, right? Brock's like, when you saw it, you're like, yeah, that's what it looks like. So with Trey or Sam Darnold, we will know with our eyeballs if that's what it looks like.
So they hope that
at least
Brock
you
Purdy,
feel like that.
Yeah, no doubt. They hope their Brock's ready for the regular season. So Brock, if he is QB1, and we talk about this core group, we talked about the Warriors' last dance. Is this the last dance?
Yeah.
How long is this going to last? The Niners just selected 2 tight ends, one out of Oklahoma, one out of Alabama. All right? Trent Williams has hinted at retirement the last couple of years.
35?
35, 36, maybe on his last
He's so
leg.
old.
Yeah, I know.
As I look around the room at guys who are older than him, God.
So
I hate the way we talk about athletes. He's so old.
I don't know about right tackle. I don't know about right tackle.
Right tackle?
I don't know about center.
I have no clue about right tackle, which to me is the biggest hole on the team.
But if Brock Purdy is him, as the kids like to say, he's him.
Well, they call him Himothy now.
Himothy.
Yeah, that's what the boys on my group thread. It's that and bet. Everything's bet. Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. But yes, they call it Himothy.
So if Brock Purdy's that guy, should we?
So Brock's Himothy.
So he's Himothy. Should we expect?
I love hearing you say that.
Should we expect the Niners to go to the Super Bowl? If Brock Purdy's that guy, let's say Super Bowl roster. Because last year the pushback was, why are we starting Trey Lance when we have a Super Bowl roster? It should be Jimmy's job. Remember that was coming out of camp.
Well, here's the thing I worry about is because I think just in general, if you really like Brock, I think like the worst thing that could happen is he comes back and he's not looking so good. I'm doing the Steiny now. And then, he struggles a little, but the team's winning. And then you benched a hot hand and everyone's like, I don't know. It doesn't really look right. But you want to give him enough leeway because he is coming back from a serious. That's the thing that I keep coming back to. Y'all, this is a serious injury. To think that anyone would come back and like, they're good to go. Like, dude, Russell Wilson's 2 years removed from that finger injury, and we still don't know if he's right.
So David Lombardi's going to join us in 7 minutes. And again, the narrative coming out of training camp last year was, boy, is Trey ready to go because we have a Super Bowl ready roster. That was the narrative coming out.
I never liked that narrative.
But it was a narrative, and it was a thing with everybody out here. It was a thing with the national media. It was a thing with the fan base. This is a Super Bowl ready roster. We don't have time to develop a quarterback.
Narrative.
Okay, that's fine.
Narrator.
That's fine.
They did not make the Super Bowl.
No, they got to the NFC Championship game. But they have a roster that is capable of making a Super Bowl. They have a loaded roster. Some people may say it's the most loaded roster in the NFL. All right, fine.
I think it's their best roster since the Harbaugh days by far.
So that was a narrative coming out. Is that the narrative this year as well, that this is a Super Bowl ready roster? Loaded.
Yeah. I don't know if the quarterback is capable, whoever it is, of getting over the hump until we see it.
Brock Purdy not capable?
Did you think that Philadelphia was a Super Bowl contender last year heading into the year?
I did not think heading into the year because of the question mark with Jalen Hurts.
I agree.
But 5 weeks into the season, I was telling you, I was like, I don't want to go to Philly.
Yeah, I know. You were all over it.
I didn't want to go to Philly.
Yeah.
Because that defensive line is lethal.
Yeah.
And they still are lethal. Philly's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see them again in week 13.
Like a Georgia national team basically playing for him.
Legit. Those boys can play. So let's talk to David Lombardi about what we see from
They are such a
OTAs.
unique team. They're the only team in the NFL where the biggest question mark is the most important position, whether it be health or production, and we're still filing them as Super Bowl contenders. Because I think they are Super Bowl contender.
Without knowing who the quarterback's going to be.
It's wild.
So let's
they
talk to
are
David
the
Lombardi.
exception to the rule.
Let's talk to David Lombardi from The Athletic about that. What's coming up on the game sponsored by S.E. Johnson off. David Lombardi about OTAs. We're going to talk to him about OTAs and the latest with Brock Purdy here on the Morning Roast.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with studs and not with...
Take it away, Bonte.
All right, we're getting to the Warriors in the 9 o'clock hour. Golden State Warriors basketball again. A couple days removed from the Bob Myers presser. We'll rehash that. Some thoughts on Joe Lacob. Thoughts on Steve Kerr. What does Monty Williams' deal mean for Steve Kerr? Is Joe Lacob ready to throw him the bag? Steve Kerr could demand up to $15 million a year. Monty Williams got a 6-year, $78.5 million deal with the Detroit Pistons. If he gets to a year 7 and 8, he can get up to $100 million. So what does that mean for Steve Kerr, who did say he wants to coach for a very long time? Also, we have a special King of the Hill today.
Oh, really?
Special King of the Hill. The top 5 ride or die guys in the Bay Area. Who you're riding with in the Bay? Top 5 ride or die guys currently.
Interesting. Sorry, I was in the other room discussing the heartbreaking playoff loss for Huddy and our boss, Matt Nahigian. And
What was the score?
What?
What was the score?
They just didn't score. That's part of the problem. They only scored 5 runs. The bats fell asleep. That happens.
What was the
Little
score? Final score?
I don't know. They hit. They didn't.
Oh, Huddy had a rough one, but Huddy did well.
I wanted to give Boss a hug. I've been there. You feel so helpless when you're coaching and you've practiced all this time. You're emotionally invested into seeing some of the kids it's not about winning. It's about just seeing them have success and play to their strengths because you know how much it means to everybody.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, Huddy had a great year for the Red Sox out there. Marin County pitched well. Boston with Tam High pitched well. Man, he's got some baseball players there. He's got some good baseball players.
I know. It must be from the mom, Joey.
Yeah. I think Joey's probably the more athletic guy. The way Nahigan's moving around, and hopefully his kids have Joey's height. That's the biggest key. Huddy needs to grow.
Don't be. First off, baseball players come in all shapes and sizes.
I'm just saying.
Dustin Pedroia was like 5'8" and was the MVP of the league.
Whoa. Don't come down my road after you just ripped Nahigan for not having any athletic ability.
That's different.
And I'm just saying, hopefully they get mom's height as well as the athletic gene.
Well, this is what I would say. That's height discrimination.
Don't get so sensitive. Don't get so sensitive.
Don't make sweeping judgments about people because of their size.
I'm not making sweeping
Pedro
judgments.
Martinez online too.
I didn't make sweeping judgments. I didn't say
Huddy. Put words in his mouth.
And that's exactly what he's doing. And that's exactly what he's doing. Huddy's a hell of a pitcher. I don't care what size he is. I just said I hope he gets mom's height. As you said, you hope he gets mom's athletic ability. I'm not judging Matt Nahiga's athletic. Matt Nahiga may have been a great athlete.
I am judging his athletic
ability.
Well,
see, I'm not doing that.
I've seen. I've seen.
I don't know. I think Nahiga could ball.
At what?
I think he could ball. Basketball, baseball,
billiards?
Football, gambling. I think he could ball.
He knows I love him.
David Lombardi does a great job. Niners insider for The Athletic. He's been down at OTAs. We love him here on the Morning Roast. As football season gets cranked up, we got OTAs. David, good morning, my man. How you doing?
David?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're good, man. We're just, trying to transition from the Golden State Warriors and what's going on with them, although Steve Kerr may get paid after next season. I know you're tapped in with that. We're out real quick, because you do love your basketball. I know you went up to Golden 1 during the playoff run. What's your thoughts on the Bob Myers and Joe Lacob presser and all that happened? Because you have a very good perspective on all sports.
Yeah. I thought it was tense.
Really?
And it's just a pity because they've built something so great, and I still feel that if you have Steph Curry on your team, and I firmly believe that Steph Curry is playing the best basketball of his career. I still remember the very start of all this. He gets swallowed up by pressure. He wasn't quite strong enough to be a fully complete player. He's always been the greatest shooter, but as he's gotten that grown man strength, he's just such a pivot point and presence to build a team around. So, as long as you have this version of Steph Curry on your team, maybe you have him for 2 more years, 3 more years. I don't know how long his prime is going to last, but as long as you have him there, I think that you've got a shot. And, for whatever reason, Bob Myers wanted to step down there. So I think that run, that union didn't last long enough.
God, David, you should be our basketball insider. I'm loving this
Don't
unique
tell David
angle.
That. Don't tell David that.
No, I'm loving
so
this.
He's going to start asking for somebody here. Don't tell him that.
What are you talking about?
The basketball stuff is crazy. I try to understand the cap stuff because
it's so nuanced.
I pride myself on my knowledge of the NFL cap. I read an NBA cap article and my brain just I have to turn off the phone at that point. So, I'm obviously Bob Myers had to be on top of all that. I'm sure he's got guys that are good at that too. But it's gonna be like walking a tightrope for the Warriors to rebuild this team, and the window is obviously closing. But I do think it's still open because you still have one of the best players in the world.
You know, it's fascinating. They do have one of the best players in the world, and he gets tons of viral moments and people going crazy. I think the number one most clicked on thing, regardless, or commented thing on social media in passing, it isn't Steph Curry. It's the 49er quarterback. Like, whoever it is. David, you've been doing this for quite some time when it comes to the 49ers. It really is. It's crazy, isn't it? How much people really care. Like, every throw must be charted. Every uniform change must be charted. If a guy changes his face mask, like, you check the algorithms. Is there anything even close to 49er quarterback?
Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit last time, and I was trying to think of something else, and we couldn't think of anything. And there's so many interesting things about this team. They've got so many stars. They've built up such a nice roster. Yet everybody wants to talk about the quarterback position all the time. I mean, they signed Javon Hargrave this offseason, which was a huge, big fish signing. And I know he hasn't been at OTAs along with Nick Bosa, so maybe that's why he's not getting as much press. But it constantly reverts to that quarterback situation. And it's not just the quarterback situation. It's that, at least most of the louder fans don't view it the same way that the 49ers do. The 49ers are, truly looking at this holistically. They're going to let it play out organically. They want to arm themselves with as many options as possible because if you don't have a top 5 guy, that's the best you can do. You just, get yourself multiple darts to throw at the wall and hope that one lands, or at least one lands close to the bullseye. The problem is the general public is picking a guy and cheering him on.
Right.
And it creates this just like a food fight, food fight on social media. Everybody you talk to is like, oh, I like Brock Purdy. Oh, I like Jimmy Garoppolo. Why they let him go? Oh, I love Trey Lance, right? And now Sam Darnold's come in. I feel that he doesn't have nearly as many vocal supporters, but he's been with the team for the shortest period of time outside of Brandon Allen. So
how's he look?
He'll develop a little bit of a following if he starts a couple games.
How does he look, Darnold?
He's a really talented thrower. That's all that I can glean from watching them in shorts right now without pads on. Right. People are trying to make these sweeping judgments of every single throw, the problem that you just illustrated. But let's be honest, we're not going to be able to truly see anything until training camp. Right. And we know that Sam Darnold has an electric arm. Probably the most impressive physical play of his career came against the 49ers in 2020. That was the game where Bosa.
Everybody got Solomon hurt. Thomas, Raheem Mostert, Jimmy Garoppolo. They
did
all
the tight end
fell
get
off.
hurt in that one too? Jordan Reed?
Oh, yeah, Jordan Reed. Yeah, the turf, the MetLife turf was awful that day.
No, it's Met Death Stadium. But in garbage time, Darnold's in there, and he rolls out to his left, and he flips his hips as he's moving away from his natural throwing side, flips his hips, and just somehow fires a laser with a really, really quick release time to Braxton Berrios, who scores a touchdown. And in my opinion, that one play, just seeing him physically do that had a big effect on Kyle Shanahan because we know that he was interested in trading for Sam Darnold in 2021. They ultimately decided to make the trade up to number 3 to pick Trey Lance. But Kyle has talked about the physical potential that he sees in Sam Darnold. And I think that might even go back to 2018 when Darnold was coming out of the draft. You know who else really, really likes Sam Darnold is Frank Gore. Frank Gore was on that Jets team in 2020. And I talked to Frank Gore a little bit about this. He was at the 49ers facility a few weeks ago, and he brought Sam Darnold up on his own and kept on saying that's his guy. And the year with Sam really, really impressed Frank Gore. And, that's one of those things where guys who have actually been around him see the potential. He obviously hasn't delivered a full season of efficient football yet, but the 49ers' hope is that, he finished strong last year. He had a good run there at the end of the season, and they hope that if you plug him into the system, and the Carolina system was very similar to the 49ers, setting up yards after the catch and timing and all that. If you plug him into the system with Kyle Shanahan, he can play his best football. That's the bet the 49ers are making, and they've hedged that bet by also having Trey Lance on the team and by having Brock Purdy on the team.
David Lombardi from the Athletic Niners Insider here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Does a great job covering the 49ers. He's been down at OTAs, especially during the second week as Sam Darnold, Trey Lance's alternated first-team reps. You brought up Javon Hargrave. You're going to love him. We had him on the Morning Roast a couple months ago. He has a really good personality, man. He's going to be a lot of fun on this football team. But Sam Darnold, there is something to say that he didn't have the weapons around him. Now, you could say the same thing about Trey Lance through 4 games. You talk about it, David, these sweeping proclamations through 4 games. What is your assessment of Trey Lance so far in OTAs and so far in his career? And I'm with you there when it comes to shorts and jerseys and OTAs. We're not going to find anything out until training camp and the preseason football games. But so far, what have you seen from Trey? And what's your overall perspective on Trey Lance?
Well, the 49ers knew that he was this raw when they drafted him. They just didn't expect him to have 2 seasons derailed by injury. So you're kind of just in an awkward timing spot now where Trey Lance is he's obviously gotten to learn the playbook over 2 years, so it's not like he just stepped into the building for the first time. But he's obviously, because they never questioned his intelligence, they never questioned his athleticism. What they knew that had to be worked on were the mechanics. And really, you can only work on mechanics in live situations or, some practice situations, obviously, but you have to carry it over into the game. And the injuries have really delayed that mechanical development that what was really needed for Trey Lance. So he's further along into his rookie contract than the 49ers anticipated he'd be at this level of mechanical development. And that's why the offseason of work with Jeff Christensen, who actually happened to be Jimmy Garoppolo's quarterback coach too, and I say that because we know Garoppolo had a super fast release, and that's something that Lance has really needed to work on. That's why that work has been so significant. And that's why we're in this holding pattern now, because I have seen the mechanical improvements, but now I need to know if they're going to carry over into actual game action, right? And we're not going to find that out in May or in June, or even probably in July. We're probably not going to find that out until maybe the preseason moving into the regular season. The 49ers will get hints and they'll get clues, and Lance will be able to position himself in this battle. But at the end of the day, he's got to do it when the bright lights come on of the regular season. And the clock is ticking for sure. So he's got a ton of potential. He's really smart, but he's raw mechanically. And this is the year with that deadline pressure looming that he's got to bridge all of his positive qualities with that mechanical gap. He's got to establish himself mechanically because he had so few reps in college.
How does the locker room feel about the quarterback situation, David?
I think they like all 3 of the guys personally. I think that they see that all 3 of the guys are really talented. The only one that's proven it over a longer stretch at this level, playing really efficient football, is Brock Purdy. So I think that in a football locker room, it's a meritocracy. Guys are naturally going to gravitate toward the player who's done it, which is, that's why the rhetoric is what it is. The leadership of the 49ers says the same thing. That's why Brock Purdy's the leader in the clubhouse. But nobody's saying that he's the unquestioned starter. I think in football, there's an expectation that unless you're one of the top guys in the league at this position, that you're going to have a competition. Like in football, you compete. So I think that the locker room views it as every other position. They don't deify the quarterback position the way that outsiders are. Outsiders only want to talk about QB, only want to talk about QB. Well, the 49ers are saying, hey, we got a competition at running back too. We've got competitions on O-line, D-line, receiver, basically the whole roster.
Nickel.
I think they view the quarterback position at the same level as the rest of the roster, unlike fans, unlike the media, which is obviously focusing way more on QB.
Well, because you just alluded to all of that, does Brock feel any kind of pressure to return? Not that he's being reckless. I'm not going there, but does that change his timetable? Because his spot isn't necessarily written in stone, does that maybe give him extra motivation or more incentive or whatever to try to get back?
Well, yeah, I would. It's a complicated answer.
Yeah.
Yes, but rushing back would only hurt his chances of getting to what he wants. That is the fixture, right? So he's incentivized to come back at the correct speed.
Yeah.
And that is as fast as possible within the constraints of not pushing it too hard. And at that point, you just have to trust the baseball specialists who are working with Brock Purdy because, he's rehabbing with a baseball guy, Keith Coker, because it is an injury that's way more frequently seen in baseball. And as of right now, he might be a few days ahead of schedule. He just started throwing again this week. John Lynch said he was incredibly encouraged by that throwing session. And everything is going along the plan that we talked about 3 months ago when he first had the surgery. They said he's going to try to throw in 3 months, and he has. And then when he throws, we're going to have a firmer idea of when he'll come back. And they seem to have a firmer idea now. They're saying that training camp is possible. But that's obviously a big window between training camp and week 1 is what they're saying. But 3 months ago, they're talking about week 4 being the last possible, date in the window. They're not talking about week 4 anymore. So it seems to be going well in his recovery.
Last year, Jordan Mason comes out of nowhere. Burford relatively came out of nowhere. Deshaun Gibson, didn't see him becoming an impact player on this team. It's so early, but are there any randoms that on either side of the ball that look good to you?
Well, their top draft pick from this year, Jair Brown, has 4 interceptions already in OTAs. And he was the only player in college football that came out into this draft that had 10 interceptions over the past 2 years. So immediately you see a guy who obviously has a nose for the football. You have to have instincts to be able to rack up 10 interceptions at a power school in 2 seasons. And the fact that he's got 4, and Brandon Ayuk said that he dropped 1, so he could have had 5. He's in a position to get 5 picks. That to me is okay. And yesterday in 7-on-7s, he got a couple first-team reps. I don't think that he's going to be starting at safety to begin the season. I think Deshaun Gibson was really damn good last year. Obviously, Talanoa Hufanga earned All-Pro status last year. But the 49ers' long-term vision is to have a couple ball hawks at safety. They led the league in interceptions last season. This was just, 4 years after they had an NFL record low 2 picks in 2018. So they've obviously put focus on that. I think the future is Hufanga and Jair Brown at safety, and the present is going to be letting Deshaun Gibson, who's 33 years old, really shepherd Jair Brown into the mix. So you're going to see some 3 safety sets, and Jair Brown is kicking down the door so far. If he already has 4 picks, maybe 5, if he keeps on doing this in training camp, the 49ers are going to have to find a way to put him into some of those defensive formations. So for me, that's the guy that's really stood out so far.
How shocked were you to see Deebo Samuel at OTAs yesterday? Heard he looked good.
Yeah, he was off on the side. He was moving around. I mean, he's just so thick. He's got that.
Right.
He walks by you, and you're like, okay, I understand why defensive backs can't tackle.
Right.
Because he's moving faster than 4.5,
right.
or even if he's running 4.6 or 4.7, it doesn't matter because he's just this, a brick of muscle, and it's really this amazing comparative advantage that the 49ers have when they get him the ball in just a little bit of space, because he's a wrecking ball out there. So. I wasn't surprised to see him. He got his contract last year. OTAs aren't a big deal to these superstar veterans. In fact, it's sometimes they almost even a little bit better to create some room for coaching for the younger guys. That's, if OTAs were a huge deal, Nick Bosa would be there, because Nick Bosa lives, breathes, and eats football, and he doesn't have to be there. So it's totally cool. I don't know why the Chargers needed Joey Bosa there this year, but to each their own. So, Deebo,
to keep him from getting in fights with Philadelphia Eagle fans.
What about Eagle?
I said to keep him from getting in fights with Philadelphia Eagle fans.
Yeah, I remember that video. That was the week after he surprised Nick at
that's right
at Levi Stadium against the Cowboys. That was a cool moment.
Yeah, no, he was in that same suite with Joe Montana right behind me, man, in my seats. Real quick, Brandon Ayuk. What do you expect for Brandon Ayuk in terms of production and a contract before we let you go? Because he's going to be due for an extension soon.
Yeah, so I think that it's very apparent that the 49ers have a relatively simple formula as to how they navigate the cap and contract extensions. And the cap typically grows every single season. There's only been 1 year where it went down in 2021 after COVID and all that. But so the cap typically grows. So theoretically, you have more room every year to spend. And the 49ers have shown that they're very intent on paying their own. The only guy they haven't paid that's an A-list player that, is a super, maybe not a superstar, but a star, is DeForest Buckner, but this regime didn't even draft him. Every single star that this Shanahan-Lynch regime has drafted who's been up for a contract extension, they have paid, and they fit under the growing cap. Now, to make that happen, they haven't re-signed the B-listers, guys like Charles Omenihu, obviously solid football player, not a star. Samson Ebukam, same thing. So they let these good football players, Jimmy Garoppolo, another good example, they let good football players who aren't quite, at that elite level, they let those guys walk, but they sign the A-listers. So Brandon Ayuk is right now in that contract year where I think that the objective and the mission for him is clear. He's coming off a 1,000-yard season, and it's time for him to prove to the 49ers that he is indeed an A-lister. And if he's an A-lister, they have room to pay him they're going to do it. But their philosophy is if he's somewhere in between, they're not going to take that chance, right? So he's motivated right now, and he's on a trajectory to be an A-lister. He caught 2 deep touchdown passes yesterday, but he's got to prove it out on that field. And if he does, look out, because he's going to be part of that 49ers star power core.
All right, David Lombardi, everybody from The Athletic. We got to get you in studio soon and have a nice little roundtable going into training camp there. David, good stuff as always, man. Take care. We'll continue to read your reports at OTAs.
All right, thank you.
Anytime.
Thanks,
David
David
Lombardi from The Athletic here on the Morning Roast. A lot to dissect there.
What's your favorite part to dissect?
I was going to... it's the quarterback thing. Sam Darnold intrigues me. The Sam Darnold-Trey Lance battle is very intriguing to me because on one end, I am open-minded to the fact that he was with the Jets and the Panthers. And he comes to a roster with George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey. Damn. That's a quarterback paradise. Any quarterback would love to be here. Oh, and by the way, Kyle Shanahan's calling plays for you in a very quarterback user-friendly system. So on one end, I could see where, wow, Sam Darnold, a bust. And we just saw Geno Smith last year win Comeback Player of the Year in Seattle and have a really good deal, have a really good season, and get rewarded. So I could see that argument.
Geno, look, had a great year. We all can agree. If he went back down, would you be that surprised?
No, but he does have a lot of weapons in Seattle.
Agreed. And they drafted a sweet receiver.
He's never had a DK Metcalf until last year.
I mean, they have a great running game, too.
Jackson, what's his name? Jackson Jigba Smith?
Yes.
From Ohio State.
That's
broke the Rose Bowl record. Yeah. Geno Smith has some weapons up there, and he's got some running backs.
And they drafted 2 tackles that were rookies last year that are going to be a lot better this year.
Exactly. So I would be a little surprised if Geno Smith did the production.
I wouldn't.
I think Seattle's going to be a lot better.
I agree with that, but I thought Geno faded hard toward the end of last year.
But that's in year 2. Year 1, Geno with Seattle. What did they say? They wrote me off, but I didn't write back.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I thought he didn't finish strong at the end of last year. Is what I was saying.
He didn't finish. Yeah, maybe. But
he
they had some injuries.
Really rattled in that playoff game.
They had some injuries though.
Yes,
and don't forget,
Kenneth Walker's so sick.
They were leading at the half. Seattle was leading at the half.
Yeah, but the Niners had left so much on the table. That first half was...
Seattle controlled that first half.
I know.
Let's be real.
Yeah,
you could say the Niners left it, but Seattle had a lot to do with it.
No, but I'm saying like they had opportunities to strike. I mean, in particular, Brock Purdy missed a couple throws. And they had untimely penalties, which set them back on down in distance.
See, Weenish on YouTube. Darnold going to be comeback player of the year.
I mean, are we basing that off of just closing our eyes and throwing a dart, or are we basing that off of, so you're saying that Darnold's going to, that guy's saying that, or that person is saying Darnold's going to win the job.
People believe in Darnold. It's not just him. It's not just him. The day he signed with the Niners, said, oh boy, I know how, because of everything on the table.
I'm going to stake my claim here.
I have to be open-minded here with Sam Darnold.
That's fine.
I don't think, look, he's taking first-team reps. They said he looked okay yesterday. We'll see in training camp. But there is an argument to be made. As much as I'm pro Trey Lance in terms of his talent and his ability to play, and I think it's 4-game sample size is not enough to judge a player. There is something to be said about a guy coming to Kyle Shanahan who has raw talent. He's got all these weapons.
I don't think it's egregious to say. I would be surprised if Sam Darnold figured it all out and it clicked here. I'd be surprised. That's all. I don't think that's an egregious statement.
How surprised would you be?
Pretty surprised, because I think he's a really bad decision maker. I do think he has talent has never been an issue. When we mean talent, I mean, physical gifts. But to me, also in the talent bucket, decision making. Your brain, your IQ. Like I believe the most important weapon that a quarterback can have is his mind.
Right. Let me play devil's advocate.
That's me. And I think that he lacks in some of those areas.
Let me play devil's advocate. First year, he has Todd Bowles as a head coach.
Yeah. Well.
All right. Todd Bowles. His offensive coordinator was a guy named Jeremy Bates. Jeremy Bates. You ever hear of Jeremy Bates?
No.
I don't think anybody has. Jeremy Bates was his offensive coordinator. Now, what is Jeremy Bates doing now? He's out of the league.
Okay.
He was an OC twice, 2010 and 2018. That was his offensive coordinator. Again, we talk about Mac Jones being with Joe Judge and Matt Patricia. That's a recipe for disaster. It's going to be hard to succeed under a guy named Jeremy Bates.
He won 6 games last year with Judge, and he was 6-8 last year, Mac Jones. So it was bad. Look, I hear you. It was bad. He also, He still had more touchdowns than interceptions. He fumbled the ball a lot, but he had more touchdowns than interceptions. So I hear what you're saying, but keep going.
So he was better than that, despite all that. Kind of making my case here, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones was better than what Sam Darnold was, given you're trying to do like the comparative shopping.
You still have Bill Belichick, though.
For sure.
You still have the Patriot way, right?
But they got no weapons. Jacoby Myers is your top dog.
You look at Sam Darnold his rookie year. His weapons, I mean, he had Bilal Powell at running back and Elijah McGuire. I mean, Terrell Pryor was a receiver on that team. Jermaine Kearse, Chris Herndon. I mean, these chosen. Oh, you had Anderson, your boy, who's Robbie Anderson, now named Chosen Anderson.
He's not bad.
He's not bad.
No, there's no number one. No, his weaponry is not good. I'm not here to defend that. I'm just saying,
I'm just saying we have to be open-minded with Sam Darnold. We have to be open-minded.
No one is saying that you can't be open-minded. I'm saying I'd be surprised if he was good, which I think are both fair statements.
I don't know if I'd be that surprised.
I would.
So next year.
Sustainably good, too. I want to make sure. Having a game, anybody can have a game. Johnny Manziel's greatest game came against the 49ers. He beat us. It was one of the lowest moments as a 49er fan I've ever had.
I'm just trying to make the argument here that I would not be surprised at Darnold because you look at his second year. Adam Gase was his head coach. Remember Adam Gase at the press conference?
Yeah, but Adam Gase was also a great coordinator with Peyton Manning.
Well, Peyton Manning made him a great offensive coordinator.
Okay.
All right, so let's be real.
Some guys are good coordinators and bad head coaches.
Peyton Manning called the plays.
Probably, but Peyton Manning swore by him.
There's no probably about
I know,
that.
but
he called the plays.
But Bonte, real or not, Peyton Manning swore by him. In the same way, Aaron Rodgers swore by Nathaniel Hackett, and that didn't work out.
Exactly. Guys are loyal to a fault. So then Sam Darnold has Le'Veon Bell, Ty Montgomery, Chosen Anderson again. Why is it Jamison Crowder? Jets went 7-9 that year.
Did he start all of those games?
7-9.
Interesting.
Not bad for Sam Darnold. Not bad at all.
Stop bashing my guy Gase with his goofy eyes. Niners almost hired him, and I did not want him. Oh, my God.
Oh, I know you didn't.
I did not want him. I thought he was tweaking. Bro, when they did that interview and he's looking all over the place, I was like, is he hanging out with that? You know, I'm not going to say it.
Sam Darnold was 7-6. Sam Darnold was 7-6. Yeah, we know, Shasky. We know. Sam Darnold, 7-6 that second year.
Keep selling me on him. It's like selling me a pen in the elevator trying to get the job.
I'm not trying to sell you anything.
Sell me this pen.
I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm just saying I would not be shocked if he started a couple games and played well under Kyle Shanahan, considering what's
Nick
around
Mullins
him.
had great games. He had the greatest game ever against the Raiders in the final Battle of the Bay, where he threw 3 touchdowns and 300-plus yards and looked ridiculous.
Well, that Raiders team may have been the worst Raiders team in the last 20 years.
I'm just saying.
That was one of the worst football teams I've ever seen fielded on Thursday Night Football.
You would not be surprised even a little if Darnold was good all year long and held off Brock Purdy, because I would be very surprised. I would. I'm being honest.
Holding off Brock Purdy is one thing. But having success in this system is another thing. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. We can meet in the middle.
Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Love the show. But that dude, David, man, he went from a Jimmy Garoppolo fanboy to a Brock Purdy fanboy. Now he a Darnold fanboy now. So everything is anybody but Trey. Man, look, man, we need to cut this nonsense off, all right? Man, he'd have 50 games in his career. He is what he is. You either show greatness or you don't. I don't care what your weapons are. If he's as good as they say he is, why hasn't no team picked him up? The last 2 franchises he's been on, they drafted a top 5 quarterback in the draft. That tells you something. So at the end of the day, it's like, man, if you draft Trey Lance, what other franchise is picking a quarterback top 3, but you wasting time giving reps to a guy that's been cut off 2 teams?
I know. It is wild.
Well, can I, Rob, I'll let you finish. Let me make their argument. Yes. Because last offseason, I gave everything to Trey Lance, and it kind of burned me. So I think this year, Trey would benefit from having to fight more for these reps, and maybe you get the best out of him. I'm just giving you a counter argument.
I hear you, but Trey didn't burn him. I don't think, because when I was the year before, when I was watching the camp, they wasn't running that that quarterback option stuff. They
Right.
were running the regular offense.
I thought he looked good days. I thought he had some really good days.
Listen, Rob, I'm not going to argue with you. I thought Trey Lance should have started his rookie season up in Detroit. I'll die on that hill. Shout out to Brian and BPA. I'll die on that hill,
So you're like
Rob.
Glory at the end?
Yeah.
Crawling through everything?
Bonte, you can't
One of my
die on the hill, man.
most emotional moments in a movie ever. I cry like crazy
Right.
every time.
Rob, well, you cried during Star Wars, too. Rob, go ahead, finish your call.
I admit it. I'm a man. I cry.
Yeah, so I'm like, what? Like, dude, like you saying what Butcher Boy just said. I understand what he's saying, but I'm like, no, you put this guy in position. You really ran this guy up the middle like you had no regard for him, and not to me, it was sabotage. He want a guy that can play his system. He don't want a talented guy. He's want a guy who can do what's told. And to me, that's what Purdy is. That's what Darnold got a little more arm strength. I give him that. But to me, they're just guys, and I feel like if you draft a guy this high, what other franchise is basically putting out these reporters and telling reporters say these negative stuff about your quarterback?
Rob, I'm with you. And I think 4 games, Rob, and thanks for the phone call. 4 games is not enough to judge Trey Lance. And that's why when I sent the tweet out yesterday saying I'm riding with Trey Lance, because I'm not giving up on the kid. I know what I saw in practice. I know what I saw in those first preseason games. I know what I saw in that Houston, Texas game. Again, this same fan base in this same market, I watched it with my own 2 eyes, and I read all the articles, and I listened to everybody. When Trey Lance struggled in that 3rd preseason game against the Houston Texans, everybody's like, oh, he's not ready. You can't even do this and do that. But yet we don't give him credit for Week 16 in a playoff game. If the Niners lose that game, they're not going to the playoffs. And we're not going to Dallas. And we're not going to Green Bay. We're not going to SoFi Stadium. Trey Lance, did he not win that game?
Yes, of course. He looked
All right,
great.
I'm just saying. I just don't know why we don't give him enough credit for that. And he played 4 games, and one of them was in the monsoon. We all cried about it. Oh, man, it's not fair to judge him. The 4th quarter, we couldn't even see. I couldn't even see, and I was sitting 15 rows up from the field.
I mean, you know why we don't give him credit for that is because it's the same reason why Brock had 5 games like that or more. You could say 8, but let's say 5 or more games like that, and we're still even a little skeptical. So, I think it goes both ways.
I mean, there's a guy to have a game.
No doubt.
There's a guy to have a game for a rookie to say, hey, go save our season.
Agreed.
Save our season.
A lot's been made of me crying, and I think you misinterpreted it, on the crying thing.
I'm just
Guardians of the Galaxy, I did cry. In Star Wars. The only time I cried in Star Wars,
come
okay?
on.
And I'm going to be
Not
full
now.
disclosure
Not
here.
now.
And it wasn't a full cry. It was teared. Was when Yoda and Master Luke were together. I forget which one of the newer movies it was, and they were burning down the Jedi Temple. Which one was it?
It was The Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi. And he's talking about failure. And if you can't relate to Yoda talking about failure at that point in life and how it's the greatest teacher of them all,
Star Wars. Do we have other
I don't know who
examples?
you are.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You were the chosen one!
Why you get so serious sometimes? It's just,
When was the last time you cried, B?
Willie Mays documentary.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty emotional.
Maybe I cried after that. Cry recently off a movie or something.
Don't
or I was
cry
tearing
for
up.
me,
I was
Argentina.
tearing up. When was I tearing up? I never said there was anything wrong with
When
crying.
thugs cry.
That's just Guardians of the Galaxy.
There were no
is like-
tears in your eyes during that Bob Myers presser?
No, it was a lot of laughs and a lot of wows.
Tears of the clown.
When he started talking about his growing up as a Warrior fan, I got some tears.
I
in my
did
eyes.
too.
I'll admit to that.
I did too.
I didn't tear, but I felt it. But I didn't cry.
You can cry.
It's not going to be a waterfall all the time.
You cry together. Was that Mo?
Waterfall. That was Mo.
Lil Mo? And
Yep.
oh, that was a hitter though.
That was a
And he's
hitter.
wearing the old Baltimore gear, and the guy gets his chain snatched.
That was a hitter. All right, you guys want to do some King of the Hill?
Let's
do some
talk
King
more
of the
about
Hill.
crying.
Or let's move off of Star Wars. Do a little cry. Bonte cried over Little Mermaid. I tell you what does get me going
What's that?
is Up, the movie Up. The movie Up.
100% agree.
The
One of the
movie Up
saddest
is-
opening
Thank
5
you.
minutes I've ever seen in my
Thank
life.
I was
you.
like, damn. I was like, damn. Boy, Jordan Poole took that 3. Which 3? He cried. No, I almost cried when Klay Thompson chucked that 3.
When
Kryptonite
Navarro Bowman's leg got snapped in half in multiple directions, I'll never forget. Me and my cousin Jack, I legitimately teared up. I said, that man's leg will never be the same. I thought he was going to, honestly, that's like amputation status, I thought. I'm dead serious. And damn.
Bonte did not cry when eliminated by the Lakers. Had to do a post-game show. I was just, part of me was relieved. It's like, man, what a roller coaster of a season. All right, you know what? We're going to make the Golf Spot the official sponsor of King of the Hill. They sponsored it a couple of weeks ago.
Nice.
We'll have them sponsored again. The Golf Spot, go out there to Pleasant Hill. My guy Christian, everybody up there, Kevin, Mike, you guys are awesome up there at the Golf Spot. Go visit them in Pleasant Hill. Go look up their website right now, the Golf Spot. They'll teach you how to play golf. I'm getting fitted for a driver 3-wood next week. All right, top 5 ride or die guys in the Bay Area right now.
Whoa.
Top 5.
What does
Number
that mean?
5.
Number
means
5.
I'm riding with them no matter what until the wheels fall off.
Career over?
Career over.
Gotcha.
I'm riding with him.
So give me number 5.
You know what? It's
Number 5.
It's the guy who got traded here last year.
Who's that?
It's easy to ride with him. It's Christian McCaffrey.
Oh.
Christian McCaffrey, the guy on the morning roast when we were doing the crossovers with Willard and Dibbs, and they told us, running backs really don't matter that much. You don't really need running backs.
You are the receipt man. I'm going to start calling you the auditor.
But I remember all the bad things I say, but I also remember I not only remember everything. Press conferences, Joe Lacob looking at us in the eye saying, Clay Thompson will be a Warrior forever. I'm part of every single decision making. You crying, all that stuff. Christian McCaffrey, number
5, ride or die.
Number 5,
love that. Keep
ride
going.
or die.
I love it.
All right, right now in the Bay Area, number 4.
Number 4.
Camilo Duvall moving up the ranks.
What?
As a closer with the
player?
Giants. A baseball. No, there's 2 baseball players on this list.
What?
2 baseball players. It's just misnomer that Bonte Hill doesn't love baseball, which couldn't be further from the truth. The boy loves
The
baseball.
kids need to see you come out to practice.
Well, yesterday was a little tough. I do have a 2-year-old.
No, of course.
It is dinner time and got to play with baby
when
Chaz,
they
man.
found out you weren't coming, we all cried.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Camilo Duvall, number 4. You know that he tied Brian Wilson and Rob Beck for the most saves in a single month?
Yep.
This just last month in May?
Yep.
He is second right now in Major League Baseball in saves.
I think he's a premier closer.
Oh,
top 5 closer in
25 years
baseball.
old. God, what a development.
Going straight to the All-Star game. Where's the All-Star game at this year? Is it Seattle? I think it's Seattle, yeah. T-Mobile Park. That park looks sick. It's right next to CenturyLink Field or Lumen Field up in Seattle, right next to each other. Big retractable roof.
I call it
stadiums.
the big speaker.
The big speaker? Why the big speaker?
Because they pump in fake crowd
they pump in the fake crowd noise. I was disappointed in their in-game entertainment last year. Thursday Night Football. Yeah, I didn't like it. In between quarter, in-game entertainment was pretty whack.
Typical
up in Seattle.
kiss cam stuff.
Seattle fans, by the way, they're a little
Look at
front
me,
runners.
Kind of front runners. They were looking at me hard. Oh, the 49ers. Ugh, yuck. All right, number 3.
Number 3.
Guys I'm riding or dying with. Big games, no matter what park, no matter the situation.
Okay.
I gotta ride with Logan Webb.
Really?
Number 3, Logan Webb.
Stud.
Give him the ball whenever it's possible. I don't care if he's an ace. I don't care if he's number second pitcher, third. I don't give a damn where he's at in the rotation.
I'm really surprised.
Logan Webb.
You earlier in this year were, I think, rightfully skeptical about the timing and the amount of money that he was given. And in just a couple of months, you've done a 180.
I have done a 180.
I'm surprised.
And you know what? I'm not going to lie. Some of the personal stuff, meeting him and talking to him and seeing what he's all about, has a little something to do with it.
So it's not business, it's personal.
No, it's a little bit of both. It's more business and a little bit of personal. But Logan Webb is the guy I'm riding with. That game in Milwaukee.
I like that.
That game in Milwaukee, I don't think people realize how big time that was. That was big time in Milwaukee. Big time. Logan Webb, riding or dying with him. Number 3 on the list. Number 2.
That's 2 baseball players.
2 baseball players.
No, I'm proud of you.
1 football player, and it's going to be 1 basketball player. And a guy I'm going to always ride with, no matter what. 13 games ain't going to make me change my opinion. Nah, not Henri Caspi, not Jaredko.
Brad Wanamaker.
Jonas Jaredko. No, Brad Wanamaker didn't even make it through the season with the Golden State Warriors. It's the one and only, the guy who led the league in 3-point makes. It is Klay Thompson. Boy, you guys forget what this guy's done for the Golden State Warriors in his community, making over 300 threes, becoming the 3rd player in NBA history to make over 300 threes, no matter what. I am riding or dying with Klay Thompson. He's number 2 on my list, and number 1.
Me.
Number 1.
You're riding and dying with me, right?
Well, I'm going to die with you.
You see Skip and Shannon, they broke up, but, Mike and the Mad Dog, they broke up. Diana Ross and the Supremes, they broke up. Bonte and Butcher staying together forever, right?
We haven't been together 3 years yet. Let's get to 5.
Diana
Let's get to
Ross?
5.
Heck yeah.
Let's get to 5. We might not make it through 3.
So am I your ride or die?
You're not.
Anna?
Anna is always my ride or die.
That was unfair of me.
Yeah, I mean, she's
That
always
was unfair of
mine.
me.
She's always going to be the
I
ride or
walked that
die.
back.
She doesn't listen as much anymore. She's just doing
Smart.
her own thing.
My wife not happy with us yesterday.
Why?
Said that I was very in a bad mood.
Your wife listens a lot these days.
Now she does.
Why?
Does anyone really have a choice?
Traffic, her patterns have changed as she's coming back
Really?
into the office.
Interesting.
And she's starting to realize that, we're a very powerful, influential show that's being discussed on other radio stations that she consumes, Sarah and Vinny. And so every now and then, she flips over.
Wow.
And shout out Vin. Vin's a good
dude. My boy Bryn.
I like Vin.
Bryn or
No,
Vin?
I meant Vinny.
Oh, Vinny. Yeah,
I see him in the
Vinny's good.
elevator every now and then.
Vinny
He's
is
a great
good
guy.
people. My guy Bryn. That's my guy
Bryn's
from
a good
City
dude,
College.
too. Absolutely.
That's my good dude.
He'll
Number
also
one.
beat us both up.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah,
you
he's-
see a video with him
yes.
kicking over me at City College with
Yes.
the NBA pants? No, Bryn's about that life.
Don't test that, man.
He's about that life. All right, real
Number
quick before
one.
we break.
Number 1.
Trey Lance. You heard that right,
Number
Mark Willard.
one.
Riding with Trey Lance.
Over Steph
Number
Curry.
one. Well, Steph Curry's that's Captain Obvious, baby. Now, the real question is, no Draymond Green? No Andrew Wiggins? No Tomas Hurdle down in San Jose?
No Casey Schmidt?
No Casey Schmidt?
The headlines after the show: Bonte Hill, pre and post game host, does not ride with Stephen Curry.
You guys should see
He's
that.
not riding with Darrell?
well-
He's not riding with Mully?
Well, you know what? The Steph Curry documentary is going to come out, I believe,
How many appearances
July
for you?
21st. I heard there were some appearances, but I heard there was like a lot of slander.
Am I on there?
Steph Curry. I don't know if you're on there. I think you are.
Now I gotta go.
I just heard about people just when they talk to me, they talk about me and me only. I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. Dalton Johnson coming up 9:20. Let's
Not
rehash the Bob Myers and Joe Lacob review, and we'll have our thoughts on Monty Williams. and
I
Steve
like that
Kerr
list.
Company. That's a crazy list.
I'd like to kick around some other names because
Yeah.
Nahegan put it out, and I kind of want to chew on that.
All right, let's do that. That's what's coming up, sponsored by 7-Eleven.
At 7-Eleven, our
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, we got Dalton Johnson joining us here in a second. If you weren't paying attention yesterday, and Bonte's going to come waltzing into the room right now, Monty Williams, who he's had a lot of tragedy in his personal life because his wife passed away in a very sad accident. He was coaching the Phoenix Suns the last couple of years, and him and DeAndre Ayton kind of got into it, and it felt like to me when I went to that Game 6 down in Phoenix, Nash, who's a good friend of mine who used to work here at the station, who diehard Phoenix Suns fan, has season tickets. Monty's gone. He's got to go. They're going to fire him, blah, blah, blah. They couldn't wait to run him out of town. The entire fan base in his section for season ticket holders couldn't wait to run him out of town. He signed $13 million a year, almost $80 million over 6 years, a new deal with the Detroit Pistons. He's James Wiseman's new coach. And that is the number one contract right now for coaches in the NBA. Popovich, number 2 at 11.5. And number 3, Golden State Warrior head coach Steve Kerr, $9.5 million. So you're looking at a guy making $4 or $5 million, almost 50% more, in Monty Williams right now. What does that mean for Steve Kerr with 1 year left on the deal?
What does it mean? What does it mean? Dalton Johnson joining us in moments here. Warriors beat writer for NBC Sports Bay Area. He was at the presser on Monday. Just looking back at the presser, where Joe Lacob, man, you listen back to it, and I love Joe Lacob's bravado. As a fan, I love that from my owner. We're going to win no matter what the rules are. Boy, there were some awkward moments. Starting with, I don't understand why he's stepping down, but that's for him to understand. It's like, I will probably not say something like that. What do you mean you don't understand, Joe? We'll ask Dalton on what he meant by that.
Not to defend him, but there's been times I quit a job, and I remember and I was older. It wasn't like, in your youth when you quit a job, because those are always different. It was when I was an adult, and God, what do you mean you want to leave? We're paying you, X, Y, and Z, and you just, it's like, whoa, dude. I'm not living your life. I'm living my life. I'm making decisions for me. So there has been a time for me when an employer was shocked that someone said no to him.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even close to as wealthy or successful as Joe Lacob is. So I'm not defending him, but I can understand where he would be miffed, because I don't think he's been told no too many times in his life recently.
I mean, there was a lot there. It was about the group decision making. Joe Lacob saying that he didn't find out until the morning that Bob Myers was stepping late, which I do believe. I do believe Bob Myers kept it close to the vest.
But I also believe that Lacob, there was a layer of denial. And again, going back to
he didn't think that he was really walking away.
Exactly.
All that money in the team and the organization, how much they're worth, the stadium, everything about to go to St. Warriors, Joe Lacob was stunned. And I do believe that he didn't find out until that morning. I do believe that. Let's go to Dalton Johnson, of course, NBC Sports Bay Area. What up, DJ? Petaluma's finest. He was at the presser on Monday. And I guess let's just start here, Dalton, and we appreciate you joining us today as we rehashed that Myers presser. What was the biggest takeaway you had from that press conference on Monday?
Yeah, I just think it's pretty interesting to kind of see Bob Myers' body language, Joe Lacob's body language, just kind of listen to what you guys were saying a little bit as far as a little bit of a sense of denial from Joe Lacob. I do agree with that, because like Shasky was just saying, I don't think Joe has been denied too much or told no too much, especially when we're talking about big money like that. Bob Myers made it pretty clear that this wasn't about money, that he just needed to step away. It wasn't the right time for him. And I think if we're going to be completely honest, look, I want to have a good relationship with Joe Lacob, with Kent, Kirk, any of the Lacobs. But I also believe that we need to be real and understand that the guy sitting next to Bob Myers also played a factor in Bob Myers wanting to take a step back as well. Look, he kind of joked about the 5 to 20 phone calls, working him until the NBA draft, and I believe all those words too. That the 5 to 20 phone calls is not. I can tell you this right now: the 5 to 20 phone calls is not an exaggeration. They do come at wild times. Joe Lacob is someone that Warriors fans have to be extremely happy about as an owner, someone that's willing to pay up and really, really cares about the team. At the same time, I can only imagine that it's a grueling job to work alongside him and meet his demands for more than a decade.
I hear everything you're saying there. How unique is that just to Joe Lacob, though? Like, and when you contrast some of the other owners, I'm not saying every situation is like that, but the high-level ones that are a little more hands-on like that, it feels like they're all wired that way, no?
No, I agree with that, and that's what I'm saying as far as kind of the give and take right there, right? Where Warriors fans have to be extremely happy that they have an owner like that cares, that is willing to put the money up. I mean, one of the takeaways is from the press conference is the fact that you asked Joe Lacob about the CBA and spending and feeling a need to win with Steph Curry here and the rest of the core. And the guy just goes, we're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are, whether it's Steph here, whether it's somebody else here in the future, we're going to win. And he was, really showing that competitive side of him, which, to be honest with you, I loved it. It's fun to hear, and it's true to who he is. He's not hiding from that by any means. And I do believe that Bob Myers stepping down is only gonna bring more of that competitive spirit from Joe Lacob. And he doesn't want Bob Myers' his exit to be quote unquote the demise of Joe Lacob of the Warriors. Yeah, this is the first domino to fall of this core of these pillars of the Warriors. And Joe Lacob is going to do what he can to make sure that the Warriors are still on track to be contenders year in and year out.
There's many factors, and I don't know the size of each of the factors, but there's many factors, and let's acknowledge that. But don't you think at the root of a lot of issues on this team is just the young guys, like centered, the discussion, the discourse, the fit, everything revolving around the young guys?
How so? Do you mean just roster-wise? Do you mean Bob Myers-wise?
It puts stress on, playtime. It puts stress on the veterans. It puts stress on the win now versus development. It puts stress on the owner versus the GM in terms of who you're selecting very young, how much you're playing them. Just that was one of the more stressful aspects of the organization this year.
No doubt, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't argue with that, by any means. And I think that it was just such a constant conversation and talking point, and it was clear on the court. It was clear off the court as we could see, and trying to see what the direction of this team is. And it felt like for so long we knew what the direction of this team was. It was such veteran built. Even the season prior, having guys that kind of grinded through the league with Juan Toscano Andersons and Damian Lees and veteran laden players. So, of course, I think that was a big-time factor. And you just look at even kind of the two teams that are in the NBA Finals right now and how they were built. And it's different than what the Warriors were dealing with this year, especially specifically. And that, I think, was definitely a cloud that didn't go away by any means. It was hanging there, and at times it felt darker for sure. And it's something that they have to figure out a resolve of going forward, or else they're going to be still kind of stuck in this what are we, who are we mode that they never were before, and they really shouldn't be.
Dalton Johnson here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Does a great job for NBC Sports Bay Area. Glad to call him a teammate. Petaluma's finest. Does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors. Were you a little stunned that Joe Lacob mentioned that, hey, I didn't find out until this morning that Bob Myers was stepping away? Did you believe that, or were you stunned by that? What did you think of that, DJ?
I was a little stunned by that. I think part of me believes it. I go back to kind of that denial with it, too, that I just think that Joe always believed, hey, we're going to be able to figure this out. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm going to be able to throw him the money. We heard about some of the ownership stake in that too. And so you figure that he's used to kind of making these things happen, whether how long it's going to take, whether how much money it takes. He's been pretty good with that as far as closing the deals and getting the guys he wants. And Bob Myers is a guy that he wanted. He wanted him to stay, no doubt about it. So I was pretty shocked to hear that. I think that, he had an idea that it could happen for a while, that he was trying to work through it for a while, obviously. And I think in the end, he just thought it was going to work out in his favor. And Bob Myers has kind of made a decision that finally was just his decision and for himself, because he's been doing so much work for everybody else for so long. I think he finally, just at 48 years old, was
right.
This is his decision and his decision only.
Yeah, I do believe Bob Myers is going to be back sooner rather than later in the sport of basketball. No doubt. He mentioned that Monday that he's a basketball
Does
lifer.
anyone think he's not coming back?
I don't think so.
You know what I mean? Like, I think we all get that.
So.
Keep going, my bad.
No, I don't think so at all. But Bonnie Williams yesterday signed a 6-year, $78.2 million deal with the Detroit Pistons. Has a chance to get up to $100 million. We all know Steve Kerr has 1 year left on the deal. And early on in the negotiations with Bob Myers and the Golden State Warriors, money was an issue. Maybe it didn't meet the demands of Bob Myers. Maybe he felt he got lowballed. And then, by the way, you know what? I'm burnt out anyway. Let's just call it quits. Steve Kerr, what is he going to demand? And what is Joe Lacob willing to pony up for Steve Kerr, who at times struggled? And you know Joe Lacob loves his young guys, DJ. He loves Kuminga. He loved Wiseman. He loves Moody. Is Joe Lacob, you think, willing to pay Steve Kerr a contract like Monty Williams got paid yesterday?
Well, Steve Kerr better be pulling out his best Tom Cruise impression with 4 words of "Show me the money," because again, after that contract to see from Monty Williams, we know that Steve Kerr is definitely seeing that and going, "Okay, is this the bar right now? Well, is this the precedent that's going to be going forward?" But at the same time, I also want to take a few steps back as far as I just don't see Steve as someone who, even as a Greg Popovich disciple, a Phil Jackson disciple, as someone who sees himself coaching for 20, 25 years by any means. So it'll be fascinating to see going forward, especially with where Steph is in his career, where Clay is, where Draymond is, the kind of person that Steve Kerr is and the kind of interest that he has as well. He's just like Bob Myers. Steve Kerr also basketball lifer. I don't think that they're always going to have their love for the game, but they're also just not these people who are locked into a box by any means at the same time. You know what I'm saying there? So that's why, I just don't know how long we're going to see Steve Kerr coaching on the sidelines. That this isn't me giving an inkling that this is his last season by any means, but I don't know if he's going to go year by year, if he's going to sign a shorter deal after this next year. I just don't see him being someone who's coaching for 20 years in the NBA. I just see him having other interests as well, whether it's within basketball, outside of basketball. He's also a basketball lifer, like I said, but I just don't see him being a Popovich guy by any means.
Boy, I mean, just hearing everybody talk, it does feel like they're in a crazy transition period right now.
We're at the crossroads.
Man, there's a lot going on here. Dalton, what are you looking for? What's a characteristic that you think is the most important for the potential GM, no matter if it's an internal hire or an outside hire?
That's a great question. Really, it really is because you just used that word crossroads, and I think that the most likely is that it's going to be internal. I would be very surprised if the actual GM isn't Mike Dunleavy Jr. It would be surprising to me. I see it being internal. We know that the buzzword for the Warriors is always continuity. And when they have to figure out, obviously, the big three and Steph, Clay, and Draymond, but also we know that they have to figure out just internal continuity with the young guys if they're all there and everything, too. So you would kind of assume that this internal voice is going to be there. But at the same time, I'm really wondering more if an outside voice or anything like that is going to be strongly considered to not have a shakeup, but kind of just change things up a little bit. I'm trying to find the right wording for that because it'll be so interesting because, again, with that continuity where I expect that to be their main focus and to kind of keep this going. They don't want the train to derail by any means. So I think whoever it is, I think Steph's voice needs to be involved, and they need to figure out how to best serve the veterans and them, and what in this 2-3 year window is best for the Warriors.
How much power do you think this new GM will have with the Golden State Warriors? Will Joe Lacob or Kurt Lacob or whoever else is part of that infrastructure with the Lacobs? Will they have the most power now? Will they be the head honchos when it comes to these decisions? How much power or decision-making power will this new GM have, you think?
Yeah, it's almost like Joe Lacob was trying to use a strength in numbers with the front office at that press conference, talking about bench power and kind of trying to make jokes as far as, I know you guys didn't always like our bench this year, but we feel like we have a great bench in the front office, and it feels like he's really trying to kind of get on that collaborative kind of feeling going forward within the front office, and whether that means he has more say, whether it means Kirk has more say, we'll see. But I definitely think that there's going to be a lot of voices in the room, and that's why I see it being more internal, and not so much that the Lacobs can have more power, because their voices are already in there. Joe is not an owner who steps back, as you guys know. So I think it's going to be very collaborative in the decision making, and Joe, Kirk, they're going to have their fingerprints in what's next for the Warriors as well.
Do you want Draymond Green back on this team?
I do. Yeah, I do. And again, I go back to, I think that if Steph Curry could pick any teammate to go forward with, I think Draymond is at the very top of that list. And I'm talking about Warriors, outside of Warriors, anything. And that's what it comes down to. I fully understand the downside to that. I understand as far as on court with fit with certain lineups as well, and also off court. We know what it did this season.
Well, Dalton, knowing that, and I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, go for it.
Does Poole and him, like, I just can't see them coexisting together next year. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe I'm underestimating time healing the wounds. I feel it very unlikely both of those guys are back this year. Am I wrong to feel that way?
Yeah, I've been trying to really kind of, I think, digest it more, because it's so clear that it just didn't get better. It didn't. They remain locker mates, but at the same time, it's not like they were in there joking and laughing by any means, and it wasn't shunned at the same time. But we went from a year before with Draymond Green being 10 years older than Jordan Poole, calling him his big brother, pushing for him to be the most improved player, and now everything that each one of them says is it's business, it's basketball. That's not teammates. That's not brothers. Yeah. That's not this championship culture that we've heard about with the Warriors for so long. So again, I don't know what it's going to take, but there kind of has to be a deadline almost as far as, is this resolved or not before the season? And if it's not, they're going to have to move on one way or the other with one player or the other, because it can't be what it was from the start this next season if they actually believe that they have championship aspirations. Because, again, they were swimming upstream from the very start, and we all know why. And so there has to be kind of some point, maybe this summer, or I really do think it has to be this summer, where whether they sit down with the two of them or just the two of them sit down by themselves and they figure out, is this going to work or not? And they just have to have an actual reality check, because right now, you're right. It didn't work, and most likely it's not working right now. So they have to be able to figure out, it's priority number one this offseason, hands down in my eyes.
Wow. Fascinating offseason ahead for the Golden State Warriors. It's already started with Bob Myers stepping down. Just got a report from Front Office Sports that ESPN is pursuing Bob Myers for their NBA coverage. So we may be seeing him on television at least for next season, and I think he'll be back in basketball within the next 3 years. Dalton, good stuff, man. We'll continue to follow your work this offseason. A very fascinating one for the Golden State Warriors.
Appreciate you guys.
Anytime. Petaluma's finest, Dalton Johnson, here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. And, boy, that presser, the more and more I think about it, man, I'm like, wow, Joe Lacob said a lot there.
Yeah,
said a lot. Kind of stole the show.
NBA Central, the NBA Central is a Twitter account. Do you follow it?
I see other tweets. I don't follow it.
I don't either, but it always comes on my timeline. Yeah. Yesterday, it says, quote-unquote, report, and it doesn't have any name sources. Steve Kerr could ultimately take over for Greg Popovich in San Antonio. Yeah. Now, obviously, this isn't a Woj bomb. This isn't a Shams Charania report. This is not Anthony Slater. It's a speculation, and it's internet rumor, so I don't want to put too much oxygen into it. But when I heard that, I was like,
no.
It's probably the most I've believed one of those, because of just everything feels in flux.
Well, think about this.
What you
Steve
think?
Kerr is replacing Greg Popovich for Team USA as the head coach, correct? He was an assistant with Greg Popovich.
I hadn't considered that.
And back on May 16th, he said this with Willard and Dibbs about his future in the NBA as a coach.
Oh, I love coaching, and I love living in the Bay Area. I love coaching this team. So I don't have any plans to go anywhere. But I'm also, as I said, well aware of how this works. And, these aren't lifetime appointments. So you just, you do the best job you can. And, when time comes necessary, you assess where you are and you have those discussions and you figure out what's next. So I think, I'm perfectly happy. I've got a year left on my contract. The organization has far more pressing issues to handle right away. So this is not something that I'm concerned about at this point.
So the pressing issue was Bob Myers, priority number one. Well, Bob Myers has stepped away, so he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Priority number two seems like Draymond Green opting in or opting out. How does he feel about Bob Myers' departure? Will that affect him? Will that affect Klay Thompson? And then 1 year, $43 million left on his deal. Steve Kerr, will he be affected by Monty Williams getting his new shiny deal? All Steve Kerr has to do is walk up to Joe Lacob and say, here you go, 4 rings, $80 million. What's up? You know what I'm saying? 6 years, $80 million. You want me? Or you don't want me. I still want to coach. Well, I played at San Antonio. Greg Popovich will always be around San Antonio. I know, by the way, they're going to get a kid by the name of Victor Wembanyama.
It would be pretty ironic for him to go from where he's at now to developing young people.
It's a rumor.
No, I know.
It's a rumor.
I actually believe it now more than ever. And again, it's baseless in the sense that it's not presented by credible people. So I don't want to sound like I'm jumping the gun. But if you told me, Joe, he stepped down from where the Warriors are at, not that he's taking a vacation to go coach the San Antonio Spurs, but it's different expectations. There are different pressures. There's a different point. Maybe he wants a new challenge. Maybe he wants to prove that he can build something up. People have different aspirations at different points in their life. The money thing is interesting, right? So I was going over who are the highest paid head coaches, and the top 5 right now in the NBA currently: Monty Williams, who you referenced, making $13 million.
Crazy.
Popovich makes 11.5. Kerr number 3 at 9.5. Spoelstra 4 at 8.5, and Rick Carlisle at 7.25. Now, just because Monty Williams got that wild deal doesn't necessarily mean that Kerr's demanding that amount of money. It also doesn't necessarily mean that any of these guys who gets the next deal is going to get more than him. We've seen this in sports play out. Deshaun Watson got $230 million guaranteed. Right? That was one organization giving it to him. Lamar Jackson, more accomplished as a player, zero off-field stuff, got $185 million guaranteed. I know the situations are different, but I assumed, he'll get closer to the Deshaun Watson money. I was wrong. Right? I was wrong. There's supply and the demand. There's nuance. Just because you paid something for X doesn't mean I'm paying the same thing, depending on where I'm living. So I don't know if Steve Kerr is demanding that, and I don't know if the owner is willing to give him that much money. But I'll tell you this, if I was Steve Kerr and I saw Monty Williams getting $13 million.
There's a lot of leverage there. Monty Williams has been to
I know how my
one
ego
NBA
is.
final.
I'd want to get paid.
Well, all these guys have egos.
I would want the respect.
All these guys have egos. Monty Williams, would people even consider him a top 5 NBA head coach?
I'm so glad you brought.
Am
I sleeping on? Am I being mean to say?
No,
he's okay.
Listen, I thought Monty Williams when he got fired by the Phoenix Suns. I think he's a great coach for young players. He helped Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton, and he took them to a point that they got to the finals, they peaked. You lose in Game 7 to the Dallas Mavericks by 30. He's a builder. Maybe he can't take you over the top. I thought Monty Williams would be a great candidate to be an assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors. That's how I was looking at Monty Williams. I was like, bring him in and be an assistant. Now he's a head coach of Detroit. He's got a lot of youngsters: Kay Cunningham,
this
James
feels like
Wiseman.
A gross overpay.
Right? No doubt.
Am I tripping?
No doubt.
Am I being mean?
6 years, $78 million. So all of a sudden you reset things, and other coaches are looking, saying, "Boy, if Doc Rivers goes back if he gets a job, Doc's going to be like, we're starting. We're done. Monty Williams is starting guy.
Yeah.
That's the minimum. So if you're Steve Kerr and you have another year on the deal left, you have another year left on the deal. You're like, you know what? Lakers have more power. They don't really want to give me an extension, 6 years, $80 million. You know what? I go take that elsewhere. He has leverage now. Whether or not he wants that money or whether or not he's demanding it, Steve Kerr has leverage. All he has to do is throw his 4 rings on the table, say, Joe Lacob, at least meet me in the middle here with Monty Williams.
I totally agree with you on that. That is the most reasonable. I totally agree with that. What did Nick Nurse get? Because I was looking for the Nick Nurse contract, and I don't think I've seen numbers. Because
I haven't seen it yet.
I
wanted Nick Nurse as an assistant.
No, but I think Nick Nurse is better than Monty. They're different.
Different coach.
But, I mean, he's more accomplished,
I think he's
right?
more creative than Monty Williams. I like his defensive concepts. I like his offensive concepts. Now, you got the one ring with Kawhi Leonard. He can be a little uptight. He wears a Nick Nurse hat in the press.
That's a little too much.
A little self-promotion
Look
there.
at me.
Going to be interesting to see him in Philadelphia.
But you know
with
what I mean?
Embiid.
Like, wouldn't you want to know what, like, and I don't know. I find it interesting. Like, Popovich getting what he's getting, no one is surprised by that. He's earned that equity. But it feels like he's been on the retirement plan the last couple of years, you know, and the more I think about the Steve Kerr to the Spurs thing.
Yeah, I think it's real. Somebody floated it to me yesterday. Somebody floated it to me yesterday. You get Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
You get cap space.
Everything kind of cranks down.
San Antonio has a rich tradition in the NBA. I could see Steve Kerr going down to San Antonio. No, I don't.
I have family that live in San Antonio. My buddy Dave and the Sanchus and my buddy Will Grove. And I'm just going to say this right now. I know people have a lot of thoughts in the Bay Area about Texas in general. San Antonio is a great place to live. I know it's got pluses and minuses like a lot of people, but if you've been down to the Great Southwest, San Antonio is a pretty cool town. That's all I'm going to say. What?
Did you live there?
No, me personally, it's too hot for me. That's just me. They have these wild thunderstorms.
I'm on the side with Charles Barkley.
What's that?
How he feels about San Antonio.
No, honestly, the Riverwalk is one element. He talks a lot about that. San Antonio is a great place to live. I'm going to be real with you. Like the cost of living is different, obviously.
Man, I've heard San Antonio so damn boring.
It might be, but Bonte, I'm a 40-year-old man. Like, I don't need nightlife.
Yeah, I don't need nightlife.
And I'm not sure
but I don't need to be in San Antonio either. I would like to have options in my world.
I hear you, but they've got their own stuff down there.
Speaking of San Antonio, one of the teams competing in the California Classic in July, Victor Wembanyama. Hey, as a show, we going to go up and watch that kid?
I'm going up. I'm there.
Nice.
David Tella's
when is it?
hit me July 3rd.
July 3rd and
July 3rd. I'm not going July 3rd to Sacramento. I'm going to let you guys all know that right now.
I'm going.
Not
I'm going
going
that Monday.
Lakers Spurs 5 o'clock.
I will be on a river somewhere.
Yeah. So that Monday, I'm going to see Victor Wembanyama.
That's cool.
I got to see it to go to one. I got to go holler at D-Lo at KC.
Nice.
I got to holler at Kings fans. You know, we got some beef.
Before we get out of here, I saw you send an article. It's funny because I screenshot it from The Athletic the day before. And I was going to bring it in, but because of the Bob Meyer stuff, we just didn't even get close to it. What'd you think of the Jeff Van Gundy suggestion regarding free throw attempts?
Terrible. Terrible suggestion.
I will read it right here because I haven't
All of it
screenshot.
right here. All of it right here. It's eliminate free throws until the last 4 minutes of the game. If you get fouled on a shooting foul, you just get the 2 points. You don't go to the line, and you don't go to the line for technical free throws. They're just points. Then I would eliminate halftime. I think halftime is the biggest waste of time. Or I'd reduce it to 5 minutes so you can go to the bathroom and come back out. I disagree. I was
high when I said
disagree
that.
with all of it.
Why?
Is it all a ploy just to get the game moving faster? Basketball moves pretty fast. Has a good pace to it.
The games are pretty quick.
Yeah.
But I will admit, there are times when it becomes a slogging free throw fest. But when you contrast it to the other sports, it's not that bad. But here's the problem. Guys are going to find, this is why
Does Van Gundy enjoy basketball?
No, but in theory, I get where he's coming from. But then when you start to practically apply it, so now every foul, you're just going to give him 2 points.
Right.
So now
we're not going to work on our fundamentals.
But what are guys going to do? They're going to find advantages in trying to foul Hunt, and it's going to be more incentivized because it's an automatic
2 points.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you're eliminating that. Yeah, I looked at it, just kind of laughed. And I just think to myself, man, does Jeff Van Gundy really like the sport of basketball?
Like Jeff what I said? I honestly believe that ABC's broadcast right now has done more harm. I'm talking about their overall broadcast.
Right, the overall broadcast. The lead up to the finals.
Done more
Stephen
harm.
A shouldn't be on a pregame show.
Well, Mike Greenberg stinks.
Mike Greenberg shouldn't be on there as well.
And Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith, I don't like it. And I like them.
Bob Myers would be great there.
I like them all individually on different platforms for that format, for what it's supposed to do. I think it's done a lot of harm. I think it's done a lot of harm in how we discuss the game, how fans are consuming the game, how the discourse around the game.
Well,
and also Mark Jackson, like, I'm sorry, it's just stale to me. I would shake it up, get rid of both of him.
I will say this though, about
Gundy.
Mark Jackson. I'll say this about Mark Jackson though. I know how Warrior fans feel about him, but he did instill some of the core principles that
talking about as a
Draymond Green.
broadcaster.
Yeah, as a broadcaster. I just want to go. I'm just shifting
As a
to head
coach, I like that Bob Myers brought up in his press
He
conference.
deserves a second chance.
Absolutely.
I've seen a lot of other
I'm fair
coaches
with.
not get second chances for doing a lot less than Mark Jackson. He did help the Warriors go to 2 playoffs. Now, I get it. He's had a shelf life, and what happened that year was nasty. But he did. I think he does deserve a second chance. To be a coach.
I'm now envisioning Steve Kerr with Victor Wembanyama trying to play a very specific style of basketball and then saying that he doesn't fit the style. It would be pretty funny.
Oh, boy, Steve Kerr. I think
it would be pretty funny.
I do. If he does go to San Antonio, who knows?
Who's the guy with the crazy hair? He's a good player.
Speculation. For the Spurs,
I
with the
like
red
him.
hair.
I like
forget
him.
his name.
Gosh, I like him. He plays hard. You know, that guy.
Plays hard. That one dude,
hard.
yeah.
No, he does. You know who I'm
Get paid
talking about.
$10 million a year, but he plays hard. He plays hard. Look at who's the guy I love. Look
I know,
him up.
come on,
I
the
know
guy in
you're
the
talking about.
Spurs.
Nobody's watching
He's like a
Spurs.
small forward.
That's one team I did not watch on League Pass. I'll tell you that right
You admit?
now. Did not do it. Did not do it. Steve Kerr does have leverage now, though, with the Monty Williams deal. He has leverage.
Let me ask you this.
Jeremy Sochan?
I think that's who it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
He's okay.
Would you feel comfortable paying a
plays
coach in the NBA $15 million a year? Just in any coach. In this NBA landscape. When like the player, like the lead dog, I know this situation's unique because Steph's unique, but like just in general, if you're running a team, is there value in paying, like in football, I see it because it's so schematically driven.
I would in basketball.
You would? The right coach?
The right coach. I would pay him $15 million a year.
Do you think Phil Jackson?
Steve Kerr coming off of this past season, maybe there's some pushback there saying, look, I know you won the 4 championships. Some people may say you could throw any coach in there with Kevin Durant. I don't subscribe to that. I think you need coaching.
No, I agree.
You know,
I agree.
Phil Jackson was needed for Shaq and Kobe. They needed Phil Jackson.
So what?
But coming off of last season with the way it played out, it wasn't his best season. Coming off of that year, can he ask for $15 million? This is a big year for Steve Kerr.
Look,
and coaches don't like going into a last year of a contract.
Here's what I would
and
say,
coaching.
B. Can he ask for $15 million? If anyone has the equity to ask for the most amount of money in the league currently, it's him and Spoelstra.
Yeah.
And I think he's got a more, at least in the recent one, it's more comprehensive. You could argue, hey, Spoelstra had less to work with, and I'll listen to all those arguments, but it's the two of them.
Yep.
I mean, really, the short list since 2000, Phil Jackson, Steve Kerr, Spoelstra, Popovich, maybe Larry Brown, and I don't even like Larry Brown.
Yeah. Rick Carlisle.
What's Carlisle won lately?
Yeah.
I mean, I know his roster stink, but like, I feel like we've overrated Carlisle's fine.
Yeah, shooting foul, the gambling. I didn't even think about the gambling aspect of having no free throws. Wow, that would be.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there's a lot of free throws that determine point spreads. You know, and so all of a sudden you're giving people automatic 2 points.
Gotcha.
Think about it. You shoot 70% for the free throw
I
line.
didn't even think of that.
You're a guy like Andrew Wiggins who shot 68% from the free throw line 2 years ago. Automatic 2 points.
Shaq would have feasted.
Oh my gosh. Automatic 2? Shaq would have averaged 40 a game.
Who would you take in a free throw shooting contest in the middle of a game? Duncan or Shaq?
Tim Duncan.
They're both bad.
Yeah.
Take Biedrins.
By the way, we had a softball game a couple weeks back. A guy was rocking a Biedrins jersey on the sideline.
Respect. It's a real one right there.
I walked over.
That's
I was like, dog,
one.
I think he plays for the Bears. I was like, dog, Biedrins jersey? Really? He's like, I busted it out the closet.
Comcast Business Text Line. You brought up Shed Sharp. Leave it, Skip Bayless. A good for Shed Sharp for Leave it, Skip Bayless. 949 Bonte and his agent. First of all, I don't have an agent. Reaching out to FS1 by taking over for Shed Sharp on Undisputed. Number one, don't have an agent. Number two, you could pay me enough money to work with Skip Bayless.
You could to
me. Oh my
me.
God. I know you would. I wouldn't do it.
You get 15,
I wouldn't do it.
I think $15 million will do it. What did Monty get?
Not all money is good money. Not all money is good
Monte,
money.
I love you.
I would not work with Skip Bayless for $10 million a year.
If somebody gave me M's, I'd do a lot.
Oh my God!
I'd do a lot of things that I wouldn't see myself doing. I'm gonna keep it a hundo.
I don't know if you could pay me enough to work with Skip Bayless.
Hey, bro, I would pay off
and talk about Tom Brady every day.
Family members, everything.
Talk about the Dallas Cowboys every day. Talk about the LA Lakers every day. Oh my!
We're going live to Ed Werder. Yo, Ed.
He's ESPN, not Fox Sports.
A good point. How they looking? How my boys looking? As I'm getting paid M's.
Boy.
Well, you know what? Segment you could bring over from this show to that one? Final thoughts.
There we go. Lightning McQueen?
I kind of like that little NASCAR feel, burning rubber.
Lightning McQueen.
Damn.
Vin Diesel.
We're
Paul
in
Walker,
Radiator
RIP.
Springs here.
Yeah, Paul Walker, RIP. New Fast and the Furious. You could watch any Fast and the Furious at any point, and I'll be locked into it. I don't know why. I don't know why.
You a Fast and Furious?
I am.
It's a big fight in our thread for the family. My cousins Jack and Mike love it.
Yeah, I do love it.
All about family.
It's all about family.
It's all about family.
It's all about family.
Oh, man. Kareem Benzema left Real Madrid after 14 years to get $220 million per season from his Saudi Arabia team.
That's where Bonte's going to go. Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
All right, I'm going to say this. I'm going to start us off on final thoughts. Bonte, you're a man of principle, and I respect that about you. It's why I love you. Me, on the other hand, I'll let you know right now, I will be bought for money. And I admit it freely. If you gave me enough money, look, I'd have a tough time picking up and moving and doing all those things, but everybody's got a price.
We were thinking of who was going to win big, like Steve Kerr, all these other coaches because of this Monty Williams trade. What about James Wiseman? I think this is really big for him at a critical point in his career. A guy that's worked with a lot of young players, and Monty Williams. I think this will help James Wiseman moving forward.
Honestly, I'm just happy to hear that Bonte would rather work with Shasky than Skip Bayless. So Shasky,
I
at
don't
least you got
believe him.
that going for you. So where that pride. But looking around the room, I look at Steve Kerr. I look at a guy who I think he's going to do the Bochy thing. I think he's a step away after this year for a little while,
The
then pop
Bochy
up somewhere
thing.
else. And then we're all going to have fun conversations about why he ended up leaving.
Wow. Well, Steve Kerr has leverage with Joe Lacob. I wonder how much leverage I have here at 95.7K to get paid more for working with Joe Shasky.
Hazard pay?
It's a trap. My final thought is, boy, you couldn't pay me enough to work with Skate Bay. Oh my God, who's going to replace Shannon Sharp?
Is it the mullet?
Is that no? It's everything that comes out of his mouth.
The Skeletor?
Everything that comes out of his mouth. 6'5". Oh, this is not fair. Comcast business text line. Shasky would have been a live guy.
Hey,
there's no doubt about it.
Look, if you like the iPhone, you can't sit here and say you wouldn't take the live money. Come on, what are we doing?
You know what? Now,
what are we doing?
I would
A little different.
Listen. I wouldn't take the money, $10 million for 3 years, Tyler Miller, if I had to work with Skip Bayless. But Anna, my better half would say, boy, you better take the money.
Thank you, Anna.
And you better move to LA.
She's like me. Thank you.
She would make me do that job. It wouldn't be by choice. Then I'll just try to work 6 months and then get bought out. Just give me $8 million and I'll come back to 95.7.
Get bought out. I like that.
All right.
I like the way you're thinking today.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. Today. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Shout out to Nicole again. We wished her happy birthday like 15 times. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. Future starts now. What is Tiny Guru talking about? We have no idea. Let's stick around
Finals
to find out.
tonight. Come on.
Miami and Denver. Denver in 6. What you got?
I think Steiny's a big, Kyle Lowry fan.
Oh, so he has Miami in 7.
I have no idea. I'm just making.
I'm going
stuff
Denver
up.
in 6.
I
Have a
like
good day.
Denver in 6 too.
Yeah. Denver. Let's go. Let's go, Nuggets. All right. That's it for us.
tell you what, every once in a while something happens somewhere else, but it's got a ripple effect back in the Bay Area. Something happened yesterday that all of a sudden, to me, puts a spotlight on Steve Kerr. Monty Williams got a 6-year, $78.5 million contract to coach the Pistons, and the team's got 2 options for each year after that, which could pay him more than $100 million. Monty Williams?
Don't hate the player,
God
hate the
love
game.
Monty Williams, but Monty Williams, what do you do with Steve Kerr?
You give him the blank check that Joe Lacob will give him, and Steve decides if he wants to continue this. Steiny, I can't believe the amount of people that are like, what's this? You do know his salary doesn't count towards the Warriors cap.
That's correct. Neither does Myers.
He has 4 rings. Bob Myers just left. You think Lacob wants to start with the new coach? Or again, if Steve's not tired, my point is, here's the blank check, Steve. Let me know how many zeros you put on it. We're all good. He's earned that. And Detroit just told you that. Joe Lacob. Come on, Steiny. This is... What? What are you really about?
I don't feel like Joe Lacob's ready to peel off a check to Steve Kerr for $65 million over 5 years.
Let's do this, because I'm still...
Let me ask you this. Is he the best coach, Steve Kerr, to take this organization the next 3 to 5 years?
I don't think that's a fair question.
Why not?
He's still in his job.
He is.
And he's got all the nuggets and carrots and diamonds and jewels and 4 championships. So why would we have to stop the process and re-ask that question? Because some things have changed, and Bob left. And I thought it was predicated on money. I know you and Bonte have said, insinuated that, maybe the first offer, but when you're family, like I believe Lacob and Myers are, even if that first offer was chump change, it don't end the whole. You know what I'm saying? You get to the nitty gritty. So my point is, Dub Nation, everybody relax if you think that Steve Kerr is not going to get whatever he wants. Whatever you want.
I don't necessarily. No.
Whatever you need.
I disagree. I don't.
How would that look or play out, though?
That's a great question. Great question. I do not think that Steve Kerr's got a blank check from Joe Lacob. I don't know. I'd love to know what Warrior fans think at 888-957-9570. It's just, to me, this week has played out so interestingly. Tuesday, Myers talks, and it was all about Myers. Then that one day goes by, and we realize, you know what? That press conference was a lot about Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
And now today, I'm thinking, well, what's going to happen to Steve Kerr? There's no way Steve Kerr goes into next year like Myers just went into this year.
I don't know.
Is there?
But what if he needs to take a break? What if he needs get his mentals right, as Marshawn says?
But he told Dibley and Willard that he wants to coach for a while.
I took him at his word.
I did too.
So you really think?
I don't think Joe Lacob's got a blank check for Steve Kerr.
Dude, Drew Down, Austin, San Jose, real quick, study on YouTube. Guru would be out of business handing out blank checks. I didn't give Draymond a blank check. I'm not this dude.
You would when he comes into your office all mad.
Nah, this dude, Steve, is a made man. We'll keep you as long as it takes and however much it is.
Bob was supposed to be a made man.
And Bob is taking care of his daughter after June 30th. Why did I? That's still, the more time goes on, I still hate that, but Joe did that. But come on, Steiny. Who deserves a blank check if it's not Steve Kerr? Woosah. Relax. He's getting the chicken he's earned. Why y'all going, what did the birds say when they flew over Kmart? Cheap, 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 cheap. That's not Joe Lacob.
What are you talking about? I could say it is Joe
Bob had a lucrative
Lacob.
offer in front of him.
Maybe Steve Kerr is thinking, boy,
Joe's
Joe's tough to work for.
Okay,
Bob
that's
just
two
left.
different things. But
maybe that's why Bob left.
Bob didn't leave because of the zeros or the commas.
No, but he might have left because of the workload and the stress and the press.
Those are two different things. So you think that's where Steve Kerr is looking at this team like, That's my
I got a couple questions.
Yeah, dude, that coat's fire.
This?
Yeah, dude.
It came in the mail again. It was just one. It's one of my.
Dude, I looked at it in the streets. You would get love, Steiny.
Really?
Yeah. Hip like a hippopotamus. That ain't true. Damn.
So the two questions I have is, and let's just take the big three as the big three. And I know that Curry's got a few more years and Draymond's got. Do you think that Steve Kerr wants to coach the Warriors after the Big Three?
Okay, I'm using your words.
And
It's
then
what
do
he
you-
said
Oh, go
on
ahead.
Willard and Dibbs, and he told him, I
Okay.
heard it. If I said, I'm believing that he meant those words. I'm telling
All
you,
right.
yes.
Okay. Does Joe Lacob want Steve Kerr to coach this team once the Big Three's gone?
That I don't have the answer to, and why I'm a bit concerned about that is the two sound bites that we've played this week. Joe Lacob on Tim Kawakami. Nobody asked about Kerr. He throws Kerr's name in there, and he did it right up there the other day at Bob's going away party. He threw in Steve as if subconsciously, and you're right, Stoney, a year out, and in the pro business, there's not too many guys that go into that year when things are good. You get wrapped up, and you got that feeling of euphoria. You got a year, let's fix that. You got 4, let's go. You never go to the end, So that's where Steve possibly could be, but I believe if Steve is telling the truth, which I do take him at his word, Steiny, he's going nowhere, and he wants to coach this team until he burns out.
So here's the way I feel. I feel like Kerr has actually gotten. I think there's a segment of fans that. How do I want to?
I'm one of them. I know where you're going.
3/4 of the fans think and believe Steve Kerr's a hell of a coach. Most people think Steve Kerr's a hell of a coach. I'm one of those people. I think Steve Kerr's a heck of a coach. There's another group of people that think, you know what? He could have managed the last year better. I was going to say year or two, but hell, they won a title last year. But what I'm getting at is, if Steve Kerr, why wouldn't signing Steve Kerr to an extension essentially be a death sentence for Kuminga, Moody, Patrick Baldwin Jr.? Because if there's one thing Steve Kerr has shown is he is loyal to the veterans. So if you're going to have the veterans here, he's going to be loyal to them. If you don't have the veterans here, is he the best coach for this team? Maybe he is. Maybe once the Big Three starts to peel away or peel off, Kerr will go play the young guys more. But it just seems like he's not crazy about playing the young guys. And if they still have his foundational 6, well, then how's Kuminga going to get a lot of time next year again?
Because the owner's going to tell him to. And I wonder just how much of that went into Bob Myers not being here. There was a power struggle in regard to why, and I thought of this driving home, Stan, and almost text you. We had the great Monty Pool on, and it's dawned on me that Jerome and Lamb got minutes that basically ended up doing you no good because either one of them were on the roster come playoff time. My question to Steve Kerr, because he is I believe he's the best coach in the league, but this was the first example of, I don't like that moniker on his title, on his resume about he don't know how to bring up the young kids or whatnot. I mean, that should have been talked about or hashed out before these guys were drafted. So to your point, Stoney, the Warriors shot themselves in the foot by playing Lamb and Jerome over the youngsters and watching the youngsters fail and then going to the youngsters when the playoffs started, like Moody. Moody was getting looked over for Lamb and Jerome, but that was like a pipe dream because you couldn't use those guys. And again, a lot of what I'm saying is coming from what I'm seeing in Miami, South Beach, with how the Heat youngsters and guys that weren't drafted are being handled. And Monty made a great point, last thing about him, about Goo. They played in college, and you kind of always played that card, and I'm like, yeah. But maybe that has something to do why Kuminga, Poole, and Moody played in college, not 4 years. Just why couldn't Kerr crack that code? Why?
Because
I'm giving him a minus on this year.
But maybe if you look at Miami and you look at the Warriors, you find that it's the 25-year-olds. It's Strus. It's Vincent. It's Lamb. It's Ty Jerome. It's not Kuminga. It's not Wiseman. I don't know. I do know that if you better figure it out before you rip off a 4-year extension to Steve Kerr.
And that, no doubt.
Steiny, to keep the Warriors franchise at a respectable level, at some point Steve Kerr is going to have to become part of the front office. Interesting.
I keep hearing that. But
415 says wrong in all capital letters. I wonder what he or she is referring to. What part is wrong? But, I mean, if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm not taking a dime less than Monty Williams.
Oh, no doubt.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, I don't think there's any way Joe Lacob's ripping off $50+ million for a coach. I just don't think he's going to do that.
A 4-time champ? What
do you think, Bay Area? 888-957-9570. We kind of saw this before. Look, Daryl Morey apparently is the highest paid GM in the league. Makes 12-something. Okay, well, Bob Myers has to be paid more than Daryl Morey, right? Steve Kerr has to be paid more than Monty Williams? Monty Williams?
Don't hate the player. Don't hate the coach. Hate the game, Steiny.
Now, I could be wrong, but I think I got a little bit of a feel for Joe Lacob, and I do not think he wants to.
So you say Admin Honor on YouTube says Lacob would let Kerr walk. And we always act like we know what these men and women are thinking. Do you think Steve Kerr and his representation, that's what they're going for?
Oh, my God. Are you kidding?
Like, oh, my God, Monty Williams got the finals once. So I'm just asking, Donnie, we're all different. I know, get the bag. Steve Kerr, we don't know if Steve is programmed to where he's going in, I got to get it high as Monty Williams. There are people, I'm one of them, but, you know.
Go.
You calling me naive, Nancy?
That's the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. And pet of the month for May, we'll know here soon. So I reached out. I'll give it to you before you get out of here.
I got that guy's number, too, the Atco dude.
Now, why would you
we have a common friend. It's got nothing to do with business.
You never told me this.
Relax. No, I met him at the summit.
I was hoping you didn't.
No, I met him at the summit.
He's a good dude,
and we have a friend. He has a friend that I went to college with.
He's got a great charity. We're going to get into that for autism. Okay. And he gives back to the community, man. Good dude. I didn't know you knew him. What's your friend's name? The mutual.
Dale.
Yeah. Dale Ellis.
I'm
just Dale Earnhardt.
No way.
Dale Murphy.
No way Lacob's ripping off a check to Steve. And by the way,
I hate
this is where you're naive.
Okay.
That's the thing about the NBA. All these coaches, all these GMs, all these players are so freaking competitive. They know exactly what everybody's making, and it bothers them. And I'll tell you right now, I haven't talked to Draymond Green, but let me give you some news. He's not happy that Jordan Poole will make more money than him this upcoming season.
That I get.
And you know what? I guarantee he tries to rectify that.
Let's take the naive hat off of me for this.
You.
If you can't get a blank check, if somebody deserves a blank check and it's not Steve Kerr, please call or text me what you got to do to get a blank check.
I think you're going to get a lot of calls at 888-957-9570. And I'll tell you what.
Tell me. If he's not deserving, what are we doing?
Well, I'm looking at it from Joe Lacob's point of view. There's no such thing as a blank check.
Oh, my God.
There just isn't.
I won you 4 rings.
Okay, so what about...
I won you 73
I'm sorry,
games.
I'm paying you for 2024.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you. Tish is in Hercules. Hey, Tish.
Hey.
How are you?
Hi. Thanks, guys, for taking my call.
Sure.
Getting heavy traffic on the Bay Bridge.
Yeah, what's new?
It took everything for me not to call in when you were talking about Joe Lacob being a killer yesterday, Steiny, because you're so tantalizing in your comments. So I had to call in this morning when you guys are talking about Steve Kerr.
Yeah. All right.
Here's the thing. I agree with you, Steiny, that Joe Lacob is a killer. He wants to win. And anybody who looks at Steve Kerr's steely gaze and doesn't realize that Steve Kerr is a killer is mistaken.
Right.
Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr understand each other. And I have to say, Joe Lacob saying we're going to do whatever we need to win includes keeping Steve Kerr there. He's not letting go until Steve Kerr is ready to run for national office of some kind.
So, Tish, you actually agree with me. Yeah, Tish, you actually agree with me.
She does.
But she said you. Yeah.
No, she agrees.
I agree.
She agrees he's a killer.
Okay.
And that's why he's coming back.
Okay,
Yeah. No, hey,
Analyze.
Tish, stay, drive safely out there.
Yep.
No, she's saying she agrees with me that Joe Lacob's a killer, but because he's a killer, he will keep Steve Kerr.
Oh, okay. Kind of different way, but we got to the same garage. We just parked it different.
I mean,
hey, I love the whole blank check thing,
so-
but if Kerr don't get it, then it don't exist. Because why would you give me any type of contract if it's about moving forward?
Why
though?
would you want
if
Steve
Joe's
Kerr?
like, I don't think you're gonna win. I don't think you can win it moving forward or be the same. You know what I mean? Like, no, you never get paid for that. Because Joe Lacob doesn't have a crystal ball. It's about confidence and it's about skins on the wall. And those are two
But they're
things.
done.
Steve,
they're done.
he just said yesterday we're not done winning
Well,
championships 2 days ago.
that's okay.
Joe
That's
Lacob
fine.
did.
But he can't get. Can Steve Kerr guarantee that? No.
Okay, so if you're Joe Lacob, you tell the masses, Dub Nation, we're not done winning chips, but I couldn't keep my GM, and now my coach is gone because I'm a penny pincher.
Well, and you guys stuck with me before, and I hired Mark Jackson. We had 2 years of success, and you know what? I kicked his ass to the curb, if you remember, and I actually hired another coach with no experience, and we won 4 titles. I think we are completely underestimating Joe Lacob and ego. Joe Lacob
You're
believes
going Jerry Jones then.
Joe
I don't
Lacob
like it.
believes he's a big part of this. And quite frankly, he has been. So
who would say anything otherwise?
No owner worth his salt would ever say, God, if I lose Kerr and then I lose Myers and I can't win. No, he's saying, I'll figure it out. I figured it out last time. Are they still light years? If they're still light years, then Joe thinks that he can make something happen kind of regardless.
I don't want to use the word scholarship, Steiny, because they have a relationship. And Lacob kind of told us or painted the picture of the relationship he had with Bob Myers, although it didn't look that way up there. I mean, you think that man, Joe Lacob, is a killer to the point to where he would kind of assassinate his relationship with Steve Kerr by penny pinching and not breaking him off his money?
I don't think he has to. I don't think he's got to explain it as penny pinching. I think all he's got to do, Steve Kerr says, hey, what do you think about a contract extension?
Yeah.
Honestly, I could see Joe Lacob saying, look, I don't know if Draymond's coming back. Clay's on the last year, his deal next year. Yes, obviously we have Steph, but I think it's like, I'm playing this down the middle. I do think Joe Lacob might look at Steve Kerr and the aging core and say, I don't want to give Steve 4 years. I think I might want to. Why would I want Steve Kerr in 4 years? Why am I paying him $15 million to coach? To coach a team that doesn't have championship expectations because they won't.
That sounds good coming from you, but his job has been and as is to put the things in place for this team to compete. And if they got to do a soft reset, you still sitting with Steph Curry. I don't think Joe Lacob's looking at it like you, Steiny. You kind of looking at it like not a fan, but almost like you're giving up. Joe Lacob just 48 hours ago said we ain't done.
Well, he'll say
and
that.
He's responsible for
But
them
you
not
said you
being
didn't like
done.
him saying that.
Yeah, because show me, not tell me. I mean, show me, not tell me.
Don't you think it's? And listen, I'm not taking a side on this particular statement. Don't you think it's within the realm of possibility that if the Warriors come off their big three at some point, and they're gonna probably, right, in the next 3 years, that you wouldn't want Steve Kerr coaching the next iteration of the Golden State Warriors. He took over a team that was title ready. It's been title ready his entire tenure, essentially. So if you got to go young at some point, I think it's perfect. I think it's perfectly within reason that Joe Lacob would say, let's get another coach in here because it's going to be another team in here.
And you know what? What did Terrell Davis on the Broncos and McCaffrey, when they'd get in the end zone with Elway, they do the salute? That's what I'm doing to you, to what you just said. I like that. But what if Steve, and I agree that that's a possibility, but what's more feasible to me is Steve Kerr saying, you know what, Steiny? I understand where this team is at.
Right.
I've been here umpteen years.
Right.
Now I'm ready. I'm going to step away. They need some new blood. But we're not there yet with Steph and Clay still here and Dre. To me.
So how are you playing it if you're Joe Lacob?
I'll give him 3 years. I would give.
So he's got this year.
Okay, so I'd give him 3 more.
After this year.
Yeah. Or he might say, give me 2, Joe.
Well, let's say
whatever, and it would be blank. He would be the highest paid coach if that's what he wanted to be. Steiny, you got it.
I don't know.
I know you're a businessman, but damn, at some point, I got 4 chips. I won you 73.
Yeah, you did.
Now you're going to raise the bar and say, what are you going to do for me lately, Janet?
Well, yeah,
half of that check is for what I've already done, man.
See, Joe Lacob's
and I just won you a chip last year when nobody thought we was going to win.
Joe Lacob's the kind of guy who says, I notice you talk about the past a lot.
Dude.
I notice you talk a lot about what you did. I'm about what we're going to do. All I'm saying is...
And I get the benefit of the doubt there too, boss.
Who?
If Steve said that to Joe.
I think Joe Lacob would say, Steve, if you think I'm giving you 3 years for $15 million a year to get you above Monty Williams, I almost said Monty Poole.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's making that much. To me, perfectly reasonable for Joe Lacob to say, I see what Monty Williams got, Steve. I know you're going to want more than that. I can understand your reasoning, but I can't do it. I can't do it. And I'm interested to know what
that
Warrior
would be a
fans
killer then. If it popped off like that, then I'd be like, Steiny, your boy, he is a killer.
This money is crazy for Monty Williams. It's crazy, and every coach is going to use it.
But it set the market, though.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Tuesday was about Bob Myers. Wednesday was about Joe Lacob. What about Steve Kerr? He's going into a lame duck year just like Bob Myers did last year. Okay, what do you do if you're Joe Lacob? Blank check? Monty Williams type of money? Do you let him play it out? Say, hey, let's see how this year goes. What in the world do you now do with Steve Kerr, especially if he's sniffing for some Monty Williams money? 888-957-9570, the offseason saga of the Golden State Warriors. Ain't going nowhere, people. And that segment was brought to you by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Money time! Money time!
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and regular vehicle maintenance. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com. That's Clean Water.
this guy over here in the red and white hat, Marcus and Rusty. I don't know if Steinmetz was in the mix at that time. He might have been moved on. It wasn't this.
There's a surprise.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Next time I get mad at my wife, I've moved on.
No, I've been moved on.
I've been moved on. Where'd you go? But
I took
that helped the show, though.
I took some time off.
It was an F. Oh, wow. Did I miss you on the sideline?
You're the only one.
They don't have you now.
That's right, because they upgraded. Roz, Kareth.
Well, Kareth didn't do it last year. I'm talking about like right behind the bench, the Lisa Salters. The Warriors
I'm talking
didn't have
about on the NBA. Really?
No, I'm talking about the Warriors. You were
Warriors
for
didn't
the
use the
Warriors.
sideline?
Yeah.
Reported last year?
Not during games.
Not during games.
See?
Yeah.
See? Lacob's already saving. He's already saving.
Yeah. Well, they got to do that cockamamie stuff with the game's going on. Hey, coach, can you tell us why you're down 20?
You gotta extend Steve Kerr now, don't you? Blank check.
Then if
no
they
such
don't
thing.
exist if
They
he don't
don't.
get one.
They don't. Let's go to Harrison. Get us going, Harrison, in Santa Clara. Wants to talk about Steve Kerr. Is he the man to take the Warriors further?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
It's Thursday.
Yeah.
Hey, so I just wanted to say, first and foremost, it's purely speculative if Kerr even wants to reset the market. We don't know that, but if he does, he is certainly going to get paid more than Monty Williams. What he has done for the Warriors franchise, you can't even you can't even compare it to Monty Williams. And I also wanted to highlight one other thing that hasn't been addressed. There was reports not very long ago about the Warriors brass wanting to make, what's his name, Bob Myers, the highest paid GM before he stepped down. I want to know if you guys think that any of that money that would be allocated towards Bob Myers might end up going to Kerr now and making the highest paid head coach.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. And I did talk about, and I brought up the fact to the caller's point, Steiny, we don't know, because you talked about, they're competitive. I get that.
Yeah.
And the Draymond Poole
Kerr's
thing
a
is
killer.
real. But we don't know if Kerr's like, hey, I need to pass Monty Williams. So let me just get back to Monty Williams. Yeah. You get fired. You don't reach. Your relationship with the big man fell off. You get KD and you still get EDD to only go get more chicken in Motown. Life is good, man.
Incredible. Monty Williams. Okay. I mean, Steve Kerr has got to have a big old smile on his face this morning.
Well, he's about winning. It ain't about he's got enough chickens, Donnie.
No. Goo.
I know.
Here's
never
a lesson for you.
Look at my bank account.
Enough chicken.
Yeah, look at my bank account.
So here's the other thing. Do you realize that, like, let's say you're a guy who's making $10 million a year, and you've made $10 million a year for 10 years, and you have $100 million.
Oh my God!
That doesn't mean in year 11, like you're scared. In year 11, you're scared of making $0.00.
But if
doesn't
you do,
matter.
You got
doesn't
a lot
matter.
to fall back
It
on.
does not matter. Look at Phil Jackson. Couldn't stand not making money.
Yeah.
Why?
What he said about the
yeah.
I didn't know how to take it. I'm mad at Skip Bayless. We'll get into that later.
Why?
Because he got my boy fired.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with Skip.
What do you mean? Put your glasses back on. Remember that? It's my turn.
Let me tell you what. Skip Bayless is a killer. He is.
Stephen A's doing well without him.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, Skip vice versa.
Carlito in Alameda. Hello, Lito.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Hello, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, fellas, I'm going to put the rat on the table, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control.
Wow.
Monty Williams got this deal, but here's the thing. He's in Detroit, Michigan. I don't know about you guys, but that's not the best favorable place. The Warriors, much more cachet, and that's why I don't think you need to pay Steve Kerr. He's already living in a great market. Thank you.
Yeah. You ever heard of Birmingham? Birmingham, Michigan?
8 Mile.
Nice.
Yeah.
A lot of nice places in Michigan.
Yeah.
Quick jaunt to Ann Arbor. Quick jaunt to East Lansing. Don't sleep on Detroit.
They say it's depressing a little bit, too, if you ain't a pro athlete. They got Red Wings,
I think
Tigers.
they did just put wait a minute. Where's Detroit playing now? I should know this.
Little Caesars.
I think they are downtown now.
Yeah. The Tigers, Little Caesars on the fence.
Should I go to Mike in San Jose?
Before you do, remember we had Roz on our show at Roz Golden with A.
I don't remember, but
and she said I had beautiful hair to you and I. Remember that?
Now that I remember.
Oh my God! I got in trouble at home.
See, here's where cheap shot would be. Yeah, that's the one thing I do remember her saying. But I don't. I'm not a cheap shot guy.
Yeah,
She's doing great.
We need to get her on.
She's doing great. Yeah. Mike's in San Jose wants to know what the hell Guru's talking about. Mike!
Please explain.
Hey, guys. First, love Guru.
We all do.
Guru,
yeah, we all do.
But since yesterday, you've called Joe Lacob a penny pincher about 10 times. And as a guy who's lived a little older and goes to the games, there is no chance that Joe Lacob is a penny pincher. He's revolutionized the way they pay players, everyone else. So when you draw a line in negotiations, as our owner, could you want anyone else that cares so much about winning and $2 or $3 million in coaching salary will not be the reason.
Mike, let me leave you with this.
Bob Myers,
Mike, it's more than that.
Mike, let me give you this, Mike, because you're one of my favorites.
Hang on, Mike.
I'm a little hurt that you got that many. You say 10 times. The dude is overseeing almost $1 billion payroll with everything that's going on with basketball operations. I gave him kudos for that. I admitted on air 2 days ago, Mike, you had to hear me. I thought this was about money.
Every day.
I thought this was about money. And to come find out it wasn't about money and Lacob gave him a lucrative offer, I said I was wrong about Joe Lacob. At no turn has Joey Lightyears been a penny pincher. So, man, I need to watch what I'm saying if Mike's hearing that come out of my mouth.
Mike, I think I'm the one more saying Joe Lacob doesn't have an open checkbook. You know what I mean?
I'm saying it's open, Mike.
So the greatest thing Bob Myers did as general manager is the hardest thing in the world to do is manage superstars. Anybody can manage average talent.
Yep.
Bob Myers' talent was the relationships with those guys for that long. I believe, just as a guy who's a little older and has management roles, that Bob Myers is 48 years old and says, what do I do next?
It was some step. Did we lose him?
He's 48 years old. Did you hear so?
I appreciate you having my back on that because you were kind of saying that Joe, he has a line, Lacob. I'm like, nah, not for Kerr. It's wide open. So, yeah, Joe Lacob is the last man I would say is a penny pincher.
Well, he's not a penny pincher,
right?
Clearly, but he's got to start thinking about money more than he ever has in his ownership. And we saw that last offseason with Gary Payton II.
But isn't this the good money that doesn't count against the cap to pay or reward your coach?
So what do you say?
Titles?
It's not real money?
No, it's real money, but it's...
Let me tell you something. Monty Williams just made it real money.
I'll say this. This is what we know.
How much do you think Kerr's making?
I would say about 12.
I think it's a little less than that, but I have no idea. But I think
would you have a problem if he surpassed Monty Williams?
No, he should. He should. No, but I'm not saying just because he should doesn't mean I would do it if I'm Joe Lacob.
Right. And
I
your main
think
reason,
and hard of that,
and your main reason is what you see out yonder, right? You don't like where the team is at, but his words just told us, Joe Lacob, hey, people, don't worry. The goal is still to win a chip. And if he looks at Bob Myers as his fifth kid, I don't know what he would look at.
Does he look at him as fifth kid, or does he look like him like somebody who's got to stick till 6:30?
That's
June 30th,
like
everybody. 5 p.m.
I'm just saying they got a real relationship with Kerr.
5 p.m. Hey, Bob, by the way, don't you dare!
I did not like that.
Don't you dare punch out early on June 30th.
What if Bob says I quit?
You do know that Joe Lacob put a time clock in Bob Myers' office.
You're playing.
I am playing.
Yeah. But, Steiny, if I were Joe Lacob and you and I, not only are we business partners, we're family.
No, we're not.
And if you want 4 titles, here's a blank check, man.
No, Goo. Goo, you got it.
I'm not giving that to everybody, so quit texting saying Goo would be bankrupt.
You ever see the movie Parenthood?
Oh, it's one of the greatest.
Steve Martin.
Yeah.
I forget
Mary
the young lady's Steenburgen
name. Yeah.
says, well, maybe you could what if you want to get pregnant? And he goes, yeah, when you come out of dream world.
Wow.
Okay, good. When you come out, there are no blank checks. All I'm saying.
Well, Monty Williams just got one.
Apparently so.
But Detroit's desperate. They're trying to.
So the Warriors.
Nobody wants to dance with them.
Who's going to win the title next? Detroit or the Warriors?
I don't know. Well, Steph Curry's here. The Warriors.
Okay.
James Wiseman. Monty Williams went from Ayton to the big ticket.
This is James Wiseman.
Let's go to Mike, the businessman. What's up, Mike? Mike, we got trouble brewing
guys,
here.
I love this show.
Thank you.
Love you guys. What I do is, as a businessman right now, because I've started a ton of companies, and you guys have done business with some of my companies, is I advise other businessmen. And so, Guru, you already said something, but I'm going to ask you, Matt, if you called me into your office, you were trying to make this decision about Kerr, I'd ask you, how much of an impact do you think Kerr had on the championships? Does he have a 10% impact on whether the Warriors win, 20% impact? What's the percentage impact that you think he has on them winning?
Yeah, boy.
Think about Mark Jackson's offense. What it was and what it is now.
10 to 20%.
Oh, my gosh.
Because it's a coach.
But he put in the system that only they run.
What happened?
I think we lost him.
Oh, man. I like having dialogue.
Why do you look at it? I don't like him. I'm going to start blowing off and get winded up.
That was Evan. It wasn't me.
Yeah, but
if
20%?
Steph Curry makes $50 million, the coach should not make more than 10 or 12. So that would be 15, 20%, right? All I'm saying is, if Steve Kerr's agent says, well, look what Monty Williams got. What do you say we got 4 years for $50 million? Let me ask you something, Goo. I'm
being real with you, man.
No, I know you are. That's what's scary. Do you allow for the fact, or do you allow for the possibility that, and I'm going to say we here, because I'm talking about our Warriors, do you allow for the fact that there's a chance we're not going to be that good in about two years?
I do.
Okay.
And I'm doing everything in my being to prevent that. Whether it be a trade with Kuminga, Jordan Poole, every Klay Thompson, maybe even Draymond.
I don't want to coach making $14 million a year and we're 30 and 52. And I know that's hard to invest.
Yeah, because you're not setting out to do that, right?
But don't forget, can we put they didn't make the playoffs in 2 years ago when Steph was healthy.
Well,
so it is within the realm of possibility. They went 39 and 33.
Lost a play-in.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't count. Chucky D in Concord. What's up, Chucky D? Chucky D. By the way.
Yes,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Anyway, I want to talk about Steve Kerr.
Okay.
For a minute. I've been a Warrior fan since I moved here from New Jersey in 1986. I suffered through all the years of
Brian Winters.
And I hang in there, and then finally we got to this point, and I enjoy all the winning and everything else. But people are missing what's happening to the Warriors. It's clear to me that the problem with the Warriors is right now is actually Steve Kerr.
Oh,
we don't need him back.
Oh,
I tell you why. None of the young players ever develop under him. A lot of great players who were young came through his system and never got developed.
Mm-hmm.
He has a few, but the Warriors were ready-made for him. So, and then you look at this past season, his stubbornness of sticking with veterans and refuse to sprinkle Kuminga or some of the other people. He's going to lose anyway. So why not put those people in? He cannot develop young talent. And going forward, I don't think he's the coach for this team going forward. I think they need to get somebody who can come in here and start a new chapter in the Dubs dynasty.
Wow.
Now that Bob Myers is gone, I don't see any reason for Steve Kerr to stay, and I don't want him to stay. I need him to go too, and then you start over. You know, and then there are going to be some changes with the roster. I would expect that, but this is a new chapter, a new leaf being turned over here, and Steve Kerr shouldn't be paid all that money for his failure to develop young.
Man, thanks, Chucky D.
Before you go, I love Kerr, but I hear a lot of that.
Okay,
and
well, then, does he have a blank check or
about
not?
The draft coming up? I'm not, because whoever they get ain't gonna do you know what that rhymes with it.
So then, why are you giving him a blank check if he can't develop talent?
Because this is about grown ass men that they're going to get the big three that you got, or the youngsters you dangle to go get the ready-made Bradley Beal. Remember all the guys like that? That's which way this team should have went. Neither here nor there. That's why I just can't get excited about the 19th pick, because and it may sound like shade, Steiny, I just know he's not going to, this is too complex. You got to wait.
Well, maybe they'll actually draft a guy who's played 4 years of college and will understand it.
I like that. Or do you think Steve Kerr looks at last year and says, you know what? Maybe I did mess up with the youngsters.
I don't know.
Like
I don't think he thinks he messed up with the youngsters, and I'm not sure he did mess up with the youngsters.
So I'm asking you, Evan and Spadoni, this, because I brought this out early. All of us, all in the family.
Yeah.
Shout out Edith. What did you really get from Jerome and Lamb? It robbed the youngsters.
Got him a 6 seed.
Now, because those two helped.
Yeah, they did.
But that was a flaw because it wasn't. That was a mirage. Shout out Vegas. Sonny, I'm telling you, man, there was no way you invest those minutes and rob the youngsters of their basketball puberty. And I kept saying it would be greater later. And they would have been better had you just trusted them.
You don't know that. And I'm sorry, I can't allow you to say that without some pushback.
Well, the fact that they were invisible because they didn't play.
Right.
That wasn't you then.
When they played, they were invisible, too. I'm going to have to push back on that all the time.
But give me something for the Jerome and Lamb. It was a scam. I ain't rhyming, Steiny. Come on.
Maybe the bottom line is that the Warriors drafted 3 guys who aren't good.
Damn it.
And then you know what?
Possible.
You know what? They can't
believe that. I'm looking at you right now.
I think Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb are better players than those guys right now. Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody.
Wow.
Why? Like, Steve,
it takes time, Steiny.
I don't understand why you're giving him a blank check then. Here's the other thing. What was the gentleman who just called? Mike said, I think it's time to start a new chapter.
Oh, no.
What does that mean?
Does that
mean you're done?
Oh, no.
Does that mean you're done winning titles?
No, new eyes, a new pair of fresh ideas. Let
me tell you, you're not bringing a fresh idea guy in here and you're winning a title. Please.
Well, then all the reason to pay Kerr.
No, it's not the reason to pay Kerr. It might be time to start transitioning. I don't know if it is.
If you use that word, then it's across the board.
All I am saying, because I want to be clear and don't put words in my mouth, all I'm saying is I think Joe Lacob will have a big problem if Steve Kerr wants Monty Williams type money for the next 3 or 4 years. I can kind of understand it.
Right. I got to bring before you get to next.
Real quick, where are we with Warrior fans? You like Steve Kerr or not?
And I want to ask Evan that. Evan, crack the mic. Where are you at with Steve Kerr? Am I overzealous? Do you think I'm off basis when I say he should off base? Do you think I'm off base when I say he deserves a blank check?
No, but I think also if you're talking about the paycheck that Myers just turned down, that was supposed to be an extremely lucrative deal, and that was based off of both what he'd contributed as well as what he's got in front of him. I guess the question, depending on how large you think the blank check should be, is how much do you think Steve Kerr has left in front of him? How much is still left on the bone of this team and where they can go? Because that's what Joe Lacob's probably going to want to pay him for the future, not for the past.
Well, by the way, I ain't mad at that, but he would get paid for his past, a little of the past and the future. But the fact that
Curry money,
what we've built, and
what have we built?
A 4-time champ.
All right,
and we shocked the world when
we lost the head of the snake, Bob Myers.
Well, the head of the snake is Steph, but it ain't because of money. It ain't because of zeros and commas.
By the way, I got a message for Carlito in Alameda from my buddy who grew up in Detroit. Easy, Carlito. Detroit is the only city in which you can go to an MLB, NBA, NFL, and NHL game. They all play within 1 mile of each other. Don't sleep on Motown.
Now that's dope. But they got crime.
Who doesn't?
Especially the
Who
Bay.
doesn't?
Dude, Steiny, they're robbing you on the Bay Bridge.
It's a joke.
Dude, they breaking into your car on the Bay Bridge while you're in it.
Tell you what,
that was
never.
the stuff I see on these Bay streets, man.
I'm starting to become a law and order guy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, law and order. You know what I mean?
I'm waiting for the
Mariska
punchline. I'm waiting for, thank you, Spadoni.
Well, I'm starting to have more respect for law and order.
I didn't like Ice-T on that.
I'd be a great cop. Oh. Ray in the East Bay wants to talk about Detroit and what they had to do to get Monty Williams. What's up, Ray?
Hey, Steiny, man, I love you and Gru.
Thank you.
Hey, right on, baby.
For making my commute better, guys.
Cool.
I mean that. But, look, I think that Detroit is trying to establish, an identity, and they're trying to build some good fundamentals. I think they had to overpay to get a guy in there that had a name, some respectability. I don't think Monty Williams is the greatest coach at all, but he's respectable. And if you're going to go to Detroit and deal with a bunch of 20-year-olds, you better pay me a whole lot of money. But I think he's their Mark Jackson. He's just trying to get them in the right spot. And I don't know if he's going to get them over the hump or get them anywhere, but we can all say we were better when we were, when Mark Jackson coaches. We just weren't all the way there. And I think they just had to pay him just to be that guy. In a Steve Kerr, if they could figure out that locker room mess, if they could figure out, what they did wrong last year and get a better vibe this year, I think he should be the coach as long as he wants to be, and he should get paid something close. But, Lacob doesn't have to give him, that money. This is the Warriors. This is a turned-around franchise. This is the apple of the, this is the apple on top. We're not overpaying nobody. We don't have to give anybody anything. If you get a competitive salary, you coach the Warriors. He's going to get good players in here. We're going to have good, vibes. We're going to have good everything, and that's what we have to believe. And I don't have to give you Monty Williams money to coach here. Detroit does.
All right. No, Ray, I'm with you that Detroit, they overpaid because they probably, they had to.
No doubt. And I'm going to ask you, I'm being serious. How better of a coach is, because I respect this guy I'm about to ask you about.
Who?
How better of a coach is Monty Williams than a guy like Dwayne Casey, who had a crack at the Detroit job?
That's a good question.
Well, he never took a team to the finals. Got to give Monty that. Had a 2-0 lead.
Yeah. I just, what do you do with Steve Kerr? Bob Myers out the door. Now what do you do with Steve Kerr? Maybe Steve doesn't want to be here without Bob.
That's wow.
Who knows? 888-957-9570 is the number. Tuesday, Bob Myers left. Wednesday, we talked about Joe Lacob. What is he going to do? And Thursday, what are you going to do with Steve Kerr? Can you really bring Steve Kerr back for 1 year, just like you did with Bob Myers, but you just lost him? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by calhope.org.
Come on, people.
Life is uncertain. It's okay.
was a question Evan had brought up to me, so he's doing that. He gets a soda today. I got to tell you, yeah.
Hey, I got hit by a golf ball yesterday. Little punk didn't yell 4, and I got hit right in the shoulder, and I can tell you it hurts. It hurts.
Oh my goodness! My neck and my back.
I'm getting ready to hit my third shot on the. Next thing I know, I'm like, oh God!
How often does that happen?
Twice in my life, 3 times, and I'm like, I didn't even know where it came from. Of course, it came from.
Did he apologize?
He did, but only after I kind of walked over and said, "Can I get a 4?"
Oh, dude, so you let him know.
And I was nice about it. I said, "Man, can I get a 4?" And he goes, "Dude, I'm sorry, man. That's fine."
That's like bird poop getting pooped on. The odds of that happening are like getting. No, I gotta think getting hit with a golf ball are higher than getting bird poop on because it's happened to me twice.
Robin's in San Francisco wants to talk about Lacob and Kerr. Hey, Robin. Robin.
Good on. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We got you.
Okay, Guru, real quick, I wanted to tell you, your cousin or whoever that was.
Yeah, the brother-in-law. Yeah.
All the acts were great, and if you haven't seen the artist Kim, you really need to go see him. Okay?
I heard he was phenomenal. Yeah, he did give Kim love. Yep.
Yeah. And Curtis Blow was great, and I wanted to let you know that he just came back from having, I think last year he had open heart surgery.
Oh, wow, okay.
And he's performing.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, So here's what I wanted to say. I wanted to call in and talk about the organization, but, things, people say stuff. So here's what I want to say to people who talk about he can't develop, Kirk can't develop. Well, Steiner, I would like you to answer this when I get off the air. How can you develop young players if they can't get on the floor because you got 4 Hall of Famers, okay? People compare them to what Miami is doing, but Miami don't have 4 Hall of Famers on the floor.
Yeah.
Who have won championships, okay? So you can't compare, apples to apples, oranges to oranges. It's not the same thing, okay? And then who's to say? And then he redid his whole coaching staff to concentrate on development this year, right? So who's to say that the starters don't want to play with these guys, and they have said this over and over. You've heard them in press conference. We need vets. So, sometimes our fan base, pay attention to words. Pay attention to what's going on in front of you, okay? He can't develop, but you got these stars on the floor, these Hall of Famers.
Robin.
They want to win.
Robin.
And they play, yes?
I got to ask you this because I love the passion. Those guys didn't come get a jersey from the Warriors. Those youngsters got drafted. And you are right, but the other part of this equation is why did they get drafted to just sit there like bumps on a pickle? It's somebody's job to get those guys ready.
Right, but here's the deal. Development takes time. You want to lose at the expense and off the back of Steph Curry because this is who's really holding this team up, right? And so Simon is right. He played, the talent wasn't there to begin with Lamb and all them, but he was trying to win games. He's trying to appease both sides, okay? And as far as Kuminga is concerned, when you look at them when they're on the floor, he didn't know, sometimes he get lost on defense. And you know what? The main thing about him is his attitude. He has entitled attitude. And I'm going to tell you this right now, Roger. All you guys like about Kuminga is that he's athletic and all that boy want to do is dunk. That boy needs to go.
Thanks, Robin.
But she, look at you. But
she knows.
She's half right. Kuminga didn't say I want to go to the Warriors. So if she's right and that's what it's about, go get you some ready-made talent. That's why I believe there was some animosity between Bob, Steve, and Joe. It had to be. Because I have a vision, Evan had a vision, Spadoni had it. No, he had a dream. And you had it. You can't tell me they were on the same page. So Robin's right, but don't blame the babies. Who's got to change the baby's diaper? Who teaches the baby how to read? Yeah, you sit in the school, but you got to read with the parents at night.
I think there's a chance that Joe Lacob that Kuminga and Wiseman were Lacob guys.
I believe it.
Okay, well then you don't. Then Steve Kerr and Bob Myers don't have an issue with each other.
But now they got an issue though with the big man.
The big man
Is Joe Lacob.
has an issue with Kerr, perhaps.
So how does that get rectified?
It gets rectified by a 26 and 56 season.
No, I'm talking about this off. Does Steve? Dude, there's some stuff going to change. I really believe. I can't tell you what it is.
Neil Young.
Yeah. Neil Young?
I know that things are going to change, but I can't say bad or good. Look out for my love.
Oh, okay. Boy. If you could be that way 4 hours, we could go national.
Brian Windhorst from ESPN.
Windy.
Take a listen. Oops, wrong one. Take a listen.
Bob Myers is 48 years old. Now, I understand he's worn out because it's been a heck of a decade.
Wow.
He is not 68 years old. He is not of retirement age. This is a guy in his prime as an executive saying, I can't do this job anymore right now. And he is the first of 4 people that the Warriors don't have control of after next season. Obviously, we've got Draymond Green, who can opt out this year. That's a huge thing. Steve Kerr is on the final year of his contract. We just spent 12 months. The Warriors could not get a deal done with Bob Myers even after they won the title. What's going to happen with Steve Kerr going in the medium to long term? And then, of course, Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson has 1 year left on his contract. There's been discussions about whether or not he will sign an extension. And here's the thing. If they bring Draymond Green back at any reasonable number, with Jordan Poole's new max salary coming onto the books, Greeny, they are looking at a $500 million-esque payroll when you include the luxury taxes. It may not quite get to $5 million, but it's going to be far and away the most expensive team in the history of professional sports. But I'm not sure Joe Lacob can abide paying that salary for a team that finished in 6th place and didn't make it out of the second round. And I don't know what's in Bob Myers' head, but the fact that he's walking away at age 48 is worrisome when you think about where they're going.
Oh, boy. And take that for data.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that Steiny Fizdale, but you said something to me, and
you are just holding on, aren't you?
No, when you told me Guru,
nostalgia.
you said a lot of stuff, but you said Guru.
Yeah,
I'll never forget this. Steiny, I'm for real.
Okay,
words are my life, and those were Wendy's words, and I love it. I can't say he's right everywhere he looked, but to Mike, our caller who said he loved the show, we love him. I did not call Bob Myers a penny pincher. Dude, he's almost got $500 million payroll.
No, he's not. Of course, he's not a penny pincher.
Okay, Lacob's at Ike's having lunch, having a sandwich. Do you really think he wants to pay Klay? He probably is like, I love Klay, but I don't think he's probably going to get back to what he was. But he has to deal with it. So how do you? I can't give Klay money I don't think he's deserving of. But just about Klay, because that's the last thing Wendy said. Klay's got to have some self-reflection. And if I were Klay, I'd be calling Joe, hey, look, I'm ready. I know what's up, man. Okay. Y'all had my back 2 years. I know what it is. You paying about $500 million. Here, what can we do? Give me much of nothing.
Yeah.
You smiling?
I am. I'm laughing inside.
Well, would you laugh if Klay said, I'm going to ask for the max?
Yeah.
You'd be like, sell your house because you ain't getting that.
It's great. It's disingenuous to think. Well, it's not disingenuous. Remember when Don Nelson said, "I'm not. If they bring me back, I'm not taking a salary." Hit the pike. You're not taking a salary.
I forgot he said that. Now he looks at Steven Seagal. You see his new haircut?
He's available. Need a GM. City boy.
Julian.
City boy knows. Yeah. It's over.
No, he ain't there yet.
Let's move on. City. Get him off.
Get him off. Never on. Dude, why am I happy? And you're smiling. That ain't good for business.
It's Thursday. What are you talking about?
We got to fight, man. Like Shannon and Skip.
You got plenty of people to fight with other than me.
Put your glasses back on. I didn't like that from
There's no Shannon Sharp.
He probably would have ripped him apart.
What do you mean?
If they got into it, yeah.
Hey.
No, Bayless is in good shape.
Bayless is in great shape.
All right, I got to go here since you brought him up.
Bayless is in great shape.
They got a moderator, the beautiful Jenny Taft. She's no longer there. Oh, God. Bayless, who's in
Wonder
great
why.
shape, made a comment about McCarthy and his gut. And Bayless said, I don't want my head coach to be overweight, basically. So Jenny jumped in when she's not supposed to. And she goes, Skip, everybody's not as fit as you. But for you to say you don't want your ball coach to be fat, that's not cool. And he went back like almost, why are you even talking? But that ain't cool that you're talking. And I thought, Skip, you can't body shame like that. Even though you're fit. You can't say you don't want your ball coach overweight. You ain't doing that on purpose.
Now, this is for Julian. You know what? He gets the little T.
But how do we know what happened?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what happened. He didn't answer the bell. Doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter.
He'll call back and
I don't care.
What about him?
Who?
His rule proposal about no free throw.
I like it.
Until the fourth quarter.
If I could light up a cigarette right now,
What is your problem today?
Dude, no, Van Gundy, what are you doing? Sometimes you're like a Jedi, and then you say cockamamie stuff like, just can no free throws count the point. What is it going to be, 300, 290? What are we doing?
This is the same guy, and I'm talking about Guru, who said, I don't like when Dwight Howard, it's not fair that you foul Dwight Howard because he's not a great shooter. And then the game just gets bogged down.
That was not me.
Yes, it was.
That was a Thursday. I wasn't here. Well, I'm here today. Yeah, but anyway, I didn't say that.
He also said he'd get rid of halftime. I thought that was pretty funny.
The guy that doesn't play, no halftime.
He played at Union College. He's a Division III guy, like me.
Like I said, he didn't play. We're trying to get you for the Royal World Tournament.
That's not happening.
Vontae going to help with funding. Yeah.
I heard that,
Dude,
actually.
Vontae, Big Willie. I got to tell our guy, Sheed. Dude, we got a little squad going. Styles.
What's the registration fee? How much?
It's different for if the company's paying and then if the regular folks.
I don't think you should have said that.
Dude, I got a big mouth. Houdini. Big mouth.
Polo is in Redwood City. What are we doing with Steve Kerr? We got to extend him.
Man.
Yeah, what's up?
How y'all doing? Hey,
doing well.
I want to say this. Remember when I asked you about Moody? If he go play in the playoffs, you guys were like no, and they hit us in the gut, and now he playing in the playoffs.
Right,
rolling with the high hand. So I felt like Steve Kerr and the Warriors was a failure this year, even though they made the playoffs. They was all over the place this year. Didn't know their rotations or anything. How are you going to not roll with the hot hand, Kaminga, and all these other youngsters when it comes to the playoffs?
Man.
I don't know how, and we don't run with the hot hand. It doesn't make any type of sense. What he did here is so messed up to the youngsters. They lost that locker room with these youngsters that when they played Lamb, Jerome, and Green over them after they won the championship. How they gonna bring them in inside the team, expect them to learn the whole playbook?
Man,
so
wait,
Polo,
got rid of James.
That's real.
Polo, what do you do? Just let Steve Kerr coach next year, and like Myers did this year as GM.
He better come hard. He better come harder than ever this upcoming year. They made their decision. They let go Bob Myers.
Okay.
They signed George Poole with that money. They had to do something out of that 4 or that 5. Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Curry, Clay, or Draymond. One of them had to go. And Bob Myers stepped down. He made the decision for everybody.
No, what do you do, Polo? What do you do? What do you do with Steve Kerr? He's got one more year left on his deal.
If you don't do good this year, you got to let him go. I'm sorry. And it was frustrating watching the Lakers. We got hit by guards. Why Kaminga was on the bench. Why the other people that was on the bench. But we rolled with Moody, and we got hit by Walker. We got hit by Austin. We got hit by Shooter. We got hit by Russell. Are we kidding me?
Well, thanks, Polo. Appreciate the call. I mean,
well,
I wouldn't lump Lonnie Walker in there. Lonnie Walker's a player. You know you lie.
Yeah, but
Lonnie.
But I got to go back to Robin.
The fourth.
Robin called, and I'm not mad because it's her opinion, and I love her to death. But Robin said, Steiny, she never once blamed Kerr. She never once blamed Kerr. She's blaming the babies, man. And the babies need to be nurtured. And you know this when you drafted them. So It can't
you
just
thought they could get it.
Oh, but real quick, who thought?
Probably Joe.
And whose job is it to get them up and running? I know the answer.
Who?
The head coach.
Well, maybe they're not good enough.
It's like the Trey Lance thing. You can't say that without seeing it. But you ain't seen enough of. Well, James Wiseman, I'm getting mad by the day that he's gone. Are we ready to say through 37 games that he didn't have it? And they got a thing on Instagram, a clip where he sets a pick for Curry. Curry goes to the right and bounce passes it, and he goes up over Jokic. Not up over, but Jokic was in the vicinity. Like, run that every time for the big man. But you can't because he's with Monty Williams. I'm telling you, man.
What?
There's some handwriting on the wall, and it's like pig Latin. I can't read it, but that's sign language. But you know what I'm saying, man. Something's off. And Robin, that call, our last caller, our guy, he's on it. Somebody's job and responsibility is to get these draftees up and running. The Warriors were in no position with the big three getting older to have guys sitting there collecting dust. Then you said, oh, I'll play Lamb and Jerome. That's fine, but it's not reality because come April, they're not in the rotation.
Yeah.
Who's that on? I think I got to answer.
I think it's on Lacob.
No, it's Lacob had the input to bring him into. You got to run it by him. Hey, why are you picking Steinmetz up? Well, he's a high flyer. He can do this and that.
Exactly. You know what? I heard? I heard when Myers was saying, Joe, what is it seriously about Kuminga that you like? Joe said, ha.
Yeah.
And Bob said, we need more than that.
And I think they thought he had more than that.
And then Joe Lacob said, but the highlights.
Let me give you one. Nah, it's not. What about Kerr? Where's Kerr in this? If he don't like coaching youngsters, then they should have known that. Those picks should have been traded like we talked about. The whole station, every show, every day was like, this is what they need. Iguodala and Curry were on the same podcast laughing almost now when I think about it. Yeah, they don't know how hard it is to win. You want us to go to battle with that?
The problem,
dude, my head's going to explode.
What I believe, the problem that I think happened, and I don't know if I'm blaming. Listen, the funny thing is, Warriors need a president. They need a GM. Joe is it. Joe's the guy. He must sign off on everything. So
he deserves some blame too.
Of course.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Okay.
He's a hands-on owner. What if? I think there's a very good possibility that Lacob liked Kuminga and Wiseman and thought they would be ready sooner than they were.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, they got caught because they could win a title last year, but the young guys weren't going to help, and now they're like, what should we do?
And look what they did, and they lost in the second round, Steiny. Had no answer for your boy from Reading, PA. It
was a good year for him, though. Do you think they overachieved or underachieved this year?
I think they totally underachieved. I mean, when you're defending champ, am I smoking crack? I shouldn't say crack, but am I smoking dope to think that you should go back and defend your title with Steph Curry and Draymond Green?
They're old, Goo,
but they're not showing their age. Draymond's showing more wear and tear. So is Clay, and we know why more than Curry.
That's the one thing I always think's funny is everybody says, "Oh no, Clay and Draymond are they're declining." But that's it. Stop there.
He's a top 5 player, though.
Who?
Curry.
I'm not talking about Curry.
LeBron's declining. He's still great in the league, Steiny.
Right, but that's what they mean by margin of error. The Warriors have no margin for error anymore.
But they have no input from youngsters.
That's because they drafted some guys who at this point can't play championship level basketball.
Those are big misses every day that goes by.
Kuminga's not a miss yet.
All right.
He's not a miss
yet. So you're not giving up, but he could be he could be used in a trade.
I wouldn't. Look, I'm not crazy about Kuminga, but I would, all things considered, let Draymond Green walk and let Kuminga, and we got to see what Kuminga can do. The problem is, does that affect Steph Curry? Does Curry even want to deal with something like that?
And does Lacob care that Curry
exactly.
See, this is you could be like, Gooey's a killer. What do you got? I ain't never shot nothing. But now I feel like we're about to find out how much of a killer he is because, Steiny, I really believe this whole Draymond standing coming, and you're talking about Kerr and the money. I think Draymond will be – could you see a scenario where Lacob says, hey, Dre, it's just not in the cards for me to give you 90 over 3 or 75?
Yes.
And I think Draymond told us he don't want that, but he would understand it. He said the handwriting was on the wall way back in 2022.
Uncle Looney, right on the money, and it's something that many people just don't think about.
What?
You certainly didn't.
This is Kevon Looney.
I was thinking about
the
Looney.
Warriors did not. One of the biggest reason the Warriors did not go back to back.
Yeah,
it's because they're old. Uncle Looney is right. It's extremely hard for an old team to go back to back. They're an old team. It's okay.
With an infusion of youth, and the youth gave them nothing to make. So they looked older, Steiny, because they had to do more.
They would have looked worse if they would have played the youngsters more. Like people say, Steiny, how can you say Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb are better than commit? I'm just going, why did Steve Kerr play those guys over Kuminga and Moody in the regular season?
And it's no shaded in Lamb and Jerome. But when you talk about, if you present it to me and Evan, and you say, hey, guys, we could go route A, we got 2 guys that are going to play, but they're off the table come playoffs, then we're not really dealing with reality. We're the Golden State Warriors with Lamb and Jerome, and we're getting some wins. We're losing. But that's where we're not really growing and meshing because we're going to be totally different come April.
We can't win a championship and develop. Why don't we just acknowledge that?
And that's why I want to throw this microphone or call Lacob and get your phone and text them. Why did you go that route? 3 of them? Because right now it looks like 3 of them.
I said Moody's a baller.
He is.
Moody's fine for a 14th pick. Moody's fine.
1.5.
Yeah, I never got to 1.5.
Dude, wow.
I didn't see it, Bob.
Wow.
There's another. Should I take a victory lap for that? I don't see it, Bob. Thank you.
We going to get him on?
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, he's working.
That's true.
So he got to the 30th.
That's true. I don't think
Executive show
Lacob said he can't do any more interviews.
The schedule's all filled up.
Right. Yeah. He worked. Joe, let him go. It's the summer.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to talk a little bit more about Steve Kerr, and then we'll get into some 49er stuff. They've got, you're not going to believe this, but they've got some, they've got fun and games at the quarterback position. 888-957-9570. What do you do with Steve Kerr? You extend him or not? 95.7 The Game.
I sound insane.
Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That truly bothers me.
Why?
And you ruined Kuminga. He wasn't
right.
nothing. It was over. The kid, he did something right, JK. Dude,
what'd he do?
I can remember in my mind right now Dickinson taking 50 calls on pre and post game after just people lobbying for Kuminga. It wasn't all just
sick
dunk.
after a while. By the way,
Mateo, what you got?
You know, you're a big. I'm not coming down your road. I'm going to set it up, though, using you. You're always a big snitches get stitches.
Right.
Snitches get stitches.
Yeah,
don't be cheating. No, don't be telling. Don't be tattling. Let me tell you something, Brian Nagel. Let me tell you something, Anthony Grazia.
Wow, dude.
Let me tell you something, Don Mega. I don't need you dropping dime on me on the YouTube chat that I spilled water.
Oh, man.
I don't need it.
Wow.
All right?
No, I
don't need the boss. The boss looks at that chat, and now he's going to come in
Yeah.
and say what happened, and I'm already in the doghouse for something that happened 3 months ago.
I think the boss has a burner, too.
So Nagel, Grazia, and Mega.
Dude, they did it, too.
Come on now.
I had your back. I
You
just
dropping
kept
dime
going.
on your boy?
But what do you do with your hands?
I'm a fidgeter.
But why?
Huh?
I was driving my son home to college. He was in the car asleep, and he'll do this.
Oh.
His body shakes. I'm like, son, what didn't happen to you? Like he'll just jump, and then he'll still be asleep, though.
You know how that happens. You'd be laying in bed, and you think you're falling. And,
Not me.
Yes, you do. You do it.
No, I'm telling you, I
No,
don't.
everybody does it.
We've given
No,
you,
you do
we
it.
giving you mechanisms to do something with your hands.
I know.
Yeah. I wonder how you hold the golf club.
Not well.
What'd you shoot yesterday?
Who cares?
Karika.
it's about
Evan,
fun.
that's a 90. 92. Just give it to him.
You're in the ballpark.
Wow.
94. I struggled. You know what?
Boy. You might well pull a no-show. 94?
I did it on purpose. This is the you.
Well, you
wouldn't
got
understand.
hit. You were injured.
That's true. Yeah. Although that happened on 15 toward late. Hey, Grandpa Daddy. What's up, Grandpa Daddy? How you doing, man? Grandpa Daddy. Going once, going twice.
God. Probably changing diapers.
Turk's in the 707. What's up, Turk? Turk, how you doing, man?
Guru, what's up?
Hey, what's up, baby?
Yeah, man, I just wanted to call and tell y'all, like, Warrior fans, man, we gotta keep it real, man. We had a great run. We won 4 championships, and the writing's on the wall. Like, us losing in the second round.
Damn.
Kerr's on the last year of a deal. Curry's 36. Like, that's not how sports work. You don't just win forever and then think you're just going to win all the time. Like, dynasties come to an end. Curry's going to retire, and then we might be bad for a little while. And if Joe Lacob is the owner that he says he is, we'll build it back up, and hopefully we can go on another run. But we should just we should just cherish Steph Curry right now for what he is. Give that man his flowers, and if he take us on another run, we'll be happy with that. And as an organization, they need to decide right now whether are we going to stick with the youngsters, trade them, get some big men in there so Curry can go on that run, or let him develop. And that's all I got.
Wow.
Yeah,
but there's not many people saying Warrior fans short for fanatic. They want more. They're greedy. I mean, if you step back,
delusional.
You said something the other day. Hey, Goo, what if the Warriors didn't go to the Western Conference Finals for the next 5 years? I'd be like, that's a win in Warrior land. But you really got to have perspective.
No, it's not.
You got to be able to step back and understand.
They can't.
This team was a dynasty. And we'll go AD because we're not in that. Hopefully we're not after dynasty. But, Steiny, you get 4 or 5 years of futility just because you're on top of the hill.
But nobody believes it's going to happen.
You got Steph. He's going to do his job, but he can't, like
55
Robin.
times a year.
Okay, Steiny, we're in the era of load management.
Well,
how many games did Joker play?
You don't want to do this.
I'm going to guess 65. Well, at the end, they sat him.
Go ahead, Evan.
What's this?
He's played a lot in recent years. I think this year was slightly less. He played 69.
That's the new norm.
Last couple of years, he was around 75.
And Draymond gave you 65, I believe, this year.
That's why.
72, actually.
Oh, my God.
For the last time.
Dude, give Dave some love for that. That's damn near loony.
Does love mean money?
Well, it can be. Yeah, that's a 3.
Bottom line is that Draymond treated this year like a contract year. Will he treat next year like a contract year if he gets paid?
You say that's why it was at 75?
Maybe.
Well, the punch didn't help him. But it did help Jordan Poole get paid. I can't prove that, Snotty, but I think there was some of that sentimentality into him getting that contract because the timing was rather peculiar.
Felipe Estrada says Steiny would tell Kerr to hit the pike if he asked for a blank check. I would say, really? He would say, Monty Williams just got this, and I would say just because they made that decision doesn't mean I can make that decision.
And Detroit as a company is in a different place than the Warriors are as a company. Dude, this dude's paying $500 million, Steiny.
Not yet, he's not.
Oh, I had 49 of Frankie.
You
know how much Joe Lacob's getting with the playoffs and the title? Yeah, but there's overhead. Oh, it was Shasky. It was Shasky now. It's overhead, Steiny. Well, Joe's balling, but you still come on. He's putting some of that money back into the company.
Joe Lacob is rich,
100 times over,
but he's not as rich as a lot of NBA owners.
So
he's got minority ownership behind him. So Joe Lacob, he's got to answer to people. Goober doesn't deal with it. Goober deals with the business and entertainment.
So like Ballmer is all his.
No
okay. Yeah. Ballmer's all his. Yeah. Arthur Blanks.
Probably.
Wow.
I mean, there's a big difference between a multi-billionaire and a billionaire. There's a big difference between a guy who's got $10 billion and $1 or $2 billion.
So Joe's sharing the profit.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
Man.
Joe's got minority owners that at some point maybe going to say, how long are we going to have the highest payroll in the NBA but not be a contender?
Can you name one, or did you just do it, a minority owner for the Warriors?
Vivek Ranadive was the most famous one until he left.
I remember that. Wow.
Erica Glazer is one of the minority owners. She's been there from the beginning. It's switches here and there. I mean, they're sell share, but there's other investors in the Golden State Warriors.
Interesting.
Yeah, Anthony and Vallejo. Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
Good afternoon, fellas. Long time no talk to.
Yeah, what's up, baby?
First of all, shouts out to Guru. You about to lose some of my LBs, so you can be.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I'm still doing that with the LBs. Yeah, I'm still doing that with the LBs. I'll just be quicker now.
Okay. You gonna be quick like a cheetah.
Yeah.
I see you. But I wanted to put the rat on the table, sponsored by Lacob Pet Control. Contact Lacob Pet Control for all your pet control needs. Shout out to you again, Guru. So the rodent of the month is none other than Steve Kerr, because let's keep it a buck. No matter who guys wanted to have playing time, whether it was Anthony Lamb, whether it was Ty Jerome, whether it was Kuminga, whether it was Moody, even James Wiseman. The fact of the matter is Steve Kerr was supposed to get these guys ready to contribute in the playoffs. That was always the plan, in my opinion, was to, not have to depend on the big three so much when the playoffs came. Obviously, everything would run behind them, but we were all hoping that the young guys would contribute more. And I want to say this, and I mean this, Steve Kerr is a really good coach, but he's not the best coach this season. Eric Spoelstra should be considered the best coach this season because he got more out of less with the team that he has. And he has 7, I repeat it again, 7 undrafted guys. And he's getting, and there were people that were complaining about Caleb Martin getting playing time. There were people complaining about Gabe Vincent getting playing time and Max Strus. And all those guys are contributing, and they contributed. As a matter of fact, in Game 7, Caleb Martin was the one that pretty much won that game.
He could have been the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals, Anthony. Caleb Martin. Yeah. Good stuff.
But I add something to that for you?
Well, you can add it, but of course, Anthony's not going to be able to rebuttal.
I'm going to say this.
I'm not blaming you, Evan.
Wiseman being the number 2. You still drinking. Wiseman being the number 2 pick. Kuminga 7th and Moody 11th, if I'm correct.
Moody was 14th.
Okay, 14th.
Okay. 2, 7, and 14.
You still can't tell me that does not supersede guys being undrafted. I don't care if they stayed 4 years in college. The Warriors had more to work with those picks, even though they went that direction. And Spoelstra, just to Anthony's point,
you just can't.
I'm sorry, dude.
No, you just can't. You can't grasp it, can you? They drafted projects.
I don't care what if Joe should not have signed off on. You better be sure.
It's his decision.
You better be sure. You guys better be sure.
Wiseman,
and that's why I wonder why Wiseman's not here.
You know why he loved Wiseman?
He was
sources say
athletic big.
He made the same mistake you did. He watched a video of James Wiseman dribbling the length of the court.
I'll never forget it.
With nobody else on the hardwood.
Somebody
and
was
at
there.
one point, he actually did cross over an orange pylon, and you said, let's go get this guy.
Kind of what Kyle did with Trey.
Yeah.
How'd that work out?
Mm-hmm. By the way, it's Pest of the Month.
Yeah.
Not Pets of the Month. Because you don't want to take care of pets.
Oh, yeah. It's Pest. Spadoni said.
Unless that might not be a bad business. Hey, you want a pet taken care of? We'll take care of the pet for you.
See, this.
If you know what I mean.
You didn't do this until you start talking to the guy that runs Atco. Spadoni, I know what he's doing now. Because you put that out there.
You actually think I'm trying to take Atco
You
from
would never do that. Come on, Stoney.
Not as far
but
as you know.
But it was good material. And it's Pest. Like you. P-E-S-T. Remember I said that at the summit.
A serious question. Like what? Like, who's making the decision on what the Pest of the Month is, and why hasn't it been made? It's June 1st.
Dude, look at it.
You know what?
They got to do the data.
What data?
I hate that you have his number.
Oh, I'm texting him. I'm texting him right now.
When I'm off, Stoney going in for the kill.
Why do we not have a Pest of the Month?
They got to take in all the records, all the service they do, all the, you got to turn in your paperwork. It's got to be mice or rats.
I hate mice
Dude,
and rats. Tim's on the freeway. He wants to talk about Warriors culture. I'm just kidding. They have it. What's up, Tim?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is not a college team. This is a professional organization. I mean, you guys were just talking about minority owners wanting to be a contender. And as a business professor, are you freaking kidding me? They want a return on invested capital, whether we get a championship or not. And the same is true with corporate culture. That's the thing that you guys never mentioned about Poole. Does he want to work in this culture with the admitted violation of trust, as well as all these other younger guys, right? I mean, you got one of the great architects of this corporate culture gone now with Myers.
Right.
And I can't believe you guys are talking about getting rid of Kerr because who's going to sustain this culture they've built? Now, there's no guarantee this thing really works out, but I'm just saying this has been one of the hallmarks of this organization.
All right, hold on, Tim. I got to ask you this because you're on the one hand you're saying we can't get rid of Steve Kerr,
which I've been advocating.
But on the other hand, you also said you got an obligation to the minority owners to get a return on their investment. At some point, aren't they going to want more of a return, the minority owners, and that's going to mean tightening the belt?
Does it? Because you got to ask them, if they're cashing checks that are keeping them happy, what the hell do they care?
Well, why is Joe Lacob talked about the payroll being unsustainable?
Well, I mean, it becomes a balance of dollars and cents, right? And don't forget, he's also telling us what we want to hear. Going to be winners, right? All those kinds of things, right? But he's also answerable to minority owners, not for a belt, but put a check in their pocket. And it seems to me they're doing a pretty good job of that, whether they win a belt or not, right?
Well, yes, Tim, and I think that's the thing.
But Tim's like, well, money's no issue then. If Tim, I got that from Tim basically saying, business is still good, guys. Don't worry about them losing in the semifinals. And Joe Lacob, he is right. He didn't tell you.
He was a business
professor. I love it. But he's saying that the business is still kind of booming, even though they didn't win the chip. And he's right about Jordan Poole. We talked to Jordan Poole wants out of here. There's no
talk to him?
No. I saw him play, and I saw his play road. And it wasn't because something was going on upstairs.
You don't believe he can turn it around?
If Draymond is gone, he can. That's normal. Give me another example where these two would coexist after what went down. Dude, I saw that punch again. I hate to bring it up. It gets more vicious every time I see it.
It actually doesn't. It's the same
for the guy that's never been in a fight.
I was in a fight.
Well, don't get mad. Just share that with me. I remember.
When I was in like fourth grade.
Boy, dude, that was a punch. Jordan cannot function here, and I wonder how much animosity he has that the culture didn't suspend Dre. I don't think that's, if I'm doing the Kirby selling vacuums, if I tried to sell that theory, I think the average person would be like, Guru, you were right.
Kirby is your home mechanic.
Well, I'm talking about the Kirby vacuum I used to sell.
We have a sponsorship with Kirby, CURBEE, your driveway mechanic. They come to your house.
Gotcha. But I
know you're talking about the vacuum cleaners.
Yeah, my old company. Guru Soft as Charmin, Elvis.
Did you used to throw like dirt? You ever see that Lucy episode? I Love Lucy.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it was Lucy was a door-to-door salesperson.
Yeah,
I love the young
and he would come to the house with a clump of dirt, and he'd throw it on the floor of your house. And then he'd vacuum to show how great the vacuum was. Problem was, I think Lucy did it once, and the guy said, "Well, I don't have my power's out right now, so I can't." So it's a long story.
I'll tell you this though:
Ricky Ricardo, Desi Arnaz,
because I told you about the domino situation that happened accidentally over the people on Twitter. But I used to have a paper house, 90, and I just throw the papers in the gutter. Then Norm found out one day, got in trouble. I was responsible for delivering the paper, but I'd come home from school, be tired. So I went just throw all of them in the gutter, told Pops I delivered them.
That's not funny.
No, I'm just telling you.
That's hilarious.
No, I'm just telling you what I did as a
That's
kid.
not funny.
Dude, I got one of the worst ass whoopings ever. Yeah, Pops found
What's your
out.
boss say?
Well, he didn't know. We kept it in the family.
I made it up.
Yeah. Dude, I'm just sharing. Dude, I was probably 12, 11.
This makes it even worse because
Norm got your boy, though. Just got snatched up. Adrian Peterson, no.
Danny's in South City.
My bad.
Zimmer.
Danny. I can't believe
Hey, how you doing?
My guy's disappointing me a little bit, but that's nothing.
What's up,
Yeah, I
baby?
think you guys were right. There's like three things this year. You say, can veterans win? Yeah, I think they can, number one. Number two, I think the three biggest things that went wrong with them this year was, Poole and Draymond was number one. Number two, Iguodala. We should have got rid of him a year ago and got a young guy. And three, what's the third thing I was thinking about?
Poole?
The bench. The bench.
Oh, the young
bench
kids
this year.
probably.
Yep, the bench. We didn't have a strong enough bench.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Danny. I appreciate it.
I know they regret that. I know Dre's a lifer, man. Snotty, come on, man.
What?
They probably were smelling.
Dre doesn't regret.
They were feeling themselves and basically gave a scholarship to Dre.
Well,
but did you see his heartfelt note to Robert Myers?
I actually
on
did.
Twitter
I
yesterday.
missed
It was
it.
very
What he
kind.
said.
Stein.
Can you read it?
Oh, wow. Was it a?
Why do I want to hear it?
Well, was
He
it a letter?
referred to him as Robert.
There's something about Iguodala.
He golfs.
There's just something about him. I'm going to let it there.
Well, dude, he did
He's
us
an
well.
interesting
He
cat.
stayed with us for almost an
You know
hour.
what, though? That was 4 years ago. Seriously, what's he done for us lately?
Well,
not a thing. And you know what? He's done doing anything for us because he's not going to be on the team next year.
Yeah, he said, "To more life, Robert," and then clinky glass emoji.
what's
Appreciate
his status?
You.
Is he retired? Dre? Is he? Oh, you hate Dre? Andre? Is he retired? Evan? Is he not?
I don't care.
Well, dude, if he's going to take up another roster
I don't
spot,
care.
Joe Lacob should care.
I don't care.
I'm gonna quit telling
making the
stories
vet
about
minimum.
my life too, man. People don't forget.
Hey, what's going on with it?
I don't care.
I don't care about your rule changes.
JVG. Mm-hmm.
I'm a SVG now. Stan was great this season.
They're both great.
Yeah.
They're absolutely both great.
Can hear JVG tonight.
Is it?
And your hero.
Brian?
No.
Oh, bang!
Mark Jackson.
No, Mark Jackson.
With all due respect.
He retired hand down, man
Who?
down. Mark. He don't use that no more.
Well, then he's going to have to come up with something else.
I love him.
How long do you think that'll take?
You think Jokic is going to give him a hug after snubbing him from MVP voting?
I'm fighting for my life.
I'm fighting for my life.
He was fighting for his life.
Dude, why isn't go ahead.
Okay.
No, First Take usually is at the city of where the finals. They're not on remote in Denver.
Because it's Denver. Nobody cares
Well,
about Denver.
the crew is not First Take. Like Stephen A. was there,
There
and
you
like
go.
Wilbon and all those people. I think are
Get
there.
your facts straight and get back to us.
They were in the studio today. I'm talking about all of them.
Tell him, Spadone.
Stephen A's always there.
Stephen A. is going to be on. I think the whole like pre and post game coverage of the actual finals will be in Denver and then Miami.
They didn't want to do the show from the top of Everest like
like
Spolster said.
I don't know.
Altitude's tough.
Bulletin board material.
What's tougher, humidity or altitude?
Oh, it's altitude. I know because we played in high school in Reno, Gridley.
A good question.
We went to Gridley, Colorado, and we stayed with families.
Let me tell you what you
And I started that game, and there was a reason.
77-42 loss for our guys in that one, probably.
Please.
See, this is what you do. You've never even played in humidity, so you don't even have anything to compare it to. You have no idea what it's like to play
I'm on my way to a family reunion in
Ah!
Texas. I balled in Texas in humidity, son.
You don't know
You better
from
fact check,
humidity.
please.
Which part of Texas? There's a dry.
Exactly.
and a
It's a
wet.
panhandle way. There's not even a lot of humidity up there.
Amarillo.
It's a dry heat.
Houston, Texas, known for humidity? Yeah. Come on, guys. I've been around. How about that? Dude, I need a doctor's appointment. I won't laugh like that after the weight come off. Yeah.
Let me guess. The 49ers should just play Trey Lance even if he's not ready. What the hell?
Why is he not ready?
Who cares
Let's
what
talk
Kittle
about it.
thinks? Who cares what McCaffrey thinks? Who cares what the fan? Just you know what? You get to play, and you get to play, and you get to play.
Have you
know
ever
why?
heard of get 'em
'Cause
ready?
We're now treating pro sports
Please.
like Little League.
Get him ready, Steiny.
Grow up first.
Trey Lance didn't pick you. You picked him. Get him ready.
Grow up, you young.
I hate the paper story.
You should have. I would never have told that.
But you got mad like it was your house I
am
didn't
mad.
deliver it to.
I am mad about it. Like that's. I don't think you should. I don't think people should shirk responsibilities.
Has there ever been any job when you were growing up, Sonny? Anything that you're like, you know what? I'm going to slack off.
I called in sick one time in my life, and I felt so guilty. I've never done it.
Not
again.
even on the job though. Like I used to work in retail and retail management. If someone asked for something and I told them we didn't have it,
Oh my God.
yeah, I'll just go to the back just to make them feel better. I'll go to the back and check for you if we have it. I'd sit back there for 10 minutes on my phone, come
my
back, and you know what?
gosh.
They felt great because they thought I checked. So.
This is, and he's just rolling out free off his tongue. But don't hey, you went to jail on your way to work and didn't make it to work.
I was trying to go to work.
Right. So you missed the date in. Well, that ain't on purpose.
I was incarcerated. What could I do? It wasn't like I could work from home. I was painting somebody else's house. Well, I wasn't that day. 888-957-9570 is the number. Kind of want to get into a little 49ers talk. It's all brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed.
I feel like I'm better than you. I love knowledge and history.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And yet you don't learn from it.
I got a confession.
Let me guess. What are you guys doing? You don't live a forthright life.
No, it's not like that.
About getting over on people.
Oh, never that. Never that.
Oh, man.
Steiny, there's a rumor that Kim K could be dating Brady. And I'm jealous, man. That's all.
I don't care.
Dude, but I do, Steiny. Kim K.
I don't care.
TB12. Dude, that's just, some guys are so lucky. That's all. Go ahead. Let's get to
working with one of them. Right? What?
What does Tony say?
Oh.
God, Kim Kardashian. Oh, God. What? See, now your hate's coming out. It's Tom Brady.
I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it in. I was going to try. I was almost going to say I'm going to try to keep it in my mouth, but then I know that'd be a cut. Because I work with a bunch of fourth graders.
Not me. But why do I care?
Don't talk about that. So it's going to be very interesting to see if you're consistent. You felt like Steve Kerr should have played Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody. So Trey Lance has to start for the Niners, right?
I honestly believe that, and I believe that firmly because of where and what they used to draft him. I do understand Brock Purdy was throwing. Nobody's seen it yet, and I'm not hating on him. Lynch was talking the other day, so it sounds like he's making great progress. But at the end of the day, when you do what Kyle did to bring Trey Lance in town, we need to see what you got. Not in 2 more years, not in 3 years. We need to see right now. I think you owe it to Trey. And again, I'm coming from a vantage point of he was the starter in week 1 last year up until he got hurt. So I'm not asking, for a Hail Mary here. I understand Brock Purdy was awesome, but I think Brock's biggest opponent from starting week 1 to me, Steiny, and I'm no doctor, shout out Pandya, but I just think his elbow needs more time, even if he's throwing the ball with zip. So now there is no Darnold beats out Trey. You owe it to the fans. You owe it to your organization to let us see what Trey Lance can do.
You don't know a damn thing to Trey Lance. You owe it to the fans and the 49ers. And John Lynch is optimistic. Take a listen.
He's hitting all the markers. It's a little difficult in that this doesn't happen to NFL players as much as it does in baseball, which his surgeon is a surgeon who primarily, it's why he's so experienced in Major League Baseball. And I think Brock was smart, and we kind of facilitated that he met with a bunch of different surgeons. Dr. Meister, the Texas Rangers doctor, is the one that he chose because of his vast experience and expertise with this injury. But, there's certain markers that you hit. He was 12 weeks out, and that meant it was time to throw. He did so and responded really well. He's just had 1 session thus far, but, we're incredibly encouraged by that. And Brock's a worker. If you give him a task, he's gonna do everything in his power. So these are just timelines, and timelines are just that. They're guidelines, but, when I say tracking well, it's just he's hitting all his markers. And it doesn't surprise us because he's putting in the work. And as for best case scenario, we're just going to kind of take it as it comes. But the hope is he's ready for training camp. The hope is he's ready for the regular season. But what I can tell you is, I mentioned Trey, I mentioned Sam. We feel good about that position holistically. So we're not going to do anything to put, Brock not in a situation where he's not fully healed.
I heard Brock Purdy starting week 1 there. He's already, he's hitting markers.
I did like that, but
he's hitting markers. And
Scotty,
holistically, we're solid at the QB.
So are you? And I'm being real, and I'm like Shasky. I was listening to him and Bonte, my 2 brothers, man. I like watching these old games over and over, and I watched a couple playoff games with Brock Purdy. Steiny, I'm not telling you never have I, or Evan, that he's Dan Marino, but there are some things he got away with, and now he had an opportunity to play with a 49er offense that has C-Mac. I would like to see Trey Lance with C-Mac. I don't like that he worked out with Mahomes. Trey working on his form or his throwing motion, but I just think it's good. It's good for everybody involved to find out what you got in Trey. And if that doesn't happen, I'm gonna buy you a fresh pair of Nike Air Maxes so you could take your own victory lap on Goo. They knew behind the scenes that he wasn't ready. And I think that's an insult. To Trey
What
to
are you
say
talking
that.
about? That's what a coach is paid for, to assess his personnel. And maybe.
But Lance didn't mess up to get Purdy the opportunity, Steiny. He got hurt.
We don't know. We don't know how he's performed in practice.
Well, he hasn't practiced up until now. I said this. I text JD. Do you leave your? Is Trey going to lose his job to injury? I know you could laugh and scoff, but Trey did not fail or get yanked out for Purdy to take over. He got hurt.
He wasn't very good.
I understand that.
Okay. 707.
Short sample size.
I'm with the 707.
Give it to me.
Yeah, Guru. Not this tone, but I do agree with the sentiment. Yeah, Guru. Good idea. Let's make one bad mistake and turn it into more bad mistakes just because we drafted him high.
So you're telling me you guys have seen enough from Trey Lance and you're ready to say he's a bust?
Of course
That's
not.
all I want to ask anybody.
No.
Call us.
No. I'm trusting Kyle Shanahan, the quarterback whisperer.
And the last time you saw Trey on a football field, he was a starter.
Yeah, barely.
There is no barely.
He wasn't very good.
Steiny, there is no barely. He was the starter. And Brock Purdy, Steiny, they ain't going to rush him out there. Now, that was positive. Talk to me when you get hit on the elbow, son. I think we're weeks away from that, and that helps Trey Lance. I mean, my goodness. You want to talk about Bush and who did they cheat in Florida? They cheated the election.
Al Gore.
Yeah, you were my guy about the Soros.
Yeah.
Gore. They're going to do that to make Trey beat out Darnold, Steiny. There's no way Darnold can beat out Trey. We got to see him fail. And it's going to be hard for anybody to fail with the weaponry and Kyle Shanahan around.
But you need to throw the ball.
He's been throwing it. You saw, dude, Kawakami tweeted out it wasn't too pretty in practice yesterday from the quarterbacks. I'm paraphrasing.
Well,
Yikes. Look at this.
I just don't understand this. You know, sometimes
privilege.
you're an old school guy, and then other times you're like, let's just give it to him. Let's just, I don't believe if you move up to get somebody, you owe him anything. You moved up, you got him, now come produce. If you gave up 2 or 3 first rounders and Trey Lance can't play in the NFL, you made a mistake.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's all.
Right. But Matt, all I'm trying to tell you, because I hear you, but I hate that you think your partner's going down that road. This is the road that I'm driving on, Steiny, and I want to stay on. I'll take an X and get gas here in a second. Steiny, what I want to see already happened, and it was Trey Lance under center week 1. I would just like to see Trey Lance quarterback stink it up, get yanked. Here comes Brock Purdy. What I don't like, and this is no shade about Brock, 5-6 weeks. I just hate that Brock took over when they got a new toy. And I believe the new toy in McCaffrey would make you or I or Evan or Spadoni better at a quarterback. So now I kind of feel a little guilt or sorry. I feel sorry for Trey in the sense that you didn't get to drive the car when it had the turbo button. So he's going to be better if he gets under center whenever that does happen. And, hey, I just don't believe, and I'll bet you, I'm tired of betting down here winning, but I don't think Brock Purdy will be available week 1. Even if the doctor said, you know what, it'll be kind of close.
You better hope not.
Because
he'll start. Because he's the number 1 quarterback, essentially. He's just not healthy right now. But if he's ready in training camp, he's going to be ready. I kind of want to
fight you on he's not the number 1.
No, Purdy's the number 1.
But
Brock Purdy's the number 1 quarterback.
I think it's
John Lynch
Terrence
say that.
Trent D'Arby that had a song, Wishing on a Star. You're wishing.
Good chance you're wrong on that, but I can't prove you're wrong.
I'm mad at you. No, Steiny, come on.
Yeah.
How you're being Helen Keller. You're saying, the elbow's nothing, he'll be ready. They're saying all the good stuff, and he's making progress. To take another hit on that elbow? Come on, Steiny. When live bullets are flying? No. we probably don't see Purdy to week 4, week 5.
Can't figure out where Goo's coming from here, but I want to get to the bottom of it.
I want to see Trey with McCaffrey. And then what about all the people that said you can't lose your job to injury? I want that to apply to Trey. What's so hard about that? I love what I was...
Because we all know last year was a gimmick, them starting him.
That's where you're... Hey, I ain't mad at you, but see, when you talk, then we know. We learn. That came from your core. That's what you're holding on to.
Shanahan butchered the quarterback situation last year. He started opening day the worst of the 3 quarterbacks. And he finished the year with a guy that looks like
he didn't know Purdy was
quarterback.
He didn't know Purdy was even what he was. So let's say...
Here's what I want Kyle to do. It's pretty simple. Play the best quarterback. Just play the best quarterback.
And talking to me on this Thursday, do you believe he's... So you've already... The race is over. You believe that Brock Purdy's a better NFL quarterback than Trey Lance?
I believe the Niners think that, which is more important. Don't you?
I thought that, but I don't now, Scotty.
Oh, good.
No, I'm being real, man.
Come on, Goo.
It doesn't matter what you or I think. The Red Cross is in the favor of Trey Lance. And when I say Red Cross, that's an issue that Brock Purdy has to work out. And I know all the reports are great. Steiny, I'm telling you, a sandwich from Ike's. He won't be under center week 1. He won't be available. So, Trey, if you're listening, dude, ball out because you're going to get an opportunity.
We just heard Lynch say that the hope is he'll be ready day 1 of training camp.
Steiny, what's he supposed to say? Oh, guys, it's going so terrible. Dude, that's coach speak. That's GM speak.
I don't know.
And he could be ready, and I'll tell you I'm wrong. You're just done with Trey.
No, you won't. No, I'm not.
So I asked you to in the green room. Is there any part of your body that wants to see Trey play more? So then we can say, you know what? If he's the best
quarterback on the roster, yeah.
But we find that out by him playing and performing.
No.
No what?
That's where you can't continue to say Kyle is a great quarterback coach, knows quarterbacks this. If he knows quarterbacks, he doesn't have to see Trey play. He's seen him for 3 years now in practice. I don't know that that's what Kyle thinks of him.
Explain last year's decision, because you said it. Explain last year's decision then that he started Trey over Jimmy.
He doesn't like Jimmy. Jimmy was hurt. Jimmy was hurt during the off season, and maybe some of it was saving face. Maybe some of it was political. His guy.
Yeah, good. Do you think that even if Brock Purdy is ready for week 1, but I don't know, maybe there's kind of a short time span, he kind of gets ramped up the last couple of weeks. Would you still want to see Trey in that situation, even if Brock was
Evan,
playable?
I would. Yep, I would, and I'm being serious now because I'm a Brock Purdy fan of what he's done. I just want to see if it's sustainable. And Evan, I would proceed with caution. There is no rush to get Brock Purdy under center week 1. Now, if you and Steiny, and I'm throwing you in there, if you guys are right and Brock is number 1 right now and they know it, okay, I get that. But we still have to find out what Trey can do with Christian McCaffrey when the games are real.
Hand it off to him.
No, and I got another caveat.
But he hands it off pretty well.
I want to see if Kyle's learned his lesson and treats Trey different. The plays are like Brock Purdy plays. Look downfield. Use that arm, son. I cannot wait. I just don't want the kid to get the Wiseman treatment. You start at 30, get 7 games. You're hurt, and then when you come back, we just bump on a pickle. And you're traded, son.
You can't play a guy, and I'm not saying Trey Lance is this guy, but Wiseman clearly was. You can't play a guy that the team knows isn't very good.
Okay.
You will lose the team.
I'm giving you a bro hug from here. But what has happened, not named Brock Purdy, from week 2 at home against Seattle till now?
Brock Purdy's quarterback 60
No, it
games.
ain't about Brock. Trey Lance has not thrown 1 interception. He's not fumbled 1 snap. So if he was good enough last year to be named starter.
But we know why he was named starter.
God, I want to wane you off of that.
Just say it.
Give me something else, though.
Just say Kyle made a mistake.
Now, I won't.
Okay. And I won't either, because I don't think
2-2. David Hernandez on YouTube, Goose, please stop.
Yeah, I'm with him.
What the people want to know? What? Stop what? Politicking for Trey?
Yeah. Stop. You want to give people
He was the starter week 1 last year.
You want to give? Right, and he didn't deserve it.
But how many people are really saying that, though?
I am.
And does it matter? Like, I would want to be the beneficiary of somebody giving me something that I don't deserve.
Oh, that's a great way to run a football team. It's not Little League.
Yeah, I understand that,
Listen,
Stoney. Be careful with Brock.
No idea how good Trey Lance is going to be. None. I'm just going on what Lynch and Shanahan have said, basically, which is Brock's our number 1 quarterback. He hasn't lost the game for the Niners that he's played start to finish.
4-5. Oh, yeah.
I don't know what he is. Let's go to TC real quick in Sacramento. What's up, TC?
Tiny Guru, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, you guys already know, man. I was calling in earlier about Trey Lance. Look, check it out. I don't really care about what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan say about the quarterback, bro. They don't even know how to develop one, let alone pick one. You get what I'm saying? They let in the locker room.
Well, Brock Purdy did well, and they drafted him.
Listen, no, Brock Purdy was he lucked up. If that was the case, that would have been a 3rd-round draft pick by Kyle Shanahan with his famous draft picks. If they knew Brock Purdy was the guy, they lucked up with Brock Purdy. Steiny, Trey Lance never got his proper introduction. He got hurt week 2. Everybody forget about the passes in that Seattle game before he broke his ankle. We were averaging 9 yards a pop. He was 2 for 3 in that game. The Bears game was a monsoon. Everybody said you can't lose it to injury. Well, Trey Lance is still a starting quarterback. Yeah. And if not, then these dudes is duking it out. If that's the case, we ain't calling Brock nothing. Brock won 8 games. If you really want to be real about it, put all 3 of those dudes out in minicamp and let them duke it out. May the best man win.
What have I said that you disagree with?
I'm going to read something to you that's speaking for me, but my ears are processing it like this person said on YouTube. Steiny, just say you hate Trey Lance already.
Why would I hate Trey Lance?
No, it ain't hate, but
he's played 4 games.
Right.
I don't blame Trey Lance.
No, but you use Kyle and John as they know something. You keep going to that.
I know that Trey Lance didn't play his rookie year. Yeah. And I know he played 2 games last year and got hurt.
And he was named the starter.
I know that we've been hearing stuff about maybe trading him. That just seems a little. I think where there's smoke, there's fire. But I don't know what you're saying.
I can't believe you can just move past what this guy was supposed to mean and be the next franchise quarterback. And I could never go to sleep at night if I'm Kyle or John knowing that Brock Purdy has took over the reins. But damn, I owe it to myself to see if this kid Trey Lance can play.
What about Zach Wilson?
Hey, you're gonna laugh. They got Aaron Rodgers, Steiny. It takes guys time, and that's why I'm telling you, James Wiseman is not a bust yet. But some people are. I'm not ready to say Zach Wilson's a bust. Oh,
why did they go get Aaron Rodgers?
You got to ask them that, and I'll tell you what. I'll tell Zach, hey,
because they don't think Zach Wilson's ready. They think Aaron Rodgers is better, and they had a high pick on Zach Wilson. Happens.
So how good? And I'm asking you not to win. It's debate. We're talking. But Steiny, how good do you think Brock Purdy really is? I think he got a lot.
I don't know how good either of their quarterbacks are.
Then
I'm not.
I think you owe
judgment.
it to yourself to find out how good both are. And I think Purdy already had 8 games, 3 playoff games, 2.5, 2. So I think you owe it to find out what he can do with your boy in the backfield.
Does Sam Darnold factor into this at all for you guys?
No. Not to me. I mean, if Sam Darnold is your starting quarterback, something's going wrong.
But see, and now
what do you mean?
Because I think so highly
of who, Darnold?
No, the weaponry that the Niners have.
I hate that word.
And Kyle, I told you guys last year, Steiny, almost anybody can do it.
Yeah, really. Trey Lance,
Mr. Irrelevant, and no shaded Purdy, he took over and went Linsanity almost. So Sam Darnold,
But that
by
was all
accounts,
McCaffrey, you're saying.
Well, no, I cannot. Hey, no.
Did I catch you?
George Kittle on line one looked like Kelsey with Brock Purdy under center. He has an innate ability to look downfield, Steiny, and deliver the ball. And there's some stuff going around town that Brock was a dink and dunk. I don't know where that came from, but I don't agree
here's
with
where I'm
that.
with the 415.
Yeah. Tell me. What you want to see?
Guru, Purdy won't be ready week 1 based on what? Sounds like you're making stuff up. Or let me know where you have that info. Because I just heard John Lynch say, we're optimistic he's going to be ready for training camp.
Right. One is the Reddick hit that I've watched 1,000 times on that elbow.
Josh Reddick?
No, Reddick
JJ.
from
What?
Hassan.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Look at Evan, I got it. From Philly on that elbow. So I think they're going to proceed with caution, and he won't be available week 1. And maybe there's a chance he is. They're like, you know what? We could take more time. That's all. I'm not making anything up.
David in El Cerrito. David in El Cerrito.
Ain't that
what's
Richmond,
up, David?
El Cerrito?
It's near Richmond.
Y'all better get used to Sam Darnold being the starter.
Wow.
NFL.com. Front page story right now.
Oh.
Predictions for the season.
My computer's still wet, but hold on.
Sam Darnold.
How would you? So you say that like you like it? Would you be behind that?
I do like it because I think he's good, and I think he had the worst situation
I agree.
imaginable in New York, and I think he had the worst weapons. You cannot. First of all, he's younger than Joe Burrow, and he has no player in the NFL through 4 seasons, whatever it's been, has ever had worse talent around him than Sam Darnold. And if you can tell me what Brock Purdy does better than Sam Darnold, I'm all ears.
Wow.
Purdy was drafted last after Tariq Castro-Fields. The Niners liked him so much that they took Tariq Castro-Fields with a compensatory pick in the 6th round. The Niners got lucky with Purdy. It's a good story. Sam Darnold's going to be the quarterback.
I'm looking at, I'm on NFL.com,
but
I see
don't hang up on him, Evan.
Passers.
So
Evan
this
heads
guy,
up on everybody.
That's a 2.
See?
This guy is on our phone airwaves saying the system made Brock Purdy rather than giving Brock Purdy credit. And I get it. I don't think it's fair, but Steiny, I do understand, and I told you before Darnold was even a Niner, the way this thing is set up, the Niners offense, it's almost, dude, can you throw? Well, you're going to succeed. It's to that point.
What if you can't throw?
Then we got problems. Well. And Trey didn't look the greatest, but I just want Trey to get a chance. That's all.
You want to give him a chance. You
By
don't
the
want
way,
to
the Darnold news is from Adam Shine's bold predictions column for NFL.com.
Well, that's bold.
Has them beating the Jets in the Super Bowl.
Huh.
I tell you, do you want my pick for NFC Championship?
Not really. No.
Now that bothers me.
I don't. Because what is it really?
It's Niners Dallas. No, Niners Dallas.
Okay.
The Super Bowl?
I know in the NFC Championship game.
You better take a good hard look at the Seattle Seahawks, my friend. Yeah,
I ain't mad at you.
Mm-hmm. You know it.
So you're a Geno Smith guy?
You're a big Pete Carroll guy, aren't you, Stein?
And if we don't have a fantasy league here at the station, I almost said quit. I'm out.
Quit trying to cheer me up.
No, if we don't have a fantasy football here at the station.
That's what my mom used to say. You guys,
Mary.
I'm gonna run away from home. My mom would say, quit trying to cheer me up.
Where would you go?
Oh, I got places.
Oh, I bet.
You know, I'll tell you what. Don't tell me to break when I'm in the middle of a story. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Should we just hand the job to Trey Lance, even though he's quarterback, even though he's a Division III? I know, 1AA. 1AA. That segment was brought to you by, let's make it Cars.com. Mm-hmm.
Guru, the root of all suffering is attachment. And I've noticed that you have some attachment.
These are emails.
I won't tell a kid that Santa Claus doesn't exist until he tells me Santa Claus exists.
Oh, wow.
Then I'm going to correct him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean,
tell him what happened during
I'm
that.
getting dizzy from all
Dizzy
these
Gillespie.
victory laps.
Please. What's the last one you took?
Well, I'm going to take one right now. Bob Myers in talks with ESPN.
Oh, stop. The guy said he wants to be with his family. Do you know what that would look
Bob
like
Myers
if he turned around? We love you, Bob. I would look forward to it, but he's not going to be a studio
Do you know
analyst.
how much Mark Jackson works? Like 1 day a week. It's probably a little more than that, but not that much. And they really don't get started until like December,
But
January.
they're out of like L.A.
I said last week, look for Bob Myers to surface at ESPN, and it looks like the ball's rolling.
Oh, stop it.
They're in talks. Lucas just came in here.
That's like the Kim K and Brady, allegedly. We don't know.
ESPN is interested in Bob Myers. Per front row.
Hey, and Evan, tell ESPN Bob still has a job. Until the 30th,
that's true.
right?
That is
He
true.
is not a free agent.
Can I be clear on?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm going to talk. I want you to listen. The 49ers organization, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have certainly given the impression through their words and deeds that Brock Purdy's the number one quarterback on this team. It's not complicated. If Brock Purdy's ready week 1, he should start. If they're saying he's the number one, I got to trust those guys. If Brock Purdy's not ready to start, then we've got to start Lance or Darnold.
God.
Who wins the job then? Who's the better quarterback? Just start the best quarterback. Like, it's not that hard.
Okay. Hey, I'm not even mad at that, and I'll let you. Now, let me go. Why are you ignoring the dolphin that is Orca?
What in the hell are you talking about?
In the ocean, which is, if we don't know what Kyle really thinks of Brock Purdy, when you compare and contrast to Trey. So I think they owe it to themselves and the time, the resources that went into scouting Trey Lance to see if Trey,
which was very little,
can give him. That's your talking now.
Clearly.
But hold on, let me finish. Just to see what the kid can do.
Just to see what the kid can do.
You owe it to the organization too, Steiny.
No, you owe it.
Because one was the last pick in the draft and one was you move mountains.
Right. But they've said Purdy's number one. He's our number one quarterback. Therefore, when Purdy is healthy, from what they're saying, he should be the starting quarterback. Mm-hmm. So, like, that's where I'm at. If Purdy's not available week 1, then it's got to go to Lance or it's got to go to Darnold.
We'll see. And I'm gonna read this.
I'm really not big on this. You owe it to Lance.
Well, to the organization.
That's different. You don't know a damn thing to Trey Lance. You drafted him. You're giving him an opportunity to earn the job.
And he had the job,
you
man.
Cannot give him things.
He had the job and he got hurt. You act like he threw 20 interceptions is all. And Danker says to you, Steiny, it's funny how Steinmetz won't call out Jimmy like he calls out Lance. Garoppolo.
Well, Jimmy's average. What does he have to do with anything?
We don't, and that's the key. We don't know what Trey is, but some are calling and sticking their chest out like we've seen the young man fail. And that we have not seen Trey Lance fail.
You guys are acting like you've seen the young guy succeed. That's the issue.
No, he was in position to do so, and it was pre-McCaffrey.
Okay. Well, all I know is Lynch and Shanahan have had a chance to see both quarterbacks for a while, and they think Purdy's better than Lance. So let's not call him the quarterback guru if we think Shanahan's making a mistake by playing Purdy, who's not the best, because we know that Trey Lance is. Is he a quarterback whisperer or not? You can't have it both ways. You cannot.
This is exciting, man. I cannot wait to see.
Omar's in Oakland. Hey, Omar, how you doing?
All right. I can't complain, brothers. I'm good. I want to say that The Trey Lance situation, it reminds me of Kuminga's situation. Kuminga and Moses Moody. You guys see how this playoffs, Moses Moody is kind of like the Brock Purdy, where they drafted him a little lower than Kuminga, but he was more valuable. He was able to play more minutes and able to stay on the court. And Kuminga was drafted on potential and, athleticism. The same thing with Trey Lance. Only played like 12 games or 16 games in North Dakota State or wherever he played at. But long story short, I think that it's you got to go with what Stoney said. You got to go with the best QB. And if Trey Lance is not that good, you just got to own up to it, and you failed on the pick. They failed. As simple as that.
But are you ready to say that Trey? I'm asking, and it's your prerogative. Are you ready to tell us, because it sounds like you are, that you don't think Trey Lance has the goods?
I don't think Trey Lance has the good, because if he had the good, it wouldn't even be no kind of question. It would just be, he was hurt. But it's like, you don't even know if he can beat out Brock Purdy. That's very concerning.
Yeah.
I know, just
different coming from him.
Like, when you say, Steiny, do you think that Trey Lance can't play? It's like, I have no freaking clue.
But you think that his management does.
With what Kyle Shanahan moved up to get this guy. This guy didn't play at all his rookie year. Couldn't beat out Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. He's a rookie, no big deal. He plays his second year, gets hurt. Okay. Something happens where the last pick in the draft has success, and now the organization's going, Purdy's our number one. So all I'm saying is
I can't wait to see part 2 of the Brock Purdy story. And you know what? You guys might be right.
And
it may be Brock Purdy. No, it may be Brock Purdy, and he starts, and then we can see, okay, he's cool, he's average. They got more of tape on him now, defensive coordinators, and maybe it's Darnold or Trey Lance, but I'm just not ready to do what the Warriors did with James Wiseman and kind of just say deuces.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Do you think the Warriors could have won a title this year if Wiseman played 18 minutes a game?
You just asked me a question, so I don't want to go motor mouth and add all this other stuff. But had Steve Kerr been on point and been in his Eric Spoelstra zone? I do believe so.
Oh, my gosh.
Because Anthony Lamb was out there.
That's because he played 4 years of college and has a clue. Look, Lance, Kuminga, and Wiseman.
I get that. No, I got that.
Okay.
Man.
Well, how come Lamb didn't contribute in the playoffs then?
It's a good question.
Or even see the floor.
Oh, right.
That's a good question.
And it could have cost him.
So it's Kerr? And yet you want to...
No, I don't know.
Kerr gets a blank check, though, but he
was
can't
it the
develop.
steaks? I'm going Morton's Steakhouse. Was it the steaks? Like, why didn't Lamb get a chance to just go out there for 5 minutes? I don't know. And hit a 3 when nobody could hit a 3. Use his IQ. I don't know why Warrior Central or the people in charge pulled the banana in the tailpipe on themselves.
Maybe Moody, at the end of the year, started doing things at practice and in the games that made him earn more playing time than Anthony Lamb.
Yeah. I always thought there was and you could say, "Goo, I don't know where you got that time."
Guys didn't have to practice hard.
I always thought there was a time frame on. You know what? We're a month out of the playoffs. You ain't been in the rotation. We're riding it out. And to Moody's credit, Steiny, that wasn't the circumstances for him. He actually was the guy playing when I kind of thought, he's going to be on the bus with Kuminga. Nope.
Yeah, 13 minutes a game. Yeah, let's not overdo it. Justin, San Jose. Hey, Justin, how you doing, man?
I'm okay. I just want to say this. I want to say this about Shanahan, Brock Purdy, and Trey Lance. Y'all crazy if y'all think Brock Purdy is the truth. I don't care how many games he won. Shanahan had no choice but to open up that playbook for Brock Purdy to save his job. I feel like Brock Purdy peaked way too early, and that's all he got. I don't see him playing another down for the 49ers when Trey Lance come back, because when he come back, he will come back with vengeance, and he go show you similarities to Dante Culpepper or Donovan McNabb.
Yeah.
What y'all think about that?
I love the comps, Steiny, but he said the thing right now is Lance is back. It's will he get the O? And the O is the opportunity. And if you're right, Steiny, he's not. He's not going to get the opportunity. So Trey Lance, because they said that Brock's the number one.
He might get it if Brock Purdy's not ready by day one.
And do you think Brock Purdy has
cannot? I'm more. Yeah,
it's June 1st. I had to slow my roll on that.
I have concern about Brock Purdy.
Right, and
can't go anytime if you can flush him left and not let him come back right.
Skedaddle.
He's got nothing.
Yeah, and Dallas kind of did that, and there were some throws that should have been. I heard Shasky and Monte again this morning. They're right, but every quarterback can do that. We could do this for, but we're not. Steiny, Diggs dropped a pick that was thrown right at him from Purdy that would have changed the game. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But I'm just wondering. I'll tell you what.
Why are we so afraid of competition?
Hey.
No, you are.
No, we're not.
You want them to hand it to Lance.
No. I'm enamored with what Trey Lance can be.
Why?
It ain't competition.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Seriously.
Yeah.
What has he shown you to be like even Kuminga?
Yeah, I got you. I love this. Yeah.
Kuminga can dunk.
I love this question.
I'll give you that. He can dunk.
What
has Trey Lance shown you?
I'm going to blow your socks off.
To make you enamored.
You might tingle.
I think I know what you've seen.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to be truthful.
I think I know what you see.
I think I'm going to play you like a guitar. You may tingle. It's not Trey. It's what Kyle saw or thought he saw.
Nothing.
When he put a ring on it, Steiny. And that's why the caller just said McNabb. I got goosebumps because I've used that in McNair. Or Culpepper. I think it's that, not a runner first.
I was going to say he also signed a prenup.
Well, damn. Did you tingle?
No.
Because it was more of Kyle. I trust Kyle.
But you don't if you're saying that we don't know what Lance has, even though Kyle's coached him for 2 years.
Oh, see, now. Yeah, I think you're being unfair, though, Steiny.
No. I'm not being unfair.
Because we all wanted week one. Remember the whole Bonte Shasky? I keep going there, and they had the video out. Right. Everybody wanted Trey to get handed the job. I was one of them.
Of course.
Because he was different than Jimmy Garoppolo. But I also, Kyle's not God, but I trusted Kyle thinking he might have the next.
Okay, do you trust Kyle if he thinks Lance ain't it?
It's waning, but it ain't all the way done to where... That's why I'm all pro Trey. I want to see that he don't have it.
What we're going back and forth about is you want to see.
Right, because Kyle
has seen.
But
that's the point.
I like how you say that, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Because if they're all healthy, we'll really know then, Steiny. If Brock is healthy and he gets it. And I know, what would Brock Purdy, and here I go, guru feelings. What would Brock take?
Oh boy,
Lynch saying, it's going to be a competition. We don't have a number one right now. They're even. That would almost be an F you for what you did for us last year.
He quarterbacked 8 games.
On 3 playoff games.
He did not he's not Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, no, I can't.
This is unbelievable. How would Brock Purdy feel if he's not the number
give me
one?
This. It's I understand that. But if this were baseball, like Casey Schmidt, Brock Purdy's batting 380. It's not many at bats, but Steiny, in football, it's almost half a season, and he looks damn good.
That's why he's the number one quarterback, and that's why your guy has had 2 years, and he's having trouble breaking through.
You may be onto something.
I think
you may be onto something.
I think here's what I if pretend I'm Kyle Shanahan and you're talking to me and I say, yeah, we made a mistake with Trey. He's not good enough.
Who made the mistake, Coach?
I did.
What'd you see that you don't see now?
Well, that's none of your damn business. I've gone to 3 straight NFC games and won Super Bowl. What I'm getting at is,
Coach, you never won a Super Bowl.
What I'm getting at is I'm protecting this kid
from
putting him out on the field when he's not ready. I can't do that to Trey, and I can't do that to my football team.
But, Coach, when you drafted him, didn't you think you could get him ready?
I did.
By now?
Yeah, I made a mistake. So you want to fire me?
Oh, wow.
Hey, you want to fire me?
Let me put that in.
You want to fire me, or you want to hand me a blank check like you're going to do with Steve Kerr?
Dude,
Which is
he's earned that
fired check. Or blank check?
When the Warriors go, they win. That's right. The Niners. Boy, that used to be a slow.
It's the Denver Nuggets Invitational now.
Wow. Jokic. I'm excited about tonight. You are too.
What's
Sorry,
up, Eric? Eric, help me.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not going to help you. I'm sorry.
What you got?
So, Purdy to me is like Alex Smith. He's not going to win a lot of games, but he's not going to lose a lot.
Okay.
And what you have with Trey Lance is a quarterback that could potentially become that quarterback that wins games. And to your point about competition, they've had exactly one training camp together, and we know who came out on top at the end of that training camp.
You know what?
That was named the starter.
Yeah, and I'm a little skeptical about that, to be honest. And I'm not. I do not believe they started the best quarterback week one last year. I just don't.
Okay.
And I think it was
I don't
proven.
think too many people will fight you on that. But why? There was a method to his madness.
He gave him a chance because it was his guy. And
Jimmy
Garoppolo
wasn't
had
ready.
missed training camp. And you couldn't give Brock Purdy, the last pick in the draft, the leverage over the guy you moved up for.
Yeah. I feel a little better, Stoney.
Why?
I talked about my newspaper story. Apparently, Dibs used to deliver pizzas and would eat slices of the pizza before you deliver them. Oh, my God. If that's not the worst thing in the world, I've been vindicated. Dude, eating somebody's food and delivering it? Oh, my. I just threw the newspapers in the drain. You can replace those. Oh, my goodness. I can't wait to see them.
Be better at your job.
Fitz was talking to you.
I don't understand what turns you on.
Wow, Kim K. And I'm married, guys. I'm having fun with stuff like that. That's all. You turn me on, Stan. Come on now. Provocative sports talk. Thought about you in the shower.
Trey Lance
Now,
has played,
see, that's where I draw the line. But go ahead.
Trey Lance has played 2 games, one in a monsoon with a broken finger, and I'm ready to establish what he is or isn't. No, 415 again. How's Trey Lance? I have no idea. Is he going to be good, Steiny? I don't know. I can just go on the way the coach has been coaching, and Brock Purdy has been announced as the number one, essentially. Purdy is the first string quarterback. If he gets ready by training camp, Trey Lance probably won't start. Unless Shanahan and Lynch aren't, I don't want to say telling the truth, but maybe they're not being sincere about Purdy being the number one. Maybe they think Lance is the number one, and they're going to set something up here where they say, yeah, Lance beat him out.
If I set the over-under for Trey Lance, this to the people, Trey Lance starts at 5 this year, how would Steiny go up to the counter and bet that? 5 starts, you win.
Great question.
Now, a lot of that, and why I brought it up is, what if what if Brock did get the number one and struggled and they made a change? Would that go to Darnold or Trey?
Oh, I was thinking Purdy doesn't start the season healthy.
Oh,
Niners go 0-4 with Trey Lance. Then it's an easy decision.
It's good, Lord. They ain't going 0-4.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. 5 or more starts, I'd probably say under.
I do want to see him, man.
I'd say under. You don't want to see Darnold?
I'm not against it, but
got an exciting arm, explosive.
Dude, did you see him at USC? That's what it would look like. And Ayuk put on some weight, 10 pounds of muscle, they say. And he said something yesterday at the podium, Steiny, I'm ready for takeoff. Ayuk, I'm ready for takeoff. Did you say, oh, God?
Oh, boy. Yeah.
What should he have said?
It's just like one of those off-season videos you watch. Hey, look at Kuminga. He's going to be great.
No, but this was
look at Wiseman.
He was
dribbled
at
length
the
of
podium,
court.
and he just said to the people, I'm ready for takeoff.
That's great.
Well, he already had a 1,000-yard season, 8 touchdowns. What does taking off mean? I mean, my
1,000 yards means nothing.
I'm better than Debo.
Anymore. These teams are playing 17 games. So that a baby, Brandon. You average 62 yards receiving a game. Well done.
Same as Steve Largent.
Well done.
What excites you? Not even excite. Where do you just give the stamp of approval?
Yeah, what turns you on, Steiny?
Yeah, like
golf.
When do you,
I like golf. What turns me on?
Documentaries.
I love watching basketball. I love watching football on a Sunday. Love it. That's about it.
Well, you didn't say watching documentaries.
Watching documentaries. Yeah. What is this? 415. If you know football, you could tell the coach was hiding Lance's attributes.
Wow.
I think he means weaknesses once the season started. But I may be...
Because you can't hide your quarterback in the NFL, Steiny. People are going to find out if he can make the throws. All type.
What's going on with soda, by the way?
The box will be at my home between 2 and 6 this evening, and I have the phone call with the lovely Alicia tomorrow at 2:15. So you'll be around. Wife. And Bonte gave me advice because he's killing it, saying don't start a diet on the weekend. I'm like a crackhead. I'm eating licorice. I'm getting it all Cheez-Its. I want to start on the weekend. You ain't going to be able to handle these Slims, Donnie. When I take a picture and you can see my ears.
So you're not drinking anymore?
Yeah, it's going to stop. But I'll still come out.
No, we don't want you out.
That fight, dude. What kind of...
I'm not doing that kind of thing.
Where I come to the bar?
Yeah, I don't like
It's
that.
about the conversation.
No, it's actually not. It's about
It ain't
the
about
drinking.
what's in my cup.
No, it is.
You can have no duels.
Oh, no, none of that.
No.
Low carb.
You guys
ain't drinking, you ain't trying.
Wow. Guru follows too many IG models on IG. What are we doing?
How does he know?
What are you doing is what the texters
I love
asking.
to admire beauty, but don't tell me what I'm doing on IG. Dude, it's incredible. Jesus. Oh my God. Dude, if we were kids now, they got these dating apps. You don't even got to go do the work like we did. You could just be at home in your boxer shorts, link it up.
Oh, it's hard work.
See, that's what I want to be from this era. Stuff is at your disposal like never before. We had to go to the club. You had to get dressed, 90 haircuts. Now you can just treat it like the prom. Oh, when you want to meet, I'll see you there.
You're so jealous.
I am.
Live and let live, Goo.
No, that's the song.
Live and let live. Yeah, it's by the Paul McCartney and the Wings, maybe. With a little luck, you can.
I want to say you got a little rhythm and voice, but then when I hear we're yelling timber, that's when you ain't ready. Goose self-snitching. No, I'm not.
925. You know what? My shoulder does hurt.
Oh, my God. And you went to confront you are Larry David, I swear. You went to confront the dude to tell him you hit me.
I didn't go to confront
But you know
guy.
what you let him know you hit me. Your ball hit me.
888-957-9570. Any golfers out there who've been hit by a ball.
Oh, my goodness.
You owe it to the person who hit you with the ball to inform him he should be yelling, or she should be yelling, 4. All right? It's not a matter of, Steinmetz got in his face. I did not get in his face.
I didn't say it like that.
I just was like, can I have a 4? Is that yelling?
And what did he say? Sorry?
He said he's really sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
I think it was live and let die, right?
See, that's the stuff. That's a 4.
That what? Make me want to...
No, just quick, snap.
He looked it up.
No,
had to make sure.
He didn't know you were going there.
It's 1 o'clock already.
You're usually correct.
You having fun.
They say I'm grumpy on the
Oh, wow. Okay. Just when we talk about Lance.
I like Trey Lance.
Yeah, you don't. If he's driving around listening, no, you don't, Scotty.
I'm sorry. Like, as a Division III athlete, I would not have picked a Division III athlete to lead my team to the Super Bowl.
That's heavy. I've never heard you put it that way.
I can't even play D1. I'm
FCS.
kidding. I'm kidding. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And this segment, it's brought to you by SC Johnson.
And I got balls.
I got a couple colored balls, too.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also
I need a guru in my life.
Put it in the hole!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Bob, you are your own guru. I don't see it, Bob. According to Lucas Alexander.
Yeah, cite your sources.
What's his title these days, Lucas's?
Producer.
Yeah, so it is an assistant.
No, he's got multiple titles. So it's that too.
When do we find out what the pest of the month is?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Text your new friend. I don't like you guys. What made you say, you know what? Let me get your number.
He gave me his number because he said he's friends with somebody I went to college with.
You know I don't have one. Come on.
So I'm not trying to take your Atco pest control sponsorship. Not like you're trying to take my Buon Vino.
Oh, they had me
you don't
read
even like
it.
wine.
White Zinfandel? Come on.
They didn't have any of that at Buon Vino.
Dude, I was
Mostly
focused. I
red.
didn't drink. I went next door. I was day drinking. You know, Bonte had a driver. I go, dude, when you go to... He goes like,
I don't like to talk about people's
but
business.
we got to get a driver.
He's telling me he's got that... Well, he's got that black... that car, it's like a Cobra.
Yeah, I call it the Batmobile.
Charger?
Yeah, the Charger. The
And then he's got a
Batmobile.
Tesla?
Oh, I hadn't seen the Tesla.
I think it's his wife's, yeah.
We might be
Because let me
telling
tell
too
you
much of his
something.
business.
Pretty
that's nice.
soon I'm going to ask him the question. Hey, how much you making,
Look
Bonte?
at that. Well, he's got 2 gigs.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. He works hard for the money.
Don't do that, goo.
Don't do that, goo.
That's
Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN listens
Call
to our
him
show
Woj.
clearly.
Yeah.
Because
Steiny, I was talking to Bob Meyer.
You're trying to take
everything
I do.
I do that because I want you to do it.
Well, I'm not going to do it now because you did it.
Let's see, you ruined it.
No, you ruined it.
Give it to me real quick. Steiny.
Hell no.
Okay, this is Lucas came in and said, "Did you hear Woj?" And I said no, and he gave me the lit. Greeny, the Warriors right now are at a crossroads with Coach Steve Kerr. Now, Steve has been the architect on the bench of 4 titles for the Warriors over the last decade, but he and owner Joe Lacob, they are at an impasse right now, and in light of the Monty Williams contract in Detroit, where he got $78 million, what if Steve Kerr wants $20 million per year, Greeny?
That's your best word. It ain't Willard's Bochy, but that's pretty damn
Willard's
good.
Bochy's incredible.
But then you got to do the eyes with Woj because he's looking through his glasses. Yeah.
You know what, Louise Roberson? Good question. Did Goo receive his soda starter package? I think he has.
I just read you the text message and you heard me on the phone with the wife. Did the package come? So that would mean I'm lying? Oh, man.
It would mean
now you guys are, not you, Evan, but you're going too
You're
far.
putting it off.
Dude, I'm ready.
No, you're not.
Dude, I'm going to be getting by people faster. I can tell. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, let's go to Matt in
Banyas
Oakland.
don't like the personal stuff. He likes when we just get to the nitty gritty.
I know, but
We love you, Mark.
Banyas doesn't think we have a lot to offer.
But Radnich did the other stuff.
I know, and then when you bring him up, people are like, "Well, you know Radnich." So
Well, who
why do you
is?
bring up?
Yeah.
You know, it just hey, what's up, Matt? I mean, come on.
He played the UNLV.
He sat at UNLV.
Oh my God! Why would you say that? Take his
Because
shot.
he always made like he was self-deprecating.
Who
Matt,
got-
are you there?
yeah.
Hey, Matt.
Matty.
Matt's in Oakland.
I missed
Hey,
him.
what's up?
Talk
What's
to
up,
us.
fellas?
Hey,
Talk
buddy.
to us.
How are you?
You know, we talked about this before, but it bears repeating. Giving Kerr a hard time, or even Myers, I think the guy who's made the decision to try to play the youngins was Lacob. And, I mean, the Heat are proof that you get the guys who are in their mid-20s and late 20s who are either post-injury or have been on the fringe. Those are the guys you got to have. And those guys were guys like Bielitsa, Porter, JTA, Damian Lee, and GP2. They had all those guys last year. I mean, you can scream at the caterpillar all you want and tell it to fly, but until it turns into a butterfly, it ain't going to fly. And that is not Kerr's fault. That is not Myers' fault. That's not even the fault of the development staff. I don't understand why people think that a guy who's played 3 games in college, or a kid like Kuminga who's still wet behind the ears. I mean, unless you're nobody, not Kobe, not LeBron, unless you're Kareem, who had 4 years in college, you're not going to walk in and be able to help contribute. So it's not on any of those guys. I'm just wondering, do you think that Lacob has undergone sort of like a reverse Mark Cuban, where he didn't interfere in the beginning and then he started to interfere and things got worse? You remember Cuban, the Mavericks stunk until he backed off, and then he won a chip.
This is a great call.
He's talking about you.
Well, I wanted to ask him. Don't hang up. Is he still there?
You still there, Matt? Hey, Matt.
Hey, Matt. I like this Matt better. Let me ask you this then. If you're giving passes in regard to the guys not being ready, whose fault is it who sought them out to be a part?
Put the blame on
somebody. I have to, because somebody's at fault, and I think that's why Myers is gone. There was tension. I'm asking, how do you see it, Matt?
Are the 3 shooters who shot 30% from 3 are at fault. It's not freaking Kuminga. I mean, Curry was...
No, you're right
mediocre.
there. Okay.
Clay was awful. Poole was awful. You can say whatever, and can't miss a jab on Andre Iguodala.
That's great, man.
For 2 years.
I'll be there when I be there.
They had a 13-man roster. 5 of them were unplayable. What do you expect, man? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
who knows? Let Draymond and Clay go, and maybe they could sign Giannis. I don't know. Maybe this is the off year. Maybe you let all the kids play this year. Take your lumps, and then get out from under the salary nightmare. And by the way, if Kerr wants $20 million, fine, because that was a $450 million purchase. It's worth $7 billion now.
Oh man, chicken.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call.
I like
Matt,
that.
That's been my biggest frustration for the last year or two with the Golden State Warriors is that, don't you get it? They drafted guys who couldn't play. Sorry.
And the more you just think about it, it's like pour me a double.
That's all right. 49ers did the same thing.
So
they did the same thing with Trey Lance.
Let me ask you
two of
this.
our organization. Who are the Giants? And I'll tell you what. Feliciano better be good for the Giants. I know.
But listen, if I'm running a corporation and I hire 3 new hires and they all
Pay
stink,
them whatever they want.
They all stink.
Yeah.
Who is that on for giving them the job?
You.
That's all I'm trying to decipher on. Is it Joe Lacob?
Yes.
And who convinced Joe to trade his project? We know he was pro Wiseman. That's what I'm like. Even at nighttime, I'm like, who told Joe to just pull the plug? And does he regret it?
Bob. You know who told Joe to pull the plug? Bob, Steve, Steffi.
Like the real Matthew just called and said, and he I got his points, but he said, oh, we had 5 unplayable dudes. That's the problem. Why is it 5 unplayable?
Well, first,
I understand it wasn't the Big Three's fault. They were a big part of it. They didn't shoot well. But when you got 5 unplayable, we got a problem that ain't the Big Three.
Maybe they were playable, but they weren't playable with champions. Their champion players, I believe, weren't crazy about playing.
Are they responsible at all?
Of course. There's no need to blame anybody. Mistakes happen.
Yeah, but these
are an honest mistake.
These are 3.
Which one? About Trey Lance.
I'm not nowhere near ready to say it, but
I'm not.
If somebody wanted to call and say, "Guru, he doesn't have the goods," I get it.
Yeah, all right. You're right. 510. It was "Live and Let Die" from James Bond. And
James
I missed
Bond.
What was the one? The other.
That was Roger Moore. They're only.
There's one other.
James Bond.
Paul McCartney.
And Michael Jackson. Remember that one?
Steiny up again. It was a little. Oh, With a Little Luck. That's what it was.
Who's that?
Paul McCartney. Yeah. Guru,
I need to go down his catalog.
Guru, it's our local executives and our local professional athletes. They can be criticized. I know you're reluctant to do it, but
people know I throw fastballs in high heat. I did it to Draymond. Had him on the show. Told him I self-snitched and told him. Who else did I criticize? Kerr for the handling of the young guys. Kyle wanted him out of here. See, I hate when I'm doing. I don't want to. I'm not
I know,
that
but it's
guy.
easy to do it when you're in a studio. We were out at the Warriors facility 4 times and
everything was good then.
bumped into Steve Kerr. And let me tell you one thing you never asked him.
I told him,
Steve, how come you don't play Kuminga?
Well, it hadn't happened.
I'm a little bit afraid of you.
Hey, it hadn't happened yet. They were just getting ready to start. Remember, I brought up the 24-hour fitness All-Star. He laughed. I called you D3.
It was an awkward laugh.
it was a great
one of those
picture.
press conference laughs.
When
Somebody will sit up at the podium, like yesterday, like Joe Lacob tried to do it when he goes, well, I guess if you want to know what kind of boss I am, you can ask Bob.
It did, yeah. Okay. I was like, oh, brother.
Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. Oh, Leroy knows why Bob Myers left.
Uh-oh, Lee got the scoop.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? It's a pleasure to be back on, man. Yeah. You guys are so busy. I call all the time, but I can't get in, and that's awesome, man. You guys are busy.
Leroy, I'm going to give you the hotline.
Proud of you guys.
I'm going to give you the hotline, Lee. I'm going to give Lee
the
hotline.
Man. No, I'm just so proud of you. I like not being able to get in, man. That means you guys are thriving. But look, I want to say this real quick. Rat on the table, Goo. Guess what?
Do your job, Goo.
Go ahead, because you got his number.
If you're not in the clique,
wow,
you ain't in the clique.
Wow.
I love it.
And I'm gonna tell you who the clique is.
Give it E40. Give it to me.
Yep.
It's Draymond.
This is something Goo should be able to relate to.
It's Curry. Yep. It's Curry and it's Bob.
Yep.
And ask Patrick McCaw. Ask the auto porters who couldn't wait to get out of here. The Bielizas who couldn't wait to get out of here. And that's the rat. We think these guys are so lovable, and they're all brothers, and they all so get along. But if you ain't in the clique,
wow,
alienated. You're going to feel alienated, like Jordan Poole, like a lot of other players that have come along. David West, all the other guys that couldn't wait to get out of there. And they don't talk about it. They don't talk about it. But rat on the table, these guys, if you ain't in the clique, you ain't in the clique. And Curry ain't coming to bat for you. Draymond ain't coming in. You know Clay ain't coming to bat for you. He going to get on his boat and go and come back and whatever. So I just wanted to put that out there. This ain't the easiest group to get along with. And if you don't fit that mold, if you didn't bring your pom-poms and being cheerleader and being Ken Bazemore, hey, watch out. God bless.
Guru, you know what it's like to not be in a clique.
Rat on the Table, sponsored by AtcoPestControl.com. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control
I'm going to
needs.
follow up with Leroy.
Why? I'm not ready for that.
With my own player.
Yeah.
Remember how everybody's like, oh, my God. When Kevin Durant said, I thought we played with joy.
I'll never forget that. That was at Kerr, though.
That was at the whole kit and caboodle.
They just won it last year, though. And I get where come on, man. I heard
what'd you hear?
Steph Curry speak up or stand up for Jordan Poole at different junctures this season.
And I also saw him not stand up for Jordan Poole.
Well, Jordan was being naughty when he did that to Draymond. Threw his "Get your hands off me."
You know what? I'm going to say it.
Dude, I didn't like hearing that.
Steph Curry's a killer.
Stop.
He's a killer.
But what's he killing?
Well, he's a killer competitiveness.
Oh, well, that we know.
Well, he's a killer.
Why would you think these guys are like this is a fraternity, though, Leroy? Okay. Like they're shunning these young guys when you should be mad at Bob or Joe for getting these young guys. That's what I don't get or believe. And I don't think the others want.
So even though.
You think Porter Jr. wanted to get up out of here?
There's no disconnect.
Oh, there's a total
there's a disconnect.
It can't be because you're young.
It's because they're half young, half old. And that's where the miscalculation was made.
Okay.
It's okay.
So the boss comes in here and Evan goes on and he's the new play-by-play for the Boston Red Sox. He leaves. We get a new producer.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we don't like or get along with the new producer and he's got some character flaws we don't like.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get mad at the new producer more than I'm going to get mad at the guy that hired him down the hall. That's his job to know if he's going to mesh or have us meet and greet before he hires them.
There'll be transference.
Why are you taking it out on the dudes?
There'll be transference there that you're not even aware of.
Transference?
Yes, you'll transfer your anger with the boss toward the new producer, and you won't even know it. That's called transference.
Look at this dude.
And that's what Curry and those guys may have done.
Leroy that was a big I can't buy it.
Terry's on the Bay Bridge.
In traffic, I bet.
Hey, Terry.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Yeah, you're on, my man.
Oh, okay. I wonder what the conversation of this whole thing with the Warriors, it really goes back to the beginning of the 2021 season. And the Warriors blinked. They were starting the season out. They had Caban and Marquise Chris.
Okay.
Penciled in at 5. And Marquise Chris broke his ankle. So they took a raw rookie in James Wiseman and threw him right into the ring. And that was a disaster. I mean, I think their plan was to bring him along slowly. They had 2 5s. And when Marquise Chris broke his ankle, they just panicked.
Well, and Terry, thanks for hammering home a point that I try to tell Goot. You can't give a guy the keys if he can't drive, if he's not ready to drive. Like, that's the worst thing you can do.
But you don't blame the kid.
No, Steve Kerr said we made a mistake with James Wiseman. Wow. Steve Kerr acknowledged they should not have started him day one, but they were listening to a lot of guys on talk radio who think they know the game, who were saying, well, if you moved up to get him and you got the number 2 pick, right. 7 foot,
if you're going to go there,
play him.
Well, let's go. Let's cross the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
So are you really looking at me with a straight face saying, okay, Wiseman didn't start, that this culture would have got him up and running had he not started? I think that's BS. I think this culture is not – the youngsters are not welcome. And in Miami, that maybe would have been different. And maybe in Detroit, Steiny. So don't tell me because he started is why the Wiseman project failed. And that's why when Bob, I love Bob. I text with Bob.
Of course, yeah. Here we go.
Well, Drew,
you know what? You can start ripping Bob now because he doesn't work for the Warriors.
I don't have nothing to rip. He's a Don. Listen, Andre didn't help nobody. He was supposed to be the bridge. And that's why people think I don't like Andre. I'm mad. You got no production, and you didn't do your job. You didn't facilitate and finesse to bring Poole and Trey back. They should have been at Baskin Robbins or Fuddruckers together. And they should have been stronger because they went through that. Now they couldn't be further apart. And Dre's just sitting there dressing. He didn't. There were fires here that needed to be put out, and Dre was supposed to be the X factor. Fire Marshall Bill. And he didn't do it. And it all burned down.
They made the second round of the playoffs.
It all burned down. It's the Warriors. Celebrate no second round.
So time to move on. Right?
Second round.
Time to move on.
How do you do it?
Simple. You tell Draymond thanks, but no thanks. That's how you start it. That's how the process starts.
That is, know what,
that's the way you want to go. And you know what? Good point. Austin and San Jose, even though you take cheap shots all day long, you're right.
He's one of my favorites.
Do you realize that if Don Nelson were the coach of the Warriors, Wiseman would have never played? Wiseman would have, oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, jeez.
Manu played.
And
shot
goodness
threes.
Gracious.
Hey, Manu was a fan favorite, man.
That's because he could block shots. Oh, my God.
RIP to the legend. Oh, man.
Oh, my God. Wiseman under Don Nelson.
Okay, how about this? The Warriors have nobody to blame, whoever you want to blame, but themselves. That's a T-shirt.
Do things register with you 6 months after I say them?
No, I'm different than everybody.
Is that the lag time we're talking about?
My Wi-Fi is fast. No, it's just I don't. Now it's all. You know, I'm watching Miami. I'm watching Boston.
Stop saying Miami's got young players. They're 25. Like, don't say development. Like, yes, Strus and Vincent and Caleb Martin. They are Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb. Man. See, they know how to play. They know how to play.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Murillo's in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey.
Part of the show now. No, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Help me out here. There is one thing I struggle in life in general, and is presumption.
And, presumptions sometimes are inevitable, especially in your job. You got to take analogies and you got to read the news and presume, right? But presumption from the fans is so annoying. It's one of the reasons I can't stand reading YouTube commentary. It's just the amount of presumption, especially blame presumption. It's so annoying.
Yep.
I really trust Steve Kerr. One of the things that I appreciate the most in your show is Steve Kerr's interviews. I think he is honest, and it's rare to find honesty in this business. And he's vulnerable. So I think because he's vulnerable and honest, people take this liberty to criticize for things that he's not supposed to be criticized for, such as the development of the young players. You can't have everything. This is a guy who's ready to win. He's ready to coach men who are ready to play and win. At the same time, you can't have it both ways, and you can't blame him for the development of players who are not ready. Like, I love the butterfly analogy. These guys are not ready.
No.
And if he plays the guys who are not ready and he loses, again, presumption of blame is going to come along. So it's so frustrating. I think Steve Kerr, of the picks in the draft, if I were to assume a blame, he would be the least. Draymond Green might have had more input in drafting these guys than him.
Good. Yeah.
I feel like it's not his personality. He's just a coach. And he's been so clear about, I'm the coach. I have no intention of stepping up, stepping down. People still assume that he's going to, maybe he's going to move. He's been saying this. I'm a coach. I won't do anything else besides coach. So, yeah, that's my theme for today is the presumption, and it just leads people to some frustrating places. I'm sorry to tell you. Try to be reasonable. Presumption is the best of reason.
Thank you, Murillo. Well, that's the, it was two things with Goop. Presumption.
What you mean with me?
And attachments.
Murillo's
the same one who brought up attachments,
no
I
doubt.
believe.
But I'm going to say this to my man there and everybody listening.
I know everything.
We know you do, Chef.
No, you don't.
Just because you guys keep saying they were not ready.
Not ready.
Does not exonerate you from... You still messed up,
Steve Kerr.
Because you had the
win
goods to get something of substance. I don't want to hear they're not ready.
Bad draft.
Make them ready.
It wasn't a great draft, unfortunately.
Well, you should have traded the picks.
Yeah. It's guys like you with your hindsight. It's real easy, isn't it? It's real easy to do that.
Dude, you are boy.
Mm-hmm. It really is.
You ready for the improv, Starty? Dude, your shoulder hurting.
I know.
Going to doctor?
Guru felt my shoulder and it's got some swelling.
And he's smiling.
I'm serious.
Like he got jumped. Yeah.
All right, listen. It's about 1:30.
So we're gonna do our Skip and Shannon, just the business. Remember that?
If you want to.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna do our Skip and Shannon on the other side. I want to talk about Barry Bonds too.
Oh man.
I
have no sources.
These are emails filling your employees' inbox.
I don't understand what turns you on.
Wow, Kim K. I have a wife.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ah, one of the best rap songs ever. Sacramento, Oakland, yeah.
Long Beach in the house.
Look, my boy.
I think I don't know.
The Wild Wild West.
Inglewood, always up to no good.
Boy, the street cred is through the roof.
Mm-hmm. It's not the crossover, but it's still brought to you by the California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Hey, we got the NBA Finals tonight.
Dude, I am
starting.
Man, I don't want to hear crap about ratings. These are the two best teams left standing, Steiny. Here we go. And I'm going to shock you. I got Miami in 7.
You know what? It's funny.
You
have no conviction on that at all. In fact, 1 minute ago, you were going to pick the Nuggets in 5. It's just what you happen to blurt out now.
That is...
How come? What do you like about the matchup? You like Strus, don't you?
No, I'm deeper than that. It's
really?
nuanced. This is about destiny.
Oh.
Shout out Beyonce. Oh. Jimmy Butler was on the brink of being on the wrong side of history, and so was Spo. But they are a unit, and I'm telling you, as much as I like Gordon, KCP, and the rest of the gang, it's going to come down to them. I think Miami knows who they are. My only concern and big concern about Miami is Bam. Oh. You can't be dribbling, trying to show us you got handles. You gotta bother Jokic because you can't stop him. I think Miami has action. If somehow they can, I expect them to still. It's -8 tonight, Denver. But
that means if they lose by 7, they still lose.
Yeah. Oh well, I've just put that out there for the
FYI.
Yeah.
You know, if they can cover and still get swept in the series.
But we ain't talking gambling. We talking ball. Yeah. What's your prediction? So I got Miami at 7. Put it in the cap. Put it in the cap.
I don't really feel like making a prediction.
See, this is...
Because of the internet is so mean.
I'll go to the pool, but I won't get in. What? Come on, dude. Who you got? What's your gut tell you?
Let me tell you what my gut tells me. My gut tells me that I don't care who wins because I like both teams.
I hate when you guys
like both coaches.
That is so
Michael
whack.
Malone.
So you're happy either way.
Yes, I am.
Who's it mean more for? Suppose I already got one. I think Malone would like to cash it in.
Well,
And Jokic.
I can't wait till what
we got?
Nuggets losing 7. Oh, Jokic stinks. Oh, Jokic stinks.
They do a Jaylen Brown on him?
That's all you.
No, Brown deserved that.
Oh, no, somebody's coming out of this series and will stink.
No,
Even though they'll be a finals team,
it's
they'll
not
stink.
about that.
No, it is.
I'm going back real quick to Jaylen Brown. Steiny, he let everybody down. I thought he was more polished than he was. And we overlooked the collapse, which was the Warriors running them down in the finals. But Jaylen Brown, you need Phil Handy. You need to get in the lab with Kuminga. I thought you were exempt. Tatum, too. You go, I'll go. I hate that type of bat. You go, I'll go.
I wonder if in Boston they're really lamenting their player development because they really haven't developed Tatum or Brown, have they?
Please.
It's 5 years. They still can't dribble.
Well,
isn't that what you would say about Steve Kerr?
This is new. About Tatum and Brown. I think there was lemon booty into the handle.
Jay.
My
friend Jay's been saying for 2 years.
Come on, Steiny.
Jaylen Brown can't dribble. He said if you watch the Celtics, he can't dribble.
Wow. And it took Miami in their scouting to expose them. But I can't wait, man. And we got Jackson, Bremen, Van Gundy, Martinez finest.
Mike's in Daly City.
Denver in 3.
Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey.
Hey, guys. Hey, big fan. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I just need you guys thought about this one. I was just thinking, why don't they give Steve Kerr the GM position, promoting him as a GM, then rehire Luke Walton
I'm out.
as head coach?
Yeah, I'm out on Luke.
Where is Luke? Getting a check somewhere.
He's already know our system, right?
Uh-oh.
He can fill in as a coach.
Luke. Dre love Luke. Dre love Luke. Can't tell me nothing else, Steiny. Kerr is not going upstairs. He's a coach. He's about to surpass Monty when he get paid.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see.
By who?
Yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't imagine.
I could see Popovich moving upstairs and Kerr coming there. And then he's going to, you know what? Then he's going to stick it in the Bay Area's face when Kerr develops Wemby.
In 2029.
Yeah,
Wemby.
Stop. Rich is in Fremont.
Our guy.
Yeah.
This is our guy.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, baby?
Hey, you know what? First of all, you guys are sparkling today, man. Fine job by both of you.
See, Rich don't throw that out all the time, and I'm feeling good, Rich. I appreciate that.
I think he wants something.
Okay.
Hey, let me ask you guys, what do you think about this scenario? So, we know the Warriors need a good big man, and they also need a veteran. What do you think if they go after Brook Lopez?
I mean, I think he's going to be out of their price range.
You think?
Yes. They have no money.
And why would Milwaukee, Rich, say bye to Brook? I think he fits perfect.
They've already parted ways. I don't see that. I don't see that continuing. He's been there for a number of years now, and I just don't. They don't think his stock is where it used to be. I see that party over.
All right. We'll see. We shall see. Couple things. Barry Bonds. There's going to be HBO's putting on HBO has they're making a documentary.
Whatever they touch. I mean, I'm going to ignore noises you just made. HBO, they don't lose. Everything they touch turns to gold. And my God, Steiny, I tweeted out I couldn't sleep. They are going to cover everything from Pittsburgh to the roids, allegedly, the lotion, the clear. This dude is the best baseball player I've ever seen.
He's not in it yet. He's not going to agree to do it.
What you mean?
I mean, they're hoping he'll take part, but he is not.
Why would he not? This is HBO to take part and tell his story.
Because they're going to bring up all the topics that he has no interest in talking about.
You don't know that.
Of course you do. Bonds is private.
Apparently, he actually put out a statement about it on Instagram.
Oh, please.
He said,
I'm surprised you
haven't
seen it.
Here we go. I'm doing a show.
To my fans, friends, and family, many of you have been contacted recently by a party doing a documentary about me. I am not involved with the project, but I can tell you that I'm well into planning a bigger and better one, so please stay tuned.
Why can't we all get along?
Now, why like your guy Magic Johnson?
Who's he mad at HBO? Why can't you do it?
They're trying to go behind his back.
Wow, man!
Not behind his back, but hey, man.
It's like the George Foreman movie, which I watched twice. He had nothing to do with it.
With what?
The buyout,
right? Because those are supposed to be truthful, and they can't handle the truth,
dude.
If I'll tell you what, somebody putting together a documentary of me, and they're like, Steiny, we need no. I'm not answering for all my mistakes in life. Sorry.
That's not the definition of a doc. Willie Mays had one, and I learned stuff about him that I did not know.
Oh, like what?
The neighborhood that was racist that he lived in here in the Bay Area, they could have.
Did Willie Mays ever come off looking bad?
Oh, no.
That's right.
Okay, no, okay.
Because he was Willie Mays.
Yeah. Well, Barry is as his godson. Outside, Barry's not OJ Steiny.
No, but he's not Willie Mays either.
I think I would want my story told, especially when there's some gray area.
It'll be told, and it'll be told probably more honestly without him in it.
So that's why you're the guy, and I remember Pandemic Radio. Michael Jordan's thing was catered to him.
Of course. Yes.
The Last Dance. What are people afraid of, man? It's already out. Just talk. Just say your truth. We're still going to, you know what I mean?
He did already. He's done all that.
I'm going to do something bigger than HBO. Hey, Barry, it's your boy Goo. No, you're not. Just do the one with HBO.
We got to take a break. In this segment,
Rich got me going.
Was brought.
Say we're on fire.
Oh, we are. Oh, I got to go to the top of the hour. Oh, that's right. We got a meeting today.
We were supposed to have one last week. I'll leave that alone. But anyway, it's true. We didn't have one last week. Put period.
Why are you putting our business out?
Nobody.
You're kidding right now.
Now you're self-snitching.
You're kidding right now.
You're me at the domino table, Stoney. Nobody knows nothing. We didn't have one last week. We were ready.
Stop talking about it.
I can't. I've been vindicated.
By the way, I'm out on Luke Walton.
I can't wait to hear why.
I don't think he's a good coach.
I thought we were okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So
he's not very good.
Is this? I'm being real. Is there anything personal about how you feel about Luke?
No,
because Sacramento, it didn't work out for him. We know that. Thank you.
Okay. See, I don't know.
I'm all ears.
Luke Walton gets credit because he played in the NBA, and he earned that.
Yeah.
But with all due respect, what made Luke Walton coaching material?
I thought he had the tutelage of under a Phil Jackson.
You know why?
That's already
Let's
enough.
put the rat on the table.
Uh-oh.
Do it.
Oh, brought to you by
thank
ATCO.
you.
Sponsored by ATCOPestControl.com. Go to ATCOPestControl.com for all your pest control needs, and we'll have Pest of the Month tomorrow.
I'm going to put the rat on the... Well, I just did. The thing he had going for him was he was white. There you go. I said it. I never looked at Luke Walton and said, he's going to make a great coach. It's just me.
Now, is there a list of guys this time that you could add to that?
Oh, yeah.
And it's not personal.
Randy Whitman. Remember Randy Whitman?
I don't know why I always believed him. Yeah.
He was a terrible coach.
Yeah, but that's the one that had the
clipboard. It's so great.
You showed me on the YouTube.
Yeah, you're right, Bill Walton. Luke Walton had a name.
And what about his dad? Just he learned the game from Pops, too.
His dad's crazy.
Crazy genius, though.
I like Bill Walton.
I love him. He said the best.
Oh boy, here we go.
Evans in play-by-play.
If you're going to relay a story, make sure it's
accurate. The Bulls already butchered it. The Bulls were playing the Sonics in the NBA Finals, and I'll never forget it. He said, Bill Walton, the legend, and I told him this at Chris Webber's bar in Sacramento when I saw him one time after a Kings game. He said, Hersey Hawkins is not guarding Michael Jordan with any imagination. Like, that's what it took to guard Mike, is you needed to kind of have an out-of-body experience. And he said he's not guarding Mike with any imagination. And that's when I jumped up out my sofa. I'm a single to this, Daddy. I said, that's the most incredible thing I've ever heard, because you needed that, Evan, to stop the god that had tennis shoes, which was Michael Jordan.
Oh, God.
Oh,
this idolization of Michael Jordan.
I'll never forget that line.
Sick. It's sick.
Oh, boy.
I mean, this deifying Michael Jordan, he's just a player. Joe Lacob even said it. He's just a player.
The best to ever do it, man.
I thought they called him Black Jesus.
Bird called him that.
He's one of them. Bird.
And he was good on both ends. He wasn't better at one. He was as good as equal. Karl Malone strip. Give it here.
Never got it done without Scottie Pippen.
Oh, my God.
Michael Jordan.
I'm going to slow down.
Michael Jordan is proof that teams win titles, not individuals. He's proof. He couldn't get over the top early in his career. You know why? Because he was selfish. He had the gall. He had the gall to refer to teammates as my supporting cast.
Telling the truth, Stoney.
You need to.
Dude, you're on an island all by yourself on this one. He was a killer.
He was a good player. He's a great player. One of the greatest of all times. Stop deifying him.
Stop. You hate it. Bird gave him love. He took over the dream team, Stoney.
He took over nothing.
I'll never forget, Bill. Thank you for that, though. Like, that's what you have to use to guard Mike. That's just incredible. Oh, my gosh, man. Stoney,
why are we even talking about Michael Jordan?
Dude, if I see Mike Brown's name again.
About what?
That's what hurt the Warriors, is Mike Brown leaving. And we love Coach Mike Brown, but come on. It's bigger than that. He didn't draft anybody.
Yeah, but I mean, funny thing is Mike Brown would love to have you be Vivek Ranadive because he'd go, hey, give me that open checkbook.
Oh, not now.
We got to the first round of the playoffs.
Stoney, stop. Too early.
Nah.
Now, we got to talk about Skip and Shannon.
All right.
Now,
I don't know what. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I've shared with you and the family some stuff from their show to where, Stoney, on our worst day, you and I have gotten into it. No. You've left hot. And I've watched you outside, and you didn't even know I was watching. I'm like, he's hot. But it was radio hot. That crossed the line, and I believe Skip had a lot to do with Skip getting fired. And when he was like, put your glasses back on, it became more than – it was something I never wanted to be a part of. Obviously, I'm not on TV. But your thoughts when you heard the news that they're breaking up?
I don't care.
Evan, I want to take that. I'll delete
I don't care.
that.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't.
Don't make me delete that off your board.
Dude, why don't you?
Because
it's what you do technically.
No, it's not what I do.
Well, we're filmed and we give opinions and we have a relationship. I would never disrespect you like that, like Skip did, Shannon.
You've done it.
You called me a liar.
Not as much as I do it to you, but
no, you've never gotten me to where a rage, Stoney.
Oh,
I get loud.
No, I've got.
Sometimes I tell you, "Hey, Good, take this, please." When? Well, Lonzo Ball and Ben Simmons, we both took that L.
No,
he's at home on the couch.
When you put their resumes up against each other,
one was scared and one needed a knee. And if you would have gave Lonzo Ben's knee, he would still be playing. The other dude got scared.
Yeah, but what they did when they were playing.
I know you know he's done, right?
Who?
Ben, because you tried to say the Warriors could use him.
I think he could be a Warrior.
Stoney, I don't even think he wants to play anymore.
Maybe not. But that's all right. Neither did Andre Iguodala, and he had a spot on the roster.
Now that would give you a 3.
You like that, don't you?
Give you a 3.
You like that. Ben Simmons.
Oh, my God.
This is what you don't understand.
Where's my I don't care button?
Rookie of the year.
Oh, that's when everything was great.
3 All-Star games.
Light skin LeBron.
3 more than Lonzo Ball.
Go ahead. Dude, does he got that many? He got 3?
3 Player of the Weeks. Mm-hmm. How about this? 4 Player of the Month.
But he couldn't pass like Lonzo.
He was on 4 All-League.
Look at Otis Bird III.
He was on the All-Defensive First Team 2 years.
Where's he at now?
It doesn't matter. He's had a better career than Lonzo Ball.
But he fell off, and he didn't fell off because of physicality. He fell off because he was scared to get in the ring.
It doesn't matter. He was still better than Lonzo Ball. So don't say I took no L on that.
Let's end it on a good note.
No.
I said Otis Bird III.
Otis Bird III.
He's the best. He should have his own blog. They have their run-ins, but at least they're still friends at the end of the day. Skip and Shannon, who knows? Yeah, he got personal.
I know.
Skip told him, you're not better than Tom Brady. He never said he was better than Tom Brady. He's in the Hall of Fame. Skip.
He's an agitator.
You think he has a real friend in life?
Skip?
No, I really believe he don't have a real friend.
Know.
Dude, they had a video of him. I got to be careful.
No,
Somebody was
get us
He
fired.
had a show at the station here in the Bay Area with Rick Barry. And I was on Twitter last night, went down a rabbit hole, and they were talking about that show. And I want to believe you were here.
Skip Bayless said the Warriors should have. That Yeri Welsh was better than Mike Dunleavy. He said the Warriors should have drafted Desagana Diop. Remember him?
Steiny, you remember these.
Of course I do.
You ever meet him?
No, he called me once.
Come on, man.
Yeah, back in the day when he worked for the San Jose Mercury News.
That was his
I worked for
spot.
the Contra Costa Times. We were both owned by the same company, and he wanted to write a column on the Warriors, and he called me and he goes, you're our sister paper. Maybe you could help me. I'm like, all right.
But he wasn't a big boy then. He was in the business.
But he thought he was still pretty.
Yeah. He ain't what he is now, and I don't know what that is.
He thought as highly of himself as like you do of yourself, so he was pretty high on himself.
It's called confidence.
Yeah, overconfidence.
He wouldn't like me now.
Thank you, 209. Steiny's right about MJ. Mm-hmm.
What are you right about? That the world loves him?
I'm right about that he should not be deified like you like to deify him.
No,
That means
Jesus.
give godlike
Number one
characteristics.
shoes, and the dude ain't touched the
The
hardwood.
shoes,
in
there
the
it is.
hundreds.
And there it is.
But there's a
Shoes.
reason the shoes are number one.
Shoes.
Because he was the man.
Why is Michael Jordan the greatest player ever? Shoes.
See,
what about
you're
him? Kids bought them.
You couldn't be more blinder
So
with
what do we
that.
got here? Okay, so Jordan's the best player ever. And you know who's second? Allen Iverson.
You know how many
Iverson's
dudes have
second.
failed at shoes trying to emulate Mike?
That has nothing to do with basketball.
Because he mastered
Has nothing
basketball.
to do
listen
with
to this.
basketball.
He was a perfect basketball player, perfect size.
No, he wasn't.
Dude, that Mike was. And
No,
then
he
would
wasn't.
go party
He was
all night.
selfish
drop
early in his
30 on-
career.
That's okay.
Very selfish early in his career.
Welcome to the NBA.
Yeah.
See, everybody's
teammate.
selfish.
Bad teammate. Punched teammates just like Draymond Green. He punched
I got
guys.
nothing for you on that. Him and Steve still friends, I bet.
Steve who?
Kerr.
Who?
Michael.
Right, because everybody kisses his backside. Nobody's ever just.
Evan, this is Evan.
the
If you
greats.
could,
Oh,
this is
30
because
seconds.
he killed Bird.
He never beat Bird.
I hate Why? that 'Cause he too. looked like a bird. He gave us 63 though.
Yeah.
Double OT.
Yeah, that's better than a win. This guy.
Get ready for the meeting, baby.
Yeah.
I love you
15.
to death. You know, I'm
What are we going to do
agitated.
tomorrow? Is payday tomorrow?
No.
Ouch.
Damn it. I'll be on a diet. Starts tomorrow.
You
Box
said
will
you're
be there
starting
tonight.
Monday.
I said Bonte recommended that. I'm ready.
All right, we got 5 seconds. I see you failing.
Okay.
With that diet. Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
I've been vindicated.
Oh, that's the sound of a car.
live on the free Odyssey app. They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what time does the Warriors Invitational start? When are we doing this tonight? What time is it?
Boy, I'd have to Google it.
5:30? What do we got? 5:30 tonight? Warriors Invitational? Let's go!
I think the Warriors are playing the Heat, but it's in Denver for some reason.
That's weird.
It's super
That's weird. Well, maybe they wanted to make it harder on the guys to breathe or something like that.
So high.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be so high. So here we go, everybody. Warriors Invitational starts tonight at 5:30. And for some reason, we're not carrying it here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
That's weird. I thought we were in the home of the Warriors Invitational.
Yeah, we are, and we should be, and we normally do this in June, and my calendar says it's June.
Today.
Yet, for some reason, we have no president of basketball ops. Our head coach is probably waist deep in San Diego ocean water. Our power forward is podcasting. Our point guard is fathering, and our shooting guard is Lord knows where on the water in a boat near you.
I think your head coach is actually counting money on Monty's new contract in Detroit.
Man, hello.
That could affect him.
Yep.
Although maybe not in ways that you think. So we'll get into that. Hi, everybody. It's Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, YouTube. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yes, NBA Finals. I'm bummed that Steiny and Goo had a meeting. I was really looking forward to chopping up what today kind of feels like because the Warriors aren't in this thing. And the two teams that are have such differing feels to them. Like we do this, you get to the finals, and you're like, okay, who do we need to copy? And I don't know if this is one of those years. Even though Denver has quietly been the one seed all along and quietly been dominant in this postseason, is this or is this not a team where you have to say, hey, the West now runs through Denver? When you look at the NBA Finals that start tonight, what are these teams that the Warriors aren't? That's the question we need to answer right now.
I think it's two different answers because the Miami Heat are a collection outside of their two big stars. They're a collection of who and where did they get him? Mm-hmm. And they are little bits and pieces. And Spoelstra and Pat Riley and the whole front office has done such a great job of cobbling together a roster out of basically nothing. You know, some draft picks, some late draft picks, some undrafted free agents, and a couple of stars. And Denver is kind of like the Golden State Warriors in that they drafted their core three, and they have maybe the best second-round pick in the history of the association. Apologies to Draymond Green. Nikola Jokic was a second-round pick,
It's unbelievable. People. It's unbelievable. How's that even possible?
I don't know.
His size alone should have made him a top 25 pick.
Right.
Don't you think?
But he would have been.
Did he just grow a couple years ago or something like that?
I think he was 6'5" when he got drafted. And now he's, 7 foot.
Used to be if you were 7 foot, you're like, are we taking him first or are we taking him second? How did he get all the way to the second round? And I don't remember all the, whatever the details were at the time.
It was a good draft.
Yeah.
You know who went number one overall?
What year was it again?
It was 2014.
24. Who went number one overall in 2014?
I'll give you a clue.
I'm terrible at this. You know that I'm
He's
terrible
a Golden State Warrior, and he missed 2 months this year.
Oh.
Was that clue too easy?
Anthony Lamb. Right?
Ty Jerome.
Damn it. He did miss a lot of those. He's on the two-way.
Wiggins went one, and
Wiggy,
Embiid went
Wiggy,
three.
Wiggy.
It was a good draft. But the Joker, if you want to redraft the 2014 draft, he either goes number one or number two.
Yeah.
Because Embiid was in that draft too.
Boy, I mean, you throw out an Andrew Wiggins trade, Duck, but would you trade Wiggins for Jokic?
I think you might.
Thank you. All right, we finally found the Wiggins trade.
There it is.
That everybody is going to accept. There it is.
Well, you'd have to throw in Poole because the salaries don't match.
The salaries don't match?
No.
There's Wiggins over
the
there.
The Joker jumps to 46.9 next year.
Okay.
In the last year of his deal, which is a player option in 27-28, 61.9.
Worth every penny.
Yeah,
worth
the
every
Joker.
penny. So 46 this year?
Next year.
Next
Only
year.
33 this year.
Okay, so, but next year is what would matter in a potential trade.
Correct.
So, yeah, so Wiggins and Poole, actually, Denver might need to throw in a couple of bucks in order to make that deal. So, yes, we can throw in Poole, and
Sure.
I'd still do the deal, Dibs. I'll take it. Jokic with the big three, I'm in. But I'll say this, when we talk about the two teams who are playing in the NBA Finals tonight and what the Warriors need to be to get back to that situation, I will say this, and I think I feel this way more than most. I still sit here today, and I'll say I don't think the Warriors are as far off as a lot of people think they are. I know what right now feels like. It feels like a ship that's lost at sea. That's part of what Bob Myers' departure did to this fan base and this organization, I feel like. When you lose a key piece, as I called him the other day, the glue, when you lose that, it's going to feel a little wayward for a little while. I understand that. But the core and how broken down they are, how old they are, decrepit, contractually, preventative, whatever words you want to use to talk about these guys, I still sit here in this chair that this thing does not have to be over yet. I don't think it's a total overhaul. I don't think those three are done. I think that when you look at the way the NBA, especially the Western Conference, sits right now, there's a lot of ways this story could have unfolded. These players who have Denver in the finals, they were on the Nuggets last year. They's just hurt. That's all it is. So I'm not saying if you're the Warriors, just come back next year and hope for injury, but look at Memphis. Look at the Lakers. Look at the way different things happen on the journey through any season. I think if the Warriors, first of all, get a screwdriver out and fix their mentals.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure.
Whatever it takes to do that. If it means Jordan playing for a different team, it does.
I think the offseason will fix a lot of that, and maybe having an additional 6 weeks off will help that.
Yes.
And the motivation of knowing that you're not the hunted, you're the hunter again, gives you that edge, maybe.
Take care of your mentals.
Yeah.
And then, as Joe Lacob put it the other day, we don't care what the rules are, we're going to win. Okay, so whatever these moves are that you need to make, go ahead and make them. And I still think the Warriors are on the board next year in terms of possibles.
They're in the mix.
NBA possibles.
Right, Western Conference possibles. If you project into next year, you could say that they're one of 4 or 5 teams, I think, that would be in that mix for knocking off Denver. I don't know about Phoenix based on, how they're going to age and what they're going to return.
Doesn't feel
Memphis
good.
is a big question mark.
Yep.
If Ja was not a gun-toting, zygote, a child, I would love their chances because they have everyone coming back. But the Ja question...
not everyone.
Well, everyone they need. Dylan Brooks is not
Dylan
coming
Brooks.
back. But everyone else is coming
Are
back.
we all going to like Memphis when they come back next year?
Maybe. I mean, if Ja's still there, it's going to be tougher.
Well, I get, but is it just Dylan? Is it just Dylan that we hated, or do you actually hate the Grizzlies?
I think it's Dylan, and it's a little bit of Ja.
Sprinkle a Ja, but it wasn't before this
and
year.
also the head coach, Taylor Jenkins.
Yeah, but
he was not very likable.
He's just an enabler. He doesn't bother me. He's just a little guy over there with a beard.
Yeah.
No problem.
What do you have against bald guys with beards?
That's what I'm saying. Nothing. Just over
Thank
there,
you.
right? Doing their thing. It's all good.
But I don't think
I
that
like
they're-
Jaren
yeah.
Jackson. I think he's a phenomenal player. I know he ticked Clay off last year, but I like him as a
Great player, DPOY.
Yeah, there's some things. I mean, they're little old Memphis, Tennessee. It's so funny that they've become the big evil, because they don't win,
Right.
and they're from the middle of nowhere. Comparatively.
Small market, yeah.
Right. In the NBA, normally that matters. They're in what you would call their small market window. You have to do it fast. You have to do it through the draft. And then you got to hang on for dear life. And they're missing their window. So they're not much of a threat right now. Dylan Brooks is gone. I don't know. I could see that rivalry softening in the next couple of years.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think the rivalry that's going to rise, and everybody wants to put this team in as your boutique pick, New Orleans. If Zion can stay healthy, boy, that team is nasty with that roster.
They're talented.
Super talented.
They're talented.
But they haven't been able to get over that hump. OKC is a team on the rise, and they get Chet Holmgren next year, theoretically, even though big guys with foot injuries, it usually doesn't play well for a long-term viability. But if OKC continues to grow up, they're a team, the adorable Sacramento Kings. The beam was lit.
Don't forget about them.
Don't forget about the Kings.
No,
the Lakers are a big question mark, as are the Clippers. But I would put the Warriors in the mix at the very least.
Yeah, in the mix, sure. And the Kings have space and young talent, and they got to dip their toe into the waters of what the postseason is like. They got to experience a Game 7, all of that. Sure, they're viable. They're a piece of this puzzle next year for sure. But I think, especially as the NBA Finals start tonight, that's kind of my message. I really think the downfall of the Warriors, to a degree, is being overstated. I know why it feels the way it feels. Bob's gone, and Clay seemingly is never going to hit a shot again.
And the core is getting older.
They're getting older, but as I've sort of argued all year, I think the evidence of decline is more in our mind than it is on the court. I hear a lot of people go, they're declining. And I go, well, what's your evidence? Well, they've had a birthday. Great. Steph played better than he did the year before. Draymond played the exact same. And Clay, despite the up and down nature, you cannot argue that he wasn't better this year than he was the year before. And that all happened and they won a championship.
Yeah.
So,
but he didn't really play the year before.
Well, right. That's kind of the point, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
he was worse and then better and then worse than the year before.
Yeah, well,
all at once.
I don't know. Can you be worse on the court versus when you weren't on the court at all?
Yeah, if you're a net negative,
I guess.
I mean,
but how
the first
often
couple
was that
months
the
of
case?
the year, the first couple months of the year, he might have been better last year than he was this year.
Maybe it was a little
and
messy.
it's a little mean spirited of me to say that.
And the Lakers series was messy. There's no two ways around that. But I don't think that he was in some way a detractor to the basketball team. The days of the presence of the three of them being enough. You'll hear this a lot. Here's what I want to throw in on this. The days of the big three being enough on their own are over. Here's what I want to say. They never existed in the first place.
Those days?
How about that? They were never enough. The same way Nikola Jokic is not enough. What happened last year when Porter and Murray were hurt? Poof.
They got knocked out.
First round out. Get out of here. You have to have a really good team. And last year the Warriors did. And this year, everybody has lined up their reasons for 8 months. For whatever reason, they weren't as good of a team. But I absolutely believe you can still sprinkle in around them whatever magic trick they want to pull or whatever check they want to write. However they want to do that this offseason, sprinkling around those three, and they are in this mix. Absolutely. I mean, it's funny that we think, the presence of the big three alone. I mean, prior to last year, 2 of your 3 championships, you also needed Kevin Durant.
And the other one, you needed Andre Iguodala, who was the MVP of the NBA Finals. And that was peak Iguodala, not the Iguodala that we know, vet min, who is known to be in street clothes the majority of the time. So your point is well taken. The big three was never good enough. When you won the first chip, you had Andre Iguodala as the MVP. And then you won a couple with Kevin Durant. And then last year would be the argument you could make that the big three was enough, but then Andrew Wiggins went nuclear and played the best basketball of his life in the finals.
This is a fascinating thing you just brought up. 4 championships.
Yep.
In any one of the 4 were the big three, the top 3.
And were the big three enough?
I guess the answer would be no.
No.
Was Iguodala the final? No, I didn't think he should have been, but he was.
I actually thought he should have been.
And whether you
he
do
suffocated LeBron James.
Held him to 35 a game. But anyway.
Something like that. I'll Google it. I don't think it was that bad, but
something. Anyway, point being is whether he was the finals MVP or not, he was one of the top 3 players.
Correct.
Was Kevin Durant one of the top 3 players? Yeah. What was Kevin Durant one of the top 3 Warriors when he was here?
Who are you?
Yeah. And then last year, was Andrew Wiggins one of the top 3 players?
He sure was.
Okay, so the big 3 was never actually the big 3. They're the core. They're the homegrown.
Yep.
They're what we love. We talk about homegrown on this show all the time.
Yeah, we do.
I don't think you can be an interesting team without it. I thought the Lakers were soulless this year. They beat the Warriors, so you get credit for that. I thought they were soulless.
Yeah.
And I used to work at the flagship station, so I know what that fan base is like, and they'll never convince me that they cared about this team the way they cared about a Shaq or a Kobe or a Magic era.
And that's where I make the Nugget comp. And I was talking to our producer Lucas earlier today about that because Jokic was drafted in 2014 in the second round. Draymond, second rounder. Then you skip ahead to 2016. With the 7th pick, the Nuggets select Jamal Murray from Kentucky. Good little player.
He's done nicely.
And then in 2018, with the 14th pick out of Missouri, Michael Porter. So you talk about the Nuggets' big three, drafted with a second-round nuggy-nug, and you surround them with all of the other talent, Aaron Gordon, who wasn't drafted there, and the other ancillary pieces, and it feels to me much more like a Warriors comp than any other team.
Well, and as we say big three, we probably, at this point, we should call it a big four. Because Andrew Wiggins is a huge part of what they're doing going forward. If you want to call it a big five and add Looney in, do that as well. Like, I think it's funny that we sit here and go, gosh, they don't have enough. They don't. They have those five. It was the best five in terms of metrics in the entire NBA. You're telling me you can't sprinkle in around them and still be relevant? So the NBA Finals start tonight. How close or far are the Warriors from getting back to tonight? 888-957-9570, the number. It's Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. How about Joe in San Jose? Hey, Joe, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Listen, I just wanted to talk about a couple things. First of all, thank you for taking my call. So with Bob Myers going, I was curious what your guys' thoughts were on Draymond's future. I've always perceived Bob Myers and Draymond being like two peas in a pod, like best buddies. And with him going, I'm wondering if Dre's going to stay. And I wanted to know your guys' opinion on that.
Yeah.
The other thing I was curious about is the Niners, why they're drafting tight ends, if that's some kind of statement about Kittle's future, and how come they're not addressing the glaring offensive line problem of tackle and center?
Yeah, because I don't think they think it's a glaring problem.
No.
Joe, thanks for the call. Let's hit on both of those. Let's not forget the Draymond question.
Sure.
But the 49er one being the most recent, and Joe just learned something in interviewing. When you ask a two-part question,
I love it.
You're probably only going to get an answer to the second part.
Second part first, first part second is the way that goes.
But let's go Niners and Warriors. I'll try to remember both. The 49er thing, why are they drafting tight ends? Is that some sort of referendum on George Kittle? I think no, although ... could it be down the road? Maybe. So the 49ers have always wanted more than one tight end. They whether that's running two tight end sets. Remember when they made a big offer to Austin Hooper, and Kittle was like he was coming off of the greatest season ever. So there's plenty of room for more than one at that position on the roster, number one. Secondly, George Kittle, I think, a great blocker, but you're always going to want some tight ends who are just about that, more blocking tight ends. We'll see how these develop, the ones who have been brought in this year. However, George is also, did he turn 30 yet? Is he already 30? I mean, this is the NFL. I don't think it's offensive to start getting ready for players when they turn 30.
He'll be 30 in about 3 months.
I don't think he's on the downturn yet, but I don't think it's crazy to think the way that he plays that he could be in a couple years.
And he tends to get hurt virtually every year.
Yeah.
So you do need a depth piece. And we talk a lot about personnel on this show. Me, because I love it. You, because you are forced to listen to me talk about 12 and 21 and 22 personnel. But you remember the play on which Brock Purdy got hurt?
Yes.
I believe that was 12 personnel, one running back and two tight ends.
And it was one of the tight ends who whiffed.
He got beaten on the play. Yes. And if you look at the team right now, you still have Charlie Warner, who is more of that blocking tight end. You've got Ross Dwelly, who is, kind of buried on the depth chart. Cameron Latu was the pick that they made in the third round to get tight end depth. George Kittle has 2 more years, and then you have a potential out in his deal, and at that point, he would be 31. And considering his injury history, I'm not mad at the Niners for trying to draft backups. And as far as the tackle goes, they believe in Colton McKivitz.
Yeah.
They think that he can come in and be the right tackle. So there's no need to draft the tackle of the future yet until Trent Williams is closer to the door.
Well, they called McKivitz. They told him yesterday, his job to lose. And so I it's funny. We did this last offseason, remember? Well, the offensive line.
Oh, the interior three.
Glaring holes. And then they played great. Were they perfect every week? No. Who is? They're not. They had a good year. And Aaron Banks, who was supposedly trash, had an amazing year. So part of the reason, and this is a discord sometimes when I have conversations with people in months like June of the football season, I don't rip front offices for their glaring holes in June because I don't know that they exist. So when we get to the end of September, if the 49ers are already on QB3 because of the glaring holes in the offensive line and all the quarterbacks have been cut in half because of this linebackers who are just teeing off, then we can say, boy, the Niners really messed up with glaring holes in the offensive line. But young people who you don't believe in yet, they might. And they might be right.
And they might have more know-how and expertise than we do. Yep. And I'm not convinced of that from John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan, quite frankly.
Wouldn't be sports radio of you to do so.
Thank you, because I know 12 and 21 personnel, and darn it, I can talk 22 if I need to, because I'm smart, Mark. I can do things.
You are.
And
I just text Kruger. Yeah. I'm like, what did they just say? Who's the third string linebacker? All right, good. Is he good?
There may be a Kruger sighting here in the near future if you happen to step aside. So you want to talk depth chart, I'm going to give you a full Cameron Latu breakdown with Larry Kruger, and that's coming up.
Don't forget the Draymond question. Where are you on Draymond without Bob? I think Draymond Green's going to stay on the Warriors. I think he's going to opt out. I think he's going to get a new deal, and I think that they're already working on that. And I think Bob said in his presser 2 days ago, whoever takes over, I'm here to help you with Draymond. That's what I think is going to happen.
See, I think he opts in and gets a new deal. I think that he picks up the player option, and then they tack on 2 more years for good measure, because I don't think that he's going to take a pay cut per se, but let's just say the deal is 3 years and $75 million, okay? Let's just say that that's the number. You opt in for the 27.8, which leaves you with a balance of about $57 million. You give him another 27, and then you give him another 28 after that. Whatever the math is to work it out, I think Draymond Green would be happy with that. You opt him in, and you get him a 2-year deal on top of it. He co-terminates with Steph Curry, and they can both bow out at the same time.
Could be a co-termination sensation.
That's a buck.
I think it's a little bit of a semantics conversation. We're both basically saying that he's going to be here for 3 more years. I know if I were the Warriors and I wanted to do 3 and 75, I would ask Draymond to opt out and make because I know it doesn't sound like much, but turning that 27 into 25 in year 1 of the deal literally means 2, 4 times 200. I mean, $10 to $15 million in terms of salary and luxury tax. So
that part of it will be interesting.
If it's going to be 3 years and 75 either way, why would you not do the team a solid and save them a few bucks this year when their luxury tax is exploding?
I think the third year would be either a team option or a player option, I think, in terms of the way you'd want to structure it, because if Draymond's body continues to deteriorate, and this is not to say that he is breaking down rapidly, but you notice every time he comes off the floor, he has to ice up. He's constantly getting treatment. He's a very physical player. The end of his career, I think, will be more precipitous, more dramatic than Steph and even Clay, who's had 2 dramatic injuries.
You might be right, and obviously these guys play a lot of extra games because of all of their playoff games.
Not this year.
Right? And, well, yeah, see? Might help them next
Warriors
year.
Invitational, and they didn't get the invite.
How many times in the last 5 years in Bay Area sports has something supposedly awful happened, and then a year later you're like, that was actually the best thing that ever happened? It's happened a lot. How about, for instance, Jimmy Garoppolo's injury turning into Nick Bosa? How about Kevin Durant leaving, turning into Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga? How about Steph Curry getting hurt right before the playoffs last year and being at full strength to have the energy to go all the way through the NBA Finals? It happens a lot. And maybe getting knocked out this year and getting a month and a half of extra rest, who knows how we're going to feel about that in December? maybe we're going to be like, watch. Steph Curry will do an interview in December. Warriors will be 19-4. They'll be like, you know what? Man, it was incredible to sit in the month of May, and I think it's why we're playing so well right now. Who knows?
No, it's possible.
Who knows?
It's absolutely possible. And, for all of them, Bob Myers included, and we've talked about the Bob Myers departure. We've talked that thing into the ground. But if he's that exhausted and that ready for a break, how about the guys who are out there going up and down on the court and really, withstanding all the pressure of being a player in that time?
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely it could go that way. Larry and Orinda. Hey, Larry, what are you doing?
Well, I'm driving around getting ready to go to a dermatologist. Got a little springtime rash, but that's too much information.
Wow, that is.
Right.
It's TMI.
I believe you can trace the Warriors' issues this year to one thing. The old dudes are getting a little bit older, and they cannot carry as much of the load. You were touching on this, and I thought you were right on top of it. Steph Smith is in the playoffs, and to a degree, probably Clay's are also, fatigue related. You lose your feet and your legs, you lose your shot. So we need to build a team around these guys that can compete. And unfortunately, we got Looney and Draymond. Neither one of them is an offensive threat. So we're playing 3-on-5 on defense. When we're
but Larry, that's always been the case. You know what I mean? I'd love to address this coming up next because whenever the team bows out, and this is any team, I think we suddenly gather narratives and decide that that's the reason why they're struggling, even though those narratives were in place even when they were winning. We could do that with a couple of teams. Tell you what we're talking about next. But, how far or near are the Warriors to being back on this night, the start of the NBA Finals? We got plenty of Niners and Giants stuff for you today as well, but we're taking your calls at 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help.
get to it in a second. Hi, YouTube chat. We love y'all. I'm a big fan of being able to have sports debate without people losing their dang cookies and just like, right? Relax.
Yeah.
Like we don't need to name call. But there's a take on there that I want to get to. Before we do that, I want to throw this at you. Did you ever watch that show Portlandia?
Yeah,
You
pretty
did?
funny. That kooky little couple.
Portland's a wild place, and I got the opportunity to go there a bunch when I used to broadcast games in the Northwest League. Thank you.
Yeah, beat me to it.
Yeah,
That's good.
I love when we're doing drops for back when I made like $45 a game. But anyway, I'm broadcasting for the Boise Hawks, Single A, Angels organization. This was 1998 and 1999. I'll never forget bus wheel roulette. It was my favorite part about traveling through the bus leagues in the minors. I've told you about bus wheel roulette, right?
I don't think so.
Bus wheel roulette, man, was so much fun. Check this out. So you go to a bus wheel, and there's 10 little bolts in the middle of the tire.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you grab a Sharpie, and you number them 1 through 10. Okay? And then every time the bus starts, wheels on the bus go round and round. Okay? Soon as they start, the game is on, and you collect the money. Only 10 people can play. Everybody huck about $5. You can do 10. I don't know. In the minors, maybe you only did 1.
Yeah.
In the bigs, everybody throw in a C note. Whatever you want. Get 10 people to play, and you pick a number. And then you just go about your bus ride. The second that bus stops, everybody runs out of the bus to see which bolt is at the highest position on the wheel.
Gotcha.
Whoever's at the highest position, you win the cash.
Cash me out one time?
One time, except for maybe 3 times, because it was every time you stop.
Gotcha.
Sometimes the bus driver would drive down the street to go get gas. And you're like, dude, I'm up a hundo. We left 4 minutes ago. So much fun. So much fun. But anyway, Portland was one of the teams in the league. So we would go to Portland, play the Portland Rockies. They had a weird stadium. But anyway, their minor league team, one of their minor league teams now, I guess, I don't know if this is independent league or whatever, is called the Portland Pickles. Okay?
Yeah.
The Portland Pickles tweeted out earlier today. You ready for this?
I actually saw this.
I feel so bad about it. Breaking news. We have officially surpassed the Oakland A's in attendance for the 2023 season. The Portland Pickles.
The Pickles
are outdrawing the A's.
Oh, my God.
Which I found actually somewhat coincidental, because I always thought that Portland is actually where the A's should have gone for the relocation sensation. I don't want them to leave at all, but I've thought if there's a West Coast baseball starved market where a team could thrive, Portland, Oregon, not Las Vegas, Nevada, as evidenced by the Pickles.
Pickles outdrawing the A's.
Way to go, Pickles!
Yeah, I'm not surprised because Portland is a very passionate sports town.
Yep.
Sneaky passionate.
Absolutely.
When I did work with the San Jose Earthquakes, I went up there a few times to do sideline and play-by-play, and the Timbers draw. And when Timber Joey...
It's going down.
I'm yelling, I'm gathering timber.
Gathering timbers!
When they score, Timber Joey would climb up this like 130-foot tree stump, bust out the saw, and cut out a piece. So at the end of the game, however many goals they scored, Timber Joey would slice off a couple of pieces from the big tree.
I love
and the 20,000 people, and I'm telling you, 20,000 people up there now.
Oh.
For the Timbers games.
Yes.
Getting after
dude,
it.
I love it. Minor league baseball hijinks, absolutely the best.
Yeah.
Although, and I know this is independent, have you seen what tickets cost for the Savannah Bananas? Have you seen this?
No.
I think the Bananas are coming to Sacramento this summer. And someone brought it up to me. They're like, dude, your son would love a Savannah Banana game. I'm like, I think I would too. I'd probably come out of there with $500 worth of merchandise.
Yeah.
Savannah Bananas are amazing. If you don't know what they do, they play baseball, and then it's also like a flash mob.
It's the Harlem Globetrotters,
Totally.
basically.
It's incredible. I looked at tickets. Wow. What? Holy bananas, Batman.
Cheap?
Dog. I mean, I'm out. I can't afford that.
Oh, you're talking like Taylor Swift?
I could go, but I had to go by
Bananas?
myself. Yes.
Really?
Holy smokes.
Are you kidding me?
Hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
No way.
Like, what are we doing? For
That's a pricey
traveling
banana.
independent baseball league? Yeah. It was wild, man.
Really?
Absolutely
I thought
wild.
you were going to say the other way.
No.
Like, it's $5 a pop.
Dude, if it was $5, I'd have bought the whole station would be going. Are you kidding me? So much fun, it looks like.
I'm going to have to Google that.
Check it out.
I'm surprised.
Check it out. Let me know what the update is. At that time, it was like almost sold out. It was like, if you want in, we got 3 seats left, and each of them are $2,000.
You got to Google it.
I mean, and I'm exaggerating, but it was crazy, bro. Crazy. But I love that stuff. I love all of the games that get played in the minor leagues. My favorite trick and it's kind of like a trick, the best thing I've ever seen as far as the goofy stuff that happens on minor league baseball. So you're looking it up, aren't you?
They're coming to San Jose.
What's this? How hot is it?
$900 a ticket.
What are we doing? What on earth is that? I could go to 4 Warrior games for that.
What is going on here?
What is happening?
They're also going to Sacramento later in the month.
And what do we got?
It's a month later, so you would think they'd be cheaper.
But
I only see 2 tickets available for $335 each.
Oh, there it is.
Dude.
I'm like, I love you, son, but no.
Well,
we'll go mini golfing.
They're coming to Indianapolis in the end of July.
How's that going?
Only $158 a piece, so a couple of flights.
Add in the $600 flight, and we're there.
Oh, my God.
Savannah Banana.
Eric Burns has got to build a new wing on his Tahoe house.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I am gobsmacked right now. I am flabbergasted.
See, I'm only not where you are because I did this about 8 weeks ago. I went through this, and I went through an hour of just being flabbergasted. What? $1,000 to go see the Bananas?
You guys have been to a game up in Sacramento, right? At the Rivercat Stadium?
Yes.
So
It's so much fun.
They have the home run hill out in right field?
Yeah.
$225 just to get in the park and sit on the hill.
To go sit without a seat? I'm like, this is one of those things. Like, you ever do this? You get to go to Disneyland in the summer, and some family be cruising around with 4 kids, and they're like, yeah, we're here all week. I'm like, are you a venture capitalist?
Right.
What do you mean you're here all week with a party of 6? That sounds like $7,000 just to start.
Yeah.
And you haven't even
Forget
had a
the
hot
Dippin'
dog
Dots.
yet. I'm like, I don't understand what's happening. And that's what I would do. Like, I want to go to the banana game just to sit outside. Are there any children in there? Is someone like, yeah, Bobby, here's $1,000. We bought you a Savannah Banana ticket.
Right.
You can't go to college, but you're going to see the Bananas.
You're going to see a guy in a sombrero balk 4 times before throwing a
Bobby,
pitch.
it's great. They dance at second base. You're going to love it. I hope you feel like it's worth $1,000.
They're in Nashville tomorrow. And I can't find out who they're playing against. I guess it doesn't matter.
No.
General admission, $144 a piece.
Okay.
So go ahead and pack up.
In Tennessee.
Fly to Nashville.
I'm just like...
Compared to the Giants game tomorrow, you can sit directly behind home plate, like 5 rows behind for $91 a pop.
I was going to say,
wow.
Go to my guys at the Game Time app. Go in there. Tomorrow's Friday night. You want to go to that game yesterday? Oh, it's Wednesday afternoon at 12:45. Do you have $17? You can go sit down the left field line. It's insanity.
I mean, I'm blown away, Mark. I may have to go home sick.
Savannah Banana.
Who knew?
There you go.
Who knew?
Stir that around in your coffee and take a sip.
I mean, when I grow up, I want to be a Savannah Banana.
Totally. What are those guys bringing in per game? I know what minor leaguers make. They used to get jealous when I hopped on that bus because we got coaches per diem. They're like, oh, my gosh, you get $30 a day?
Oh, you got coaches per diem.
Yes, coaches per diem. Well, hop on that bus. They give you a little envelope.
And players per diem is probably like $15.
Yeah, about half of it. So you're going on a 5-day road trip, coaches per diem, they're like, pow, there's $150 in an envelope. I'm like,
oh, for the 5 days.
I'm like, bus wheel roulette.
Totally.
Let's go.
Exactly.
Let's go.
I'll turn this into 1,000.
See if I can have a multiplication sensation. Okay?
That's $1.
Thank you.
And you had the money to spend the
I'm
money.
149.
Totally.
Yeah, exactly. Holy smokes.
Wow, okay.
Shane Victorino made his debut the other night. You see that? The Flying Hawaiian.
What's a banana make? What's a bit like? Is it minimum salary $5 million a year?
I don't know.
What are they doing?
What is Glassdoor? Does anyone know what Glassdoor is?
I don't know what that is.
They have the Savannah Bananas salary, an entertainer listed at just over $37K.
To be on the team?
To be a banana.
When tickets are $1,000, there's no way. There's no way
Well,
the players
they pay the party animals as well. I don't know if you knew that. It's
Oh,
not
the
a real
road
team.
animals.
Yeah, the road team.
Oh, yeah, the Washington Generals of the Savannah Bananas.
That's right.
Sure. But at $1,000 a ticket, those guys should be making $1 million out there dancing for $30K when it costs that much just to get in and watch them.
I can get you behind home plate tomorrow night, upper deck.
Okay.
Fourth row, though. Good seat.
Upper deck?
Yeah, section 314.
What game are we talking about?
Giants.
Oh, the Giants game.
Yeah.
Okay, for what?
$16.
$16 behind home plate.
Major League Baseball.
You might get
upper tank. I don't know if you'll get a foul ball up there, but
Right.
good view up there.
Right.
Good angles.
$16
a piece.
A piece. Yeah, you want to bring someone, it's going to be 32.
Yeah.
You want to bring someone to the Savannah Banana game, it's going to be $2,000. I just I don't know what happened. Anyway, we went completely off track there, but congrats to the Portland Pickles.
Yeah.
Who apparently are going to play the Savannah Bananas here tomorrow, so their attendance is going through the roof.
Yeah, sky high, without a doubt. And I get it. It's entertainment, but you want to go to see Hamilton on Broadway or the Savannah Bananas? Because Hamilton's got to be a lot cheaper.
Easily.
I think Taylor Swift is going to jack up her prices after hearing this report.
When she hears this, yeah. And then there'll be a collaboration, and the Bananas will be on stage with Taylor Swift, and none of us will have any money left. Incredible. All right, 888-957.
My favorite take of yours ever, I think.
Thank you.
That was really good.
All right, I'm done with my banana rant. We'll do it again at 5:15 or something like that.
Banana
maybe.
Ranta.
Yeah.
It's good.
This is a two. Some of them didn't even. Mark, do you even get
He
that
doesn't
reference?
get it. No
Do you even
chance.
get it? He gave you a 2 and a rye grand. Do you even get it? Banana Ranta, do you even get it?
No comment.
Don't even get
He
it.
doesn't. It was a pop group in the 80s, Bananarama.
Yeah.
I should be better.
Was that Manic Monday or was that Bengals? That was the Bengals,
Bengals,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway.
Cruel Summer, Bananarama.
Cruel summer.
Thank you.
And we're headed for one if the sun doesn't ever get out.
It's nice today.
It's nice. It's okay. It's all right.
fine.
It's June.
It's fine.
Can I see a 75 anywhere?
Right,
Ever?
thanks.
I know if I drive east, we'll get there. But anyway, all right. 888-957-9570. So here's what came up on the great YouTube thread. Here's what I want to say. Steph, Clay, and Trey are declining, but they haven't declined. That's what I want to say. It's obvious that they're declining. Guess who else is? Everybody. Now, I know there's the whole ascending
Not my
player.
baby.
Yeah, exactly.
9 months old.
There's the ascending player, descending player thing.
Right.
Jordan Poole's not declining, although maybe he is. I don't know. But, right, Jonathan Kuminga, in theory, when he comes back in the fall, is going to be a better player. So he's not declining yet.
Life is a bell curve. All of us have in all of our lives, you bell curve up. There's a little bit of a plateau, and then you bell curve down.
Although I could make the case that the second you're born, you start dying, right?
Yes, but in terms of your potential to contribute to society and fulfill your destiny, you get to that certain point, personally, professionally, physically, emotionally, all of it, where you're at your peak. And for NBA players in the association, that peak is somewhere between 27 and 34, you could say. You don't often find a player who peaks after 34.
No, but I think that almost everybody peaks well before that. Like, I think, 25, 20 to me feels like the number where somebody...
We're talking just NBA now.
Yeah, someone can be at the start of their peak. You can usually see it sometimes even before that. Like, has Tatum turned 25 yet? Tatum or Brown, which one's younger? One of them's 26 and one of them, I think, is about to turn 25. But anyway... Which is why, by the way, stop telling me that they're awful players. Like, they're still barely in their mid-20s.
Tatum, 25.
There it is.
Born in 98.
And Brown?
26.
There you go.
Born in 97.
I love it. Everyone's like, oh, they stink. Yeah,
right?
Great. Good for you. They're phenomenal players, and they're only in their mid-20s. They are still ascending NBA players.
That's why I think 27 is that sweet spot.
I agree
but
with you.
I won't quibble with you over age.
No, I agree with you.
The range, I think, is somewhere in that 26 to 33 range.
When you get past 30 years old as an athlete, unless your name is Tom, you usually decline. Okay? So that's the deal. So, are Steph, Clay, and Dre declining? Obviously.
Yeah.
I can't argue with that. But understand, as I play semantics for a second, that I also believe they haven't declined. And we're overstating this when we talk about what the Warriors need to do next. I think we are using 3 for 19 as a reason to say, Clay's done. We hear it at the end of every year. Remember, on the way into the Sacramento series, our buddy KC was like Draymond's toast. He's done.
We're going to backhand that. Beep.
Yeah, no, he's not. And Steph Curry, though he was legendary in Game 4 to win the finals last year, was better this year, which is plain to see if you go look at the numbers, if you couldn't tell game to game.
Yeah.
So this idea that, oh gosh, how do the big three win anymore when they're getting so old? You have zero evidence that those three do not continue to have the output right now that they collectively had last June when they won a championship. In my opinion, you have zero evidence. Clay, okay, you'll say he's not the same defender. He wasn't last June either. He's
better last June.
Compared to the guy he was in his 20s?
Well, compared to the guy he was this year. And let's just do a like-for-like comparison.
Okay.
Andrew Wiggins this year was not as good as he was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Draymond this year in the playoffs. And the thing about it, Mark, in terms of the decline, is the frequency of peak performance, the FOPP, as I like to call it. The frequency at which these guys can perform at their peak is a lot less, and that's where the decline shows up first. It's not that, oh my God, Clay, 3 for 19, that's who Clay is. And that's who Clay is all the time. But the reality is, for me, is that the player we remember Clay being, it comes up less frequently than it used to. And that's the same for Steph and the same for Draymond.
Is it the same for Steph?
I think so.
Really?
In terms of like really peak performances, he used to have maybe 3 of 4 games. Now maybe it's 2 of 3.
He feels
and
pretty...
2 of 3 is not 3 of 4, but it's close.
I don't see a huge difference. And in fact, if we do want to bring in the defensive side of the ball, Steph is a way better defender now than he was 7 years ago.
Well, 7 years ago, yeah. But we're talking about year over year, like versus like, the championship year versus this year.
If I asked you this, if you made them all one entity, Steph, Clay, and Dre, and the collective...
A three-headed monster.
The three-headed monster and their output right now as compared to June of last year... What is greater than, or is it equal?
I'd say down about 4%.
Do you?
Yeah.
Based on what?
Based on the Clay portion, primarily. I think the Steph would be about the same. He wasn't better this year. I don't think he was necessarily better.
He was better.
Not in the playoffs, Mark. He was very inefficient. He scored, but it took a lot more for him to score that.
Don't you think then we're overstating what happened in just a 2-week period? His season this year was markedly better than his season last year, no?
Well, season.
Yeah.
He only played 54 games.
Well, he got hurt both years.
Right, he played more games last year, I believe.
He did, but like he shot the ball markedly better this year.
And
than
Clay
he did
led the league in 3-pointers made, but also 3-pointers taken.
Yes.
So, and he shot a good percentage.
Again, and I guess what this boils down to is if you're talking about the output for all three, I never would have stated, even in their prime, if they're not in their prime anymore, even in their prime, was the presence of the three of them enough? I mean, how...
We already debunked that in the opening segment.
I mean, at a high level or at a low level. Like, how dismissive is that of the Sean Livingstons and David West and Leandro Barbosas of the world, the people, Harrison Barnes even, the people who have had...
Jordan Bell.
Jordan Poole. I mean,
Patrick McCaw. Quinn Cook.
Thank you.
I mean, if you're going to be fair, let's be fair, Mark.
Let's be fair.
Let's
be Elitza together.
Be Elitza.
Okay?
That's a 4.
I mean, all of these players, it has to work. It has to work. It's not even just like their contribution in the box score. The whole picture has to work. And to me, that's what I walk away from this year with. I walk away from this year and I go, something in the stew didn't taste right. But I don't walk away from this and go, there's a basketball problem with these players. I don't think that at all.
I think both,
I
honestly.
think there's a problem with whatever was in the stew this year, and that bleeds into basketball. But if you're asking, are Steph, Clay, and Dre talented, and Andrew, sure, come on, are they talented enough to still be the core of a team that succeeds at the highest level? I have zero doubt. Like zero doubt.
Well, the phrase succeeds at the highest level to me is just nebulous enough to where I'm going to have to follow up. Because to me, succeeding at the highest level means you win a championship. Mm-hmm. And if that's what you mean, then I disagree with you.
Okay.
Now, can they add a couple pieces and still make it happen? Of course. You never know how the ball is going to bounce. But
that's kind of all I'm talking about.
But just on paper, if you look at the big five as you have just laid it out, and whatever ancillary pieces you want to throw in, I don't think that's enough. And I'll tell you why coming up as it pertains to where Denver is in their peak.
The NBA Finals get started tonight.
Nuggets in 5.
And by the way, what we haven't given to you yet is what Brian Windhorst said yesterday on national TV with regard to what the Bob Myers departure means for this organization. You will find it interesting. 888-957-9570, the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast...
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Granny giving me all the feels right now. First of all, Kevon is just someone who does that for people. Gives you the good feels when you listen to Kevon.
Yep.
And P-Rock and CL Smooth. This was the jam, okay? This was the jam. Nissan Maxima, 1990 Tree.
Look at you.
I mean, acting like I had it all figured out. Mean streets of San Mateo.
I love the young people.
Damn right. Damn right.
30 years ago, kid.
No, it wasn't.
You can't prove that.
I deny.
You were 18 years old. What was the hair like back then? Did you go flat top or?
No, it's the same, just a little bit different color.
Yeah.
The only time I did anything with the lid was in college. I shaved it.
Really?
I shaved it. I shaved
Scary.
it. Yeah. Not like that shave, like a buzz cut.
Right.
The buzz. Yeah.
But with your eyebrows and your very serious eyes, you could be a serious piece with a shaved head.
That's right. I was auditioning for the Fast and the Furious. I didn't get the part.
Nice.
Yeah. Some other guy got it. I thought he was like trying to sound like me.
Some diesel guy.
Who's this dude? Vin. Who goes by the name Vin?
Right.
The hell? Vin Scully. Who are you?
That's right.
Anyway, didn't go well. So that's the end of that. 888-957-9570. We'll take your phone calls on this.
If I can offer up just real quick why the Warriors are
pay off your
in trouble.
Your tizzy tees.
You've got Nikola Jokic, 28. He turned 28 in February. Aaron Gordon is going to be 28 in September.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Jamal Murray, who is 26. You got Michael Porter Jr., who is about to turn 25. That is a young core.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about ascending or descending. That is all an ascending core in terms of the ages, the amount of miles on their body, and the rest of that. Jokic is in his, well, it's his 7th year. I guess he didn't come over right away when he was drafted, but he was playing basketball somewhere. 28 is about when you're at your best, and so these guys have a good 2 or 3 more years of peak window basketball. That scares me.
I'm not going to tell you how the Warriors can be the favorite to start next year because I don't think that's possible. What I am going to say, though, is everything that you just stated is all on paper, and seasons don't go that way. Rarely.
Right.
Can Denver win this series and then come back next year and have a healthy year and win it again? Sure. But then what do we hear the Warriors say every other year? Damn, it's hard to repeat. It's so hard. I don't even know if Denver's going to win this year, but it's so difficult to have things go the same way. Whenever we sit here at the end of one season, things are never the same at the end. And it's hard to remind ourselves of those things sometimes. But go back to training camp for the 49ers last year and then think, all right, what happened between then and January? I mean, oh my God. You need a dictionary-sized book to tell that story. So I like, can the Warriors come back and be a part of the mix? And are things just going to go perfectly for the Nuggets? I mean, I don't know how it's going to go for the Nuggets in this series or next year. I don't know who's going to get hurt. I don't know who's going to wave a gun on Instagram. I don't know who's going to get along. I don't know who's going to have something, as we said a few minutes ago, get mixed into the stew that doesn't work. You know, someone asked, I said, okay, Mark, you said something didn't work in the stew, and I think you're right. What do you think it was? I don't know if I could describe it other than just saying it feels like it was something regarding Jordan Poole. I can't assess the blame. I can't tell you.
If you tracked why it was Jordan Poole, you could track it back to certain incidents that happened and say they maybe played a role.
Except for what led to the incident.
Right.
That could be what's in the stew. Like they weren't on the same page. I'm not saying that's Jordan's fault. It could be anybody's fault. But I thought it was obvious when you watched Warrior basketball this year that there were a number of instances where you're just like, they're not on the same page. And the beauty of Warrior basketball was always just that.
On the same page.
Always on the same page.
And every time they didn't feel like they were on the same page, it seemed to involve Jordan Poole. Whether or not he was at fault, to your point, or not, it felt like Jordan Poole was involved in things not looking right.
Absolutely. And by the way, that leads us to the conversation we've been having all week about Bob Myers. And the fact that I woke up yesterday and then came in here and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at face value. Is there some truth to everything that everyone is saying? Yes. Does Joe Lacob love Bob Myers? Yes. Did he put a huge offer on the table? Yes. Does Bob want to be with his family more? Yes. Is that the whole story? Hell no. Hell no. There's no way. With this level of money and ego and everything on the table, there's no way that that's the whole story. Listen to Brian Windhorst, ESPN, just yesterday.
Bob Myers is 48 years old. Now, I understand he's worn out because it's been a heck of a decade. He is not 68 years old. He is not of retirement age. This is a guy in his prime as an executive saying, I can't do this job anymore right now. And he is the first of 4 people that the Warriors don't have control of after next season. Obviously, we've got Draymond Green, who can opt out this year. That's a huge thing. Steve Kerr is on the final year of his contract. We just spent 12 months. The Warriors could not get a deal done with Bob Myers even after they won the title. What's going to happen with Steve Kerr going in the medium to long term? And then, of course, Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson has 1 year left on his contract. There's been discussions about whether or not he will sign an extension. And here's the thing. If they bring Draymond Green back at any reasonable number, with Jordan Poole's new max salary coming onto the books, Greeny, they are looking at a $500 million-esque payroll when you include the luxury taxes. It may not quite get to $5 million, but it's going to be far and away the most expensive team in the history of professional sports. But I'm not sure Joe Lacob can abide paying that salary for a team that finished in 6th place and didn't make it out of the second round. And I don't know what's in Bob Myers' head, but the fact that he's walking away at age 48 is worrisome when you think about where they're going.
Totally agreed. Across the board. He's 48.
The dude abides, though. Joe Lacob abides.
I'm the dude. Yes, he does.
When it comes to $500 million, I don't know if the dude will abide, but he has so far abided to spending exorbitant sums of money.
I'd give $100 to any media member who can get Joe Lacob to say in his next press conference, I'm the dude.
Totally.
The dude abides. We'll see. But I just think this is important to note. Bob can be totally tired. He can be tired of this. He can be tired of missing his family. But I'm just going to speak without having walked in another man's shoes. I'm going to speak to life at 48. He ain't retiring. He not leaving work for the rest of his life. He not that tired. He's tired of this. And so only he can answer, probably to those closest to him, what is actually going on that Bob is so tired of. But I think it is completely fair to say whatever he's tired of probably speaks to organizational structure issues that are affecting others as well. And so when he says if Bob is first, what's next? Is it Steve? Could it be Klay? What is going to happen here within the near future? And sure, it probably is a sign that this is the beginning of the end, which I guess wouldn't be all that surprising.
Right.
But that's why it hit me so hard when Joe is just like, we're going to win. Doesn't matter. We're going to win. No matter what with the rules. I'm like, dude, I can't wait to see you pull a rabbit out of this hat.
Yeah, that would be impressive.
How the hell are you winning 3 years from now?
Or 5 or 10 or 15?
Well, 10 or 15 I get. Like, I think they're smart and they're a very good organization.
Well, I don't get it.
You don't snap your fingers and replace the legends.
Think about teams that have won multiple championships spanning multiple different superstars. The Lakers come to mind. Well, the Lakers have always had an ability to attract the best of the best, and they've done it so many times. You go from Magic and Kareem, and then you draft Kobe, which was a whole shady undertaking, knowing that he would only play for one team. You brought in Shaq, and then you get LeBron. The Lakers have had that ability to bring people to the team. San Antonio did it. They went from David Robinson, who won a title, Then you got Tim Duncan because David Robinson got hurt and you happen to win the lottery and you got a generational player in that fashion. So if Joe Lacob can get that lucky, and you already had an opportunity, you had a top pick in the draft. You had James Wiseman at number 2, and you messed up the pick. Now, was there a generational player available? I don't think so.
Maybe not.
In that draft, so you weren't as lucky as the Spurs were. But teams don't do what Joe Lacob is basically saying that they're going to do.
Well, and even when they do, they have bad years, bad stretches. The Lakers have had horrible years. The Spurs just had one, and now maybe they got their guy again. We shall see. All right, 888-957-9570 on any of that. John Lynch hit some things on Brock Purdy. David Lombardi hit some things on Trey Lance. We'll get to all of that and continue with your phone calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes, downloads beaming from device to device, and any one of them could be a cyber attack.
on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570, the number. Yeah, Lucas, where's Bonte? Is he around this afternoon? What's he doing?
He's
because I'm
he's
offended.
out there.
I'm offended.
Uh-oh.
I have had it up to here.
Man, what is it with you? You're so confrontational.
It's a confrontation sensation.
I thought it's a buck. I thought that was my bit.
No,
First you steal Guru's bit with Mock Rivers. Now you're stealing my bit.
Where's Bonte?
Thank you.
Can Bonte come on the show today? We'd love to have him. Hey, this is Doc Rivers. Only if he's available, of course.
Give me the guest pitch. What am I telling him when I call him?
Just say that we want to talk to him.
Mark's
Okay,
mad.
good enough.
Yeah.
I'm furious. No, we brought up his tweet yesterday, and I thought we brought it up in a very inquisitive way. And I truly meant that. Like he in the tweet yesterday was, "I'm riding with this guy," and he had a pointer down to a picture of Trey Lance, and I truly was like, there's a lot of meat on that bone in terms of what do you mean by that? You're riding with that guy. What exactly does that mean? Are you saying that you don't like Brock Purdy? You don't want him to start? Are you just saying I'm a Trey Lance fan? I had questions. And then one thing I said, which was not directed to Bonte whatsoever, is that I don't like on, call it 49er Twitter or even just the discussion about this team, I don't like that everyone seems to get forced into a spot where you have to pick a guy. You a Purdy guy or are you a Lance guy? Remember when the Lakers hated each other? You a Kobe guy or are you a Shaq guy? You got to, man, we're low-key doing
Montana or Steve Young?
Are you a Draymond guy or a Pool guy?
Right.
You don't want to be the Pool guy. They don't make a lot of money. But anyway, point being is I don't like that. Like, I'm a 49er fan, and I want this whole quarterback thing to go the way it's going to go. That's best for the team. I don't really care who starts at quarterback. I'm not going to be furious with the team if it's not Trey Lance because they ruined the pick. I'm not going to be upset if Brock Purdy is actually not going to have the slipper fit. And he's going to go back to being the 7th-round draft pick that he once was.
Like, that if the slipper does not fit, then he must sit.
That works.
That's the way it has to be.
They must quit.
They won't quit. They'll go to Trey Lance. Yeah. And then Sammy D if need be.
Yeah, and then however it goes, it goes. I want whoever's at quarterback to be successful this year. And I have no reason not to be a fan of all three guys. So I know that Bonte heard that, and I know he addressed it on his show this morning. We were watching the clip a little bit on Twitter, and it sounded to me like Bonte thought that I came down his road. And no, not at all.
You weren't even on his sidewalk.
I don't know. Well, he lives in the peninsula, right? So he might have a sidewalk.
Probably a sidewalk.
Yeah, probably a sidewalk. So anyway,
I got no sidewalk in my house.
I got questions.
Yeah,
I got questions, and I'm an interviewer by nature.
And
so
I'm sure he's got questions too. And what you said yesterday sat with me in terms of, I'm going to ride with whoever the starting quarterback is because I want the team to win. So whoever the quarterback is, I'm riding with that guy. And I think Bonte's of the same mindset.
Sure.
So I'd like to get you two into a place where you can agree that is the number one overarching reality for all 49er fans. So whoever the quarterback is, we are riding with that guy.
Well, when he spoke to it today, he also said, well, what he doesn't like is that people are elevating Sam Darnold past Trey Lance, sight unseen.
Right.
And there are some of those people, although I do think that's mostly based on just things people are hearing. We're just fans, and people don't have tickets to OTAs. And so when you hear Ian Rappaport do videos,
Rap sheet,
where he's like, watch this, and Sam Darnold could be starting week 1.
The sheet.
Well, what the heck's a fan supposed to think? They're like, somebody must like something. And I'll tell you this, at OTAs today, you know who got a lot of first-team reps? Sam Darnold. So what are we supposed to make of all this? And again, where my mind goes is I don't really care. If Sam Darnold is the guy who's going to win the most games, come on up. Step right up and take the snap. Here's what I want this year. I want one of these three guys to be awesome.
You want winners, is what you want.
If all three of them are, then we're too higher than we need to be.
I want winners.
I would like someone to be amazing, and I would like the 49ers to go on a deep playoff run and maybe win a Super Bowl.
Of course. And I think Bonte will agree with you.
Of course.
If we can reach out to him and if he's got some free time to join us, I'm sure he will say that. I think the notion of the Trey Lance camp, and I'm going to put Bonte in that camp for the sake of this argument, and I know that he's been a Trey Lance fan ever since they saw him in camp throw his first football on his first practice day. He and Joe Shasky, they were down there. They seen Trey Lance up close and personal, and I think that they want to see, and I want to see the same thing. I want to see Trey Lance actually get a shot to be the starting quarterback. And if that means he has to wait for Brock Purdy to get hurt, then that's what it means. If we find coming out of camp that he is QB3 for whatever reason,
Trey,
if Trey Lance is QB3, if Kyle Shanahan decides that Brock is healthy and Sam is better than Trey, then I want the team to trade Trey Lance because I want Trey Lance to have what James Wiseman now has, which is a shot. James Wiseman has a shot to go to Detroit. He's got a new head coach, former coach of the year, a good head coach. This is your chance, young man. This is your chance to go to a new team and shine. So if Trey is not going to get a chance here because Brock Purdy went undefeated, I get that. And maybe Sam Darnold's got more experience. If it plays out that way, then please, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, trade the young man.
Well, Trey's going to get his shot. Trey's going to get his shot in this league, okay?
In the league, yeah.
He's going to get his shot in this league. He's the number 3 overall pick in the draft. He's going to get his shot in this league. We'll see if it's here or not. And to me, this is where this conversation goes. This is the question every fan needs to answer. Because we all want to see Trey play. Who doesn't want to see Trey play? I'd love to see Trey. I'd love to see what he can do. Well,
I'm just kidding.
I bet even Brock.
Right.
They're rooting for each other. You know, these teammates sometimes, not always, not Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre, but usually it's kind of like golf, right? You're out there rooting for your opponent, if it's even an opponent. You're out there like, let's go. Come on, I'll play well, you play well, let's all play well. I think that's how it is. But who doesn't want to see Trey Lance play? We all do. Here's the question. Are you willing to give up whatever it is you think you know in Brock Purdy in exchange for seeing Trey play? Like, that's a question everyone needs to answer, which is whatever sure thing or not you think Brock is. But right now, he's the furthest down the road, in even of all three. Like, he's achieved more than Sam Darnold has in terms of winning football games and advancing in the playoffs. Brock Purdy's the one who's done it. The other two haven't. So, are you willing to take the risk to put that somewhat known quantity aside to use regular season games to see what Trey can do? My answer today, June 1, 2023, no.
And that will be your answer going forward all the way through the first week of the year.
It depends, though. Is Brock actually fully all the way back to health?
That's really the only question, I think, for me in your mind, is Brock Purdy's health.
I guess, or he could get into the preseason and just be god-awful. I mean, he could. The preseason doesn't usually go that way. They usually don't get enough of a chance to even look bad, right? So I don't know what the scenario would be, but that take that I have is nothing against Trey or wanting him to play. I'm simply not willing to trade the somewhat known quantity for games, actual games, to see what Trey can do. I'd love to see what Trey could do if everything else was equal, but everything else isn't equal.
Right, and I like the way you put that, the somewhat known quantity, because he is a somewhat known quantity. And if Brock Purdy doesn't struggle in the preseason, but does struggle in the regular season, and the team is 1-2, and Brock Purdy looks a little bit shaky, he looks like, for whatever reason, maybe it's not confidence in his arm, or maybe defenses have seen him on film and figured him out. If he comes out and they're 1-2, and he has 3 touchdowns and 6 interceptions and a lost fumble, you might get your wish. You might turn to Trey Lance at that point, because the bottom line of all of this, from Kyle Shanahan's perspective, is winning games. It's not developing Trey Lance. It's not helping Sam Darnold hit his incentives. It's not showcasing Brock Purdy to show the world how smart they were to take him as Mr. Irrelevant. Kyle Shanahan only wants to win games.
Well, and here's the other thing. For everybody out there who thinks that Kyle Shanahan and his system gets everybody hurt, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Because if that's the case and that's what you believe, then my goodness, Trey's going to start plenty of games this year. Only until he gets hurt.
Right.
And then someone else will start games. I mean, if that's what you actually believe. I don't know if everybody believes that. I don't believe that. But a lot of people do. And if you do, then you got nothing to worry about.
Right.
Trey is going to get his shot. But I'm not willing to make that trade right now. But yeah, there's certainly the possibility that Brock either gets hurt or plays poorly. And if that's the case, I'd love to see it be Trey, unless
Sam beats him out.
Unless Sam beats him out. Then I'd like it to be Sam. My goal every Sunday is to sit down and have the Niners score more points than the other team.
Right.
And you can put whoever the hell you want in there.
Brock Purdy's season goes one of 4 ways. He stays healthy and plays well. He stays healthy and plays poorly and gets pulled. He gets hurt, loses his job. Trey Lance comes in, or he's never able to make it on the field because the injury is so bad and he has a setback and he doesn't play. So in terms of the likelihood of all of it, I think the most likely scenario for me is Brock Purdy plays and plays well, but misses some games due to some injury.
Yeah, Mike.
Hopefully it's not the kind of injury he sustained last year, which cost him 6 months.
Although, remember, there was another injury, too. Like, he came very close to missing the game in Seattle on Thursday night. And that was only, I think, maybe his 3rd game, I believe, 3rd or 4th game. And the 49ers actually were thinking that he could start, but probably wouldn't finish the game. And then they were pleasantly surprised at what he was able to do, but it was a lower scoring game, and the Niners got out early. And so then they were able to kind of just use defense to grind their way to a victory and move on. And then he had a week and a half off, and he was better.
Yeah.
But yeah, like injuries in the NFL, let me think. Right? Like, yeah, there's this great chance that we're going to end up seeing all 3 of these guys, whether it's Kyle coaching or anyone else. Now, speaking of the offseason rehab, John Lynch weighs in. This from Sirius XM NFL Radio. And this is about Purdy hitting injury rehab markers through the process.
He's hitting all the markers. You know, it's a little difficult in that this doesn't happen to NFL players as much as it does in baseball, you know, which his surgeon is a surgeon who primarily, it's why he's so experienced in Major League Baseball. And I think Brock was smart, and we kind of facilitated that he met with a bunch of different surgeons. Dr. Meister, the Texas Rangers doctor, is the one that he chose because of his vast experience and expertise with this injury. But, you know, there's certain markers that you hit. He was 12 weeks out, and that meant it was time to throw. He did so and responded really well. He's just had 1 session thus far, but, you know, we're incredibly encouraged by that. And Brock's a worker. If you give him a task, he's gonna do everything in his power. You know, so these are just timelines, and timelines are just that. They're guidelines, but, you know, when I say tracking well, it's just he's hitting all his markers. And it doesn't surprise us because he's putting in the work. And as for best case scenario, we're just going to kind of take it as it comes. But I mean, the hope is he's ready for training camp. The hope is he's ready for the regular season. But what I can tell you is, you know, I mentioned Trey, I mentioned Sam. We feel good about that position holistically. So we're not going to do anything to put, you know, Brock not in a situation where he's not fully healed.
Yeah, you see how it goes. But here's another thing that's sort of a fun exercise. How would you feel as a fan, especially if you do want Trey to get a shot? Let's say they gave it to him. Purdy's ready to go. Okay? But we need to see what we got in Trey Lance. And they do that, and they go 0-3. What would you say about the coaching staff?
Idiots.
Exactly. You'd call them idiots.
What if, Mark, conversely, they do that and they go 3-0?
Well,
then what? Now we've got ourselves a quarterback controversy.
Do we?
We do.
Not if you go 3-0.
If Trey Lance comes in and you go 3-0, and you're going to take him out, you're going to go to that same locker room and say,
"No,
yeah, guys,
no, you're going to stick with him."
Right?
You stick with him,
even if he's mediocre. Yeah, you won games. It becomes you open up that can of worms. I think is what you're kind of laying out a good scenario, because let's say you start Trey Lance because you want to see what you have, and Trey Lance throws 3 touchdown passes and 3 picks, 171 yards a game passing, 80 yards on the ground, you're 3-0. A couple of defensive pick sixes and a kick six, whatever happens, you go 3-0, but Trey Lance he's all right.
Yeah.
He's fine. What do? Do you go away from the hot hand?
You probably do. But you probably do.
I don't know.
Here's the only way to me Trey Lance starts week 1. He starts week 1 if obviously he's got to beat out Sam Darnold, and he starts week 1 if Brock Purdy's not ready. That's it. That's the only way you can do it. You can't. You know what I mean? You can't hand him the job. I heard David Lombardi talking to the Morning Roast today about this and how we spend so much time talking about the quarterback and how actually in NFL circles, unless you're the man, okay, unless it's Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Mahomes does not need to compete for his position in training camp. But outside of that, if you're not one of those dudes, one of those $40 million a year guys, there is an assumption that you will need to compete for your spot every camp, every year. That's life in the NFL. Every year, like the 49ers have a competition at running back every year. This year, probably not. Why? Because they got one of them dudes.
Yeah.
They got Christian McCaffrey. That's your starting running back. But outside of that, every year, right? Eli Mitchell beats out Trey Sermon. And you're like, what the hell is that?
Mostert, Jeff Wilson.
Constantly.
Breed of the cheetah.
You got it. You got to go win the gig. And so I think all 3 of these quarterbacks are completely comfortable with that. But something weird would have to happen for Brock not to get first shot. The scenario you're bringing up has always been the interesting one to me, which is if Brock is not 100% health-wise, you get to the beginning, Trey beats out Sam, Trey goes out there, and he starts hot. And then Brock's healthy. Okay. Now, in theory, you could have a little bit of a quarterback controversy. But I don't even think it would be that much of a controversy. Sure, the 49ers would probably rather Trey Lance pop as opposed to Brock Purdy, although the Brock one has some financial advantages to it. But the Trey one is the guy who could could he turn into somebody who takes over a game? So, yeah, they'd probably like that. So I don't even know if that would be controversial. But I guess what you're saying is the tricky spot. He goes out, he wins, but he's not dominant. Then Brock's ready. What do you do?
Or he's not dominant, but he's good, and you don't win. Maybe you go 2-1.
Huh.
You know, I think that it's most likely if Trey Lance gets the start in 2 or 3 games, it's more likely that you have mixed results. He's good, then he's shaky. You win, maybe you lose. He leads you from behind in a game, then he squanders another one, and you're really kind of at a cross. You go 2-1, and you're really torn because, man, he showed signs. He showed you that he can do things that Brock Purdy cannot do. And Kyle Shanahan and his laminated play sheet, he loves that, and he's dreaming about all the ways he can now use Trey. But Brock is a little bit more steady. He gives you more of a consistent, reliable way to win. It would be more, I think, likely that we're in a gray area over this.
David Lombardi this morning with Bonte and Joe with regard to where Trey Lance is on his development.
Well, the 49ers knew that he was this raw when they drafted him. They just didn't expect him to have 2 seasons derailed by injury. So you're kind of just in an awkward timing spot now where Trey Lance is he's obviously gotten to learn the playbook over 2 years. So it's not like he just stepped into the building for the first time. But he's obviously, because they never questioned his intelligence. They never questioned his athleticism. What they knew that had to be worked on were the mechanics. And really, you can only work on mechanics in live situations or, some practice situations, obviously, but you have to carry it over into the game. And the injuries have really delayed that mechanical development that what was really needed for Trey Lance. So he's further along into his rookie contract than the 49ers anticipated he'd be at this level of mechanical development.
It's so fascinating how many times we've compared James Wiseman to Trey Lance and how it just keeps happening over and over again. The comparisons are unbelievable. Raw coming out, he's raw. You take him there in the top 3, and then off we go, and injuries blow up his first 2 tries at becoming someone who can contribute, and then you sit there in a tough spot in year 3 of like, we really want this guy to play, but we think we've got other players who can help us win now a little bit better, but damn it, he needs to play. So what do we do?
Championship window, too. You got to add in a healthy dash, a championship window, because that frames all of it. Because if you were, another team in another market with other expectations, you could go ahead and throw him out there and let it ride. Like this year, if he was Davis Mills, if you were in Houston and Trey Lance was getting healthy, you could rightly say, all right, you're getting the whole healthy shot at this job without a doubt. But you got a team in the championship window, and you had a player step in and do more in his stead. And so now I wonder if he gets the James Wiseman treatment. And you don't have a lot of midseason NFL trades, certainly of a quarterback, but you might get to August and mark the preseason opener for the San Francisco 49ers 10 weeks from Sunday.
Damn.
We're close, bro.
Yeah, we are.
They play the Raiders. It is Sunday, August 13th, 2 days before the most important day of the year. I do need to remind you, 75 shopping days, get to the stores early. Your boy's turning 55.
I'll be in Mexico. Go ahead.
You can send it early, send early, and send often.
Thinking ahead for birthdays. Not the male strong suit, is it?
I thought ahead for the Grandy man, and I came through big time.
You thought ahead. You ordered DoorDash in the middle of the show on the day.
You're welcome.
That's not thinking ahead.
It is. I didn't wait till the 5 o'clock hour.
Scrambling at the end.
We were eating cake. We were eating cake before 4:30.
That's the equivalent of I forgot it's Mother's Day. I'm going to call the flower shop on Sunday at 10 a.m. and being like, do you have rush delivery?
Anyway, Mark, 10 weeks from Sunday, plan ahead. August 13th, Niners and Raiders. These two teams, well, they probably get along.
Throw the records out. Throw the records out.
I think joint practices before that, so the fur will fly. But we're that close to
it's unreal.
To football.
Andre in Oakland. Hey, Andre, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm listening to your 49ers talk. Because, I believe, as my grandmother would tell me, a bird in the hand beats two in the bush. And Lance has improved himself. And I like Purdy, and I like how he came through when we needed him. I think he was even better than Garoppolo, whatever, I just feel that Lance has improved himself. I'm big on him right now, and I think he's a bust as far as I'm concerned. I didn't think he was doing good before he got hurt. I think he did okay.
Hey, Andre, can I ask you a question on that? This is the stuff that I love. When you say you think Lance is doing better, you're basing that on what?
No. I don't think Lance is doing better. I think the Purdy is better than him.
Got it.
I think the bird in the hand is keeping him and letting Lance go. I just think I personally don't.
I appreciate Grandma's wisdom there because the bird in the hand is better than the two in the bush because you don't know if you're going to get either one of those birds in the bush. I don't know if you've ever tried to get a bird in the bush. Not as easy as maybe having one in your hand.
I've never tried to do either. I've never tried to put a bird in the hand.
Yeah, I got a bird from the bush about 3 weeks ago in my backyard.
I give you a bird right now.
It was dead, Mark.
That's too bad.
That's the payoff, yeah. The bird was in the bush.
My cat used to bring dead birds into the house.
Shout out Cliffy. He's a stone cold killer. He went first in our divorce draft. Ahead of the house.
Really?
Oh, you're darn right.
I took the computer. Anyway, 888
Wise
957 9570. Streaming on YouTube. Check it out. We'll get into the chat. Have some fun. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We'll keep taking your phone calls. And where's Bonte, Lucas? Where's Bonte on Willard and Dibs?
Have you ever had an unwelcome pest in your home? Not fun. Atco Pest Control has been proud to provide professional pest control in the San Francisco Bay Area for over 35 years, offering guaranteed protection against the pests they treat. Atco uses natural methods.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What Lucas say when you walk back in? Rock star o'clock?
Oh, yeah.
You need a little wake me up?
Something, Mark. It's been a tough day, yeah.
Am I putting you to sleep over here?
I mean, what else is new, right?
Uh-huh.
Those 4-minute setups and those 8-minute soliloquies.
Tell you what, man. Just doing the darn thing over here.
No, you're doing great.
But, rock star. Hi, this is Mark Willard and my partner Dan Dibley. And when we get to 3:49 in the afternoon, we need something to wake us up and get us to the finish line.
Sugar-free, Mark.
And when we need that, what we do is, and then fill in the blank. It could be Rockstar.
Sure.
Starbucks. I don't care.
Could be Monster.
Monster.
But no chance I get that endorsement.
No, why
I
not?
told you that story.
Oh, right. Isn't the billionaire who...
Multi-billionaire.
What'd you do to him?
I used to pick on him, which seems hilarious because I am small and scrawny myself, but I kind of went after him.
Yeah.
Russell Weiner. I threw at him 3 times in a Little League game, missed him the first 2, and then I dot him with 41 miles an hour of pure soft serve.
That hurts.
He cried.
Yeah.
I laughed. Skip ahead 38 years, and he sells the beverage company for $2.1 billion.
Yeah.
So I don't, monster.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Yeah, moral of the story, just be nice to people, man.
A little late, Mark.
Yeah.
A little late for that.
Isn't it amazing how hard that is for some people? It's just, gosh, it's weird, man. Everybody is just all up in their feelings. Just be nice to people. Why is it so hard? I don't know. But
it's easier to be hard. It's hard to be easy. Be hard.
Hard.
Totally.
James Hard. How old were you? What year of the Little League?
I was a 12-year-old.
The monster guy.
I was a 12-year-old. He was 10 or 11.
And, man, you dotted a kid who was younger?
Damn right I did.
Wow, that is hard. That is hard.
It's not hard when you're throwing absolute balloons. Now
you hit him with an ephus.
If I was Lincoln
Schumann, get out of the way.
Because I was really going at him, Mark.
What'd you do? Run halfway to the home plate and then throw it? I'm always telling the kids that, because they put the foot in the bucket. Like the kids are all stepping toward third base before the pitch gets delivered. I'm like, you have time. I almost want to go tell the pitcher on the other team, hey, throw this next one at him. Throw it right at his shoulder. And they got time. You got time. If you're going up against a pitcher where you don't have time, then I'll get nervous with you and I'll tell you. I've told you that story before when I was, this is probably 8 years ago. And I'm coaching Little League like Nahigian and Shasky. And we're getting absolutely drummed. This is one of those leagues where you play the rec teams and you play the club teams. So we had like a non-con game against a club team, and these guys are coming in throwing BBs, absolute BBs. And so whatever, it's like the 5th inning, and we're down 72-1. And I go over to coach third base, and the other coach looks at me, and the kid comes in, he's warming up, and he looks like Hunter Strickland out there. He's throwing 95 miles an hour.
Oh, man.
And I'm just like, okay, we're down 72-1. So I walk over to the dugout, and I'm like, nice pitcher. That looks good. He goes, yeah, he throws the hardest fastball in the whole area. And I'm like, sweet. Sounds like good timing. And the guy goes, only trouble is, he's got no idea where it's going. I'm like, what kind of moron are you? You see my rec kids out here. So here comes...
Scared Schmidtless.
It's a 3.
A 5 from Grandy.
You see... So now it's a 4.
His hands were up like,
3.
I hate this guy.
Oh, exactly. He was just like...
I was showing hands off the dump button. I was ready.
Okay.
He's like, don't shoot. Anyway, so here comes batter number 11 to lead off the inning. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Kid's got no chance.
I mean, it was like, I don't know if it was the third pitch or the second pitch. Right in the eye.
In the eye?
In the eye. And he did not have time to get out of the way. The kid's throwing BBs. I don't know if you know, Dibs, but he's the fastest thrower in the area. And I'm like...
You came out and immediately, shake it off, little Timmy.
I'm like, yeah. Toughen up, Buttercup.
Totally.
Get over to first base. No,
Don't rub it.
This kid, I mean, this was straight to the hospital. Like, straight to the hospital.
Yeah.
He was fine. It was okay. He did not break the orbital bone.
Yeah.
The orbital bone.
Dave Williamson was not so lucky in left field when I served up one of my classic deep drives to left, and it caught him right in the face.
He
shattered his glasses.
Served.
I was mad.
You were mad?
Make the play!
Oh, I thought you hit it.
No. I served it up. I pitched it.
Oh.
It's a deep drive to left. Dave, back.
Make the
Gets
play.
underneath it, drills him in the face, and all I can say is make the play. An ambulance arrives about 9 minutes later, and I'm like, huh.
Yeah. Dibs runs over to the hospital technician and goes, "What about my ERA?"
Exactly. Straight to the scorekeeper, actually. E7. You write that down. E7. Yeah. Be nice to people. Where were you 47 years ago?
Yeah, I was somewhere being nice to somebody, I hope.
Yeah.
How about the you know where I was?
I could swap Little League stories with you all day. I have so many more.
All day. But I guess it's over, right? My team lost. The Higgins team and his son.
Yeah.
They lost last night. Is Shasky year-round? Has he got teams all year long?
Yes, he does.
Right? Like 12 of them at all times?
Today he tweeted about lacing up a catcher's mitt and the joys of lacing up a mitt.
I just want...
Guy's an animal.
I want everyone to know, and I'll be the first one to tell Joe, I can't keep track. It feels like he's coaching 38 teams. Every story he's told me is about a different team than the story he told me the day. I'm like,
right.
Do you eat? Do you go home?
No.
And then he'll be like, I'm at that house, and I'm at this. Now we're in the North, and now we're over here. I'm like, Joe Shasky's one of those human beings where I'm like, I don't think you're on the 24/7 schedule.
No. I believe there are at least 3 Joe Shaskys.
Yeah.
Well, I know that there are.
And then he's at every game, like he's at every Niner game. He'll travel when they're in the playoffs. He goes to the Giants game. He's coaching 38 teams.
Yes.
4 houses, a wife. I think there are dogs.
There's multiple dogs.
Right?
He's been cloned.
And then there's the dad. Right?
He has a second
Papa
job,
Shasky
too.
calls
Don't
in.
forget the second job.
He's
been cloned.
Yeah.
I haven't confirmed this.
Exhausting.
Cloned. There are multiple Joe Shasky the third.
Shasky is a clone.
Rock that guy. Coaching in 3 places at once today. I got 3 games.
He
no
is
problem.
a great clone. He is Joe Shasky. He's great.
He's golfing and coaching at the same time.
Seriously. He's one of these people where you're like, he gets done. And then they'll be like, so they do that, what are you watching thing sometimes? You guys watching TV?
Everything.
How are you?
Guy's a machine.
I don't know what's going on.
I empty the dishwasher and I do a victory lap and then take a nap.
That's it.
Day's over.
It must be the kids.
Exhausted.
The only thing I can think of is the kids. All of that stuff equals 3 kids because I do none of that.
Right.
I even coach the Little League team, but I'm like never there because we're here. I'm like showing up halfway through the game. How we doing? We're down 9-1. That's on you, coach. I mean, it's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
I will say this. It's much easier to fit all of that stuff in a day when you wake up at 3:30 in the morning.
No, it's true. Listen, you're supposed to go take a nap, but I've done the morning thing. When you're done at 10 in the morning, it's like, oh, my God.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
Anything, right? I always used to laugh. Like Christmas shopping is one of those moments where it'll really come up when you do a morning show because people have this perception that you can't park at the mall during Christmas. There's nowhere to park. Yeah, there is. You just have to go when no one else is there. At 11 in the morning on a Wednesday before Christmas, there's parking all over the place. You're just at work. That's all it is. So maybe that's why Joe can do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are these kids practicing at 11 in the morning on school days? I have no clue how this whole thing is working. The calculus makes no sense.
Yeah.
But good for him. Good for GFY. Good for you, Joe.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the most productive I was coaching is when I had my freshman girls basketball team practice at 6 a.m. They didn't like it.
Oof.
But it's the only time I could fit it in my schedule.
They said yes?
They had no choice, coach. Wow. I'm coaching the squad.
I mean, they can quit the team.
I had 15 of them. You want to talk about herding cats? 15, 14-year-old girls running suicides at 6:17 in the morning off a missed free throw.
I had players get ticked at me because we got a Sunday morning 8:30 slot.
Oh, boy.
I'm like, this is great.
SOFT.
Yeah. I'm like, your kids are up. They're in the other room watching cartoons and eating cereal just because you're still asleep. I can't sleep past 7 o'clock. So I'm like, let's go. Come on.
Yeah.
Time's a wasting. Anyway. All right, 957-9570 is the number. Here's one other sort of Warrior-related thing when I look at, NBA Finals starting tonight. We started off the show with the question of, how far or close are the Warriors to being back in a position of playing basketball on this night? Here's one other thing I think of, and maybe this is a question for further down the road. We'll find out. Joe Lacob states, we're going to win no matter what. We're going to win every year. It doesn't matter, seemingly, who's on the team. We're going to find a way to win. I'm fascinated by now and then what's next, and I'll admit what may be a bias when I talk about still being so sold on the big three, still believing 1,000% with my core that they can still be the core, 100%. There's also a piece of that is because they are warriors. They are homegrown warriors. They have been here the whole time, and I will always find teams that have that dynamic to be greater than teams that don't. The greatest example in recent memory is what just happened this year in the playoffs. They got beaten by a Laker team that literally has nobody that the fans can sink their teeth into. I think this is a message for fans now and then for the organization in the future in terms of how important it is. Let's say, for instance, whoever is Steph's replacement as their best player, I think you'd be well served for that person or the people right beneath them to be homegrown. The draft is still important because...
Interesting.
Yeah, I think you can't be soulless like the Lakers are. And Exhibit A is what's happening at Oracle Park right now.
Yeah.
Look how different it feels when two people come out of the minor leagues and get a couple of hits. All of a sudden, all they are is 28 and 28. They're not that great.
I like where you're going with the homegrown angle, but I think you're missing it in terms of the draft. And I'll turn to Exhibit B. I gave you Exhibit A earlier with the Nuggets using the draft to get their core three. You realize that the Miami Heat are not using the draft. In fact, they eschew the draft. They have Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero first-round picks. Other than that, Max Strus, undrafted, free agent. Duncan Robinson, the same. Gabe Vincent, out of nowhere, the same.
But
Caleb Martin wasn't drafted.
Those still count as homegrown.
That's my point, though, is the Warriors regime, in the next regime going forward, they have to do what they did so well last year. Now, these are all young players that were discovered and unearthed as rookies, but the Warriors last year, Juan Toscano Anderson, cast off. Nobody wanted him. Key piece. GP2, the same. OPJ, Otto Porter Jr., the same. Nemanja Bjelica, largely the same. So the Warriors have to, going forward, find these kinds of players. Now, nobody does it like Miami. To have those four guys all a part of your core, and Tyler Hero, hopefully he's going to be back for Game 3 in the NBA Finals, but he's been a key player. And the other part of this, Mark, is Miami has a chance to have the two timelines if they re-sign these guys, because all those guys I mentioned, they're all under 25. Bam Adebayo's 25. They've got Lowry and Jimmy Buckets, Kevin Love. These are the OGs, the old guys. Udonis Haslem is going to be 43 in a week.
Old. Yeah, but without Buckets, what is this team? They're not in this position without that guy. And he's a veteran and has been, to multiple teams. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I'll just say this. Miami's impressive. We know that their organization is well run, and it's incredible that they're here. But I'm going to stop short of now, because they're in the finals, of saying that they're a comp and this is how other teams should be built. They went 44-38, and they're on a wacko run out of the 8th seed and somehow found a way to win a Game 7 on the road in the conference finals. Miami is not the way to build your team. I do not subscribe to the theory that the way to build your team is to sign a veteran free agent from somewhere else and then fill in with a bunch of undrafted free agents and pray, and then go on a run after being 6 games over 500 out of the play-in tournament.
I don't think that it's praying, though. I think it's player development. It's not prayer, it's player. And they develop these players. You find players who you can bring in and develop. I do think that's part of it.
it's not that I don't agree with you.
And they were a conference finals team last year, so this didn't come out of nowhere.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. No, they're good. They're good. However, I guess there's a piece of what you're saying that to me feels like being a prisoner of the moment, because 3 weeks ago, no one could have named any of these players that now everyone's fawning over.
Max Strus?
You didn't know who Gabe Vincent was.
How dare you?
You did not. You did not.
I might have thought he was Faye Vincent.
There you go.
The late, great baseball commissioner.
If I had said to you Gabe Vincent 4 weeks ago, I have no doubt how you would have responded. You would have been like, I coached him in volleyball back in 2003. That's what you would have said.
I would have said you can't trust him. He's got 2 first names.
That's true, too. I don't like the people with 2
The
first
Heat
names.
lost in the finals in the bubble year, and then playoff team the year after that, and then back-to-back conference finals.
But there's got to be a difference between they've done a good job and that's the way to build a team. Like,
no, it's somewhere in between. But I do think you can look at that model and say maybe it isn't all just the draft. It's player development, and it's also being able to find younger players who you want to have stick around.
Totally agree. With which I totally agree. It's not just the draft. And by the way, your best player doesn't have to be homegrown. What I'm saying is there needs to be an aspect to it.
Yeah.
This is one area where I've always agreed with Farhan Zaidi, which is, look, we can't really have this conversation about being good every year until the farm system is spitting people out onto our team and playing well. You can't do it. Go around the big leagues and all the teams that we get jealous of because, the big money and they spend, and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts, sure, homegrown core. Homegrown Houston Astros, homegrown core. Atlanta Braves, boom. It has to be that way for 2 reasons. One, I think it's the easiest route to success, but 2, it's the only way to connect with your fans. I'd say this, and I'm not in Florida, thank God, but I don't feel like the Miami fan base right now is as activated about this as they were when Dwayne Wade played there. Now, maybe that is circumstantial because they're the 8 seed. Maybe it's circumstantial because we're halfway across the world. I don't know. But this doesn't feel like they're as connected to their team. And Laker fans, I know damn well, are nowhere near as connected to this team as they were at any other point in their history of success.
To your point about the Dwayne Wade teams, though, it was LeBron who wasn't born there and Chris Bosh who wasn't born there either. So it was just Dwayne Wade, and they didn't win until they brought in the other guys.
And that's enough. All I'm saying is there has to be a piece of that.
Well, maybe Bam is that piece. And again, I'm not in Miami either.
Right.
Bam's only 25.
I know.
Lucas said that to me earlier. I almost crashed my car.
I know, isn't that
I
wild?
was parked, actually.
Don't do that in San Francisco.
Seriously. No, I was over in the East Bay buying a garden hose because my hose broke. It broke, Mark. My hose broke.
Okay.
I had to get a clean in and a clean out for the granny man. But 25 years old. So he might be that young.
He might be.
Piece.
Yeah, I'm not coming at Miami
Tyler
right
Hero,
now. I'm
yeah.
not coming at Miami.
No.
Yeah, sure. They've got plenty.
And I wonder what the market excitement level is around the NBA team there. It doesn't strike me as a big NBA town.
Well, I also just think that when you can build that whole core, that's where sustainability lies. So that's what the Denver Nuggets have. The Denver Nuggets have sustainability because in theory, you're able to afford it for a period of time. There's continuity because the guys grow together through their 20s. And when they become fully functional basketball players, you have a chance to go on a run like the Warriors did. Fully functional basketball players. Now let's augment Iguodala, Kevin Durant, Andrew Wiggins. That's all great. Like this Miami thing. If I asked you right now, I mean, they're going to be back again next year? I doubt it.
I think they'll be a factor. Absolutely.
They'll be a playoff team, maybe. I mean,
hard to look past what they've done. 3 of the last 4 seasons,
I know
they've been in this spot.
But it's hard for me to look past the fact that I remember sitting down to watch a play-in game after they had already lost the first one, and they were down in the second half of the second one.
Yet,
here they are. And so they should get all the credit in the world for their accomplishment. I don't think they should get credit for being the blueprint That's what I'm saying.
Well,
they're not the blueprint.
They are when you have the single coldest piece in the association, the guy who maybe is the most competitive winner in the game right now.
Here comes Pat.
Jimmy Butler, dog.
Whoa. No, he's not come on.
He is a cold piece.
Yeah, he's not the coldest in the NBA.
In terms of willing his team to victory, you just said
He
it.
didn't even play well in Game 7 until the end. Yeah, right.
Series MVP. Boston
sure.
beat themselves in that game.
Exactly.
That was an embarrassment.
Yeah.
Boston got punked.
They got served.
Ask Draymond Green how he feels about it. He couldn't wait to podcast about that one.
Yeah, they did not play a good basketball game.
They were awful.
Yeah, but in general, I'm not walking away with that as now the narrative. That's one thing about the NBA playoffs that does kind of bug me. And the Warriors have been through this too. Whatever we see last, we walk into the summer and go, oh, well, dude, Boston can't dribble, and Clay can't shoot, and Joel
Boston
Embiid
can't shoot.
Right, Joel Embiid is a bad teammate. And James Harden's career is over. It's like, stop.
Chris Paul can't win? I mean, these are all facts. These are all factual.
Now, Chris has declined. Unlike Steph.
Kevin Durant has declined.
But he was also good. I like that. The reason the Kevin thing didn't work, to me, is what we've said all along. They didn't have enough time for continuity. You can't just be, oh, great basketball player, plug him in. Cool, win the title. You don't do that. They got him at the deadline, and then he didn't even play for a month or so before everything started to hum. Individually, Devin Booker and Kevin Durant were largely fantastic throughout the playoffs. As a team, something's wrong.
Where does KD go next, I wonder? He's got 3 more years in his deal.
Yeah,
but
Phoenix.
He's just one tweet away, though, from I want to be elsewhere, and then you got to deal him.
Yeah.
So I wonder where he wants to go next.
As long as he was next to Kyrie, he doesn't look like the vagabond of the group. Kyrie is the one who's going to probably wear yet another jersey here pretty quick.
True.
Right? So, I don't know. I just that's one thing about the playoffs that I think everybody, and it applies to the Warriors, got to be careful about deciding that what you saw in the final 8 days is who they are. I think there's a healthy conversation about who the Warriors were for 8 months. And you can say, now that's a problem because that's who they are.
And that's who they were in the playoffs.
But I'm not walking into July going, Clay can't shoot. He's cooked.
Well, I'm not walking into October saying that Miami's got no chance to do what they've done 3 of the last 4 years, which is be deep,
be relevant
in the postseason.
Yeah,
they're more than relevant.
No, they're relevant. They haven't won a chip. They're relevant.
They're been
right
to 2
there.
finals in 4 years, and they've been to 3 conference finals in 4 years.
They've achieved less than the Warriors have in the last 4 years.
That's true, but
we're torching the Warriors.
Yeah, because the bar has been set higher than that.
Yeah, but I'm hearing a lot of people who in the last week they've decided that Miami's the blueprint. Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra, player development, amazeballs. Everybody do it like Miami. I'm like they were 44-38.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't now, but it does.
The regular season does not matter.
Hold on.
And that's what we've just discovered.
Well, except for we spent the last, like when the Warriors fell out of the playoffs, we're like, oh, they've been telling us all regular season long who they are, and now here we are. And we're saying the exact opposite about Miami, which is they were one thing in the regular season, and then we've decided this is who they are. Or maybe they're just on a heater.
Well, or you look at the regular season and you realize that almost anybody outside of Sacramento didn't give a crap about the regular season.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Denver did. Denver was as healthy as they could be.
Kinda. They didn't. Yeah, they didn't. And they
didn't win 60 games.
No, they load managed. They would have been on the road if Boston had won. CalHope.org. Glad you're with us. You can weigh in on any of this. 888-957-9570. What's the blueprint for the Warriors going forward? This is Willard and Dibbs.
My hose broke.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fast.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This isn't like life imitating art. I don't know if what we do is art. Like sometimes you're just like, that didn't actually happen. I had no idea. And by the way, especially since we have taken over the 2 to 6 time slot on 95.7 The Game.
Yep.
The one time I have been in the same room as Joe Shasky was at the Warrior Summit.
That's it.
That is the only time I have seen the man since we started. What's it been? 2 months, 2.5 months? What are we doing?
Maybe 3.
Okay.
Something like that.
One time I've seen him. Then he comes up on the air, and I'm like, I think there's about 12 Shaskys. I don't think the audience knows that, but he coaches 38 Little League teams.
Yep.
He's got 8 houses. There are dogs. There's the dad. There's all the stuff, right?
There's the brother.
We do
Multiple
this.
careers.
We do this. We have this conversation completely organically. We go to commercial break. Who's right outside the door? It's Joe Shasky with a baseball uniform on and 2 dogs.
Exactly.
Like, what are you doing? What in the hell happened? Why are you here? Right? Grab a microphone. What are you doing here? Kurt Warner's going to join us in 10 minutes. How fun is that? But, seriously, how on that? And were you listening? How the hell did that happen?
It's just
grab a mic, any mic,
just any mic. Pick a mic.
I was listening because I'm always listening.
Appreciate
it.
Even when I'm sleeping.
That's the other thing. How are you always listening?
Because I'm always consuming.
You're creepy.
You're always consuming. We actually talked about that. If you're not coaching or golfing or vacationing or taking a dog to the vet, you're watching some show.
Sobriety has changed your boy. So what I've realized is that I had so much downtime, I'll just fill it with negative thoughts. And so now what I try to do is stay as busy as absolute possible. Okay. And then I'll just collapse when I die. Like, I'm dead serious. I know that sounds kind of like morbid. I didn't mean to.
What's
well,
normal?
we all will.
Yeah.
That is true.
It's a normal amount of sleep in a 24-hour period. Like, how much
is it a sports night? So if the Giants or the Warriors are playing, I'll go to bed, okay?
Right.
Lying there in the fourth quarter in the dark, 9:30, 9:45. But then I'm watching postgame. And I'm like, well, are they going to say my name? You know what I mean? What's going on here? And
Stupidest question ever.
Exactly. And then what's going to happen if Giants postgame? Is Kontos going to break something down that I want to see? Is Carlos going to have some sort of stat that I might need for the tomorrow morning? So I pretend to sleep, but I'm not. I don't go to bed till 10:30, 11 o'clock. Then I wake up, 3:30, the alarm hits. I do the same thing every morning. I'm going to go back to bed. I go to the restroom. I take both dogs to use the bathroom. And then I come back and I lie in bed in the darkness, try not to make any, sounds or anything. And I start reading athletic articles.
Yeah,
I know that sounds completely insane.
You grabbed the phone,
Coach.
right?
I did.
Yes, I grabbed the phone.
When I did mornings, it was 3:42, same thing.
Exactly.
And, you're on the phone, you're looking, and finally it's like, I'm not going back to sleep. Just get up.
The Undertaker.
Yeah. Just get up.
I pop up, and then I go, all right, put in my mobile order at Starbucks because I can't make too much noise in the house. And then I go and I get Spadoni, you need a coffee, you need this, you need that. Boom, I come in. I've got my whole little routine. And if one of my Starbucks is closed, all of them are closed, which drives me nuts. And the morning, nothing's open.
Right.
Drives your boy crazy.
A couple of them will be open at 4, but most of them don't open until 5. And you want to be here by 5, I'm sure, to get rolling on all the prep and, get your all caps material keyed up.
Well, my favorite time of the day, 4:50. I turn everything off and I just sit in the car and I think.
Oh,
at home,
I probably look like a
you
psycho.
Here?
Huh?
You're here at 4:50 when you do that?
I'm somewhere. And I also like to roll. This is like an Embarcadero thing. I like to roll the windows down, going down as I'm playing my music and smelling the air in the morning. There's something about morning air.
The drive to the show is
therapeutic.
Oh my gosh, completely.
Feel me?
Like, you and I talked on the drive-in, and I was almost like, he's like, oh, what do you want to talk about? And I'm usually like, I don't know till I get there.
Yeah.
Was kind of a thought, because that's usually when the Golden Gate Bridge is where it starts, right? I'm like, okay, I think I got it. I think I know what I want to say.
Good.
And that
you could have just told me I'll see you when I get there.
No, that's fine.
Because I understand.
No, but because we could do both.
Yeah.
It's like being Joe Shasky. I'm like, we'll do it all.
You know what was worse? When I did nights. Oh, nights were horrible. Because then I get anxiety all day. I'm like, oh, I got this going on later. And it's like hanging over your head that you got to go to work later on. And then we used to do till midnight. Thanks, boss. So we'd be here till midnight. It'd be me, Bleacher Dave, and the 3 A's fans outside of Townie. And it'd just be a nightmare as we're breaking down that double play at second base.
Speaking of baseball, which of the 38 teams are you coaching today?
So right now
what
it's
is
12
get
U
up?
All-Stars SFYBL.
Okay.
So San Francisco Youth Baseball League, they put together a little a team, and we're traveling everywhere and locally. It's not we're going out of state or anything.
Yeah.
Local stuff, and then they'll qualify for Williamsport or whatever it's called these days.
Yeah.
That'll be really cool. So we've got a tournament, if not every weekend, every other weekend locally for the next, I don't know, month and a half.
You don't have a chance to actually make Williamsport, do you?
I mean, if we get hot, but I doubt
what
that.
What the hell are you going to do then? Are you going to go to Williamsport?
Wait, is it Little League then?
With the Lucy app?
Okay,
yeah,
you're
it's
affiliated with
technically Little League. But every tournament you're in is different, guys. Some have pitching differences. Some have run scoring differences. Some are only 6 innings, 5 innings. The one we just played in was great. South City, no rules.
No rules?
The guy was like, just play. It was awesome. It was like, we don't have to worry. That guy did warm-ups, and he pitched 14 times. Like, use your best judgment. Don't kill an 11-year-old's arm.
You have any 16-year-olds who are telling everybody they're 12?
Danny Almonte.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got any of those?
That's me at practice.
You're going to need a couple of
Dude,
those.
he's got me to infiltrate.
No.
Where did your dogs go?
I don't know. They're barking like crazy.
Grandy and Lucas. Look at them. Both of them are on the ground. They're they're in here. Look at these dogs. Unbelievable.
Leonidas.
Grandy's getting kisses.
What are their names?
Leonidas and Aletheia. One thing.
Wow. Damn.
You and B,
that's like
and
Greek,
the Brock Purdy,
Greek
Trey Lance
mythology.
thing, the interpretation sensation.
Thank you.
We got live dog action.
Bring the dogs over to YouTube.
Fellas.
Yeah, come to YouTube.
Oh, my God, the dogs.
Come to YouTube and check out the dogs.
I drew Leo.
Come here. Which
Mark's
which
got
one
the
is
yapper.
That is Aletheia, a.k.a.
Give
Illy.
me a kiss.
Yeah, she's a licker. She's a licker.
Hello.
She got the. So I brought her to the dog to the groomer, and the groomer shaved her way down.
Yeah, she did.
And not her hair.
No,
not
and
her
I just
head.
started laughing. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
She's got clothes because she's
We
cold.
got live panting here.
I know. Sorry. He's got worse breath than me, so I apologize.
He's a slobber knocker.
Yeah.
He's a slobber knocker. My dog is 65 pounds. This is amazing. I can fit this dog in my hand.
You know what the difference is?
What's the difference?
Big poops.
The
big dogs got big poops.
Oh, yes, they do.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
Little dog, big poops.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
the
a children's
little dogs,
book.
they hide them in the lawn.
Well,
So you gotta
you
go
gotta
down.
go with them.
You got
go with 'em.
exactly.
All right.
Plus, I'm afraid a coyote's going to take one of them.
No doubt.
This
Or a
feels like
hawk.
something that Brock Purdy could throw, even as
That's
he's
what he's
rehabbing
starting
here.
You
Yeah.
know, instead
He
of a
went from
towel, he's
towels
throwing
to small dogs.
Exactly.
Actually.
Exactly.
Is that a Pomeranian?
Yeah, Pomeranian.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Look at me.
man.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, sorry,
No, it's
guys.
great.
No, good.
You're welcome
What were you
anytime.
going to say about the Brock Purdy thing? What's the deal?
I mean,
What'd I do?
no, not you. It's
Okay.
just not you. It's not you. I think, honestly, to me, it's
You
a
don't ride with Trey Lance. That's what you did.
No,
That's
it's
right.
a
I
microcosm
don't.
of Niner fans in general.
I don't
the
like
quarterback
him.
position makes us drunk crazy.
Well, that's football.
Probably,
Right?
but do Bears fans lose their minds over the quarterback?
I think so. They've never had one.
Yeah, that's
Their
true.
entire lives. They've
Bring back
never had
McMahon.
one. You know what I mean?
But the Niner quarterback just may the best man win.
Okay, here's the other side to this. Like, I get what you're saying. The other side to this is, I think all of us have got to give credence to how unique this is.
Oh, this is
This
weird.
is super. This is crazy.
If he didn't hurt
This
himself,
is crazy.
like this would have been amazing offseason for a
Yeah.
variety of levels had he not hurt himself.
You trade up, you draft someone 3 overall, then he never plays because Mr. Irrelevant comes in, takes over. Then you grab a door number 3 because you've been obsessed with him for 3 years, even though he's been bad so far in his first 2 stops. And you're a favorite to win the Super Bowl without even knowing who your QB is. Like,
Unicorn.
what are we talking about here?
Unicorn
So
status.
that's why we talk about it.
No,
so
I
much,
know.
you
And plus, there's superstars everywhere. I mean, when you go to practice, that's I don't know practice. No, when you go to practice, there's Fred Warner, maybe the best linebacker in the league. There's Bosa.
Sure.
There's
Totally.
Trent Williams.
Totally.
Like, they've got 5 or
Christian
6 guys.
McCaffrey, George Kittle,
but none of them,
Brandon
but,
Ayuk,
but none of
Deebo
them are the
Samuel.
QB.
I know.
Like, think about this. If this were the NBA, this would be like the 49ers would be the team
Dream team.
that legitimately thinks it can compete with a team that's got Michael Jordan. Then there's another team that's got LeBron.
Yeah.
Another team has Steph. Someone else has Giannis. And then you have Buddy Hield. And you're like, we're the favorites. Like, that's what this is.
They're kind of like the Miami Heat,
It's
quite
banana-
frankly.
No, but Jimmy is.
Yeah, but Jimmy is
he's
not
those
Patrick
other guys.
Mahomes.
No,
He's,
no.
And if you look at the Niners, and I've said this all along, the quarterback for this team can be the 6th best player, and you can still win because of Kyle Shanahan and because of the way he runs his system.
We were joking that they could win a Super Bowl, and we'd be like, who's the quarterback next year? It's year 9. They won a Super Bowl, and we don't even know who the quarterback is. Like, would you be that surprised if that happened?
McCaffrey will do the Disneyland commercial if they win the Super Bowl.
I didn't even talk about McCaffrey's. Oh my God.
Yeah, Christian
He's
McCaffrey's on the team. Did you?
It's
You
incredible.
wake up this summer, you're like, is Christian McCaffrey on the 49ers? Like, what the hell?
They're incredible.
Yeah.
But I'm with you on the homegrown thing. I kind of undersold it. Just in general, the Bay Area fan is very xenophobic, I guess I think that's the appropriate term for it. I'm not a big dictionary guy, but like, we love our homegrown guys. There's something about them.
Look what happened to the energy around the Giants. Like, Patrick Bailey came up and grounded a ball into right field for a base hit. And the stadium gave him a standing O. I'm like, what the? You don't even know who that is yet.
It's incredible.
Right? I was in the building. It's actually no joke. Rennell's microphone broke for Patrick Bailey's first ever at-bat in the Bigs. And so he just came to the plate, and the stadium was silent. And this fan base, it impressed me. This fan base knew on a lazy Saturday afternoon, they're like, that's Patrick Bailey, and this is his first big league at-bat, and they went standing O because he never got announced.
Right.
So it was almost like, well, we got to do it for him. Let's announce Patrick Bailey to
Are you
the big
sure
leagues.
Rennell just maybe didn't know who it was? Because Farhan's roster churn is so rapid.
I'm sure.
Well,
like,
I don't know.
I went to the Diamondback series down in Arizona, right, of Giants Diamondbacks. I couldn't believe fans were like cheering loud for Schmidt, Casey Schmidt. I was like, he's been here like a second. I mean, I know who he is. I'm a nerd when it comes to this stuff. He was already a rock star. It's unreal. My other buddy went to the game with his kids.
Fans have a history of winning with the homegrown players, and I think that's what leads into what both of you were saying. Like, the Giants got 3 championships with mainly guys who came up from the farm. The Warriors, obviously, with their core, other than the KD edition, won with their own guys.
Same with the old 49ers.
Right. So I think that we're all like trained to expect that and love that more.
Totally. Well, sorry to take anything.
No, man.
No more apologies.
I'm on my way to my 47th practice this week.
Gonna say,
Good luck
and
today.
then I may or may not sleep, and we'll probably be using some of your quotes for tomorrow's show.
Stop.
Love it.
I'm sure you will.
Joe Shasky, everybody.
That was good. That was a good
From
exit.
one goat to another as the show continues to roll on.
Yeah, exactly. From someone who's everywhere to another person who's everywhere. His name is Kurt Warner, Hall of Fame quarterback, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Someone who would never be called Dink and Dunk. Am I right, Kurt? Am I right with that statement?
Probably. I'm probably more on the extreme of the other side. So.
Tell us
Some
how.
people would probably beg for me to be a little bit more dink and dunk.
Yeah, that's fair.
The
That's fair.
gunslinger that I was.
I mean, let our audience know why I'm saying that. What has been your experience over the last week with the 49er quarterback position, their fan base, and the phrase dink and dunk?
I mean, it's simply just, as we all know, that people are always trying to pick apart different players, and so obviously that must be some sort of theme that's going on in 49er Nation, that he's a dink and dunk quarterback, and that you can't, I guess, win the big game with the dink and dunk quarterback. And so I don't know, somebody tagged me in something that had that perspective on it, and so I just went back and picked one of his games. I mean, I watch every throw of every game anyway, so I already have an idea of of what my thought process is. But, so much to me about dink and dunk is about, you always have to play within the offense. And so there's certain offenses that are more dink and dunk. And it's such a hard thing now because, there's half the teams in the league, half their throws are 5 yards or less from the line of scrimmage anyways. So the nature of offense in the NFL is somewhat dink and dunk. But it's really just, do you play the offense? And, based on the progressions and what defenses are giving you, are you afraid to attack down the field when you have opportunities and you're more likely to just check it down? Or are you a guy that just plays within the offense, even if that means you throw the ball down the field twice a game? That, to me, doesn't matter. It's the willingness to do it. It's the way that you look and aggressively attack down the field. And so, so I went back and just broke down one of Brock's games, to just kind of get a take on this whole dink and dunk idea. And, is it the offense? Was it, a particular game that somebody saw? Is that the nature of how he plays? And obviously, if you've watched the video, the game I picked was actually the playoff game against Seattle. man, and more than half of his throws were throws that were down the field, were attacking down the field. And again, you can look at the video and go, well, he didn't make every one of the throws. Well, and that's also the nature of the beast. When you throw the ball down the field, your percentage is always going to be lower, no matter who you are in the league. But to me, it's again about the willingness to attack down the field. As we joked at the beginning, being a gunslinger, that was my mentality. I was trying to throw a touchdown every time I dropped back, and then if I had to, I would settle for the check down. That, to me, is the nature of how you play a game within the structure of your offense. And I felt like the times that I watched Brock, he was not a guy that was simply looking to check the ball down or to throw and complete the easy throw. He was trying to play the offense and was aggressive when he needed to be aggressive.
And you had the greatest show on turf, and this team is a lot more 21 personnel and sleight of hand and play action. And isn't the league in general a lot more predisposed to that dink and dunk style, and coaches just don't want to put their quarterbacks in a position to make the big mistake?
Well, I think it's as much the rules as anything. Back when we were playing, you could be much more aggressive on the outside, and they didn't call some of the things that they call now, and they weren't as ticky-tacky with contact past 5 yards down the field and all of that stuff. And so, teams were much more aggressive at the line of scrimmage, so it was harder to get off coverage and to throw the slip screens or some of the RPOs that we're throwing in the league now. But because of those rules, offenses take advantage of it. And why wouldn't you? If you can get, half of your throws made within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, you're going to have a better chance to succeed in terms of completing passes. And as you said, less chance of turning the ball over when you're not throwing it 25, 30 yards down the field. So, I think the nature of the rules of the game, lend themselves to what we see now, and that is a lot more dink and dunk type throws. And again, I think a lot of people look at it and go, well, it's not dink and dunk if you're throwing a wide receiver screen, because that's the design of the play, is to throw a wide receiver screen. More of a dink and dunk is, well, if the play is designed with options down the field, are you passing up those options to throw checkdowns or throw short passes? And again, you can't just relatively just say one or the other without looking at the tape and going, okay, what is this play designed to do? Is this play designed to throw a short pass? Is the number one receiver, so to speak, a guy that's 5 yards down the field, which becomes more of a dink and dunk? Or is it, hey, we're trying to get the guy down the field, 25 yards, and then he's not open, we're trying to get the 15-yarder, and then you settle for the 5-yard check down when you have to. So you have to just look at each and every play and be able to decipher it before you can just say, oh, let's look at the air yards on, how far they threw the ball down the field, or how many big plays did they get. That to me never tells the story. It can accentuate what you see on the tape, but it doesn't tell the story just looking at the stats.
Kurt Warner is joining us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Great to have his perspective. And Kurt, you might be the perfect guy to ask this, and you're probably aware of the dynamic. It's like Brock Purdy is here and played well last year, but he's a 7th-round draft pick. And Trey Lance is over here, on the other hand, the 3rd overall pick in the draft, and has never really gotten a chance. And people think, man, that guy's got to have his chance. But from someone who went from grocery store clerk to the Hall of Fame, like, how much of a factor should that be at all, where these guys were drafted?
Well, I think the bottom line is we know it's always a factor, right? It doesn't matter where you sit. If you've paid somebody money, if you've invested draft capital, whatever that is, if you've done that to someone, everybody in the organization wants that player to succeed. They want to give that player every opportunity because it's a reflection of them. Right now, I would look at it and go, well, it's also a reflection of you that you drafted Brock Purdy. I don't care where you drafted him. You chose him in the 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant, but you chose him because you felt like he had a chance. So that's a win for you as well, whether it's Trey Lance or Brock Purdy. But again, at the end of the day, we know that, investment means opportunity in most situations. But I would also say, at the end of the day, nobody's going to care where you got your quarterback or when you got your quarterback if you're successful with your quarterback. If you've decided to play a free agent and he's the best player and he gives you a best chance and you win the more games with him, nobody's going to care, right? I mean, look at Tom Brady. He was a 6th-round draft pick. Nobody cares. Nobody cares at this point. Hey, he was the best guy for the job. They played him. They won, and that's how Bill Belichick and the Patriots are linked with Tom Brady. Not, oh, shoot, you guys didn't draft him until the 6th round. You guys didn't know what you were doing. No, nobody cares. And so that, to me, is how I look at it. Teams want to win. And you play the player that gives you the best opportunity to win, whether you drafted him, whether you traded for him, whether they fell in your lap. It doesn't matter to me because it's about winning. And at the end of the day, nobody cares where and how you got the person as long as that person is there winning games for you. And so that, to me, is where, when I look at the 49ers now, and you can even throw Sam Darnold in the mix. They didn't draft him, right? They just pick him up. But so what? If he's the best guy, and this is a perfect system where he can live up to that draft billing that he had, then he should play. And that, to me, is what this game should always be about. Let them all compete. And whoever separates themselves and shows that they can be the best guy and give you a best chance to win, you play him. And, again, I think Jimmy G was a great example of that. Everybody just wanted to keep replacing him and keep replacing him and keep replacing him. And all he did was go in and win. And it was like, geez, just play the guy because he wins and he plays and he deserves to be in that position. But we're always looking for someone that has more, right? Someone that has, one extra step above, maybe the guy that we've got right now. And that's the nature of the league. But the bottom line is there's only a handful of those guys. I look at Jimmy G, and I think he's a quality starter in the National Football League, and you could win a lot of games with a guy like that. Okay, maybe he's not the guy that can separate you and carry you with his right arm week in and week out. Okay, so you've got the second tier of quarterbacks. Well, how many guys in the league are that first tier? What do we got, 5 or 6? Well, you've got maybe one of the top guys in that second tier, and that, to me, becomes a part of the whole mix. And you're trying to figure out, what you have in all three of these guys. Is there a guy that has a little bit more upside but does all the other things really, really well? Or is one guy just got a bunch of upside but doesn't do the little things as well? Now, who gives you the best chance to win? So I think we're all fascinated by how this is going to play out. I think the bottom line is we saw Brock Purdy, when he played and he won games. Very much like Jimmy G, he made the plays he was supposed to make. He didn't make the big mistakes. And that, to me, is where he gets a leg up. Trey, not as much. There was a lot of inconsistencies there. Even though there were some moments, I didn't see the consistency to say, if I get that Trey Lance moving forward, that we're going to win game after game. He's got to grow. Not that he hasn't up to this point, but he's got to. And you could say the same with Sam Darnold. We've seen some really, really good games from Sam Darnold to say, this guy has the talent to be a starter in this league. But he's lacked consistency. And so with that, that's why he's bounced around everywhere. That's why he's in San Francisco right now. And so I can't sit here and say either one of those other two guys gives them a better chance with what I've seen on film and what I've seen on the field than Brock Purdy does, based on what we saw from Brock last year. And that's how I would start this thing. And then I would say, you other two guys, prove it to me. Prove it to me that you can be more consistent and you've got something that Brock doesn't have. Otherwise, I would go into this situation and say, Brock's my starter.
That's well put, Kurt. And I think the follow-up question begs is it just the system then that determines ultimately how far this team can go? If you don't have a top-tier quarterback, is it safe to say this team can still win a Super Bowl because the system and the players around the quarterback are good enough to get that done?
Well, I mean, again, the quarterback position drives so much. We know that. I mean, very few times do you see, what we might call average, quarterbacks win Super Bowls. And when they do, it's usually because we have a great defense and we have a great running game, and you can truly be a complementary piece. With the nature of the league, as we were already talking about earlier, it doesn't lend itself to that as much anymore because the quarterback has to do so much. Teams are throwing so much more, so the quarterback has to make those plays. But here's the thing. When I look at quarterbacks, I don't look at it from the standpoint of, he's a second-tier quarterback because he doesn't have the arm strength of, a Josh Allen. Or he's a second-tier quarterback because he can't do the crazy things that a Patrick Mahomes can do. I believe you can be a top-tier quarterback by doing what you're supposed to do, making the right decision, making the layup throws. When there's big plays to be made, you can make those big plays. Not going above and beyond, the scope of a play, but simply playing the position better than other guys play the position. I think like a Joe Burrow is a guy that I would throw in that category, is that he doesn't necessarily wow you with anything physically. What he does is he reads coverages, he gets the ball out on time, he makes big-time throws, he's extremely accurate, and that, to me, separates him and makes him a top-tier guy. And so, when we look at these other guys, I don't think we can just look and say, well, he doesn't have the top-end talent, so to speak, that other guys have, so he can't be a Tier 1 quarterback. I want to see Brock, and really all these guys, but I want to see Brock, I wish they could replay that championship game. And I want to see him in that moment against a really good team. Could he have made those key plays that separated them, that got them over the top, where they didn't have to just depend on the run game and the defense? And that will ultimately be what decides what tier, in my opinion, a Brock Purdy falls into.
Kurt, do you think that there's added pressure in this specific market, this specific team, because of the pedigree, the Montana, the young, the way our fan base looks at it? I know you never played here, but certainly been in the division and whatnot. Do you think there's something a little different for this crop that we're talking about to live up to?
I'm sure there's a piece that's always there, is the history of a team and the fact that they win and they've had tremendous quarterback play. I'm sure there's a little bit more pressure there. But I also believe that, those guys, there's been a long time in between when those guys were doing what they were doing and where we're at now. And so I don't think people, and even me covering the game, I don't look at the 49ers and go, oh, you got to be Joe Montana to be their quarterback. Otherwise, you're never going to live up to the billing. I think we're past that, and we're also at the point where we go, hey, Joe and Steve were special. Those guys were unique. You can go down to Miami, and Dan was unique, and they've never really found anybody to replace him. You don't replace the great ones, and I believe in San Francisco they understand that, even though they had a tremendous period where they had great quarterback play, and they're always waiting for the next guy to step in, and be the next great one. I don't think it's really has to be defined that way, and I think most players understand that and don't feel that same sort of pressure.
Kurt Warner, okay, so real quick, Brock Purdy is not a dink and dunk QB. That's right?
That's right.
Okay.
How I believe, yeah.
All right. We'll take your opinion over any of ours, that's for sure. Kurt, thank you so much for coming on.
You got it. Take care, guys.
Okay, that's Kurt Warner, Hall of Fame quarterback right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. No dink, no dunk. Okay?
Yeah, I get it, but he also basically said they're all dink and dunk quarterbacks because they don't sling it like we used to sling it. And if you look at average air yards per pass attempt among quarterbacks from last season, he was toward the bottom. And most of the quarterbacks are in the same range. He talked about it and said the majority of passes in the NFL now are within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. And that's just the reality of play calls. Now, are there plays to be made that Brock Purdy is turning down opportunities for? No. So from that standpoint, he's right. He's not a dink and dunk guy. And we've seen that from some quarterbacks. Sam Darnold in Carolina and in New York is a good example where you see the eyes start to drop and you don't even look down the field anymore.
Well, I think we've almost reached a point where we discriminate against the short pass as if it's some sort of evil thing. It's a great advantage and a great play for the 49ers when they can get Deebo Samuel the ball in space, just a couple of yards away from the line of scrimmage. That's a good, successful play for the 49ers. By the way, you know who else throws the ball right around the line of scrimmage to running backs, wildcat-type players, receivers who run after the catch, and a tight end? You know who else does that? Patrick Mahomes does that a lot. You watch the play calls from Andy Reid. Like, that's not a bad thing. I think it's what you said. Are you turning down stuff downfield, or even if you're not turning it down, are you consistently missing it? Which was always the rip on Jimmy G. That was always the thing. It's like, dude, when you throw it downfield, it's inaccurate. It's totally inaccurate too often. That to me would be a bigger issue. I don't see that from Brock Purdy. So outside of that, dude, short pass away. It's a high percentage play. Why wouldn't you do it?
Right, and you have Deebo Samuel, who is one of the Yak Boys, and you've got George Kittle, a very physical tight end. You've got Christian McCaffrey, who is the best two-way threat in terms of running backs in the National Football League. Why wouldn't you, Mark, want to get the ball in the hands of your best playmakers as fast as possible? Where's the benefit in the risk analysis of a 20-yard pass as opposed to a 3-yard pass to a guy and letting him go out there and get yards after the catch and yards after contact, because your team does that so well? You mentioned Patrick Mahomes. He ranked 23rd among qualifying passers in air yards in terms of intended air yards per pass attempt. 7.2. Brock Purdy was at 6.7. So pretty comparable in terms of how much they aired it out.
No doubt. I only laugh because do you ever get to the point, and this will make me feel old a little bit, but when you get through all of, like, the names of the stats now, I'm like, I can't even, right? Like, it.
This is IAYPA.
Right. Like, how many, right? This cannot, not every stat can be IUPUI.
Or BABIP.
Right.
Which is one of the great acronyms.
I'm an IU guy, not an IUPUI guy. Like, can we just.
Although I told you Ooey Pooey was the worst team in college basketball.
I know.
Fade Ooey Pooey.
Fade them, always, which is why Pooey is in their name. But
totally.
Point is like, can we go back to the days where our shortened statistics, our abbreviations are just two letters? Can we go back to that?
No,
they're all intended yard. But what was it again? The
intended air yards per pass attempt.
Okay,
IAY over PA. So it's
a fraction now.
We're talking about fractions. Intended air yards per pass attempt. Average depth of target, whether completed or not. How far did you throw the ball past the line of scrimmage? That's all we're talking about here, Mark. It's not rocket science.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So why don't we just say that?
How far did you throw it?
Yeah, how far did you throw it?
HFDTI.
Just how far? HF.
How far?
What's your HF? And then if it ever just hits a stop, just say GFY. And then you can move on. It's a great way to move on in a conversation.
Now, in total IAY, Patrick Mahomes was fourth, which tells me that he threw the ball a lot.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying he doesn't throw the ball downfield.
No, fourth most in IAY.
Right. Just don't discriminate against a short pass. You know who else threw a short pass a lot? Joe Montana.
Tom Brady threw a lot of short passes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was my point, or my question to Kurt Warner is, doesn't everybody do this now, the dink and dunk? And he's right about the rules now make it more difficult for you to throw it downfield. And, you know, the negative play is basically a drive killer. So you'd rather just take it, get rid of it, get your 2 or 3 yards, and move the chains.
Well, and a dink and a dunk is not necessarily the bad part of this. To me, or by the way, that's not necessarily easy just because it's a short pass. Kyle Shanahan's offense is a timing offense. The timing has to be right. Everybody could, hell, you and me, I could go out there and throw the ball 7 yards and hit someone right in the chest. Could I do it athletically on time? No, like the timing. Timing is everything, as the saying goes. So there is talent with that as well, the short passing game. I just think we got to get away from this whole discriminating against the short pass. When the long one is there, go for it. If not, if there's a timing play that makes sense, do that. And it's not that easy. To me, this is when you've got a quarterback problem. It's not he's doing a short pass. It's he's taking the easy way out. So if it is a designed short pass, or even if it is a check down when there is something covered downfield, that's great. But when something is potentially open downfield, but in order to get the ball out of their hands, they just go, here, you take it, running back. especially when it's like Kirk Cousins, 4th and 8, and you throw it 3 yards. That's when you have a problem. And by the way, I think Garoppolo suffered from that sometimes.
A little bit. He didn't see it all the time.
I didn't see it with Purdy.
Colin Kaepernick certainly suffered from that, and he got to a point where he just couldn't see it either. I think the frustration that fans have is not so much with the quarterback and a reluctance to air it out when it comes to Trey Lance or Brock Purdy. It falls on Kyle Shanahan and his conservative play calling, not calling enough plays like Danny Gray last year, Speed Merchant. Why don't we just run him down the field 6 times and throw it up to him and, go deep? The only time the Niners go deep, it feels like, is when they go, hey, diddle, diddle, George Kittle down the middle. And that's a great play, but I think the frustration falls more on the play calling than it does the quarterback, who maybe has a reluctance to cut it loose, or as Lowen used to say, cut it loose.
Yeah, it's just wild, because you know who else is frustrated with Kyle Shanahan's play calling? Defensive coordinators.
Right.
Yeah, it's just funny to me. Not every plays don't always work. Nobody.
But fans love the deep ball.
Yeah,
chicks love the long ball. Fans love the deep ball.
Fans should love the win.
They do.
And Kyle does that.
He sure does.
Yeah, Kyle wins
a lot.
Yeah,
not the big one. He turtles up, Mark. Blows leads and turtles up.
Sure does.
Yeah, you like that.
You know what I like?
Tell me.
First of all, that we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
It's my bank.
But the media person in me, you know what they like? Breaking news.
We got some?
Oh, we got some. It's kind of juicy, too.
Kind of juicy?
It's kind of juicy. It's NBA related.
Like num juicy?
Like soap opera juicy.
Really?
Like reality show juicy.
Podcast juicy?
Oh, there will be podcasts. But aren't there always?
Pretty much.
So check this out.
It's juicy?
Something so hot that even the commissioner says we have to wait till after the finals to announce it. It's too big. And that's next on Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10.
Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. So this is interesting. We'll hop right into this. No delay. Because this is a little bit of a shaker. Adam Silver on the Ja Morant situation, quote, "We've uncovered a fair amount of additional information. We probably could have brought it to a head now, but we've made the decision that it would be unfair to these players and these teams to announce that decision in the middle of this series," end quote. First of all, I'm amazed that he said this to a reporter. Tim McMahon with the report. I'm amazed that he said this to a reporter because this is going to make everybody's head spin and speculate. And
you know
think
what that
about what
becomes,
it's a
right?
speculation sensation.
I'll take that, Buck.
That's exactly what this is. But I think you and I both agree that what this means is not good. This is worse for Ja than it is better. If whatever had been happening, if whatever they've uncovered exonerates, which would be
an exoneration sensation,
I'll
Mark.
pay that, Buck.
Okay. But keep your hand on the button, Granny. We're hot right now.
What a damn roll. So if it was better for Ja, then you announce that.
Correct.
Good. Yeah. Okay. If it's worse for Ja, that's when it becomes a big, huge boom. And what Adam doesn't want is the morning after game one of the NBA Finals for Stephen A. To be on the air being like, yeah, whatever happened in game one, that's great. Let's talk Ja. That's what they don't want.
Right.
And what also strikes me, I want to know what strikes you first, but it strikes me that he already refers to a decision that is ready to be announced. We have a decision to announce, but, quote, it would be unfair to the players to announce that decision in the middle of this. My speculation sensation.
That's a buck.
Is that Ja's not playing next year.
All year.
That would be my guess. It's nothing more than that. But if you've uncovered additional information,
right.
Ja was already in a bad way.
True.
A bad way. I already thought we're looking at 20 games, 30 games.
Yeah.
We were already, now you've uncovered additional info and you've made a decision that's so big, it has to wait until after the finals. I don't think Ja Morant's playing basketball next year.
I think that Adam Silver is meeting the media in advance of the finals because Rachel Nichols also has tweeted out additional comments from the commissioner, and I quote the commissioner via Rachel Nichols. When asked in retrospect if he should have delivered a stronger initial suspension to Ja, Silver said, quote, "It seemed appropriate at the time, although maybe by definition, it appears he's done it again. We've all seen the video. You could say maybe not." So maybe not in terms of the punishment being sufficient
appropriate
at the time.
Yep.
So, the commissioner is seeing what he's seeing, and if there's additional information, already he's feeling a little bit regretful in terms of the nature of the initial suspension. So I think knowing what we know about the initial suspension, which was the team, right? The team said, all right, Ja, you're not officially suspended, but you need to take some time and go get yourself right.
Right.
And he went into some sort of
some program.
A program.
I don't know if this was paid or unpaid. I actually don't remember. And I don't really care. It doesn't matter. They told him he had to go away, and he was going to work on himself, and then he was going to slowly work his way back, and he did, and he was ready for the playoffs, and they didn't get it done, and it felt like there's a comp. It's not a great one, but there's a comp to the Grizzlies and the Warriors. I think both teams underachieved this year because of things that happened behind the scenes. I'll put it that way. That's what I think about both teams. And they were both eliminated by the Lakers because of it. A team who, in my opinion, has less talent than both of them. So that's what happened. And Ja was a major part of that. Dylan Brooks was too for the Memphis Grizzlies. So if that punishment wasn't sufficient, And it appears he's, quote, gone and done it again. And they've uncovered, quote, additional information. And we've got an announcement and a decision, but we're not doing it. Like, holy hell. I'm really surprised that he even had this conversation right now. If I'm Adam, and I don't know if it's because, as you said, he's meeting with the media, so there are jaw questions. Why not just be like, yeah, on the jaw situation, we'll probably have some more information for you after the finals. And maybe he did say that, and maybe that led to more questions. I don't know, but the way he states this is so like, oh,
it's a tease.
Like, do tell.
If your teases were that good, I mean, we'd have a bigger audience.
Seriously.
I'm just kidding.
We might actually have some ratings or something. I'm kidding. We got all the ratings.
It's a great tease, though. It's really a great tease. Coming up, and he says he doesn't want to do it in the middle of the finals. Well, how about before the finals begins, Kamish?
Yeah.
Because we're not in the middle yet.
Nope.
We're in the middle of the playoffs.
Well,
we're toward the end of the playoffs.
No, but we're here. We're here.
Yes, and he's
Game
there.
starts in 23 minutes.
It does. Nuggets in 5, so.
Actually, it starts in more than that, but.
Basically, yeah, and about that much time.
About a half hour, a little bit more.
Now we have that to look forward to after the Nuggets parade, and I wonder exactly what the length of the suspension will be. I think a year is a little bit heavy-handed, but reading the comments and basing it on the fact that he's probably pretty upset that they went easy on Ja, and then he did basically the same thing again within 2 months?
And the same thing is not just anything. This is really, really serious for multiple reasons. The NBA knows damn well what it tries to fight against in terms of painting with a broad brush or things that people will say, right? Like, you cannot have this. This guy's about to get, what was it? Was it $200 million? The deal that's about to start? This is one of the faces of your league. You cannot have somebody in this climate, I mean at all, but especially in this climate, you cannot have one of the faces of your league be associated with this. You cannot, by the way, as the National Basketball Association, the politics that the NBA puts out there in terms of its players, the messages that they have sent, Black Lives Matter, you cannot have the politics that the NBA has and then go out there on this issue and basically support or appear like you're supporting gun violence. You can't do it. This is as serious as a heart attack. And they had a chance to get to him once, and they feel like they got fooled. And so I believe this to be a classic. You fool me once, shame on you. You fool me twice, shame on me, and you will not fool us twice. And so I think the sledgehammer is about to get dropped in terms of what happens to Ja Morant in his future.
Grandy said in my ear, 5 years, $194 million. I think that's right, Mark. Yep. The deal that Ja Morant signed, and just hearing you talk about the reality of this being a gun incident had me thinking about the Gilbert Arenas Javaris Crittenden story. I'm sure you remember that from 2009 when Arenas and Crittenden got into an argument over a gambling debt, which was about $60,000. And then Arenas came into the locker room and laid out 4 guns in front of Crittenden and basically said, choose one. And that's not good. And they weren't loaded guns, but both players were suspended for the remainder of that season. And that happened in January. So they got basically 40 or so games worth of a suspension. I don't think that it carried over to the next year, but that was one of those things where, this is maybe not as dramatic as that because that's bringing guns into a locker room and basically saying, let's have a gunfight.
Except for they've uncovered additional information.
Correct.
We don't even know what that is.
We don't.
We had all the rumors, remember, or they felt like facts, but they were sort of being presented as rumors. We have the one gun on Instagram incident. Then we had potentially another gun incident on Instagram. We had the mall cop incident. We had the
basketball game incident
where he and his friends in a car had laser pointers at another team, at the members of the another team. And then we had what he did with a young...
That's what I was saying,
yeah. Like, there was all this stuff, and everyone was like, well, we don't know exactly what happened. Well, yeah, go ahead, Lucas. What's up?
But that's what we know about. And this is what Silver is saying, is that we've uncovered even more.
Well, but we didn't know the details of those incidents. We didn't know how bad they were. Were they taken out of context? So, did they learn more on those? Did they learn even more? This has the chance to end up being the most expensive fine and suspension of all time. This has that potential. He's scheduled,
if he's suspended without pay.
If he misses next year, that's $33.5 million, but don't forget his shoe already got pulled off the shelves.
Yeah.
His shoe got pulled off the web. And what's going to happen next? Let's dive into these contracts and read the clauses. Are all of them null and void? Is he going to lose $194 million? I mean, if you're suspended for a year, do you think the Grizzlies will just be like, okay, we won't pay you your $33.5, but you'll be back next year? Maybe. He's that talented. But situations like this derail careers. Derail careers. I don't know when this guy's coming back. I don't know how he's going to handle his worst moment. That's what defines a person, right? How are you in your worst moment? How do you react? Well, you already got one shot.
Yeah.
And you took us on a wild goose chase. So, I don't know, man.
You're talking about career derailment, and it had me thinking about Michael Vick, whose career was derailed in a different way, but with similar, I think, financial ramifications. I don't know what he ultimately ended up losing in terms of salary and endorsements, but it was
a lot.
And it's not, obviously the dollars today are bigger than the dollars were. That had to be 15 years ago? I mean,
and he came back and re-earned and
but he went to prison, but he lost out on an enormous amount of money in endorsements. He was a guy who could be the face of that league, certainly.
Absolutely.
Based on the player that he was and the player that, he was in Madden. He was a Madden. I mean, he was it in video games.
Totally.
He could have been the biggest thing in video game history.
Well, and does this end up in some sort of a legal realm? Because if it does, there's no way to suck out a bank account more than ending up in the legal realm, which is where Michael ended up. So you end up sort of zeroing out, and then you've got to build it back up, which Michael did, which he deserves credit for that, and that's great. But I don't know how Ja is going to react to this and where this is all going to go or how serious it is. This is a guy who has not even, what is he, 24? 24 years old?
Yeah, right in there.
Somewhere in there. Ja Morant is 23. Is 23 years old. I don't know about his readiness to handle this and have it come back and resume his career. Again, maybe they're going to come out and be like, so we're suspending him for 20 games. This is speculation.
It feels like 41 minimum to me, half a season.
This feels really, really big for Adam to kind of speak about it that way.
Michael Vick lost $130 million was his contract with Atlanta.
Oh, Lord.
And that was in 2008, I believe. So, if Ja is suspended for a year and if the Grizzlies are able to void his contract and who knows what else the league has uncovered, this could be very, very bad for young Ja.
The truth always comes out. Isn't it amazing? You want to know why the Grizzlies always underachieved? What did we say a couple of times this year? You know what the Grizzlies' problem is? They have a leadership problem.
Yep.
We said it last year during the series against the Warriors when the Grizzlies conducted themselves in many ways the way they did. Obviously, the main event we were talking about was the way Dillon Brooks did GP2. And then you got their head coach and the way he handled that in post-game news conferences, and we're like, oh, this doesn't feel good at all. I don't really like the way this guy's handling that and the refs and all of this. And I know emotions get going in a playoff series, but I'm like, this feels like a ship without a captain. Well, now here's their best player, and now we know what we know. But if this is who you are, this is what you've been doing. That's their leader. It's his team. They don't have any players who have turned 30 yet. None on the whole roster. And so if that's your face and that's your leader, and you don't have any Iguodalas sitting over there with bright-colored sweaters and telling you what to do, no wonder they underachieved every year.
Well, there's underachieved, and then there's this level of implosion where Dylan Brooks can't even complete a postseason series because he completely loses it. And now Ja Morant, not only your best player, but one of the future faces of the association, might be jeopardizing his own career because he wants to show off his gun at a variety of locales, and he just can't, even though he's got a father who's always there courtside, feels like his dad is kind of enabling him and supporting the lifestyle, and Ja Morant is trying to be somebody that he's not, and for no reason other than to maybe perpetrate like you're a tough guy with a gun, or bottom line is there's nobody close to him that could pull him over and say, Ja, do you realize what's going on here? You got 194 sitting there. You want to talk about a bag alert, a major bag alert. Jordan Poole got the bag, right? Jordan Poole doesn't have to score another basket in the association. As long as you stay out of trouble, you're going to get $130 something million for playing dribble, falling down every time down the floor. It doesn't matter, Jordan. Just don't blow it up. Ja's going to give up $194 million potentially, plus another $300 million in endorsements for being the face of the association.
It's crazy, man. Young buck out of Murray State.
Right?
I mean, like, it's just wild. And again, like, I am mindful in conversations like this about not knowing what this must be like. This is not to make excuses for him. I won't do that. But by the same token, the NBA structure is always so fascinating because if your head is not screwed on completely straight, yet you are the best player. We all know. Like, how many times have we talked about the Warriors and we're like, well, who's going to be the GM and who are going to be the teammates? Well, you got to ask Steph because Steph is the best player on an NBA team and a championship level one at that. And so when you are that, you have the power. And Ja is that for Memphis. He's the guy with the juice. And he's 23. You're usually not ready to have the juice when you're 23. Nobody can talk to you. Nobody can tell you nothing because you're the guy with the juice. And sometimes that's really hard when you end up being in the fishbowl and having the money and having the celebrity like that. It must be more difficult to handle than we realize. But the problem with it is, John never had anybody say, no, young buck out of Murray State.
Yeah.
This is the way you got to go. Because if you do it and this is one of the reasons all the reasons everybody hates LeBron James are all actually funny money cloud NBA stuff. You don't actually hate LeBron. LeBron has done it absolutely right from day one. He was going to be the face of the league, and he stepped in and said, okay. And now he's a billionaire.
Well, you can hate certain things about him as a player, but I don't think you can look at who he is as a man, a father, a role model, a school builder, and the rest of it. You'd have to be pretty dark, pretty black-hearted to hate on LeBron off the court. Now, you can hate him for his flopping and for his showing off and his complaining and his whining and all the rest of that. That's all between the lines on the hardwood. I get that. The thing about Ja, it just breaks my heart when I think about how this could end badly.
Yeah.
And, they did a well check on him about 8 days ago after his Instagram post. Remember that story where he basically said, love you, Ma, love you, Pops, love you, you're the greatest baby girl, and then bye. And people thought, geez, what does this mean?
Who knows?
Right. So who
knows?
To your point, I mean, you feel for the kid because he doesn't have the guidance. He doesn't have anybody in his life, it seems, who can pull him aside and say, Ja, you can't, this is what you've got to do. This is your course forward. And at the end of it, there's a pot at the end of this rainbow. Put the gun away, play basketball, and get rich. It's not that hard, but if you don't have that guidance, then...
And if you don't have the mental wherewithal, and what I mean by that is, listen, we're still, I guess it's now June. We just completed Mental Health Awareness Month.
Yeah.
We do a lot of it here at Odyssey, and in 2023, after the pandemic, I think all of us are aware of the issue so much more than we were, and I think that's a positive thing. It never has to make sense. It's not supposed to make sense. It doesn't matter if a person has fame, family, money up the wazoo. Doesn't matter what they have. They may be mentally challenged. We've watched this story over and over again, even down to the littler ones like a Ben Simmons, like a Zion, who I think are dealing with that on different levels. But I have no idea if this is that. And maybe it is. And if it is, it doesn't matter how many hundreds of million, and it doesn't matter how many fans reach out and, come on, man, this is the way, do it the right way. But it doesn't matter. So, and sometimes even having adult guidance with you doesn't matter. So I don't know. I don't know where this is going to go next. And maybe our speculation is way too far at this point. But the way Adam is talking, that sounds like I'm bracing myself for a big, big boulder Ja Morant related when the finals are over.
And if the big boulder comes down, and let's say it is a year, or it's 50 games, or whatever the significant number of games is where Ja, you can't be here at the facility, you can't be a Memphis Grizzlies, how does that affect him negatively? Because it seems like basketball is the thing that he does the best, and if you can't have basketball in your life, what do you do with your free time? Because it's a lot of hours, Mark, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That is 168 hours or so right there, and you got a bunch of those before you can come back and do what you do best. What do you do with all your free time?
Well,
how do you stay on the straight and narrow?
Right. Well, that's the privilege that unfortunately you're giving up in this situation. And we've watched that a lot. I've talked to, the thing we did with Drew Robinson and whatnot. That was a big part of it. Like his Major League Baseball career was not progressing the way he wanted to. Like he was sometimes, at least in my experience, when you're talking to people who are struggling with mental health, sometimes it's very abstract. And you're like, come on, like what? I'm not even understanding why you feel that way. Drew, I always felt in those conversations, he's very A to B. Like Drew, it was like, man, the baseball, if I strike out 3 times, like he's standing out there in the outfield spiraling mentally. And then it went to his girlfriend, and then it went to his family, and it got all the way to a day where, he tried to take his life. And it's amazing that he's still with us. And he shared recently that he went down to the doldrums again earlier this year and was planning another attempt.
Wow.
Like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't always make sense. So this is scary because, I wonder what they've uncovered and where this goes next, because this is one of those things where every one of us as a human being, we're going, how, dude, you're 23, you're an amazing player, and there's $200 million about to come to you.
Right.
How on earth can you not just get yourself in order?
It's just not that easy.
It's not that easy.
And it's whether it's, substance abuse or bad decisions, or you were mentioning Drew Robinson, and I'm glad you shared that story because the interview you did with him was incredible, and his story is remarkable. He tried to shoot himself in the head and basically missed, and he took his eye.
He took his eye out, but it didn't kill him. Yeah.
Which, and to hear that he went back down a second spiral just speaks to, the dark places that some of us or all of us potentially can go into, right?
Every alcoholic will tell you, right? Like the next day that's it. Like it's the next day. You have to, right? One day at a time is the famous quote. So it's always a struggle. Let's go to Mark in Half Moon Bay. Thanks for calling, Mark. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Mark?
Oh, man, I'm on the road. Listen to you guys. Love you guys. But I wanted to offer a different vantage point. I'm sitting here thinking about Ja Morant as a young black celebrity. And I grew up on hip-hop. I'm from Half Moon Bay, so I definitely different lifestyle. But I remember listening to, like, gangster rap and the way it was looked at by the outside world as personifying or glorifying violence. And to me, it's always been a reflection of the reality of that life and that the settings that music was taking place. So I look at Ja Morant as a young black man with money, celebrity, just a regular person trying to fit in and try to live a life with his friends and stuff. And, I just think having a gun, I don't think he really broke any laws, if I'm not mistaken, but having a gun to protect yourself when so many, like, rappers and just celebrities are attacked or killed, I don't see that as such a bad thing. And, I just feel like we're being, I don't want to say too hard on him because I understand the position he's in, but I just kind of look at it like, it's not uncommon to have protection because there's a lot of desperate people out there that are jealous and want to take what you have and take you out. And so I just kind of give him a little bit of more of a benefit of doubt. And if I was his PR guy, I'd say, look, you got to come out and say, look, I'm just trying to protect myself. I get threats, my family. This is not me glorifying violence. This is me protecting myself. It's unfortunate that we live in this world and yada, yada, yada. And if they put that spin on it, it'd be hard for Silver and the NBA to push against that.
Mark, there's a few things here.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
First of all, we don't know what else Silver knows, and that's what he's going to tell us after the finals. But the number one thing that pops to mind when you said everything you just said about having a gun to protect yourself, that ain't got nothing to do with flashing it on social media.
And that's the glorifying that he was saying.
You do not need to do that. So if you want to own a gun legally in this country or whatever state you're in and do it in a legal way, and you feel like that's necessary, guess what? That's your right. That's not what this is. Ja Morant is not doing that. You do not need to flash guns on Instagram in order to protect yourself. You don't need to do that. And then secondly, and here's one point that this is always fascinating to me, like the comp I always use is free speech. Do we have free speech in this society? Well, the Constitution says yes, but I know right now this microphone in front of me says no, because there are a lot of things that can happen to get me fired. They can't get me put in jail maybe, but they can get me fired, and that's what we're talking about here.
You can get sued. A lot of things can happen.
People go, did he break the law? No one's trying to put him in jail. The NBA is simply trying to fire him.
Well, and the NBA, Mark, has a thing called the collective bargaining agreement. And you know me, I love rule books and I love CBAs. And so, during that call and during this conversation, I looked up the CBA just to see in terms of what laws has he broken.
Yeah, what did you find?
In the CBA, Section 9, firearms or other weapons, when a player is physically present at a facility, venue, etc., they are not allowed to possess a firearm of any kind. Right. And this includes team planes, charity events, anything in which you would be representing the NBA. So perhaps they've uncovered evidence that he had a gun in one of these settings. And now, to the caller's point, he is allowed to have a gun, but he has to register it with the league. The player will provide the team with proof that the player possesses a license or registration to have that firearm. So those are two pieces of this where Ja Morant may be in violation of the CBA, which is where Commissioner Silver, if he finds out that Ja had a gun on a plane or in the locker room or in any way, shape, or form, if he was the one who shined the laser at the Indiana Pacers traveling party and the laser was connected to a gun and he had that gun on the premises, well, these are things that are in violation of the CBA, and that's where he can get into real trouble.
Right. It's always interesting to me when people say, well, he didn't break a law. Well, the Constitution doesn't exist in a corporate setting. The corporation's Constitution exists.
Correct.
In a corporate setting. No one's trying to send Ja to jail. Now, maybe, I don't know where this is going to go next. Michael Vick, Plaxico Burress, maybe.
Right.
I have no idea where this is going to go next or what information they uncovered that they haven't told us yet. But if the Grizzlies or the NBA want to fire him for cause, it's got nothing to do with whether or not he broke a law. It could be whether he broke the rules of the NBA. We don't ever forget that.
I would imagine that Odyssey has a policy about weapons. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
For once, I'm not trying to joke around.
Because
if I'm a gun owner and I'm legally allowed to have my gun on the streets or wherever, if I have a license and all the rest of it, I'm sure that our company has laws. Now, I'm not a gun owner, so I'm not privy to what our laws are, but you're right in terms of Odyssey. If they have rules that are different than the government's rules, well, the company that employs me, they can enforce their rules.
Go into Nahigian's office tomorrow. Try this.
All right. I'm going to write this down. I feel like this is going to be good advice, Kevin.
Walk in there. Say, hey, Chief, I got something for you. And he'll say, come on in, Dibs, sit down. And then I want you to unload on him every single derogatory word in the book. Tell him he is the scum of the earth.
Okay.
And use every bad word you can think of.
Okay. Directed at him.
Directed at him. And then as soon as he goes, dude, you're fired. Be like, free speech, brother.
Scoreboard.
How do you like that? And then come in here and sit down and do 2 to 6.
How you like my amendments now, Coach? I'm going to try that, Mark.
Try it. And let's see what happens.
Is that the First Amendment I'm going to lean on?
Just a little,
yeah, the First Amendment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You're not saying
Try
I
it.
should go Second Amendment on him.
No.
The First Amendment.
We'll try that next week if the First Amendment doesn't work.
I'll work my way through the amendments. He'll be like, let's skip to the fifth.
We get to the 9th Amendment. I don't even know what that is.
Seriously.
Is there anybody? How many amendments do we got?
There's 20-something.
Yeah, there are. They get so high. Anyway, yeah, that's all I'm saying. I understand. We can talk forever about trying to see this through Ja's eyes and walk in his shoes, and I do. I have compassion. I have compassion for everybody when whatever it is people are going through. But that doesn't apply here when it comes to Adam Silver. You can't have this. It's flat out a hard no. And remember, the NBA, based on that statement you just read to me, the NBA feels duped. They feel duped.
Yeah.
We already tried this once. We tried compassion, and you made fools out of us.
I'm reading from another piece on the internet, and they're right, saying it's possible the NBA will take past incidents into account. Sued in September of 22 for allegedly punching a teenager with a gun during a pickup basketball game.
Crazy.
He is said to have possessed a gun in the waistband of his pants during that incident. He threatened a security mall guard, allegedly. And he also was a part of the alleged threatening of the Pacers traveling party in January of this calendar year. And then the 2 different incidents on Instagram where he's flashing and showcasing a gun. This is a lot of incidents, Mark.
And we're sitting here speculating completely about the idea of a 1-year suspension. But again, to the idea of, well, now, did he break a law? Did Calvin Ridley break a law?
I don't know what state he was in when he might have broken a law.
What did he do? Play fantasy football or something?
I thought he made some bets, too.
A couple of bets.
Fantasy football, yeah.
I mean, you don't need to break a law in order to get suspended for a year. The NFL is out here absolutely ripping games from people because somebody put $10 on a parlay and suspend you for a year. Morant is out here now with potentially 3, 4, 5 gun incidents, 2 of them live on social media, and people are like, that's a little heavy-handed. No, it's not.
Plexico Burress got 4 games. The Giants actually suspended him after he accidentally shot himself in the right thigh at a Manhattan nightclub, Dateline 2008.
But didn't he end up, what was the legal side of it? Not the Giants side of it.
Yeah, there was legal trouble.
Yeah. Because you were not allowed to carry in the state. He was in New York.
Yes, he was.
And not allowed to carry there. Where did Plax end up?
He got 2 years in prison.
He got jail.
Well, prison.
Yeah.
Prison's not jail.
Well, I understand what you mean. Yeah.
I mean,
like
jail
real, like hard time.
Yeah, jail is hey, you're in jail. I've never been to jail or prison.
Don't you love the NFL? The legal system's like Plaxico, you're going to prison for 2 years.
Yeah.
The Giants are like, you're suspended till next month.
Well, it happened in December.
It's
so
incredible.
He got the rest of the year.
Yes, obviously.
Four
It's kind of
games.
hard to play on a weekend furlough program. So, yeah, he was
But
suspended.
if any league was going to get you on the field with a furlough, work release.
I love it. It's so funny. This man is going to jail for the rest of his life. And we suspend him for the first half also. Thanks, NFL. Thanks, team. They're like, he's really good. He's a good receiver. I don't know. This is really interesting. It's really interesting and unfortunate. Like this team, the rivalry that was budding with the Warriors, I thought was good for the league. I thought it was good for NBA fans. There was such a classic, the elder statesman versus the young bucks who are way too cocky and confident. It's almost the story that's like behind every teen movie, right? It's like, look, we've been here, we've done that. Then there's these little loud ones over here who are like, we're coming, and they're trying to hang on to what's theirs. I thought that whole dynamic was fascinating and good for us fans. And I don't know that it's totally over. Today, as I sit here, it feels like it.
Depends on how long he's out. I mean, if he gets 50 games, which I saw people bandying about that 50 games is the standard. Well, there is no standard for something like this, but if Ja gets 50 games, then he comes back fresh in February for the final 32, and maybe Memphis can withstand it.
Does he? You know what we're really going to get a look at now is that whole narrative of the Grizzlies are better without Ja.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to find out, it sounds like. About to find out.
Well, if he is gone, does that motivate them to bring back Dylan Brooks?
No.
Because he's the only player on the roster who is not signed for next year.
He's not coming back. I mean, they've already firmly stated. And again, I think that was part of the issue. Honestly, like if you are serious about winning, you don't have a player on your roster who, after losing in a playoff game to LeBron James, finds a microphone and goes, he's old. What the hell's he ever done? Like the Memphis Grizzlies continuously and across the board conducted themselves in an idiotic way.
Immature, yeah, to be certain.
Totally.
And leaderless. And that's where you look at the Ja Morant situation and, the way his father carries on courtside, doesn't feel like he has the ability to get in Ja's ear and steer him in the right direction. And no teammate over 30, as you mentioned. The lone leader, Steven Adams, was out for the majority of the year. So the team did feel like kind of an AAU team without much leadership running amok.
And then remember when the Warriors won the title last year, Klay Thompson, like for whatever reason, the Petty Kings, the first thing he wanted to do was go to the podium and get mad at Jaren Jackson. Now, Jaren didn't do anything compared to a Ja Morant or even a Dylan Brooks.
Right.
But look at what Jaren did do that ticked Klay off. Jaren tweeted out sarcastically, strength in numbers, taking a shot at the Warriors after a Memphis victory. Klay took offense to it and held it in his hip pocket all the way until the Warriors hung another banner, which is funny and not a big deal, but let's just even think about it. The way the Grizzlies as an organization ran themselves is disrespectful. And sometimes I think that word gets overused. Respect needs to be earned, and we don't hand it out like hotcakes on a Sunday at the firehouse.
Yeah.
But
pancake breakfast.
But why? Like, why? Why in January on a Wednesday, if you're Jaren and you win a game, are you like, time to take a shot at the Warriors? It doesn't help you. It doesn't help you. All you're doing is waking the sleeping giant.
Right. And the reason why you do it is because you don't have that mentorship and you don't have that leadership, somebody to establish the culture. Do you think that would happen in Miami, for example, with Spoelstra and Pat Riley at the helm? That wouldn't happen in many, many environments. You wouldn't have players doing that. But Taylor Jenkins, the young coach in Memphis, doesn't have a real grasp on doing things the right way, and you got a very young team, and they never were really modeled on how to do things in the association.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 if you'd like to weigh in on this. If you're looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth, do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply. 49ers quarterback coach Brian Griese said something interesting about Trey Lance today. We'll pass that along to you next on Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how you reacted?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And we are underway in the NBA Finals. In the Nuggets.
That's one of the great themes still.
You ever seen John Tesh do that on stage as opposed to just singing it on...
No.
It's unbelievable.
We'll do it live?
YouTube it.
Okay, I will. I'd love to see it.
Man's a maniac all over the stage. It's incredible. But Nuggets up by 5 early. The Heat will have to play from behind. Rest versus rust, as you put it.
Yeah, game one. It is a rest versus rust matchup. Denver hadn't played in 9 days?
47 days.
Basically, right?
Yep.
Nikola Jokic actually went back home and to Serbia and just barely made it back in time.
I don't know if any of you are watching this game. Nikola Jokic has long hair. It's unbelievable what has happened since we last saw him. No. I don't know. It's interesting. Oh, Miami's exhausted. Are they? They've had 2 full days off. I'm sure the end of the playoffs are exhausting for everybody. But I bet they've had more exhausting moments than this.
Yes and no. Yes, because they did get 2 days off, but no, they are in the Mile High City.
Yeah.
So you had to go 7 large, and you fly from Miami to Boston. Not a short flight, but, decent flight. You win Game 7, let there be celebrations. You fly home to Miami, pack your things, and then now all the way out to Denver, and you got to play at altitude. And when it comes to altitude, there's a certain acclimation sensation that has to be undergone.
Had a hell of a day.
Yeah, both of us.
Yeah.
We've been shelling it out.
Expensive.
Yeah. You don't have to pay, though, unless Grandy plays the sounder, so I might have gotten away with a freebie there.
No, I don't think so. He just heard his name, so now he's going to come over and
there it is.
Come play the sound for you.
That was a guess. I do not know what you guys said.
That's correct.
I don't want to repeat it because I'm running
Yeah.
out of money.
Good job.
But I think that the Heat are likely to feel better about Game 2 in the series than they are Game 1. And that's Sunday, right? If I'm not mistaken. It's a traditional Thursday, Sunday, I think.
So. I think you're right. When the Warriors Invitational doesn't have the Warriors, I don't pay as close of attention to the schedule. But yes, Game 2 is Sunday.
And will this be the lowest rated NBA Finals ever? And I'm taking out the pandemic 2020.
Yeah, take it out.
Because, and I mentioned this before, that was in November. The NBA Finals were in November. When we forget that.
Does everybody else feel the same way I do? Like, I don't even remember anything that happened in terms of time and space.
In the pandemic?
The whole thing feels just like a blur. I have a hard time remembering things that took place then. When you do remember them, I don't have the right month. Everything just got all jumbled.
Right.
When did the Masters get played? When was that?
Hello, friends.
When was that? See?
I think it was June.
No clue. You could tell me that they created a 13th month and named it Bob, and I'd be like, yep, sounds good to me. Like, the whole thing is just such...
And in November.
Yeah.
My bad. The Masters was in November.
Total blur.
Dustin Johnson.
Is that the
20
one that he
under.
won?
Hello, friends.
Good for you, Dusty.
Sung
Good
Jae
job.
Im 5 back. 20 under. Jeez. Man, it was playing easy.
Yeah. No doubt it was. I remember the year that Tiger won it, and he got to 8. He won it by 100 strokes or whatever, and I think his finishing score was 18 under.
Yeah,
and that was a goal at one point. He had said to Fluff, "Let's get to 20. See if we can get to 20." They didn't get to 20. They won the Masters anyway, but Dustin does it years later.
Right now, the lowest rated NBA Finals ever. Again, discounting the pandemic that we all forget. 2021. Bucks over the Suns, an average of 9.91 million viewers. By contrast, last year, Warriors-Celtics averaged 12.4 million.
Just a gut feeling, I think this will do better than that. This will be better than Bucks and Suns. I do not think this will be the lowest rated of all time.
Okay.
Yeah. I just think we're dialed. I think as a society, we're dialed into this more than we're... Because that wasn't pandemic year, but it was post-pandemic year.
Right. Cardboard cutouts.
Just... right. Not the same thing. Not the same thing.
Lakers Heat averaged 7.45 million viewers, and again, that was in November.
In the
bubble.
Yeah.
But, the Warriors last year with a 12.4. The Warriors' numbers in their finals, all pretty robust. And you look at the LeBron Steph ones.
Yep.
2016, 2017, even 2015, all about 20 million viewers on average.
Those are the ratings drivers.
Yes, sir.
LeBron and Steph. Those are the guys. There's no two ways about it. Check this out. I wonder how this makes you feel. 49er quarterback coach Brian Griese on Trey Lance. Quote, I'm so proud of Trey because it did get him down, but he didn't let it keep him down. He came back. He was around the team. He impacted this team in a positive way. I could feel in the quarterback room. I know Brock could feel it. I know the guys on offense could feel it. And that's not a given at the quarterback position. You can slink away and just go lick your wounds and just go get healthy and come back next year. But that's not who Trey Lance is. That's why I told him I'm so proud of him, of what he was able to accomplish off the field. That from Brian Griese with regard to the way Trey Lance has handled the last year.
That's big, and that's the kind of praise you want when you're talking about OTAs in May and June, because you can't say anything about what he's doing on the field because it doesn't really matter until the live bullets start to fly in September if you have a chance to be the quarterback for the opener. And I guess if you're Trey Lance and you're the backup, August 13th, you're going to get real snaps, real preseason snaps. Those matter, but for right now, this is exactly what you want to hear if you're a 49er fan. Trey Lance got taken number 3 overall and is still waiting really for his chance. He got 5 quarters last year, got hurt. He was hurt when he got hurt. He's never really been able to be the Trey Lance that he thinks that he can be. So it's embarrassing on what happened. You got beaten out, and now you got shuttled down, you got hurt, and yet you're pulling yourself up by the bootstraps and you're coming in ready and you're able to shake it off. That says a lot about the young man.
No doubt. There's 2 things that come to mind when I read this, and one of which is kind of what we've said earlier today, which is that I really want to be done with any 49er quarterback conversation that makes people pick a side or a player. How can you not be a Trey Lance fan? Listen to this guy. Listen to who he is. How can you not root for the guy? By the same token, just because he is a good guy and he was the 3rd pick in the draft, I have no interest in him being the 49er quarterback if there's someone else who can do a better job.
Right.
So I'm on all of their sides. Sam, Brock, Trey, it's great. The other side of this, though, and this is not a cynical view, I just think this is unfortunate for Trey Lance. Every time someone is complimenting him in the organization, it's for something he did off the field. That's what's a bummer. It's not his fault. He's been hurt.
Right.
Or maybe he is just too raw and he's never had the chance. But, there's a piece of this that when all of the praise and all of the comments and quotes from 49er coaches are about the fact that Trey Lance is just this amazing guy. It absolutely feels like when you're being pitched on a blind date and being told that the personality is through the roof. Trey is an amazing guy. I'm waiting for someone on the coaching staff to come out and go, he's an amazing quarterback. Where do you see this? And they don't, and they won't, because they're not going to overpromise and underdeliver.
And they can't, right?
And they can't. They can't. And they don't, I think at times they don't feel that way. He's not ready. That's what I'm waiting for, though. This is no shade on this comment. This is wonderful. And Trey, I love that the head is screwed on so straight. But that's when you know you've got something, which is when a 49er coach comes out and goes, wait till you see the big quarterback on Trey.
Yeah.
Wait till you see this.
10 weeks and 3 days, Mark. The opener, the preseason opener, Niners and Raiders. Between now and then, I think you'll see some of that come out in terms of how Trey is looking at the final OTA and during training camp, and you'll start to get some of those reports like, boy, Trey really looks like he's absorbed a lot of the playbook.
Yeah.
He's further along than he's ever been. He's showing great confidence. Oh, the poise. He can make all the throws. All of that effusive praise, it's still yet to come. But for right now, I'm happy to hear this.
I am happy to hear this. But
Not that they would tell you. Griese wouldn't come out and be like, the dude is sulking. He cries in his locker constantly.
Right.
I don't think those reports would come out.
We can't believe we picked this guy. Like, he's terrible.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
He's downtrodden.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, though. Maybe if they're doing it in August, maybe they're pumping him up so the other GMs love what they're saying about him. Who knows? I don't know. But it's only Thursday, so you want to do it again tomorrow?
I guess.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow.
It's not a payday, so
no,
be a lot cooler if it was.
Yeah, this is one of those lesser Fridays, but
Yeah.
we'll be here for it anyway. What's coming up is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game. Here comes Grandy, everybody, with a full hour of today's best content on 95.7 The Game. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hello, I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. I'm so proud that we've helped over 15,000 businesses claim over $5 billion in cash incentives. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. Every client is assigned a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to accurately determine eligibility. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot and Google, and your business might be entitled to receive up to $26,000 per employee. Businesses of all types can qualify, including medical, professional, construction, even nonprofits. Please don't miss out on this. Even your doctor would tell you to get an expert second opinion, and we do a lot of work for doctors. Download the Innovation Refunds app now or go to getrefunds.com to potentially get a payroll tax refund of $26,000 per employee. GetRefunds.com. GetRefunds.com.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting.
Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers.